In the room of North City District 56, a Dragon Kingdom. As a young man steeped in the 5 poisons of internet culture, Yeely had already mentally traversed all manner of bizarre lives through online novels, reincarnation after death, 100,000 rebirths, working in the underworld, being bound to a system, having 7 doting older sisters. He could even accept starting life as a maggot, becoming the young master maggot. Yeely could tolerate all of this. He fantasized that even if such things happened to him one day, they probably wouldn't shock him too much. But why did heaven see fit to make him transmigrate, and for no reason at all? After all, with so many worlds, a little data chaos now and then was understandable. He didn't really care. But why did he have to be turned into a girl? His balls were gone. Staring at the mirror at the girl with the oval face, long legs, and high ponytail, Yeely instantly wanted to die. He had been walking with his best friend looking for a job, when suddenly his vision went black, and he ended up here. Then he realized he had become shorter, his chest heavier, his sense of control completely different. Everything had changed. Still refusing to believe it, he groped around a certain area again. Oh, his eyes rolled back. This feeling was utterly fantastic. But this damn feeling was all wrong. Yeely confirmed it. He had fully confirmed the fact that he was now a girl. This damned treacherous heaven, what a sin. Oh no. This had nothing to do with the heavenly Tao. It was all the fault of that damn system. Yes, Yeely did have a system. System, you bastard, get the hell out here, and give me an explanation. As soon as he spoke, Yeely couldn't help twitching. This voice was way too melodious, wasn't it? Ding, punishment choice system is at your service. Host, what do you need to know? What the hell did know your sister mean? Yeely was going crazy, grinding his teeth. I need an explanation. Host wants to know why your soul transmigrated. Yes. The reason is simple. You did something that the system world could not tolerate. What the hell did I do? You snatched a little girl's mineral water and made her cry, so you were sentenced to death. Yeely. To be fair, this incident couldn't be entirely blamed on him. At the time, the sun was blazing. Yeely and his best friend were desperately looking for work, exhausted, thirsty, and helpless. They didn't even have enough money for half a bottle of water. As luck would have it, a little girl saw their pitiful state and deliberately showed off her ice-cold water. Initially, Yeely held back, but the brat started pouring the water on the ground drop by drop right in front of him. This brat didn't know the value of things. Her behavior was atrocious. If she kept this up, she'd grow up to be a tyrant. Yeely had to teach her a lesson early on. So Yeely snatched the water. Then right in front of the little girl, he demonstrated how to drink it properly. His best friend covered his face in embarrassment. The little girl burst into loud wails. Naturally, her parents wouldn't let Yeely off. They scolded him thoroughly. And right at that moment, Yeely was scolded to death. Recalling all this, Yeely muttered another what a sin. System, you killed me over something this trivial? Does that logic even hold water? Does your conscience not ache? If you told me the system world was short on manpower, I could accept that. But you spin this bullshit. Who the hell would believe you? Ah hee hee, you caught me. The system's laugh was infuriatingly sly. Yeely felt deeply that his guess was right and wanted to die again. But dying was not an option. A bad life is better than a good death. So what if he was a girl? It didn't stop him from living. He was never going to become a bride. His orientation was as black as a black hole, 1 in a trillion. So, is there any chance I can turn back into a man? From the novel's head, read systems were incredibly powerful. Yeely's despair over being a girl slightly abated, and he firmly believed the system could change him back. Yes. Really? Tell me quickly. As long as the host completes choice tasks, earns forgiveness points, and reaches the standard, you can change back. Yeely was delighted. How many forgiveness points do I need? The host can check the panel data on your own. Yeely thought, following the cliché from novels, and with a thought, a glowing screen appeared before him. Yeely, age 16, high school sophomore, gender male, temporarily female male. How familiar it was. Task completions 0, cumulative 10 tasks e.g. 203,040. A system rewards extra forgiveness points accordingly. Final forgiveness transformation index 1.0. Note, losing virginity is invalid. Current forgiveness index 0. Losing virginity invalid. A sudden chill ran down his spine. Yeely counted the final forgiveness index and immediately wanted to die again. 100 billion. He clutched his forehead and struggled for a long while, but eventually decided to keep living. Take things as they come, right? It wasn't that he was afraid of pain. He just cherished life. Since it was a soul transmigration, Yeely had gained a lot of the original owner's memories. From these memories, he learned that this world was not Earth, but a star with a diameter 14 times that of Earth and a mass about 82 times that of Earth. Yeely guessed that her star was the supersized Earth that Earth scientists talked about, very suitable for human habitation, but unfortunately too far away. Thinking of this, Yeely desperately wanted to send this news back to Earth, telling them that this supersized Earth was already inhabited and quite densely. In this world, the Dragon Kingdom was the largest, sharing the same bloodline as Huaxia. Without a doubt, Yeely felt proud of this. Not only that, but even the cultural heritage was almost identical. Since it was similar, there was no need to look at memories further. At that moment, a question puzzled Yeely. The system said his original body had already died, which is why his soul transmigrated. So what was up with this girl? He hurriedly recalled more memories and his face gradually darkened. The girl was also named Yili, living with her mother and younger sister. In the memories, Yili didn't see any trace of the girl's father. It seemed she never had a father from the start. Because of this, the family was incredibly struggling. The mother worked at a seafood market, the little sister was still in middle school, and she herself was in high school. All their livelihood depended on the mother. Recently, the girl learned a terrible news: her little sister had leukemia, and upon hearing it, the mother suffered a heart attack and was hospitalized. Fortunately, it was discovered early, otherwise the consequences would have been dire. The girl felt the sky was falling, her heart turned to ashes, but she steeled herself knowing that if she ran away now, her mother and little sister would have no hope at all. So the girl attended classes during the day and sorted packages at a courier station after school, earning whatever she could, even though she knew it was just a fraction of the medical bills. So why did she die? Yili looked at the medicine bottle on the bedside table and suddenly felt that this girl was so tired. The bottle contained sleeping pills, originally 100 pills, now less than 50. There were many reasons that drove the strong girl to take her own life, but they all piled up, leading to this situation. First, at school, she was always harassed by classmates. During meals and in class, she was constantly bullied. But she worried about her mother's burden and never spoke of it. Second, the girl was quiet and pretty, attracting too many suitors, and those whose love turned to hate were not few, eventually ganging up to bully her. Third, the reason was the courier job. The girl was still a student, so finding a temporary job was hard. After searching again and again, a kind-hearted place finally took her in. At first, everything was normal, and the older colleagues were quite caring toward her. But as a week passed, the department head started touching her inappropriately, frequently peeping at her, and verbal harassment became routine. This was unbearable for the girl. She couldn't stand such treatment, nor could she accept those disgusting looks. But thinking of her little sister and mother, she gritted her teeth and persisted. Last night, the one strong girl finally broke down. The department head groped her in public, and when exposed, he turned it around, saying she had seduced him. The girl ran out crying, and the department head followed in his car, delivering the final blow. He called her as stupid as a pig, saying that the only reason they had taken her in was that young Master Chi wanted to humiliate her through this. Yili was furious, absolutely enraged, his eyes blazing with fury. From what he knew from the memories, this young Master Chi was also one of the girl's suitors, and the outcome was naturally as mentioned before. He couldn't have her, and turned love into hate. That sorting company was owned by young Master Chi's family. That night, all her grievances had no one to confide in, and all her bitterness remained unshared. The girl was tired. She was like the brightest star in the vast galaxy, the most pure. She couldn't help but dwell on the feeling of being touched, so she left still pure and bright. Little sister, I've felt all your grievances and bitterness. Rest assured, I'll take care of our mother and sister. May you rest in peace. Having been tempered by society, Yili was not one to be sentimental, but the girl's experience still left him with a complicated, indescribable feeling. At the same time, an inexplicable sorrow welled up in his heart. As if triggered by Yili's words, the last remnant of the girl's consciousness faded away. Yili clearly felt the tension in his nerves suddenly ease. And so Yili sat alone on the edge of the bed, deep in thought for a long time. Suddenly an urge to urinate arose. He walked into the bathroom, opened the toilet lid. PSSSD, drip drip, forget it, maybe he'll just take a shower. Yili swore he wasn't just wanting to see his own body, but he just felt a bit sticky. Despite her poor family, the girl wasn't malnourished. Instead, she had grown into a graceful and elegant figure with an ethereal, otherworldly aura. Her waist was as slender as a willow branch, her stomach flat. Her chest stood firm, her skin delicate, bearing the unique, youthful beauty of a young girl. Her body proportions were flawless, though she was less than 1.6 meters tall. Her legs were exceptionally long. No wonder so many people in high school pursued her. Even Yili found himself having certain thoughts. And so he walked out of the bathroom with a nosebleed. After that, Yili decided it would be better to keep his eyes closed when showering in the future. The day was already bright, and Yili knew it was time to go to school. He opened the wardrobe and saw neatly arranged clean clothes falling silent. All he could see were the girl's small garments, making him feel embarrassed. Is this a school uniform? To the left of a row of neat small garments was a Jake-style uniform, which made Yili's heart race, while also causing immense distress. Was he going to have to dress like this from now on? Walking into campus with over-thinny socks and a swaying skirt. Oh dear. Could he refuse? How could a man endure such humiliation? It was simply embarrassing. Ding. Trigger condition met. 1. Comply with the strict dress code of School 56, or reward piano mastery, forgiveness value 100. 2. Go out naked, reward 1 rubber band, forgiveness value 10. Well, it seems he couldn't refuse. How could he go out naked? Yili would preserve the girl's purity. I choose option 1. His voice was as weak and listless as if someone had died. He put on the high school uniform, the charming little bra and panties, and the jet black knee-high socks, plus a pair of black low-heeled Lolita shoes. Yili looked at himself in the mirror and drooled. The basic outfit was done, but he was at a loss about what to do with his hair. He didn't see any rubber bands, or the like. Maybe he could just use a sock to tie it up. The system prompted that the choice had been automatically delivered. Yili opened the panel to take a look. Yili, 16 years old, high school sophomore, gender male, temporarily female, talent piano mastery tasks, completed 1 cumulative 10 tasks e.g. 203,040. System rewards additional forgiveness value accordingly. Final forgiveness transformation value 100,000,000. Current forgiveness value 100. After a quick glance, confirming that the forgiveness value had increased, Yili didn't think much more about it. He was completely indifferent to the so-called piano skill. Yili pushed open the door, left the neighborhood, and walked along the street to School 56. School 56 was a full 4 kilometers from this old neighborhood. From his memories, the girl had always walked to school. Yili was speechless. This girl was truly too sensible. Even if she blistered her feet, she wouldn't spend an extra cent, just to lighten her mother's burden. In the jacket of the school uniform, Yili found a lot of dragon coins. This must have been saved up by the girl over a long time. Counting them, there were over 200. Yili had originally planned to take the bus, but seeing this money, he gritted his teeth and decided to walk to school. In front of School 56, students in uniform were entering the school one after another, full of energy and laughter, radiating endless youthful vitality. Something seemed to be happening by the school gate as many students had gathered. At the center of the crowd, a boy wearing glasses held a bouquet of blue roses, as if about to confess his love to someone. The students were curious, and some girls stomped their feet in envy, wondering why they never encountered such a thing. Chao-hee, you've always been quiet. Didn't expect you to have a crush on someone. A boy walked over from the crowd. The students didn't seem unfamiliar with him, as they automatically made way when he arrived. Chao-hee's hopeful expression dimmed a bit. Chi Xiao, this has nothing to do with you. I hope you won't cause trouble. Chi Xiao threw his school uniform jacket over his shoulder, a contemptuous smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. He slapped Chao-hee's face directly, then shoved him hard, causing Chao-hee to stumble backward. Who do you think you're talking to? Don't cause trouble. I'm asking you as a favor. Chi Xiao was much taller than Chao-hee, and as the captain of the class basketball team, he had long arms and big hands. Knowing he couldn't win Chao-hee didn't fight back, but he glared at Chi Xiao with undiminished spirit. Humph! Chi Xiao sneered again, then said mockingly, I heard from the class that you like Yili. Is this flower for her? As if his secret was exposed, Chao-hee's expression changed. Chi Xiao, what do you mean? Yili has already clearly rejected you. It's none of your business if I pursue her now. Haha, who knows if that slut is still clean? Does she deserve me? I wouldn't want her even if she was given to me. Young people always like to show superiority, and when things don't go their way, they wash their hands clean. Since being rejected by the original Yili, Chi Xiao would always say he had never confessed whenever asked. But everyone knew the truth, they just didn't want to offend Chi Xiao, so they didn't call him out. Say that again. Hearing someone insult his goddess like that, the usually introverted Chao-hee seemed to transform into a different person, his eyes turning red. Chi Xiao raised an eyebrow, perhaps due to his long history of fighting. A hint of malice flashed in his eyes. Don't think you're so great just because your family owns a company. Point at me again, and it'll break your arm today, believe it. If you dare insult Yili again, Chao-hee will be your sworn enemy from now on. The two were evenly matched in aura, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense and explosive. The source of this impending fight was simply someone insulting a certain person. The students began to murmur. Who is this Yili? Why have I been hearing this name so often lately? You don't know? Yili is said to be the top student and class beauty of class 24, very pretty. Not only the boys in her class are interested in her, but even students from other grades have a crush on her. Is she really that beautiful? A boy's expression instantly lit up. I suggest you don't get any ideas. This Yili is like a cold stone. No matter how rich or powerful the family, she just won't be moved. Look, they're about to fight. The two immediately looked up, ending the conversation. At this moment, Chi Xiao and Chao-hee were on the verge of exploding, but since they were at school, they were barely holding back. However, that didn't mean they wouldn't actually throw a punch. Of both were just waiting for the other to make the first move, so they'd have an excuse if punished. At this thrilling moment, someone suddenly shouted, Hey, that girl looks like Yili. Almost everyone looked up. Beneath the maple tree, a girl with a serene temperament walked quietly toward them. Her skin was fairer than snow, and her eyes were like a clear stream, carrying an elegant and spirited charm that captivated onlookers, making them feel inferior and unworthy of desecration. Yet within that cold pride and vivacity lay an allure that bewitched the soul, drawing gazes irresistibly and stirring a desire for a story to unfold. This beautiful scene should have been etched into memory, but when eyes lingered on the girl's hair, everyone wore a strange expression. How could someone so beautiful neglect her hair? Why was it tied so carelessly? Wait, was that a sock? She used a sock to tie her hair. Yili suddenly felt a barrage of gazes and froze in bewilderment. Why is everyone staring at me just for coming to school? Have I stopped acting like the old Yili? Yili. Chao-hee ignored Chi Xiao and hurried over, thrusting a blue rose toward Yili's face, nearly jabbing it into his nose. Yili's almond-shaped eyes widened, feeling a sense of who am I and where am I. Catching the rose's fragrance, he realized he was now a girl, and this lad before him was likely a suitor. How could Yili ever agree to that? He was a staunch straight man. No marriage to men, no bending. His orientation was a black hole. Sure enough, he blushed and confessed. Yi Li, I like you. Will you go out with me? Suppressing waves of revulsion, Yi Li was about to refuse. Ding. Selection condition triggered. 1. Accept he gain a Villa 100 forgiveness points. 2. Take the blue rose and slam dunk it on Chi gain mastery of Wulong Bagua staff, 200 forgiveness points. Chi. Yi Li pondered the name on the screen. Soon he found information about this person in his memories. This Chi was one of Yi Li's suitors, and also one who bullied her. The humiliation at the sorting company was orchestrated by him. There was no hesitation. Naturally, he chose option 2. Just as he was about to speak, Yi Li had an idea. Since I'm a beauty, now admirers are inevitable. Why not use this bespectacled guy as a shield? Would that be unscrupulous? Whatever. As long as I have peace, who cares about others? So Yi Li asked System if I accept he, but don't date him, and we become sworn siblings instead, is that okay? The System seemed stumped by the question. After a long pause it said, as long as you agree it's fine. Good. As long as there's no real commitment, anything goes. Can I choose both? Yes, host. With the System's confirmation, Yi Li decisively took both options. Meanwhile, he still held the flower, head bowed, hopeful and anxious. The surrounding classmates also waited for Yi Li's answer, though they already knew it. Yi Li was a cold stone. How could she accept He's pursuit? Chi watched a flicker of jealousy passing through his eyes before vanishing. He was also surprised. How was Yi Li so unaffected? Hadn't Fatty Lu done what Head ordered last night? That shouldn't be. Fatty Lu always obeyed him. How could Yi Li, pure as a white lotus, come to school so composed after such humiliation? Shouldn't she be depressed or broken? This shattered his understanding of her. Yi Li, however, ignored his thoughts, and under everyone's expectant gaze took the rose from He's hand. I accept. Though the voice was sweet, the tone was like accepting a little brother. Before he could show joy or the classmates could gasp, Yi Li walked with the rose to Chi. The sudden shift left everyone bewildered, unsure of his intent. Chi stood frozen too. It was clear Head genuinely liked Yi Li. The instinctive tenderness in his eyes couldn't lie. Being short was inconvenient. He had to look up at people. Yi Li said irritably, bend down a bit. Total bewilderment, X 233. Everyone was stunned, and Chi let out an huh. What huh? Lower your head. Yi Li was losing patience. As if possessed, Chi actually lowered his head. Yi Li measured the height and deemed it about right. Then everyone saw him leap, suddenly a fleeting glimpse of skirt hem, drawing involuntary ooze from Minnie. But that wasn't the point. The point was that in that instant Yi Li raised his arm, adjusted his grip on the rose, and slammed it down on Chi's head. Hiss! Time seemed frozen as everyone gasped. Yi Li shook his arm. Girls were such a hassle, even slight force felt like a strain. Glancing at Chi and then at the rose's thorny stem in his hand, he figured it was wasted anyway, so why care about a little more? With that, Yi Li swung the rose stem and whipped it across Chi's face. The stem was no less than a cane, and with sparse thorns, bloodlines instantly appeared on Chi's cheek. Yi Li's gaze turned cold. This was just the beginning. We'd settle the score for bullying Yi Li slowly. Ah, Yi Li. The pain finally snapped Chi back, rage bulging the veins on his forehead. The shout also jolted everyone else awake. What are you yelling for? Wanna die? Yi Li was startled. You actually hit me. What nonsense. That was a whip. You? What you? A real man can take a whip. Don't tell me you're that petty. You're not planning revenge, are you? Are you even a man? While being a girl, there were many points of pride one could discard, like now. Chi was fuming, wanting to speak, but unable to utter a word. He stared at Yi Li with suspicion, utterly incredulous. Was this still that serene, beautiful girl? What drove Chi to despair wasn't just being hit without retaliation, but the humiliation of having willingly offered his head for the blow. Come on, sweetheart. Ignoring his livid face, Yi Li called to he and strode into the school gate. The crowd finally erupted in chatter. This Yi Li was too badass, absolutely epic. You? Spit it out. Stop dithering like a shy maiden. On campus, Yi Li walked with long strides, while he shuffled behind, hesitating to speak. Undoubtedly, this was another striking contrast, leaving passing seniors and juniors dumbfounded. Oh, did you really accept me just now? Yeah. So you're my girlfriend now? Yi Li stopped, looking at the shy boy, unsure what to say. But this was something he couldn't accept, so it was best to clarify early. He hooked an arm around He's shoulder and said as they walked, Big bro, I don't like men, so I can't be your girlfriend. How about we become sworn brothers? He. Head felt a thrilling rush at Yi Li's touch, but at these words his soul seemed to fly to outer space. Yi Li, I truly like you. Headache. I truly don't like men. Yi Li was equally anxious. What a mess this was. To prevent He from exposing the secret, he leaned closer and said, Keep this secret from me, sis, or we can't even be brothers. Got it. He, dazed and confused, hummed in agreement. Alright, that's it. Tell me when you want to swear brotherhood. He stood there utterly bewildered. Yi Li hadn't taken 2 steps before a girl caught up behind him. Quite stunning. Yi Li, what happened earlier? As I passed by, they were all saying, You're epic. Turning his head, a fragrant breeze filled his nostrils, two majestic peaks rising and falling like turbulent waves. Her delicate features were in no way inferior to his own. Yili was mesmerized. Who was this person again? What, you don't recognize me? Qingxue. Mo Qingxue, seemingly dissatisfied with his reaction, stamped her foot in a coquettish pout, causing another surge of turbulent waves. Oh right, Mo Qingxue. Yili finally remembered. She was also a class beauty and the class monitor. Qingxue, do you know how to do a leg sweep? Huh. The move is called Qingxue, isn't that how the lyrics go? Are you okay? What are you talking about? Oh, nothing. Seeing that she didn't get the joke, Yili stopped teasing. By the way, going back to what I asked you earlier, I saw Qi Xiao bleeding, and those people were saying your name. Does this have something to do with you? Well, Yili scratched his head, a mischievous thought suddenly crossing his mind. He gestured for Mo Qingxue to come closer. What is it that's so mysterious? Mo Qingxue, unsuspecting, brought her face right next to his. Oh, that smooth touch, that full elasticity, the unique fragrance of a young maiden. Yili felt a wave of heat. It was just a pity he didn't have the balls for it. Just say it already. Mo Qingxue urged. Oh well, you see, Qi Xiao is actually a trap. He's on his period today, that's why he's bleeding. With that, he bolted, his skirt fluttering in the wind, his long fair legs catching the eyes of the younger students. Mo Qingxue was stunned for a moment, then gave a helpless smile. She had been tricked by Yili. He stood there dumbfounded, his soul seemingly still lost in outer space. The goddess Yili is a lesbian. A lesbian. He. As this thought looped endlessly in his mind, a voice came from behind. It was Qi Xiao. He turned to see Qi Xiao's face covered in blood and felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. If you're a man, meet me in the woods after school. Clearly Qi Xiao was blaming He for everything that happened today. If it wasn't for his damn rose, how could his face have ended up like this? Like, I'm scared of you. He would never admit to not being a man. Even if he got beaten black and blue, he had to fight this battle. It was a matter of dignity, a matter of how Yili would see him. Maybe it was because of his introverted nature that Yili wanted to become sworn siblings with him. If he toughened up, who knows, maybe the goddess Yili would be impressed. The more he thought about it, the more excited he got. Scared of you. He'll be there. Qi Xiao snorted coldly, his face turning even more ferocious. After muttering a few indecipherable words, he shot He a contemptuous smile and left. It really has nothing to do with you, right? Inside the classroom, Mo Qingxue took the sock off Yili's head and tied her hair into a high ponytail again. Don't worry, I guarantee that if the teacher asks, Qi Xiao will say he fell. Yili realized he was now desk mates with Mo Qingxue. Lucky him. Oh, you. Why are you talking so strangely? Girls like us shouldn't say things like that. You weren't like this before. Hee, slip of the tongue. How about we give him a new nickname? Dumbass. Mo Qingxue. Forget it, this is too awkward. Anyway, the governor is coming to inspect today. I heard from my dad that they're specifically checking the freshmen's skill demonstrations. Yili tilted his head as if trying to recall something. From his memories, he learned that in this world, besides basic knowledge, people placed great emphasis on ancestral heritage. The school taught everything from music to chess, calligraphy, and painting. It was said that without mastering 3 skills, one couldn't graduate. Yili's memories also included information about herself, and he was instantly speechless. The flute. That's right, the skill course Yili's female counterpart had chosen was playing the flute. It was bad enough being reincarnated as a girl, but did his skill have to be so humiliating? Yili was utterly exasperated. Other transmigrators were always elegant and graceful, riding on cranes looking like celestial youths. At the very least, they'd have a wise old man in their head to play the body-snatching game, dominate the elders, and display the protagonist's heroic charm in a romantic fashion. But here he was a flute-playing girl. I'll forget it, what a load of nonsense. He couldn't think about it anymore, or he'd lose it, and slam dunk on Qi Xiao's head. Oh, so that's it. By the way, I remember you're also a flute player, right? Mo Qingxue's face turned red. She poked Yili's forehead with her delicate finger. Why do you have to say it like that? What's gotten into you today? The flute is also a performance art. It's an instrument. How can you not be nervous at all? Nervous? For what? He'll just play it, it's not like I don't know how. Mo Qingxue. So all her efforts to prepare him mentally were for nothing. The class bell rang. The first class was supposed to be math, but the head teacher walked in instead. The head teacher was a beautiful woman in her 20s, her face slightly below average, barely a 710, but her figure was stunning, perfectly matching the restless desires in Yili's soul. Without any preamble, the head teacher got straight to the point, announcing the very thing Mo Qingxue had just told Yili. The students were shocked, all of them turning pale. They were just kids who hadn't experienced much of the world. Facing the scrutiny of such an important figure, they couldn't help but feel nervous. The tension like a storm swept through not only the class, but the entire 56 school. The head teacher added, although it's a collective honor, the class performance is also crucial. I want you all to give it your best to refine your skills. You will be performing alongside other classes. Each class had an average of about 45 students, and each student's primary skill was different. To save time, the school decided to have all students with the same skill perform simultaneously. This meant the number of people for each skill would be staggeringly large. But if you thought you could just blend in and fool everyone, you'd be sorely mistaken. The governor had his own methods of discerning true skill. In a corner of the classroom, two girls sat, also feeling a bit nervous upon hearing the news. Anlin, what am I going to do? You know my piano skills. It'll drag down the whole class score. The speaker was Pu Mengruei, who was also quite pretty and dressed neatly, but her face was caked with makeup that seemed inappropriate for her age. Back then, to show off her superiority, Pu Mengruei had deliberately chosen a Western instrument, which had successfully helped her snag a handsome senior. That's right, she chose the piano just to pick up guys, but she was actually terrible at it. Her deskmate was an icy cold girl with bangs like the aloof young miss of a noble family. Hearing this, she calmly nodded, signaling Pu Mengruei to stay calm. Anlin, you have to help me. I don't want to embarrass myself in front of so many people. Alright, I understand. Just wait a moment. Anlin pointed to the intercom speaker on the classroom wall. Pu Mengruei was confused and was about to ask. But at that moment, the speaker crackled to life. It was the principal's voice, mainly telling the freshmen and sophomore students to prepare and not to be nervous. The juniors were to have their demonstration in the afternoon. Finally, the principal added, besides the traditional instruments, we have 6 Western ones: the violin, cello, flute, oboe, and piano. Students taking these courses, do your best. On behalf of the 56th school, I extend our encouragement and gratitude. This speech made the students both nervous and excited. The head teacher timely brought out a sign-up list, which was passed around. When it reached Yi Li, she didn't hesitate and wrote her name in the box for the flute. Seeing her so confident, Mo Qingxue also felt invigorated and neatly wrote down her own name. When the list reached Pu Mengruei, her hand holding the pen was trembling and tears welled up in her eyes. Anlin, what am I going to do? I can't do it. Anlin remained silent, her cold, clear eyes glancing towards Yi Li's seat, a flash of hatred suddenly passing through them. Then she took the pen from Pu Mengruei's hand and wrote Yi Li's name in the box for the piano. Pu Mengruei's face changed color, but before she could scream, Anlin covered her mouth. Have you forgotten what happened with Chun Yiming? Pu Mengruei paused, a flicker of resentment flashing in her eyes. Her current boyfriend had once been deeply infatuated with Yi Li, and even now he hadn't completely let go. She had always harbored this grudge, wishing nothing more than to see Yi Li humiliated in front of the entire school. Now that such a perfect opportunity had presented itself, why shouldn't she seize it? Anlin, thank you. Anlin smiled enigmatically, as if she had done nothing at all. The list continued to be passed along, and behind the two of them sat a young man and a young woman. The girl glanced at the list with a puzzled look, then at Yi Li, shaking her head as she decided to ask about it later. The class bell rang, and the entire school buzzed into activity. Following Mo Qingxue's subtle signal, Yi Li lined up and headed outside. Suddenly feeling a tap on his shoulder, he turned around. It was a cute girl with twin tails, but Yi Li couldn't quite place her at first. Hey, what's with that look? Don't you recognize me? It's me, Jin. Oh right, her name was Xia Jin. Jin, can I give you a lick? Yi Li suddenly stuck out his tongue, startling Jin. Why would you do that? That's disgusting. Because you're Jin tasty, I want to see if it's true. No way. Xia Jin refused, and was about to say more, but Mo Qingxue interrupted. Hurry up, make way for the boys. The sudden inspection was rushed, yet everything remained orderly. For such a grand occasion, the venue was naturally set in the gymnasium. But with so many people, the gymnasium seats wouldn't be enough, so the boys were tasked with the thankless job of moving chairs. Seeing this, Yi Li slapped his thigh in glee. How wonderful it was to be a girl. He watched the first and second-year boys bustle about, and he had to admit they were quite efficient. In less than 40 minutes, a temporary seating area had been set up in the gymnasium. Teachers and students filed in, and the place quickly became packed, a sea of bobbing heads that blocked the view. Yi Li followed Mo Qingxue and Xia Jin to their seats. Just then, a commotion at the gymnasium entrance drew everyone's attention. Before Yi Li could even look, the entire crowd rose to their feet. Outside, a convoy of military jeeps came to a halt, and soldiers in field uniforms disembarked, forming 2 precise lines. Following them, a fleet of black official cars arrived, and a group of civil officials and aides stepped out, escorting a middle-aged man who was smoking. They walked in slowly. The school leaders hurried forward to greet him. The middle-aged man was approachable, greeting everyone with a genial smile, bestowing his warm, amiable grin upon every teacher and student present. Yi Li stood on his tiptoes, craning his neck, but all he could see was a wall of people. It wasn't just because he was short, it was mainly due to the guy standing right in front of him. Yi Li had no idea what his name was, but he must have been raised on fertilizer. He was ridiculously tall, with greasy hair and dandruff so thick it could be traded for a new skin. Yi Li was already disgusted by the stench, and now this guy was blocking his view of the governor. His irritation skyrocketed. He reached out and punched the guy right on the back of the head. Thud. The impact hurt Yi Li's hands so much he winced. The guy yelped in pain, rubbing his head as he turned around. His teenage mustache was alarmingly thick, and when he breathed out, Yi Li could smell his halitosis. Damn this feeling. It had been years since had experienced something like this. Who hit me? Was it you? Yi Li would never admit it. He smiled sweetly, his almond-shaped eyes filled with feigned confusion, looking so cute and innocent that the guy blushed in embarrassment. On the other side, the school leaders had seemingly settled the governor in. A teacher's voice boomed over the speakers as the host. Yeely watched as the first-year students took to the stage in groups to showcase their talents. Since he couldn't see anything anyway, he just sat back down. The music filled every corner of the gymnasium. The governor listened with a contented smile, nodding occasionally and applauding at the end. Soon Yeely, who was feeling drowsy, felt a nudge from Mo Qingxue. "What? Get ready, we're up next." Just as she spoke, their homeroom teacher approached, and Qi Xiao, who had mysteriously disappeared earlier, squeezed his way back to the class. The guy had a bandage on his face, looking ridiculously conspicuous. "Qi Xiao, what happened to you?" The teacher looked utterly confused, while some students who had witnessed Yeely's earlier slap whispered among themselves. Mo Qingxue gave Yeely's hand a nervous squeeze, worried that the teacher might find out about the fight. Yeely, in contrast, winked and made funny faces, leaving Mo Qingxue both exasperated and amused. Qi Xiao's expression stiffened, and he shot Yeely a hateful glare. Then, scratching his head, he said to the teacher with feigned embarrassment, "I tripped this morning." A few classmates snickered. Yeely nudged Mo Qingxue with his shoulders silently, saying, "See, didn't I tell you this idiot would say he fell?" Mo Qingxue covered her mouth, giving him a "you're impossible" look. "Be more careful next time. You're old enough. Do you still want your parents to worry?" The teacher scolded before turning to the class. "The juniors did a great job. The principal said the governor is very pleased. You all need to step it up." It was a carefully worded speech. Similar sentiments were echoed by all the homeroom teachers of the second-year classes. The unspoken demand was simple: don't embarrass the class. In practice, it meant no mistakes, no slip-ups, and no individual errors that could ruin the overall performance. For if one class faltered, it would throw off the rhythm of the entire grade, and there was no real honor in that. But this pressure only heightened the stakes, fueling a competitive spirit among the classes, ensuring no one would dare to mess up in front of their peers. When the host teacher calls your name, head up to the stage to perform. Don't be nervous. Just treat it like a mock exam. The teacher offered further reassurance. As he finished, the host teacher at the center of the venue picked up the list and began to announce. Next up is the second-year flute performance. Would the following students please come up to play together? Qin Yang Mu Liuza Gu Xiaoxiao Wang Kiki Hu Hui Do Meili Mo Qingxue Yili. The host teacher called out the names of more than 40 students, the dedicated flute players. Yili initially strode forward with confidence, but realizing his mistake, he adjusted his steps to match Mo Qingxue and the others as they walked to the center of the venue. As they passed, the teacher in charge of the instruments handed each of them an exquisitely crafted flute. It looked just like the ones from Earth. Yeely took it, examined it, and felt a sudden sense of familiarity. It was a residual memory from his female counterpart, now inherited by him. The piece they were to play was called Boundless, a tune with a martial arts flair full of romance and swashbuckling vigor. Although Yeely had never been interested in musical instruments during his school days, he was certain this score didn't exist on Earth. He didn't understand the music himself, but luckily he had inherited his counterpart's memories, so playing along shouldn't be a problem. Suddenly being the center of attention made Yeely feel a sudden urge to pee, a dizzying sensation. It also felt strangely like being a concubine chosen by the emperor. But he was a seasoned veteran, and this was just a minor scene he could handle. He adjusted his mindset, glanced around at the others, and saw a group of eager young performers ready to go. "My fine flowers, are you ready?" The host teacher had a way with words, stirring the emotions of the performers and igniting anticipation in the audience. "Ready." Yeely nodded enthusiastically along with the others, then looked around and bowed gracefully. The bow complete, he positioned his fingers, raised the flute to his lips, and smiled. The melody suddenly arose, instantly transporting the audience's minds to a world they had once fantasized about. The surrounding trees were bleak with fallen leaves withering. One wondered why lovers in the martial world would love and kill each other. The tune was gentle and meandering, like a sharp sword's gleam that sliced through the woman's bamboo hat, causing her long black hair to scatter a crystal tear shattered by the flying strands. The melody soared, urgent and fierce like a man's cold heart, like his blazing wrath venting the suppressed humility and the fury of being belittled. The tune then stretched long, hesitant, like a sword poised just at the woman's fair neck, as if with the next note the blade would slit her throat. Yet instead of rising, the melody descended, a low note breaking the tense tableau. From within the vast forest, a crystal arrow pierced the air, transfixing the pair of entangled lovers from the martial world together. The scene froze. The audience was pulled back from their trance, only to see the man and woman fall together into the boundless lake. Yeely let out a breath. This tune was truly exhausting. He never wanted to play it again. As the music ceased, the teachers and students remained motionless, undoubtedly pleased with the performance, yet dared not show it with the governor present. In one part of the venue sat a group of men in suits surrounding a middle-aged man at their center. The middle-aged man, a cigarette perpetually in hand, seemed to just be emerging from the depths of the music. He tapped off the ash, slowly nodded, and a genial smile reappeared on his face. "Is this the piece designated for the school?" he asked his subordinate beside him. Because this world placed great emphasis on such culture, musical pieces were not casually owned, they were generally assigned by the authorities. Among the Shao pieces for School 56, a 1 was officially designated, and it was boundless. The subordinate nodded in confirmation. The middle-aged man laughed heartily, stood up, and applauded vigorously. Seeing this, the teachers and students broke into smiles and joined in the applause. The principal's face bloomed like a chrysanthemum. As if mere clapping couldn't express his satisfaction, the middle-aged man stood up again, intending to walk a few steps towards the stage. But his subordinate forbade it, highly cautious. The man relented, and from where he stood called out to Yi Li's direction, "Very good, children. It's not about quantity but quality. Apart from a slight drag in the middle section, I am quite satisfied with the rest." This prompted another wave of applause from the teachers and students. The principal beamed, even brighter, knowing the governor's visit wasn't merely for inspection. Specifically, the governor wished to find a good university for his precious daughter. The definition of good depended on a school's level of artistry. Clearly, the governor's reaction filled the principal with immense joy. If the governor's daughter enrolled, he would be infinitely honored. The host teacher also praised Yi Li and the others, after which Yi Li and his group of 40 students left the stage. Next came the other artistic performances: drumming, pipa, eru, sun, sheng, wind, strings, and percussion. In short, typical niche, popular, and traditional instruments were all played. So far, the coordination between classes was excellent. Time flew by. 2 hours had passed, and Yi Li was getting hungry. But as the head teacher had said, no one could leave until the governor did. Next up is the Western piano performance. Will the listed students please come on stage? The host teacher spoke again. The arts teachers, the principal, and other leaders tensed up. The piano wasn't easy to learn. The principal remembered that only a dozen or so students school-wide had chosen it, half of them from the senior year. If something went wrong, all would be lost. The arts teacher, as if reading the principal's mind, immediately assured him, "Don't worry, principal. I and the other teachers are confident the students won't make mistakes." Over in class 4, sophomore year, the head teacher also looked slightly worried, casting an encouraging glance at Lan. The other students felt no pressure. It was none of their business, and Yi Li was the same. However, he was curious and asked Mo Qingxue, "Who in our class chose piano? Don't you remember?" Mo Qingxue was surprised. "It's Lan and Pu Mingrue." Then she added worriedly, "Hope they do their best." Just then the host teacher began reading the names. "Please come on stage, Chen Xiao, Li Shua, Chu, and I am Lan." Yi Li. The reading, which had been smooth, suddenly dragged on Yi Li's name, as if the host teacher was uncertain and surprised by it. Not just her, but the entire school was astonished. The principal's eyes bulged, thinking it was over. There were only a few who had chosen piano, and everyone was familiar with their names. They had never heard of Yi Li in this context. In class 4, the beautiful head teacher's eyes widened. She was stunned for a full 3 seconds, then looked at Yi Li. The students also stared at him in shock. Yi Li was even more bewildered. What was going on? Had the host teacher misread the name? "Yi Li, did you randomly fill in a name?" "No, teacher, I don't know what's happening either." Mo Qingxue testified. "Teacher, I wrote the names with Yi Li under the Shao category. He couldn't have randomly filled in a name, and besides, he doesn't know how to play the piano. It's over, the name's been called. If Yi Li doesn't go up, it won't work. Class 4 will be punished now, right? Why did he randomly fill in a name? I remember only Lan and Pu Mingrue chose piano. Why is Pu Mingrue's name replaced with Yi Li?" The students began to blame him, while Lan and Pu Mingrue in the corner exchanged a knowing smile. However, they didn't step forward to accuse or say anything, as that would seem like protesting too much. Lan was the first to head towards the stage. As she passed Yi Li, she paused, offering a polite smile. "Student Yi, the governor, and the whole school are watching." This remark reminded the head teacher. She said to Yi Li, "Just go through the motions. The name's been announced, we can't change it now." If the governor weren't present, and Yi Li hadn't played the Shao, the head teacher might have found a way out. But since Yi Li had played the Shao, she dared not replace him. The governor wasn't someone easily fooled. "Go on up. I'll ask Teacher Chi to arrange a seat for you in the back." The head teacher pulled Yi Li along, spoke briefly to the host teacher, and then arranged for Yi Li to sit down. The piano was prepared beforehand, positioned in a pentagonal layout. Yi Li's spot happened to have his back to the governor and the leaders beside him. The head teacher tried to use this to conceal the situation. Lan sat to Yi Li's right, nodding with a faint smile, impossible to tell if it was a sign of a successful scheme or genuine encouragement. On his left sat a male student who looked at Yi Li with a strange gaze, and suddenly spoke. "Student Yi, did you steal Pu Mingrue's spot? Even though she's not very skilled, she's still better than someone who's never learned right." Yi Li remained silent. "Stole her spot? Hell no, I'm more confused than you are." The other 3 also looked back at Yi Li uneasily, hoping this person wouldn't affect their performance. "Flowers. Are you ready?" Compared to her previous encouraging tone, the host teacher's voice now sounded flustered and panicked. But what was done, they had to grit their teeth and continue. "Ready." 4 voices chimed in unison. Why only 4? Because one person was still in a daze. That little girl, is she also in Xiao Yi's performance? Did she just play? The middle-aged man lit another cigarette, and his subordinate wanted to stop him, but dared not after being glared at. "Yes, here is the list." The subordinate handed over the list from the host teacher. "I'm not bad. Yili mastering 2 skills at 16, that's impressive, no weaker than Wayner. As he spoke, the sound of piano music began, and the middle-aged man looked up, then closed his eyes to listen quietly. Meanwhile, Yili sat there facing a group of brats who were sneering at him. Yes, definitely sneering. Along with the sneers came looks of mockery and whispers. Yili felt wronged. Having lived 2 lives, this was the first time he had been so humiliated. Thinking of this, he grew furious. Who the hell had signed his name? How despicable. The principal's smile vanished, replaced by a forehead full of fine sweat. His eyes never left the governor, terrified that he might sense something amiss. If the fraud was exposed, the 56 schools forgery would be one thing, but deceiving the governor would mean disciplinary action. The principal dared not think further, afraid he might spontaneously combust from anxiety. He would severely reprimand this student, named Yili, later. No, expel him. As the saying goes, bad things come true when you least expect them. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the principal saw the governor suddenly open his eyes and say something to his subordinate. Why is the sound from 5 players so faint? The principal, standing close enough, heard this and nearly fainted. But he wasn't spared, for he then heard the governor's subordinate's reply. I'll check for you. With that, he walked toward the stage. While the principal finally fainted without reason, startling many teachers. Meanwhile, the governor's subordinate suddenly stood up, making everyone's hearts tighten. What was he going to do? He walked toward the piano. Had he seen through the deception? This was it. The 56 schools fraud was now undeniable. All because of Class 2-4. They had not only embarrassed their own class, but also brought shame to the entire school. The beautiful homeroom teacher felt her hands and feet turn cold. She wanted to do something, but in the end she found herself powerless, watching helplessly as that man approached Yili. Meanwhile, the student named Kune began to sob at the opportune moment, claiming that Yili had bullied her and stolen her seat, among other things. The White Lotus Act was quite polished. At this moment, no one had the mind to dwell on this matter. Besides feeling indignant for Kune, everyone's attention was fixed on the man. Why aren't you playing? The man stopped in front of Yili, looking down at him. The low voice was not loud, but after it the entire gymnasium fell into a pin-drop silence. The other 4 pianos all stopped playing. All teachers and students held their breath. The principal, who had just regained consciousness, fainted again. As a rebellious youth, Yili had never backed down to anyone, but facing this man, he felt like a chick in front of a hawk. I did play. He forced himself to stay calm. Still lying. Fine, then play a piece by yourself. A thunderous roar echoed in everyone's minds. At that moment it felt as if a thunderbolt had struck their brains. Yili's hands trembled, and his urge to urinate grew stronger. Why not play? Deceiving your teachers and fooling the governor will land you in educational trouble. If you don't want that, admit your mistake for leniency, or play to prove your innocence. Upon hearing this, everyone's faces changed drastically. Lan turned away, a flash of dark cunning in her eyes. A poor child should know their place. Didn't she understand the danger of standing out? Offending her and Lan would bring no good. Hearing that he might be sent to jail, Yili inwardly protested, but realizing this wasn't the earth he knew, he could only resign himself. But if he didn't play, he'd surely be punished. If he played, he didn't know how. His slender fingers slowly rested on the keys. For the first time, Yili felt the world was against him. What was he to do? Just as his hand touched the piano, his eyes widened in surprise. What was this feeling? Why was it so familiar? And what were those sheet music pieces appearing in his mind? Why did he suddenly feel an unshakable certainty that he was a piano prodigy? At that moment, all the surrounding gazes, voices, and distractions vanished. Yili's mind was filled with this sensation. His delicate white hands rested on the black and white keys, his feet slowly found the pedals, and a piece of music emerged in his mind. A song from Earth from the legendary genius MJ, Smooth Criminal, burst forth. All the emotions, tension, oppression, excitement, joy, innocence, the fleeting thrill of escape, and the roar of defiance, were hidden within this piece. Yili played, his hair flying, his fingers dancing, his size 34 feet, rising and falling. Silence. Absolute silence, not even a breath could be heard. How could Yili play the piano? When had she learned? Everyone stared at Yili, his delicate profile expressionless, embodying the coldness, violence, and precision of the music. The audience was both shocked and amazed. The impact Yili brought was unbelievable. It was hard to imagine such a frail body containing such explosive power. Every note and movement seemed to stomp on people's hearts. His mastery of the piano was undoubtedly that of a virtuoso. The governor's eyes shimmered, forgetting to light the cigarette in his hand. The principal, who had just woken up, still couldn't accept the reality he had imagined, and wanted to faint again, but witnessing this scene left him dumbfounded. The host teacher's microphone wobbled, the beautiful homeroom teacher's heart pounded even harder. Pu Mingrue shook her head in disbelief. Mo Qingxiue and Xia Jinjin's eyes sparkled. The students closest to Yili were all stunned, especially Lan, whose eye twitched uncontrollably. How could Yili play the piano? The music suddenly stopped. The player raised his slender wrist, snapping his fingers rhythmically in the air. Then casually and seemingly carelessly, he tapped a few keys like a black cat stepping lightly. This was undoubtedly the perfect ending, concluding the piece. All teachers and students stood up, even the governor rose, and applause seemed imminent. The player seemed unsatisfied, his white hands once again landing on the keys. The music resumed, urgent and compelling, the heart-stirring flight of the bumblebee. This piece was a classic among classics, demanding exceptional reaction time and finger speed. The man standing before Yili seemed to see his fingers blur into afterimages. He alone played a piece that required two people for a perfect performance. This girl's piano skills were so proficient, had he misjudged her earlier? Sweat trickled down Yili's forehead, tracing his cheek and flowing onto his pale swan-like neck, causing the boys nearby to gulp involuntarily. But Yili seemed oblivious, immersing himself in the pleasure. The governor, ignoring his subordinates' attempts to stop him, rushed over eagerly. He closed his eyes, standing before Yili, his hand holding the cigarette, trembling. He loved this music. He had never heard anything so beautiful. Dong dong, Yili finally finished playing. As he relaxed, he realized his hands were burning with pain. Dazed, he wondered how he had played the piano. Suddenly it hit him. The piano skills came from the system. Also, that was it. Once he touched the piano, the system's piano skills fully integrated into his mind and body. Not bad, he thought with satisfaction. At least this could get him through the current situation, right? As Yili thought this, he looked up and nearly jumped out of his skin. Why were the old man and the young man staring at him like that? He turned to glance around and found everyone's eyes filled with shock and reverence. Yili was utterly bewildered. What had gotten into everyone? Glancing at the cigarette in the middle-aged man's hand, an inexplicable scene from a film flashed through his mind. Could this man in his 50s be unable to light his own cigarette? He didn't have a lighter either, so perhaps he could help in another way. Acting on a whim, Yili stood up, and under the admiring and astonished gaze of the middle-aged man, took the cigarette from his hand. Then walking over to the piano, he pressed the cigarette against the strings, and it suddenly ignited. The host teacher's microphone clattered to the floor, the loudspeakers emitting a deep boom that seemed to accentuate the moment, prompting a collective round of applause from all the teachers and students. The fact that the strings could light a cigarette spoke volumes about the skill of the piece he had just played and how challenging it must have been, undoubtedly exceeding level 8. It was worth standing through the entire performance. The sudden applause startled Yili, and his stunned expression captivated the boys, while even the girls gazed at him with admiration punctuated by whistles. Yili shot an annoyed glance. Was he being flirted with? The governor and his subordinates also applauded, then gestured for silence. Taking the cigarette from Yili, the governor asked kindly, "What is this piece called?" Not knowing who this man was, Yili answered bluntly, "It's called Plague of the Bees, No Flight of the Bumblebee." The governor laughed heartily, reached out his large hand, and rubbed it back and forth over Yili's head. Did the crowd see a hint of doting in his eyes? "A fine young talent, thank you for lighting my cigarette. Though smoking is bad, and I'm setting a poor example, I still appreciate it." He took a puff, then asked, "Did you compose this yourself?" Yili, bewildered, smoothed his tousled hair. Wasn't this famous piece known to everyone? How could he possibly have the talent to write such a piece? Then it struck him. This was our star, not Earth, and he let it go. Oh well, I suppose so. Shameless plagiarism. So what? So many time-traveling predecessors had done it, and he wasn't the only one. What was there to be ashamed of? A remarkable achievement for one so young. I Shao Ning hereby declare you the strongest pianist of your generation. This praise was nothing short of supreme. To receive such affirmation from the governor meant that even the prefectural magistrate would tread carefully around Yili. The principal's sycophantic smile returned, and he itched to rush over and cling to Yili's leg, exclaiming, "My little ancestor, you're truly incredible." Yili felt a strange familiarity with that title. Where had he heard it before? "You flatter me. I can't claim to be the strongest of my generation." The governor laughed heartily again, his tone tinged with a hint of request. "You're about the same age as my daughter, so you might as well call me uncle. Would you do me the honor of singing a song for me?" Given his past and present lives, calling him uncle was no issue, but asking for an impromptu vocal performance was overstepping. Besides, Yili couldn't sing, let alone compose lyrics on the spot. Oh well. He struggled to find a polite refusal, but saw so many people, the host teacher, his homeroom teacher, even Mo Qingxua, signaling him with their eyes. What did they mean? Was everyone suffering from a sudden bout of twitching? Just as he was about to ignore them, the system triggered a choice. 1. Refuse to perform, gain a pair of stockings, 150 forgiveness points. 2. Agree to perform, gain mastery of manga, 200 forgiveness points. Damn system, are you messing with me? Stockings. What the hell? Yili realized the system was being mischievous. It always seemed to push for the opposite of what he wanted. Fine, he'd sing, but couldn't it at least offer something useful, like a panacea pill? If not that, at least give him some money. His mother and little sister were still waiting for medical expenses. As if reading his mind, the system suddenly chimed in, "Do you have a bank card?" Yili was speechless. He didn't have a card. This Yili girl had never owned a Dragon Coin card. What about pills? The system remained silent. Fuming, Yili had no choice but to say, "I choose option 2. Is it really that difficult? The governor, noticing Yili's hesitation, wondered if he had asked too much. The others, though eager to see Yili astonish them again, understood that singing was not merely a display of talent. "It's just that I happen to know one song," some jealous girls murmured. "But they might be disappointed." Yili nodded. "All right, but I'll need a piece of paper, some other instruments, and a microphone for the vocals." Upon hearing this, the girls were dumbfounded. Yili recalled a song he used to hum as a man, but it was a female part and hard to sing. Now he had a chance. The governor, without waiting for further instructions, had the principal scurry off to make arrangements. Ridiculously, even a technical teacher was provided. Yili deeply realized how much this world valued musical knowledge. Soon the temporary equipment was set up. Though not professional, it was decent enough. During this time, Yili wrote out a score on a piece of paper. He roughly remembered the song required an electronic keyboard, drums, electric guitar, and other instruments. Since there was no keyboard, he substituted with the piano. He assigned the main melody to the electric guitar, while he would handle the intro and chorus himself. The drums would keep the rhythm throughout. No problem, Yili, we're looking forward to your song. The students who would perform on the instruments understood the rhythm and nodded confidently. They couldn't afford to make mistakes, as this was a prime opportunity to shine. Mo Qingxue also wanted such glory, but Yili had no use for a flute. Seeing the disappointment in her eyes, Yili sighed, thought for a moment, and rewrote the score, adding a flute component. The other musicians found it manageable. They kept their original parts, merely adding a background flute melody. When Mo Qingxue saw Yili call her over, she blushed and ran up. Learning that Yili wanted her to play, she was so happy she nearly cried. Yili, you're so kind. How can I thank you? Sleep with me. Yili put on a lecherous grin, but on his delicate face, it was utterly unconvincing. He had intended to tease Mo Qingxue, but she agreed. Agreed. Okay, Mom is at my grandmother's tonight and Dad is sleeping at his office. I'll come to your place and stay with you. Yili was speechless. Everything was ready. Without a host, all eyes were on Yili. Even the governor showed no impatience, standing with his hands behind his back, smiling as he watched Yili's orderly arrangements. This girl was more talented than his own daughter. Yili sat back down at the piano, lightly pressed the keys, and raised his hand. The drums followed. Then the electric guitar strummed, paused, and played again. Meanwhile, Yili's voice rose. Legend has it there's a place they call it the harem. The women there are very beautiful, their steps are small, their grievances deep, for their pillows are always empty. One wants to be crowned a consort, another weeps. Once she was the sole focus, what does it feel like now? From the first note, the whole audience beamed. The melody was delightfully cheerful. With Yili's serene, yet playful voice, the opening was a hit. The girls cried out, Goddess. Yili Goddess. I want to worship her. From today on, I'm the president of the Yili Goddess fan club. Sign up now. The boys went even further, plotting how to confess their feelings and take Yili out for a romantic evening. The governor chuckled, wishing he had a beard to stroke. This girl is so spirited. Chiefing, how do you think she compares to Wanner? Chiefing, who had been nodding along to the rhythm with an incongruously stern face, froze at the question. He refused to answer, thinking, Governor, are you setting a trap to punish me? How could he possibly answer that? As the song reached its finale, the teachers and students who had caught the chorus were swaying and clapping along. Every time I think of it, my hairs stand on end. Thank goodness I wasn't born in ancient times, and I don't know the word for pretentiousness. Think of us now, it truly makes one happy, occasionally indulging in wanton willful mischief. Ah, your majesty, no fate in this life. We'll talk in the next. With a resounding crash, the song ended. Ooh, Goddess Yi, I want to bear your child. You're a girl, how would that work? You should say, Goddess Yi, I want your essence. The teachers and students erupted in frenzy. At this moment, Yili was undoubtedly a shining. Well, not dung, but a star. So radiant it was blinding. Good, very good. Child, did you compose this on the spot as well? The governor's gaze towards Yili grew even more fond. This song was originally a piece performed by the renowned Zheng Da, and Yili couldn't easily explain, so he had no choice but to nod in acknowledgement. Forgive me, Mr. Governor, the students are overly enthusiastic. They hope I can ask Miss Yi for the song's name. The host teacher was besieged by a group of female students, begging her to inquire. No matter, I'm also curious. What is this playful, mischievous song called? Speak up, child. Yili was quite irritated by being called child repeatedly, having already felt a chill of disgust while singing. He truly feared he might land a punch on this middle-aged man. Wait, what had the host teacher just called him? Governor. Yili's eyes bulged. Had he really been chatting with the governor all this time? No wonder Mo Qingxue, the head teacher, and others had been winking at him earlier. Realizing this, Yili couldn't help but wonder. If he had refused the governor's singing request, would he have been beheaded right here? Upon learning the other's identity, Yili became much more restrained, trying to appear more like a proper young lady. This song is called Thank Goodness I Wasn't Born in Ancient Times. Thank goodness I wasn't born in ancient times, haha, rich imagination. The hastily written lyrics are also quite substantial, no worse than those popular hits. The governor's assessment was accurate. Yili shyly lowered his head, praying the governor would stop talking, for he would be utterly mortified otherwise. The impromptu inspection concluded with Yili as the genius of the hour. As he exited the gymnasium, Yili saw the principal grinning at him like a fool, sending a shiver down his spine. Moreover, the head teacher's gaze was ambiguous, almost with the adoration of a fan. Yili dared not look at anyone else. He truly hadn't intended to become an overnight sensation. In a corner, unseen by Yili and Lan, and Pu Monrui stared intently at his retreating figure. Who knew that wench could play the piano? Not only did we fail to embarrass her, but we gave her a boost in the spotlight. Pu Mingrue stomped her feet in frustration. Lan, however, remained composed, but her words were startling. What's the rush? There are plenty of days left in this school. Yili, you're amazing. When did you learn to play the piano? You didn't even tell me, and I'm your best friend. From today, I'm also Yi Li's best friend. Outside the gym, Mo Qingxue grabbed Yi Li and ruffled his cheeks, her coquettish voice enough to stir the imagination. Fortunately, Yi Li was no longer burdened by certain parts, or he might have stood up instantly. Xia Jinjin, the mischievous one, chimed in, as well, linking her arm through his and pressing her ample charms against him. A familiar warmth surged in his nose, and Yi Li quickly tilted his head back. This couldn't go on. Though his physiology had changed, his psychology remained stubbornly male, and certain reactions were still influenced. At this rate, wouldn't he die from a nosebleed? I want to treat Sister Yi to a nice meal. Xia Jinjin patted her stomach as if to solidify her position as best friend. Right, I'm hungry too. Mo Qingxue also rubbed her stomach, then suddenly thought of something, her expression shifting slightly. Oh, Yi Li, aren't you supposed to visit your aunt at the hospital this afternoon? Reminded, Yi Li jolted. Right, his mother and little sister were still in the hospital. Just as he was about to dash off, a voice more anxious than his own came from behind. What? Your aunt is in the hospital? Turning around, it was Chao, he who had been following behind Yi Li all along, seemingly feeling a sense of inadequacy. Yi Li remembered that this guy usually had a car and driver, so he grabbed him and ran. Yi Li, do you want us to come with you? Mo Qingxue and Xia Jinjin called out urgently from behind. No need. Yi Li waved them off. Outside the school gate, Yi Li and Chao, he got into a commercial van heading straight for the 6th hospital. Yi Li, this is my first time visiting your aunt. Should we bring something? Beside him, Chao, he grew more timid. It was understandable. Yi Li's appearance was already striking, and now this display of talent made most boys his age feel profoundly inadequate. Yi Li didn't respond, his mind occupied with other matters. The possibility of the system granting pills existed, but given the frequency of trigger options, it was highly uncertain. He had asked the system, but it seemed such matters were beyond its purview to reveal. In other words, relying on the system to cure his mother and sister was out of the question. Thus, medical expenses were inevitable. The key question was, where would he find the money? A flash of inspiration, and he opened his panel. Yi Li, 16 years old, high school sophomore. Gender male, temporarily female. Talent skills, piano mastery, comic drawing mastery. Martial skill, Wulong Bagua staff. Possessions, a villa at Jinxiang District 2 No. 2. Tasks completed 3. Cumulative completion of 10 tasks, such as 203,040 grants, varying additional forgiveness points. Final forgiveness, transformation value, 1,000. Current forgiveness value, 600. Yi Li put aside thoughts of talents and martial skills for now, staring at his possessions in deep thought. If he rented out the villa, could that income tide him over for a while? No sooner said than done. He immediately started patting himself down. The internet in this world wasn't particularly special. Yi Li wanted to list his villa for rent on a property website. Damn, sister, Yi Li didn't have a phone. Yi Li, what are you looking for? Oh right, boyfriend, let me use your phone. Though his words were sweet, his actions were brash, reaching over to grab it directly. The driver, likely a long-time employee of Chao He's father, who had watched the boy grow up, was stunned when he heard Yi Li's words, his eyes widening. The young master has a girlfriend. Would the old master kill him if he found out? Browsing on Chao He's phone, Yi Li found a website for listing properties and breathed a sigh of relief, having feared there wouldn't be one. He was about to upload the info when he remembered the system had left the property deeds and such at the house in the district. So he had to give up for now. The observant Chao He, suppressing his own unease, noticed the worry in Yi Li's eyes. He glanced at his own phone, his eyes darting around, plotting something unknown. They arrived at the hospital quickly, and following the memories of Yi Li's sister, found the mother's ward. Yes, mother had long suffered from coronary heart disease, relying on expensive and scarce medication to stave it off. The incident with Yi Yao was too much for her, nearly causing a fatal heart attack. Fortunately, they acted in time and stabilized her, though she remained very weak and at risk of a relapse at any moment. Just as he was about to push the door open, it opened from the inside. A woman around the same age as his mother stepped out, her features soft and kind, giving an immediate impression of a gentle soul. Yi Li recognized her. She was his mother's current best friend, Aunt Mimi. Oh Lily, you startled me. Aunt May patted her chest, then made a shushing gesture. Let's go to the corridor, your mother is asleep. In the corridor, Aunt May looked at Chao He with a strange expression, then turned a scrutinizing gaze upon Yi Li. Yi Li knew what she was suspecting and gave her a reassuring look. He's my brother, Aunt May. Chao He smiled wryly, the picture of a melancholic youth. Lily, Aunt May won't allow you to fool around. Don't worry, Aunt May. Just tell me how my mom and little sister are doing now. Getting to the point, Aunt May spoke of Yes mother's current condition, much the same as before, with a high risk of unstable myocardial infarction. Chao He felt he shouldn't be there, and said head wait outside. Yi Li acknowledged with a simple oh. Yao Yao, alas. Aunt Mai's face twisted in pain, tears welling in her eyes. She couldn't bring herself to speak calmly of Yi Yao's condition, instead pulling Yi Li toward the intensive care unit. Yili stood on tiptoes and through the glass saw a girl lying in the ward. Her complexion was sallow, her cheeks sunken, and her thin arms outside the hospital gown were dotted with red spots, the distinctive hallmark of leukemia. Just one glance struck Yili's heart like a hammer blow. This was not merely his sister's physical reaction, but also Yili's own heartache. Anyone witnessing such a sight would feel compassion. Yao Yao was diagnosed with acute myeloid leukemia. The doctors have issued a final warning. There's not much time left. Aunt Mai's eyes reddened and tears fell. She had contributed greatly to raising these two children, and they were as dear to her as her own. Now one of them was fading away, and her genuine reluctance to let go was impossible to feign. Lily, I've done my best. Your uncle has even threatened divorce 3 times over this. I'm at my wit's end. The final warning was akin to a death sentence, for the probability of finding a matching donor was extremely low. Even wealthy families often found no solution. For the poor, all they could do was endure in agony, doing what they could, and leaving the rest to fate, let alone the risks of bone marrow transplant. The process of doing what one could became for the family a battle between morality and conscience, draining their savings only to end in both loss of life and money. Aunt Mai's family was decently off, but even they had been heavily burdened by Yi Yao's illness. The initial treatment alone cost 300,000, not including Yes Mother's expenses. The money Aunt May could barely manage, but her husband's growing resentment and her children's changed attitudes were what truly chilled her heart. Indeed, one heard of those who supported their brothers or sisters, but a cousin supporter was a rarity. Having experienced much of the world's harsh realities in his past life, Yili understood the pain well and was deeply grateful to Aunt May. He said, Aunt May, rest assured, I'll take care of the medical expenses within 3 days. I'll visit Uncle in person to thank him and ask for his forgiveness on your behalf. Please continue to look after my mother and little sister for these next few days. You'll handle it. Lily, don't you dare do anything foolish. Yao Yao is already like this. If something happens to you too, your mother wouldn't survive. Aunt May sobbed uncontrollably, and Yi Li's eyes reddened as well. Such deep affection was truly moving. Sniffling, he said, Aunt May, rest assured, none of the things you're worried about will I do, nor could I ever. I have my ways, just trust me. He thought to himself those seedy deeds not only would make him lose his manhood, but as a true man at heart, he simply couldn't stoop to such levels. He gagged inwardly at the thought, resolving never to entertain such notions again. Aunt May wiped her tears, pressed him with a few more questions, and finally, seeing that Yi Li wasn't lying, nodded with a furrowed brow. Then do you want to see your mother? Yi Li thought for a moment, then shook his head. No, we'll come back after I've taken care of this. Remember to rest, Aunt May. Let the caregivers handle the work. Don't worry about the money, and at most you'll only need to cover these next 2 days. Or I'll listen to you. I've been exhausted these past 2 days, so let's hire a caregiver. The storm passed as quickly as it had come. Aunt May forced a smile through her tears, and before they parted, urged Yi Li to take care of himself. With a heavy heart, Yi Li walked out of the hospital to find Chow. He's still waiting at the entrance. Why haven't you left? How could I leave while you're still here? You haven't eaten yet. Here, this is for you. The young man was truly devoted to Yi Li's sister, having even gone to pack up some food in that short time. What's this? Under the lunchbox was a bag. Yi Li opened it, and was taken aback. It was a brand new phone. The Star Plus. For me. Yi Li marveled at Chow's thoughtfulness, buying a phone knowing he didn't have one. Seeing his joy, Chow, he was equally delighted. Yi Li sighed helplessly and pushed the phone back to him. Bro, I've told you clearly, I don't like men. I know, don't say it. Even if you were into girls, I couldn't change how I feel. You can't control who you love. Just talking to me, treating me like a buddy. That already makes me happy. Such were the young man's heartfelt words. Truly, love cannot be dictated. Yi Li understood, though he didn't agree with the into girl's part. Since the boy had bared his heart like that as a bro, he supposed he could stop being repulsed by him. Well, thanks for the phone. They'll pay you back in a couple of days. Don't say it's not necessary, or we can't be friends anymore. Chow's family driver made a trip back to the neighborhood, and Yi Li photographed his property deed and other ownership documents, posting them online on the way back. Thus passed a quiet afternoon. In the evening, as Mo Qingxua linked her arm through his, and they headed for the gate, Yi Li caught sight of his bro heading in another direction, toward the small grove of trees. Why go there instead of home? His instincts told him something was off. This didn't match the Chow he from his memories. Qingxua, wait here for a moment. I'm going to check on Chow he. Why are you concerned about him now? Could it be? He'll come with you. The Northern Grove. This place had always been where the boys settled their disputes. No matter what the matter, anyone arriving would surely draw attention, especially at dusk. At that moment, Chow, he lay convulsing on the ground, vomiting clear water. He was no match. Chi Xiao was too fierce, taking him down in a single exchange. Even the weapons held by the lackeys standing nearby weren't needed. Chow, he wailed in pain, his glasses shattered. The lackeys burst into laughter, looking like beggars with their meter-long bamboo sticks. How, that's all? Chi Xiao sneered disdainfully, finding it utterly boring. He felt it beneath him to even spar with Chow he. But the movement made his face throb with pain, reminding him of that morning's humiliation, and anger flared anew. If not for that brat's roses, would he have been so embarrassed? And with a bruised face to boot. He pounced like a frog, pinning Chow He down, windmilling his fists in a flurry of wild punches. But just then a small black stone came hurtling toward Chi Xiao's head. He froze, clutching his head and rubbing it frantically, the sight rather comical. Who the hell threw that? Say another word, and he'll slap your face. A crisp voice rang out from behind the crowd. The lackeys parted and Chi Xiao saw Yi Li, and those long, from this angle. Chi Xiao's gaze involuntarily drifted toward a certain spot. Yi Li paused. Shouldn't this guy stand up and spout some righteous nonsense about sneaky attacks being unworthy of a hero? Why wasn't he moving? And she hadn't even hit his nose with a pebble, so why was he bleeding? Mo Qingxue followed Yi Li over, caught Chi Xiao's dazed expression, then glanced at the angle between Yi Li and him, instantly understanding what had happened. She quickly pulled Yi Li away. Oh dear, you're exposed. 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 Yi Li looked down at her short skirt. Indeed, from that angle, how could it not be exposed? How careless. In her excitement, she had forgotten she was a girl. Chow He, lying on his back, grinned foolishly as blood trickled from his nose. This punch was worth it. Hey, Yi Li goddess is wearing black today. Damn it. Thinking of Yi Li being seen, Yi Li delivered a knee strike to the still dazed Chi Xiao. Thud. Crack. The first sound was the impact, the second was teeth clashing. Chi Xiao staggered backward, tumbling like a dung beetle. Up. He clutched his chin, groaning in pain, and only recovered after a long while. Brother Chi, you okay? Brother Chi, this little vixen dared hit you. Want us to teach her a lesson? I'm fine. Chi Xiao squinted in pain, looking at Yi Li. Are you crazy? Why did you kick me? Kick you? I'm going to beat you today. Yi Li was furious. She didn't know why, but being seen like that made her deeply uncomfortable, as if her beloved Yi Li had been defiled. Saying this, she picked up a broken chair leg from the ground and was about to smash it onto Chi Xiao's head. This ferocious move startled everyone, and they instinctively scattered. Chi Xiao covered his head and fled. Don't be reckless. You could kill someone. Yi Li ignored him, cursing her sluggish speed. If she were faster, that bastard would already be bleeding. Stop chasing. Are you still Yi Li? I'm your grandmother. The more Yi Li chased, the angrier she got. A girl's physique was indeed poor. She was gasping for breath after a short run. She hurled the chair leg forward, and it struck Chi Xiao's back with a thud. But the impact didn't disable Chi Xiao. By now his gang of lackeys had snapped to attention. Like members of the beggars' sect, they brandished meter-long sticks and blocked Yi Li's path. So you're that Yi Li? You slapped Brother Chi this morning. A cocky boy waved his stick before Yi Li's eyes, an intimidating gesture. Get lost. Who do you think you're showing off to? Yi Li didn't want to brawl with kids. It felt beneath her intellect. But she couldn't tolerate the insolence of these little punks. She grabbed the tip of the stick. The moment she touched it, a familiar sensation surged through her, like the piano scene, and the moves of the Five Wolves Bagua staff flashed through her mind. Undoubtedly, Yi Li had entered another state. Taking the stick, ignoring the astonished gazes, she swung it over her shoulder and struck downward with a whoosh. In that instant, the stick seemed to transform into a flexible whip, landing squarely on the shoulder of the boy who had spoken. The collision produced a dull thud. The boy lost his balance and rolled across the ground, kicking up dust. Everyone's eyes widened. What kind of strength was that? Caught in the thrill, Yi Li couldn't stop. She moved her feet in a bagua pattern, retracted the stick, stepped forward, and thrust it like a sword, hitting another boy's belly button. Without even a scream, he writhed on the ground in spasms. Her movements were fluid and unbroken. She shifted from a crouching retreat to a forward lunge, held the stick 2 feet off the ground, and swept it among the retreating boys. A series of smacks rang out, and all of them were knocked to the ground. Chi Xiao was dumbfounded. He had roamed the streets for years, but had never seen anyone fight like that. Could Yi Li know martial arts? Chow He and Mo Qingxue were also agape. Yi Li could fight, and so skillfully. After finishing the staff routine, Yi Li felt a fusion of body and mind, thoroughly invigorated. But a bit tired. She looked at Chi Xiao, who was still standing. He had to be taken down. Wait. Chi Xiao swallowed hard and raised a hand. I want run, but can you tell me what martial art that is? Chinese Kung Fu. Ah. Yi Li flicked the stick, aiming at Chi Xiao's ribs. Chi Xiao was lifted off the ground and crashed down with a bang. Let's go, big bro. Qingxue. She dropped the stick and clapped her hands, satisfied with her performance. How are you so good with a stick? Mo Qingxue thought Yi Li looked incredibly cool, especially when striking people. This is nothing. Back when I had a stick, I was even better. That remark carried a hint of nostalgia. Yi Li, I was humiliated again. Chow He picked himself up and followed. What's so humiliating? By the way, why are you here? Yi Li frowned. Don't tell me you came to pick a fight. Chow He, as if his secret was exposed, lowered his head in silence. Yi Li shook her head. What to make of this lovesick kid? She smiled wryly. Who hasn't been foolishly in love in their youth? Who hasn't fought for a girl? She understood. Once again, Chow He played chauffeur. Yi Li waved from the car. Thanks. I've noticed you've changed. Not only can you play the piano, but you can also fight. That's not like the old you. On the street, near the residential area, Mo Qingxue frowned, counting on her fingers in confusion. Yi Li's heart skipped a beat. She realized she had been too conspicuous and aroused the girl's suspicion. She laughed it off. Different. See him still as pretty as before. Saying this she spun around. After all she had to act like a girl. Mo Qingxue shot a disdainful glance. I don't think so. You're so small, never grown. Her eyes fixed on Yi Li's chest, then she deliberately puffed out her own to highlight the difference. Yi Li's looks and figure were among the top 3 among her peers. Though not fully developed, she was at least a cup. Not small. But compared to Mo Qingxue's cup, there was indeed a gap. Yi Li touched herself, felt good. Why did she need bigger? Unconsciously her hand wandered to Mo Qingxue's chest. Indeed, there was a difference, softer and springier. You touched me. I'm touching you back. Yi Li was groped, her legs nearly giving way. She immediately retaliated, and the two frolicked into the residential area. Dinner ingredients came from the fridge. Yi Li made her specialty scrambled eggs with green peppers. Mo Qingxue made spicy shredded potatoes. At the hospital, Aunt Mimi was temporarily taking care of things, so Yi Li wasn't worried. They spent the meal laughing and chatting. As night fell, Mo Qingxue read a book, while Yi Li made faces at her reflection in the mirror, lost in thought. I feel like something's off. Suddenly, Mo Qingxue put down her book and stared at Yi Li. Yi Li's heart lurched again. Was this girl still hung up on the identity issue? What's off? Yi Li tried to stay calm, but their thoughts were on completely different tracks. After the performance, I thought about it a lot. The list was passed around sequentially, no one would make a mistake, and no one would dare play a prank. So who wrote your name? Oh, so it was about that. Yi Li let out a sigh of relief, but also felt something was off. According to his memories, Yi Li's sister was so gentle, like a little white rabbit, and shouldn't have any enemies. Who would be so malicious as to set her up in such a situation? Oh no, I can't leave this unresolved, though I won't feel at ease. Yi Li noticed that Qingxue, this girl, had a strong tendency towards obsessive-compulsive disorder. Let me call Jean. Saying this, Mo Qingxue picked up her phone. Why call her? She wouldn't know. Are you stupid? Her seat is in the 4th row, and sitting in front of her are Lan and Pu Mingrue. Yi Li blinked. So if someone had filled in his name in the piano frame before these two, then Lan and Pu Mingrue couldn't have been unaware. Then why even ask? Who did it is already obvious, isn't it? I actually guessed it was them long ago. Chen Yiming used to admire you so much, and Pu Mingrue admired Chen Yiming. Even though they are now boyfriend and girlfriend, it's hard to say Pu Mingrue doesn't hold a grudge. And last time in the cafeteria, she deliberately spilled rice soup on herself, but cried saying you bumped into her just to make Chen Yiming and everyone else blame you in public. Mo Qingxue seemed to hold a grudge about these things, her knuckles turning white as she gripped the phone. Reminded by this, Yi Li also thought of these details. It seemed Pu Mingrue was quite scheming. We can't retaliate, but we need to figure this out and be cautious. Let me call Jean to confirm, so we don't act out of pettiness. Yi Li didn't stop her, and the call was quickly answered. Hey Qingxue, you went to Sister Yi Li's place today? Are you two going to do something naughty tonight? What a shame I can't join. Xia Jinjin's lively voice came through immediately. You little brat, what are you saying? So dirty-minded. Stop talking nonsense, I have something serious to ask you. Mo Qingxue explained her suspicions and thoughts to Xia Jinjin. Upon hearing this, Xia Jinjin seemed to slap her thigh with a smack. Yes, I thought it was strange then. I was going to ask Yi Li, but you interrupted me, and then I forgot. Mo Qingxue and Yi Li both slapped their foreheads. How could something like that be interrupted? Both Yi Li and I know now. Also, don't talk nonsense. They have strong, vengeful tendencies, so just act like you don't know. Alright, good night then. Wish you and Sister Yi Li both have a good time. Remember to include me next time. With a click, the phone hung up. This Jean is getting dirtier and dirtier. Mo Qingxue shook her phone in a vengeful manner, then shrugged at Yi Li, indicating that it was as expected. In the world of men, a curse word, a gesture for women, career, or money, they would not hesitate to fight each other bloody. Afterwards, they each go their own way, adding a new line to lives' pages. Yi Li simply couldn't understand why girls' vengeful hearts could keep fermenting. You already have the man, why still think about revenge? Must you make the other suffer until they're half dead to feel satisfied? Just be cautious in the future. Anyway, we're not in the same circle as them. Yi Li remained silent, thinking to himself, it's best they don't provoke me again, or I might bully the little girl. I'm sleepy. He'll take a shower first. Yi Li yawned, casually stripped off, and went into the bathroom. As the water splashed halfway through his shower, Yi Li suddenly noticed the bathroom door being opened. Mo Qingxue walked in with a mischievous smile, completely naked. Yi Li was shocked. This. Gulp. Before he could swallow his saliva, Mo Qingxue pounced on him, giggling. You touched me earlier so hard it still hurts. I need to get back at you. Strange sounds and weak cries came from the bathroom. When they finished and came out, Yi Li couldn't walk steadily, his red thin lips tinged with blood, looking like he was about to die. Mo Qingxue looked worried. Have you been having too much internal heat lately? Why do you always get nosebleeds? Stay away from me. Yi Li was scared. Without an outlet, the internal heat kept rushing to his nose, so it was no wonder he bled. He lay weakly on the bed, wondering how he would survive in the future. Mo Qingxue, like an old mother, helped Yi Li put on his underwear and bra, busying herself. They lay on the bed, and Mo Qingxue asked, how is Auntie? Should we go to the hospital to check? Mentioning this, Yi Li thought about money, so he took out his phone and looked at housing websites. Well, no news yet. My mom is still unstable. I'm afraid she'll get emotional if she sees me, so we should wait a couple of days. Mo Qingxue said and hugging Yili fell asleep without realizing it. Yili's physique wasn't like his past life, and being busy all day had tired him out, so he fell asleep soon after. At 3:30 in the morning. Ding selection condition triggered. 1. Immediately take revenge on the courier manager. Gain X-ray vision ability, 500 forgiveness points. 2. Choose to continue sleeping. Deduct all forgiveness points, and take back the villa. Yili abruptly opened his eyes. After processing the system's choices, he was dumbfounded. How can you take it back? What kind of trick is this? Host, I am a punishment selection system, not a check-in selection system. The meaning was clear. There are rewards and punishments, quite arbitrary. Why are you doing this in the middle of the night? Is this intentional? What even triggers a selection? Why else would my name have punishment in it? Okay, Yili had to accept. Right, what was the first choice again? X-ray vision. That's great. Yili had read many X-ray novels. With this ability, he'd be a walking tycoon. I choose one. He quietly got out of bed dressing while thinking about his plan. Yili had experience with mischief. Revenge couldn't be casual, but had to make the other remember for life. Yili didn't have any dark-style clothes, only a loose green sportswear. It was the kind with a zipper on the top which wouldn't attract attention at night. After putting it on, he found a cap slung on a black backpack, and in the storage nook found some tools, and threw them into the bag. Suddenly, Yili had a feeling like he was burying someone like the character Bowers. Yeah, with a shovel, it would be even more fitting. Hey, are you going to kill me too? From his memories, Yili knew this sorting manager was quite dedicated. The delivery industry isn't like other jobs. People work almost 24 hours. Lu Pengzi, as the manager in charge of a district, had to supervise properly. He usually drove to the company around 3:30 to 4:00. Yili had some memories of this guy, knowing where he parked when he had lunch and what time he left work. Spending 60 dragon coins, he took a taxi to the logistics park and got out under the driver's strange gaze. In the logistics park's underground garage, Yili avoided the cameras, walking in blind spots. Soon he found Lu Pengzi's car in a certain spot. As luck would have it, the guy parked in a place without surveillance. Yili chuckled, took out his tools, and started to act. In his past life, during his university days, Yili had also worked part-time at a car detailing company, so he knew a thing or two about vehicles. He couldn't perform a major overhaul in such a short time, but a little tinkering was definitely within his capability. After locking onto his target and executing a series of maneuvers, he finally left thoroughly satisfied. Yili could even imagine the miserable sight of Fatty Lu getting into that car. Serves him right for bullying his sister like that. Once again lamenting how fragile girls could be, Yili snuck back home. By then the sky was already beginning to lighten. Figuring he wouldn't be able to fall back asleep, he decided to make breakfast. Just as he finished preparing the meal, Mo Qingxue stumbled out, still half asleep. Oh, why are you up so early? She stretched her curves, accentuated, making a certain dark spot quite conspicuous. Yili sniffed, thinking she was practically a temptress. After wrestling with himself for a long time, he couldn't resist and reached out to grab her, earning a string of scolding from Mo Qingxue. After breakfast, it was time for school. The moment he stepped onto campus, those scorching gazes nearly killed him on the spot. Goddess He, can I add you as a friend? Goddess He, I want to learn piano, could you teach me? Goddess He, I'm your biggest #1 fan. After yesterday's showcase, the principal had received the governor's approval and announced that his daughter would be transferring to school No. 56. Beaming with pride, the principal shared this delightful news with the faculty and students. Naturally, this led to another wave of collective pride, as the governor's daughter's enrollment was all thanks to their Goddess Yi. Yili, however, was a bit puzzled as to why everyone held the governor in such high esteem, and why they were so thrilled about his daughter's enrollment. After some thought, he figured it was because the star was so vast, the Dragon Kingdom's territory so immense, and the governor's status so lofty. In other words, if the emperor's daughter were to study alongside you, you'd be equally ecstatic. Of course, that was just an analogy. As for unintentionally receiving this honor, Yili felt it was quite unfortunate. But hey, what could he do? He was a cheater after all. Accepting the adoring looks from his fans with a smile, Yili had to admit it felt pretty good. Yili. Just as he was about to enter the sophomore teaching building, someone called out to him, their tone filled with righteous indignation. Huh, who's looking for trouble now? Yili turned to look and saw a handsome guy, truly handsome, even rivaling Yili's own male form. From his memory, this guy's name seemed to be Chen Yiming, the senior Chen that Mo Qingxue had mentioned last night. This guy was flanked by a group of students, many of them in their senior year. Quite a few faces looked familiar to Yili, including Pu Mongrue from his own class. Something's fishy. Yili felt this little white lotus was up to something. Chen Yiming, let me ask, is Chunifi your sister? Do you know how to sing Fairy Tale Town? Facing him, Yili casually teased. What are you talking about? I don't have a sister. Chen Yiming was utterly confused, his intention to confront momentarily derailed. He glared at Yili angrily and said, Yili, we're all classmates, how could you treat Mongrue like this? Sure enough, he really was here to stir up trouble. Yili shrugged with a bewildered expression. Senior Chen, with you coming at me out of nowhere like that, I have no idea what you're talking about. You've changed. You're not innocent anymore. And you're still pretending. Yi Li's innocent and guileless expression felt alien to Chen Yiming. The girl who would once cower and stammer in the face of accusations or reprimands was gone. Yi Li rolled his eyes. Well, it was still a pretty sight. If you've got something to do, get on with it. I don't have all day to listen to your grand speeches. You really have been corrupted by the filth out there. Fine, you asked for it, so let everyone know what you're really like. Why do you keep targeting Mingrue, constantly making things difficult for her? Spilling rice soup on her during meals, soiling her seat with ink in the classroom, tripping her in PE class to embarrass her in front of everyone. There's a limit to everything. Because of what we had, I could understand you venting your frustrations on Mingrue. I could even forgive you. But during such an important event like the showcase, you still targeted her and stole her spot. How vicious is your heart? Are you that vain and greedy for fame and fortune? Chen Yiming spoke with a pained heart, his expression as dramatic as a TV show, as heart-wrenching as possible. It seemed these words had been bottled up for a long time, and his accusations towards Yi Li were laced with a painful mix of love and hate. Yi Li was utterly disgusted, nearly nauseous. Was this guy from the drama club, or what? Besides, that whole feelings narrative was all his own fabrication, wasn't it? What? Goddess, he has been bullying Senior Mingrue all along. I knew something was off. Senior Mingrue was in the piano elective, so why wasn't she in the showcase? Instead, it was Yi Li. Now that Senior Chen mentions it, it all makes sense. So Yi Li was the one who sabotaged it and took Senior Mingrue's place. But why would Goddess Yi do such a thing? Don't you know? Apparently a month ago, Yi Li and Senior Chen were entangled in a messy relationship. Then Senior Chen got together with Senior Mingrue, so Yi Li harbored a grudge and sought revenge on Senior Mingrue. Of course, it might also be that she was desperate to show off and make an impression in front of the governor. Is that so? That's truly vicious. All that purity and kindness before was just an act. But I heard that Senior Chen was the one who confessed to Yi Li and was rejected. Could it be that Yi Li spread this story to save face? Of course. It's obvious. Chen Yiming's words sent the surrounding students into a frenzy of speculation. The looks from his fans, initially full of admiration, now turned completely sour, as if they wanted to go up and slap him. Holy crap, Yi Li thought these little brats can really spin a story. Before he could even catch his breath, he saw Pu Mingrue, who had been silent with a pitiful expression, walking towards him. Her nose was slightly red, on the verge of tears, as she took Yi Li's hand. Yi Li, I know that Ming choosing me made you sad, but matters of the heart are beyond our control. It's all my fault. I apologize to you. Can we get along? From now on, I'll do whatever you ask, but can you please respect me and stop deliberately making things difficult for me? Her act of grievance, mixed with a plea for peace, immediately won her a wave of sympathy. The students' hearts went out to Pu Mingrue, and they voiced that Yi Li was going too far. How could he hurt someone like this over love? Yi Li stared wide-eyed at the delicate, lovely girl before him, feeling as if he was trapped in some imperial harem drama. It was often said that the world of female students was akin to a royal harem, a notion Yi Li had never believed until today. This level of scheming was utterly disproportionate to her age. One moment of negligence, and you are covered in accusations, right? Enough. Before Yi Li could utter a word, Mo Qingxue angrily slapped Pu Mingrue's hand away. She fixed her gaze on Chen Yiming. Senior Chen, I have always held you in the highest regard, even considering you a paragon of my academic life, believing you to be intelligent, studious, and gifted with exceptional talent. But today all that reverence is null and void. The usually gentle Mo Qingxue suddenly transformed into a different person, pacing slowly as she pointed a slender finger at Pu Mingrue. Senior, do you not use your brain when you speak? If Yi Li truly sought the spotlight by stealing her position, wouldn't she, as the person involved, have noticed when writing down the name? And what about the rest of you? She swept her gaze across the room, her eyes reddening with emotion. Moments ago you were all chanting Goddess Yi Li, yet a few words from others, and your faces contort into this. Do you not bother to think things through either? I have known Yi Li for a long time, and I know her character. That is enough for me. Ooh, I need no validation from you. Furthermore, if it weren't for Yi Li's proficiency in piano, she would have been the one disgraced during the talent showcase. Worse, it could have displeased the governor, caused the principal to view her with disdain, and brought shame upon all 56 schools. Have you considered those consequences at all? Her words plunged the crowd into silence. Indeed, everyone had filled in their own names for the talent showcase list. If Yi Li had truly usurped Pu Mingrue's spot, why hadn't Pu Mingrue spoken up at that moment? Why only bring it up afterwards? The thought dawned on everyone, and they began to detect the scent of a setup. Realizing they had misjudged Yi Li, they cast apologetic glances her way. However, this budding remorse was swiftly shattered. It's because Mingrue is kind-hearted. She never said a word about it. It was I, unable to contain my anger, who dragged her here to confront Yi Li. Chen Yiming retorted, his face flushed with indignation, exuding a protective aura. The crowd's thoughts were yanked back again. Right, Senior Mingrue was always timid and unassuming, never fighting for anything. If she were bullied, she certainly wouldn't complain. Yi Li, finding the whole ordeal headache-inducing, cut in. Even if what you say is true, and this girl is too simple-minded to speak up, is her deskmate also a simpleton? Would she just let me bully her without telling the teacher? Pu Mingrue's deskmate. Unlawn. A thought struck everyone. Senior Lan was also a piano major and shared a desk with Senior Mimrue. There was no way she wouldn't have noticed when the names were being written. So if that's the case, doesn't this feel a bit like the thief crying stop thief? Who was the real victim here? The crowd was baffled. You? Chen Yiming was also at a loss for words. What was actually going on here? You what? You're a big guy, is your head filled with hazardous waste? Yi Li curled his lips into a sarcastic, goofy grin, adding, next time think things through before coming to accuse me. Otherwise I'll go straight to the principal and tell him you're harassing me. The mention of the principal coming from Yi Li's mouth at this moment carried immense weight. Everyone knew how highly the principal regarded Yi Li now. If she filed a harassment complaint, the principal wouldn't hesitate to expel the offender. Wow, what a grand performance of the thief crying stop thief. Outwardly seeming kind, but inwardly filled with venom and malice. Truly shameless. Exactly. To frame goddess Yi Li, they've sunk to the lowest depths. Give me back my sympathy. The crowd joined in the condemnation, but Yi Li couldn't be bothered to watch Pu Mingrue's flushed face still feigning pitifulness. Without even glancing at Chen Yiming, she took Mo Kinx's hand and left. Lan, who had been quietly observing the scene from afar, turned and walked back into the classroom, her expression unreadable. She hadn't expected Yi Li to have become so resilient. She had thought a public accusation would leave Yi Li speechless. If that had happened, the subsequent words would never have been spoken, and the labels of position stealer and glory hog would have stuck to Yi Li for good. However, Lan was not perturbed. School life was too tedious. There would be plenty more opportunities to alleviate the boredom. After Yi Li left, the dispersing crowd cast looks that made Chen Yiming wish he could crawl into a hole. He had originally planned to force Yi Li to apologize publicly to Pu Mingrue. Now he was the one covered in filth. Pu Mingrue, you used me, eh? No, Ming, let me explain. Explain? Do you take me for a fool? If Yi Li hadn't brought up Lan, I wouldn't have figured it out. Chen Yiming was seething with rage. The good girl he had believed in was actually like this. Not only did she slander others, but she also used him like a pawn. You've disappointed me deeply. We're through. Wah. Ming, don't leave me. Pu Mingrue burst into tears on the spot. Just as Yi Li and Mo Qingxue entered the classroom, the bell for the next class rang. The foreign language teacher, who was also their beautiful homeroom teacher, walked in. Perhaps having heard what happened, teacher Chiuman's expression was extremely grim. She slammed her textbook on the desk, and everyone in the class immediately straightened up. I'm telling some of you here, campus is a place for teaching and nurturing. Stop bringing in these bad influences. Though the words were directed at everyone, Chiuman's eyes were fixed on the seats of Pu Mingrue and Lan. Having caught wind of the situation, the students looked over with varied expressions, some scornful, some contemptuous. Pu Mingrue felt her face burning with shame. She shouldn't have listened to Lan. Now look at the mess she was in. How could she ever hold her head up again? In contrast, Lan remained perfectly composed. Chiuman continued. Yi Li is a role model for our class. She is not only a top student, but also excels in her skills. If I find anyone deliberately making things difficult for her again, don't blame me for being unforgiving. Regarding the talent showcase incident, Chiuman had also found it suspicious. She had questioned the students one by one the previous night, and finally learned the truth from Xia Jinjin. It must be those two rich girls Lan and Pu Mingrue, stirring up trouble out of sheer boredom. Chiuman was somewhat aware of their past behavior. She had heard they often picked on Yi Li, but this time they had gone too far. If Yi Li hadn't known how to play the piano, the entire class, even all 56 schools, would have been put in an awkward position. Not to mention her own accountability as the homeroom teacher, even the principal himself would have been summoned for a reprimand. The more Chiuman thought about it, the harder it was to quell her anger. Her gaze locked unwaveringly on Lan and Pu Mingrue. If not for their influential backgrounds, she would have thrown them out long ago. The atmosphere in the classroom was stifling. The accused Pu Mingrue hung her head in shame. But Lan remained as unruffled as ever, as if the stairs didn't exist, holding her head high. Chiuman's brow twitched in anger. Even now, some people refuse to admit their mistakes. If that's the case, why even bother coming to school? Why not just stay home and play the pampered miss, giving everyone else some peace and quiet to study? Lan remained unmoved. Yi Li curiously glanced over. Lan's composure was truly impressive. This girl had some serious mental fortitude. As if sensing his gaze, the seemingly calm Lan suddenly looked his way. Their eyes met, and Yi Li caught a glint of mockery in her stare. Whoa! Yi Li bristled. Was this little vixen provoking him? What was her angle? Racking his brain, Yi Li couldn't recall ever offending her. Ding, selection condition triggered. 1. Kiss Lan in front of the entire class. Reward customized beetle car, 300 forgiveness points. 2. Go to the senior year 3 teaching building and shout Chen Yiming I love you. Reward mastery of fashion styling, 200 forgiveness points. Yi Li was still pondering things when the system triggered a choice. Upon hearing the options, Yi Li froze. System, are you serious? Confess to a guy. Why not just kill me? Can I refuse? I won't choose either. Host confirms refusal. The consequence is no selection conditions being triggered for 1 year. No choices for a year. Yi Li was speechless. How could he increase his forgiveness value without triggering choices? And without increasing his forgiveness value, how could he ever transform back into a man? Fine, you win. I choose option 1. French kiss or just a quick peck. The host may do as they wish, there are no restrictions. The atmosphere in the classroom continued to plummet. Chiu-man had not yet withdrawn her gaze. Just as everyone thought Lan was about to be called out for criticism, Yili stood up. Everyone's eyes turned to him, and Chiu-man adjusted her glasses in confusion. Student EU. Before she could finish her sentence, Yili had already arrived in front of Lan. Chiu-man sensed trouble. Could this girl be about to do something rash? Almost everyone thought the same, as it's natural to want to vent when bullied. Lan also looked at Yi Li in surprise. Her phoenix eyes slightly raised, a mix of curiosity and disdain in her gaze. But that look didn't last a few seconds before she seemed to stop breathing entirely. Her eyes widened, staring at the face so close to her own. Her fragrant tongue was ruthlessly pulled. Had she just been forcefully kissed by Yi Li? In an instant the classroom fell into a deathly silence. Everyone witnessed the scene, their minds unable to process it. Yi Li wiped his mouth. This little girl's lips were quite sweet. You? Lan snapped back to reality, her breathing uneven, glaring at Yi Li with fury as she raised her hand to strike his face. Yi Li was prepared, blocking the blow with his hand, then leaned in ambiguously and whispered into Lan's ear. This morning's incident was your doing, wasn't it? I saw your teammate's intelligence clearly. Perhaps we could be good friends. The kind that carouses all night. The tickling sensation on her earlobe made Lan blush involuntarily as she stared at him in anger. How dare he? Student EU. Chiu-man repeated, unsure of what to do. Yi Li turned his head and laughed heartily. Teacher, I think student Lan must have some misunderstanding. I'm just trying to build a better rapport with her. As soon as he finished speaking, his phone rang in his pocket. Yi Li looked at Chiu-man for permission, but she was too stunned to respond, lost in confusion. It's fine, student Yi, you may answer the phone. With that, Yi Li picked up the call, answering it right in front of the whole class. The voice on the other end was mysterious. It was as soft as the murmur between lovers at night. Hello, is this Miss Yi? I saw on the rental website that you have a room for rent. Would it be convenient to meet now? Now? Alright, let's meet at the destination then. After hanging up before Yi Li could even ask for leave, Chiu-man spoke, first though still a bit flustered. Student Yi, is something the matter? Would you like the teacher to drive you there? The reason she was so attentive to Yi Li, even indulgent, was entirely due to the principal's instructions. Teacher Chiu Yi Li in your class is extremely precious. You must take good care of her. Just make sure she's happy, turn a blind eye to everything else. With this directive, Chiu-man naturally knew how to proceed. No need to trouble yourself, teacher. I can go by myself. Yi Li smiled, politely glanced back at Lan, and with a chuckle walked out of the classroom amidst her murderous glare. Mo Qingxue opened her mouth, then stomped her foot, in inexplicable frustration, casting a glance at Lan. Yi Li had actually kissed that wicked girl. The campus was unusually quiet, devoid of people. Unconcerned about being seen, Yi Li stretched out her long legs and dashed off like the wind. The system notified her that the custom beetle was waiting outside the school gate. It was class time, and the security guard initially moved to stop her, but upon seeing it was Yi Li, his stern face instantly transformed into a fawning smile. Apparently, he had also been briefed by the school leadership. He proactively opened the gate for Yi Li and watched her get into the car with a smile, even wiping his eyes at the end. I heard Yi Li's family isn't well off. How does she have a car? Yi Li was exasperated. Wasn't this car too girly? It being small was one thing, but why was the exterior covered in Pikachu? She could tolerate that, but the interior was all pink. I'm gonna puke. Is this what you call custom-made? She asked the system through gritted teeth, suppressing her rage. Don't be so narrow-minded. Try calling it All-Fun. All-Fun. Was that the car's name? Was this a tech car with the exterior just a disguise? With a tentative mindset, Yi Li called out, Off-Fun. I'm here. So what functions do you have? Master, would you like to see some of Off-Fun's functions? Yi Li murmured in agreement, not thinking much of it. Then he watched as the rear seats began to transform. It actually transformed. It turned into a three-dimensional wardrobe. It was filled with lingerie, undergarments, various outfits, and shoes. Next, the passenger seat transformed into a makeup vanity stocked with an incredibly complete array of cosmetics. More terrifyingly, the driver's seat also transformed, sprouting numerous tentacle-like appendages that lifted Yi Li up. Then it started undressing him. Undressing him. This was too much. Immediately, the tentacles from the driver's seat divided their tasks. Some grabbed cosmetics, others picked out clothes and shoes. Some were even pulling stockings onto Yi Li's legs. The scene was utterly. 5 minutes later, Yi Li sat expressionless in the driver's seat, his mind completely shut down. It truly was a custom beetle, so custom, it was beyond imagination. Looking down at the perfect outfit radiating youthful vitality and girlish beauty, Yi Li was certain this system had the personality of a crude, lecherous man. Examining the makeup, flawless with European and American-style lipstick, pink blush, coffee-toned eyeshadow, chocolate-colored eyebrows, and dazzling shimmer at the brow tails. Damn you, system. This isn't human. Yi Li was nearly in tears. He had endured everything to survive as a woman, but this assault on his psyche was unbearable. The system ignored him, probably amused by Yi Li's predicament. After shouting for a while, he felt it was pointless. Torture or not being alive was still good. However, he was curious how the wardrobe and such had fit so seamlessly into such a small space. So he asked the system, which sneered coldly, "Mortal, how could you possibly understand the power of technological space?" Feeling mocked, Yili decided not to ask further and simply drove towards Jinshang Villa. Soon they arrived. The security guard only asked a brief question. Upon seeing the key to the standalone villa in Yili's hand, he opened the gate with great respect. Standalone villa zone no. 2. The greenery was excellent, the plot ratio good, the scenery beautiful, and even the air smelled sweet. The villa had 2 floors complete with independent facilities facing south, with a small artificial lake in front. Of course, except for the tacky money-flaunting rockery designs. Standing at the main gate was a girl with an oversized suitcase with no car in sight. Yili parked and got out. The girl looked over, squinting uncertainly. Her exaggerated sun hat was like a bamboo hat, though she wore it quite fashionably. Besides the dramatic hat, the girl wore oversized sunglasses, a black mask, a black trench coat to conceal her figure, and not outrageous leather boots. Yili was silently impressed, with the sun beating down like that she wasn't afraid of getting heat rash. "Are you the one looking to rent?" he asked, adjusting his skirt with some discomfort. The girl pulled her sunglasses down slightly, looked around mysteriously, and then spoke. "Are you Miss Yi? You're so young." Yili forced a dry laugh. "You're so beautiful, and you dress so well. This outfit is really elegant." Yili forced another dry laugh. Despite Yili's utter disdain, he had to admit that Afin's fashion and makeup sense were top-notch. She wore a black and white checkered skirt with little Martin boots. On top, she had a thin hoodie as a base layer covered by a loose beige knitted cardigan. Her hair was styled into 2 separate braids topped with a beige 5-point star cap. A rainbow bag was slung over her shoulder. Not only did others find it eye-catching, but even Yili was taken aback by her beauty. Yili was naturally gorgeous, and with just a little dressing up she outshone everyone else. The girl seemed to genuinely think Yili was beautiful, unconsciously taking off her glasses and reaching out to touch her. Yili was speechless. "I know I'm pretty, but can you show some restraint?" He mused, can girls be attracted to other girls too? He thought it was quite possible, after all lesbians and gay men did exist. Oh. Suddenly, for some unknown reason, the girl quickly put her glasses back on with a mysterious air and let out a strange shriek. Yili was startled and said in annoyance, "Miss, since we met you've complimented and touched me, and now you're scaring me. What do you want? Are you renting the house or not?" The girl was stunned, pausing her backward step. She took off her glasses again and said in disbelief, "You don't know who I am." Yili raised an eyebrow, thinking this girl might be an overzealous fan. "Should I know you? You really don't recognize me." The girl took off her cap and mask, revealing a delicate and refined face. The face itself was an 8 out of 10, but her uniquely clear large eyes added extra points, making her almost as striking as Yili. Yili looked at her strangely, then shook his head. "Don't joke, I've never seen you before." He figured the girl was probably trying to get chummy to negotiate a lower rent. The girl was not happy and muttered angrily, "I'm so famous, yet there are still people who don't recognize me. What a useless so-called top-tier company, totally unreliable." Yili was taken aback by her tone. Was she some kind of public figure? He looked again, but still didn't recognize her. Seemingly annoyed by Yili's reaction, the girl directly asked, "How do I rent it?" "How much per year?" "A year? You mean you're renting for a year? What? Is that not allowed?" Yes, of course. How much do you think it's worth?" The girl looked at the villa and rolled her eyes. "You haven't even shown me inside yet." Yili chuckled awkwardly, quickly unlocked the door with his key, and they went in to look around. The interior was finely decorated, complete with furniture. Yili wasn't sure about the smaller items, but it was essentially movie-in ready. The girl nodded in satisfaction. "I'm quite satisfied. I don't know the market price, so how about 2 million a year? Is that okay?" 2 million. Yili was shocked. He remembered that a typical luxury villa on Earth cost about 300 yuan a day. This girl was offering 2 million a year, which was over 600 a day. That was a great deal. All right, no problem. Not making money would be a fool's mistake. Yili immediately took out the contract. The contract had been printed at a small shop. "I'm in urgent need of money, so you'll need to pay 75% of the rent up front." The girl glanced casually at the contract and agreed readily. "I can't do a transfer. Is cash okay?" Yili smiled, thinking it was perfect since he didn't have a bank card. He quickly agreed and watched as the girl pulled a large wad of dragon coins from her suitcase. Speaking of dragon coins, the currency of the Dragon Kingdom came in denominations of 50, 100, 1,000, and 10,000. Holding the cash, Yili felt a sense of relief, although he couldn't shake a feeling of detachment, as if it weren't quite real. But he shrugged it off, though as long as it was usable it didn't matter. "Well, thanks. By the way, what's your name?" "You really don't know me?" the girl asked again. "Alright, you don't seem to be faking it. Nice to meet you, I'm Tian Ninia. A college student." "Hello, Yili, leave from the tree, leave from departure. I'm a sophomore at school 56. Tian Nini smiled, then frowned as if struck by a sudden whimsical thought. "That introduction is too plain. You should say it like this: Ren Xiao Xiao Zhu Yi Shui Dai Li Sheng Ru Meng Lu." Yili was speechless. That's not even from the same poem. "Well, Miss Tian, enjoy your stay. If you need anything, feel free to call me. He'll be going now. Go on, go on." The 1.5 million didn't take up much space, so Yili simply put it in his bag. Since he was already out, he didn't want to go back to school, so he drove straight to the hospital. Aunt Mimi was truly exhausted, having fallen asleep on the hospital bed. Yili's mother stared blankly out the window, her emotions seemingly shut off. She didn't even notice Yili entering. This woman was a stranger to Yili's soul yet. In the memories of the girl he now inhabited, she was achingly familiar. Seeing her face stirred a deep melancholy in Yili, his emotions threatening to break. His voice choked as he called out, "Mom." The woman turned her head in a daze, and it took her a moment to react, her eyes suddenly welling up with tears. Unwilling to let the sorrowful atmosphere linger, Yili spoke first. "Mom, I've made some money. Little sister can hold on, she'll be fine." He wasn't heartless, but he preferred to avoid dwelling on sadness. The commotion woke Aunt Mimi, who called out, "Lily," and then even more urgently than Yili's mother asked, "Where did you get that money?" At that moment, Yili brought out all the rent money. Staring at the red bills with the dragon emblem held in her daughter's hands, Yili's mother was stunned. So much money all in one set of zero-denomination notes? It must be over $1 million. "Lily, I can't let you do anything foolish. With Yao Yao in this state, if something happened to you too, I wouldn't want to live. Family is the seasoning that touches the heart." Yili couldn't bear the sobbing tone, and his eyes betrayed him, misting over against his will. He swore this wasn't his own weakness, but a consequence of his new female body. "Mom, what are you talking about? Why would I do anything foolish? Even if the sky fell, I wouldn't. Your mom and I want to believe you, but with this much money you should at least tell us where it came from, right?" Yili was speechless. He had slipped up. If he said it was rent, then where did the villa come from? He couldn't exactly say his daughter got a cheat system and became some kind of chosen one, right? What to do? Yili's mind raced. Wait, the system had given him mastery in comic drawing. Yes, he could use that as an excuse. Aunt Mimi and his mother were still staring at him, waiting for an explanation. "Mom, Aunt Mimi, it was a stroke of luck. I was messing around with drawing a while back and published it online. Unexpectedly, a platform took notice and signed me. This money is my payment for that work." "What kind of drawing?" Yili's mother asked, looking confusedly at Aunt Mimi. Aunt Mimi thought for a moment and said uncertainly, "The kind of thing kids watch on TV. My Chan likes watching it." Yili pretended to smile. "Aunt Mimi, that's called animation. Comics are in books or serialized online, similar to illustrated books. Does that stuff make that much money? You just mess around a bit and get over $1 million. Aunt Mimi questioned. Yili's mother also had doubts. "Lily, tell your mom the truth." "Mom, would I lie to you? It's not that I don't trust you, but with this much money, how can I believe you?" Yili sighed and spun a tale. "Mom, my work is visible online. Once you're discharged, I'll show you, okay?" After some convincing and promises, Yili's mother reluctantly believed him. But Yili was inwardly troubled. This huge lie had told, how was he going to keep it up? Maybe he should actually try drawing comics. Perhaps there really was money in it. Carrying the money, she accompanied Aunt May to pay the medical bills, then took another look at her pitiful little sister before returning to the ward. Yili's attire today surprised her mother. "Lily, I never expected you to grow up so quickly. Sigh, in a few more years your mother will have to send you off to be married." Yili remained silent. Marriage? How could that be possible? The three of them chatted about this and that, and the atmosphere finally became warm. But then somehow her mother thought of Yi Yao again. "Lily, your sister has a bitter fate. What should your mother do?" Her mother had learned of the doctor's diagnosis and understood that Yi Yao didn't have many days left. Yili was also deeply saddened by this. All she could do for now was rely on medical treatment to sustain her, ensuring the medical expenses didn't run out. As for the rest, she had no way, only to leave it to fate or the system's intervention. If luck was on her side, she might get some elixir for Yi Yao to eat, and perhaps she would instantly become lively and light. If not without elixirs or miraculous medical skills, then it could only be said that Yi Yao's fate was sealed. Saying things to ease her mother's worry, she stayed until the latter grew tired, then left the ward. She pulled Aunt May out as well and handed her all the remaining money. "Aunt May, you've worked hard these days. Please take this money for my mother and also use it to repay the expenses you've covered. I still have school, and with the comic project it'll be even busier. They'll have to trouble you to take care of my mother." Aunt May didn't refuse. She said, "Lily, don't worry. Your aunt runs her own shop, so closing it for a while is fine. They'll take good care of your mother. You focus on your studies." Leaving the hospital, Yili got into her car and began to think of ways to make money. Although the medical expenses were temporarily covered, the future would still require a hefty sum to fill. Making money was inevitable. Her mastery of painting was probably similar to the Wulong Bagua staff or piano mastery. As long as she touched something related, the painting skill would unfold in her mind. Her body also carried the memory of comic drawing. What did she need for painting? A tablet software, a stylus. After roughly planning her strategy, Yili drove her beetle to buy a tablet and other necessary items. Then, using her ID, she opened a bank card, packed some food, and returned home. There was internet at home, and because of her studies her sister had a computer. Yili surfed the web, her expression alternating between astonishment and excitement. Damn, the island nation was wiped out during World War II. History was strikingly similar, but it also held shocking surprises. This world had no island nation. Yili burst into laughter, unrestrained and wild. What did this mean? It meant that the comic industry had lost one of its dominant powers. Next, she browsed various anime and comic websites, laughing continuously. If she had been uncertain about making money through comics before now, she was absolutely sure. No other reason. This world only had a few types of comics: Hong Kong style, American style, Korean style, and long style. In fact, these four could monopolize and even fill the industry. But when Yili opened an anime or comic, she was stunned. The art style. Every character looked like a muscular Barbie doll. Could anyone actually enjoy this? As for American-style comics, they had always been that way, stubborn beyond belief, never considering immersion. Korean-style comics, as everyone knew, were rarely good. When one did come out, it was half-baked, and readers couldn't wait for the adaptations, which were also insulting to intelligence. Hong Kong-style comics were decent, but their content was monotonous. Coupled with the universally Barbie-like art style, the already unpopular comics lost even more traction. The remaining long-style comics were the same, although it must be noted that a few long-style works were quite popular. Moreover, they were all serialized online, with an estimated global readership of 65. They truly dominated the other comic types. But after reading those works, Yili still shook her head. The main issue was the art style. Compared to the comics on Earth, the difference was immense. After understanding this, Yili began looking for platforms. There were only three: Kuzai, Chi Man, and Shirshian. Yili was completely clueless about the industry, so she went with her gut and chose Shirshian. Mainly she liked the name, Shirshian, meaning announced to the world. How domineering. After some fiddling, she registered an author account, linked her phone number and bank card. Everything was set. Yili downloaded the software on her tablet, familiarized herself with it, and finally started drawing. But another problem stumped her. What should she draw? When it came to anime, she had watched too many, but the problem was she couldn't remember all the chapters. How about refining the outline and freely improvising the chapters, she muttered to herself. Thinking it was a good idea, she picked up the stylus and began to paint. As she expected, the moment she touched the stylus, comic chapters began to flash in her mind, and a familiar sense of comic drawing surged in. The strokes, curves, and turns came without any hesitation. It was as if she had been a veteran artist for decades. Her fingers glided, and slowly a scene structure framework emerged. Then on the screen a boy appeared. Brown hair, an orange and white sports jacket, and a youthful face with a hint of determination. The boy rode a skateboard, wandering among green hills and landscapes, not too high, wobbling and falling frequently. By now many would have guessed what kind of anime this was. Indeed, it was Jiaoxiang Shirpian, a work featuring mecha elements, alternate dimensions, super technology, light particles, and youthful romance. Yili chose to draw inspiration from this work, borrow from it, because it was a short series and exceptionally brilliant. It had once been hailed as a masterpiece by netizens. Besides, Yili had grasped the readers' hearts. Young people would gain beautiful fantasies about love, while the middle-aged would reminisce about their passionate youthful romances. As for the elderly, forget it. Immersed in her work, Yili entered a state of ecstasy, forgetting to eat and sleep. There's no need to summarize with P here. In about 3 hours, she produced roughly 30 chapters. Until Mo Qingxue called. Hey Yili, why didn't you come to school all afternoon? Oh, I had something to do. Alright, I can't come to your place tonight. Have you had dinner? Yes, don't worry. Okay, see you tomorrow. After hanging up, Yili hastily wolfed down a few bites of food and continued drawing. Her hand speed was incredible. One could only worry if the tablet could withstand her rough handling. Only when she felt tired did Yili stop. She uploaded the completed chapters to Shirshian, clicked submit for review, and waited for a destined editor to appreciate them. Stretching, she felt a sudden urge to smoke, but thought better of it. Having finally quit, she decided not to touch it again. She planned to take a shower and go to sleep, but then her phone rang. She had just bought this card and hadn't called anyone. Who could it be? She saw it was her tenant, the young lady Tian Nini. After a moment's thought, she answered, Hello, Miss Tian. Are you getting used to the place? May am used to it, but I'm scared. Could you come keep me company? Tian Nini's voice trembled, making it clear she was genuinely frightened. After all, living alone in such a large villa, how much security could it provide? Yili was speechless. She wanted to retort, If I were a man, would you still ask me to stay? As if sensing her hesitation, Tian Nini quickly added, Sleepover service, 10,000 per night. Yili was instantly stunned. Damn. This was more profitable than daily rent. Why not do it? Wait for me, I'll be there in half an hour. The beetle pulled directly into the villa's garage. Tian Nini stood at the doorway, a glass of red wine in hand, her cheeks flushed. Her gaze was oddly intense, making Yili feel a bit uneasy. Hey, I'm a proper person, not into girls. Tian Nini's movements froze, and she shot him a look of exasperation. As if I want. They entered the hall together, and Yili's eyes lit up immediately. He remembered there being no piano in the villa, so why was one now standing in the center? Tian Nini winked at him, acting as if they were old pals. Little celebrity, I've discovered your secret. Yili was baffled. What? Had the system been found out, or his soul? Tada! Tian Nini pulled out her phone, which was playing a video. There's a legendary place people call the harem. So it was Johnny's video. Yili thought something else had been discovered. But who was so bored as to upload it online? You're a piano prodigy. I wouldn't say prodigy, just a bit of skill. Come on, I listened to that piece. I practiced it section by section and couldn't learn it. It's so hard. Yili forced a chuckle. If it were that easy to learn, would it still be Flight of the Bumblebee? Come on, teach me. Without giving him a chance to refuse, Tianini pulled Yili over and sat him down on the piano bench. Miss, we just met. Is this appropriate? Tianini made another strange face and repeated mechanically, you really don't recognize me. Yili held his forehead. Was she a bit too narcissistic? Search my name on your phone. Helpless Yili did as told. He opened the browser, typed in Tianini, and the results flooded the entire screen. Contemporary diva Tianini releases new song Ethereal Dream, amassing over 1.7 billion plays. Tianini practices piano late at night. Netizens point out it disturbs neighbors. Tianini responds coldly, I have no neighbors, thanks. Official announcement: Tianini's tour dates are set for the following cities. Fans are advised to prepare in advance and not miss the opportunity. On May 17th, a rumor surfaced of a disagreement between the diva's agency and Tianini. Insiders reveal her freedom may be restricted. There were at least 100 pages of results. Yili glanced at her in astonishment. Wow, she was a heavyweight diva. He surprised. Yili nodded, honestly indeed surprised, but also puzzled. Why would such a famous public figure come alone to North City? Wasn't she afraid something might happen to her? Do you know me now? Yili forced a smile, unsure what to say. Should he put on a fanboy look? But he couldn't pull that off. I'm familiar with the piano, and I really want to learn that piece. Can you teach me? Tianini wasn't joking. Yili scratched his head. He couldn't refuse, it would be too hard to get out of. Seeing him nod, Tianini put down her wine glass, and her fingers, even more slender than his, gently rested on the keys. I'm ready. Her eyes shimmered with starlight. Yili couldn't help but glance at her swan-like neck, and then his gaze involuntarily drifted lower. Tianini wore a silk sleepwear set, sitting up straight with a certain area looking hazy and quite substantial. She wasn't wearing a bra. He sniffled and forced himself to look away, afraid of a nosebleed. Watch this section, and after you get a feel for it, it'll teach you again. Yili started playing, and Flight of the Bumblebee filled the air once more. Tianini seemed to have a deep love for music. She was focused and held herself to high standards. She didn't shy away from her shortcomings. It was a bit hard to explain, but in other words, she bravely challenged her own weaknesses. What surprised Yili even more was that after only 3 lessons, she had grasped most of it. A genius. He gave her a thumbs up, showing his admiration. Tianini smiled sheepishly. I just love music. Once I understand the basic melody, the feeling just comes. So this isn't a big deal. Everyone has their own talent. Don't stare at me like that. He didn't expect this goofy girl to be shy. By the way, in the video you also improvised a song. Can you create another one? Tianini believed Yili's talent was in composing. Yili looked at her with a strange expression. Girl, aren't you asking for a bit too much? Am I asking for too much? You think? I thought you were all about pure intentions. But this is your talent. Why not push yourself? Maybe your songs can touch people's hearts. Towel my ass. It's a cheat code. But maybe she had a point. What's the purpose of music? To stir the soul, uplift the mood, whether somber, beautiful, dark, or bright. What's on your mind right now? Yili suddenly asked. Her smiling face instantly fell. Though she was quiet, she exuded an unprecedented despair, like a caged bird. No matter how lively it was always confined to one place. I can't put it into words. Let me express it differently. She gave a strained smile. I snuck out. I wanted to forget everything, go to a deserted island, and be free, sleep in every day, and find inspiration in a black and white world. But as you can see, I didn't have the guts, so I used this villa as a substitute for the island. Yili listened and roughly understood her feelings. He nodded. All right, let's write a song based on your current mood. He said right, but in his mind, he was plagiarizing a song from the gods of Earth. His piano mastery gave him access to almost every song on Earth. All he had to do was focus, and the score would quickly form in his mind. He opened his eyes and his fingers began to move. As the intro played, Tianini's eyes became vacant, perfectly matching her inner turmoil, gloomy, oppressed, and unrelieved. Then Yili started to sing, his voice blending so seamlessly with the melody that Tianini didn't even notice. Behind the black is dawn, thinking there's always time, so don't wake the dream. Time keeps flying. At the next stop outside the airport gate, I embrace your back. This was a famous song by Ren, melancholic and full of longing. Yili's voice was a close match with a 99% fit, and it was deeply moving. As the second verse began, Tianini silently wept and started singing along. If the clouds are a letter from the sky, can I hear your voice once more? Even if it's an adventure, just being playful, follow Peter Pan to the deserted island. The piano notes faded, and Yili suddenly opened his eyes. Had let his guard down and gotten caught up in the emotion too. He looked at Tianini. Man, she was a total mess, crying her eyes out. Oh, that was so beautiful. She didn't hold back, hugging Yili and sobbing, getting tears and snot all over his collar. Hey, miss. Yili was grossed out, but Tianini didn't care. She just cried, rubbing her face against him. He had no choice but to let her. Besides being a bit disgusting, it was actually kind of nice. He almost wanted to kiss her. 10 whole minutes. Yili sat frozen for 10 minutes before she finally finished. How much misery did she have pent up? Sorry I got carried away. The emotions hit me. Yili rolled his eyes and said nothing. What's this song called? Deserted Island. Like it. Love it. Tian Nini nodded vigorously. Like it. Then buy it. He'll sell it to you. Really? Tian Nini's face lit up with surprise. She immediately reached for her phone to check if Yili had stolen the work. Upon finding out it wasn't the case, she was about to hand over the money. Well, stop it. It's a gift for you. Seeing she was serious, Yili, even without any scruples, couldn't sell someone else's work. Art is priceless, of course, except for the digital series. Tian Nini shouted, really again. After receiving Yili's confirmation, she ran around the villa like a madwoman. Yili was dumbfounded. This girl was definitely part husky. The storm lasted only a moment. Afterwards, Tian Nini tirelessly practiced the song. Yili, feeling weary, took a shower, said, have fun, and went to find a room to sleep. Early the next morning, Yili woke up from a sharp pain in his chest. He sighed, lamenting the lack of a morning erection, and tried to get out of bed to wash up. As he forcefully sat up, he realized he wasn't alone in bed. Tian Nini was sprawled out, clinging to him tightly, with one delicate hand firmly gripping his chest. What the heck? No wonder my chest hurts, it's her grip. He slapped her hand away and said angrily, hey, I locked the door. How did you get in? Ever since the system told him his deflowering was invalid, Yili had warned himself that he was a girl and had to be vigilant or else he'd be stuck as a girl forever. So whether at home or outside, he always reminded himself to lock the door when sleeping. He really had no idea how Tian Nini got in. Tian Nini, woken by the slap, mumbled, there's a key in the room, so I just used it to come in. She pointed to the bedside table. Yili looked and saw a key there. He had been careless. He hadn't noticed the key still in the door lock yesterday. But there are so many rooms, why did you have to come to mine? I told you I'm scared. I get that you're scared and sleeping together is fine, but what's with grabbing my chest? Tian Nini let go, embarrassed. I'm used to sleeping with my harpy bear, and I always hold its paw. I guess I just grabbed it out of habit. Yili was speechless. What a piece of work. Treating my chest like a bear's paw. Get lost. Tian Nini let out a strange yelp and tumbled off the bed. Stingy. It was just a grab. Fine, you can grab mine back if you want. No thanks. Yili was getting annoyed. His chest hurt badly. He suspected it was swollen. Alright, I apologize. Tian Nini got up from the floor, begged for forgiveness, and followed Yili out of the room. Ignoring her, Yili washed up, put on his school uniform, and left for school. Hey, don't forget to come by tonight. I've already transferred the money to you. Yili, not wanting to attract gossip, didn't drive into the campus. He parked near a supermarket. Breakfast was a must, even a fairy needs to take a dump right. From his memory, there were many restaurants across from the school, and in the morning there were also many street vendors. It seemed Yili's female counterpart had never eaten from them, so he didn't know what they sold. He walked over to browse, and upon seeing they had jianbing, excitedly ordered two. Auntie had an egg. Sure thing, dear. It was the morning rush hour with students coming and going. Yili took the two jianbing, took a bite, and his eyes narrowed in delight. The taste was so familiar. As he was eating with gusto, he suddenly heard a sarcastic voice. So this is the piano genius. Humph, just a common street girl. Exactly. I don't know why Senior Qin Yang silently supports someone like her. Who knows? She probably used some shady methods. Yili glanced over and saw a few girls waiting to cross the street, looking at him as if appraising goods. What the hell? He suppressed his anger, refusing to argue with fools. Eating as he walked towards the school, Yili realized he had been careless again. He couldn't finish two jianbing. That Annie was so inconsiderate, didn't even warn me. What a waste. Yili goddess. Just as he was wondering what to do with the second jianbing, the clever little Jin came running up from behind. Yili asked directly, girl, have you had breakfast yet? Xia Jin gaped, and in that moment, Yili stuffed the jianbing into her mouth. MMPH, I've already eaten, goddess. Oh, it's fine. You're still growing, eat more. Alright. Xia Jin didn't stand on ceremony, swallowed a bite, and then said mysteriously, want to hear some big news? Big news? What did the planes overlap? Or is spiritual energy reviving? Or did human genes mutate, creating superpowered mutants? What? No, none of that. Then what news could be bigger than that? Well, there are two pieces of news. Which one do you want to hear first? Yili gave Xia Jin a bored look, really not in the mood to play along. You decide. Alright, I'll tell you the bigger one. Have you seen the campus forum post? Yili shook his head. His female counterpart never had a phone before, so how could he have seen it? Yesterday a series of photos were posted. Guess who they were of? Girl, either tell me everything at once, or don't tell me at all. I'm not wasting my brain cells. Xia Jin pouted, calling him boring, then continued. It's Senior Qin Yang. Look. She took out her phone, and the screen showed a young man with bright star-like eyes and sharp sword-like eyebrows. The background seemed to be the cafeteria. The young man was calmly staring at another person in the photo, Chen Yiming. His expression appeared calm, but his right hand was fiercely gripping Chen Yiming's collar, as if he was barely restraining himself. Yili felt the background was familiar, and the people around seemed recognizable too. He asked, confused, what are you trying to say? You don't get it. This is the cafeteria the day Pu Murue got rice soup splashed all over her. Yili was even more confused. The story was disjointed. Why couldn't he understand? Geez, after that bastard Chen Yiming scolded you to your face, Senior Qin Yang jumped out and almost beat him up. And then, what does that have to do with me? Xia Jinjin slapped her forehead. Man, the goddess was really emotionally unintelligent. How is it not related? Everyone knows Senior Qin Yang wanted to hit Chen Yiming because of you. Yili chuckled, finding these people utterly boring. Xia Jinjin continued. And there's this video. It showed Yi Li and Pu Mingrui sprinting together on the track when suddenly Pu Mingrui fell. The video zoomed in and slowed down. It turned out Pu Mingrui had tripped herself her left leg, catching her right as self-stage performance. The consequence was a crowd of students indignantly surrounding Yili, scolding him. The scene then cut to Qin Yang, who found each person who had scolded Yili settling scores without physical violence, but whatever he said left them all looking terrified. Xia Jinjin then played another video, a familiar one from yesterday's scene. Chen Yiming was leading Pu Mingrui around campus to cause trouble for Yili. The scene then shifted to what looked like a men's restroom, where Chen Yiming was already beaten black and blue, and a figure's back disappeared from the frame, seemingly Qin Yang's. See, Xia Jinjin blinked expectantly. Yili nodded seriously. I understand. Our school seems to have a group of mysterious paparazzi. Xia Jinjin was speechless. Damn it, goddess. Are you doing this on purpose? It's so obvious. Are you stupid? The little clever one jumped and cursed. Yili dug in his ear. Study hard. Stay away from these boring circles, they lower your IQ. Now tell me the second piece of big news. Xia Jinjin was stifled, her mood instantly souring. She huffed, but couldn't help saying, a big shot is coming to school today. Oh, here we go again. Cut the suspense, just say it directly, Grandma. Oh, the governor's daughter is starting school today. Why does she have the surname Shangwan? Shouldn't she share the governor's surname Xiao? After hearing Xia Jinjin's second so-called big news, Yili felt not shock, but an urge to smack her. It was all King's fault. But this is a huge secret, I guarantee only a few people know it, and I'm one of them. Xia Jinjin would be wasted if she didn't work in entertainment news. Her flair for sensationalism was truly endless. Yili decided to ignore her. The more he showed interest, the more she'd ramble. Sure enough, Xia Jinjin's expression froze, and she pouted, casting a resentful glance at Yili. After a moment, she recovered on her own, and said, apparently Shangwan Weiner's father was the governor's comrade-in-arms. Unfortunately, General Shangwan fell in battle, so the governor took her in and raised her as his own daughter. Yili finally showed a flicker of reaction. Many people couldn't grasp how deep such a bond could be, but Yili understood it profoundly. Had shared a similar relationship with his grandfather in his past life. Well, Yili was an orphan adopted by a soldier who never married. He could deeply appreciate a soldier's love, especially one forged in the crucible of war. The old dean had doted on Yi Li as a child, and later, because he was a comrade of Yi Li's soldier grandfather, he took him in, treating him even better than the old dean had. The governor could speak of Shangwan Weiner as his own daughter so openly. This genuine affection was beyond doubt an absolute, unwavering love. True love exists in this world. A father's love is as vast as a mountain and as deep as the sea. Well, I guess that barely counts as news. Hey, big goddess, compared to all that the whole grade knows, you kissed in lawn yesterday. Yili scratched his head, recalling the sensation. It was actually quite nice. He hadn't expected that little girl in Lan's lips to feel so good. And everyone saying you're a lesbian. Yili was speechless. What kind of talk was that? His orientation was perfectly normal, okay? You mortals just saw the surface. As the two were talking, a tall figure strode up from behind and grabbed Yili's shoulder. Yili, how could you, Fatty Lu almost died, do you know that? This person was none other than the somewhat self-righteous Qi Xiao. After being beaten by Yi Li with the 5-8 trigram staff, he hadn't come to class yesterday. Unexpectedly, had learned that Fatty Lu had been given an enema. Apparently Fatty Lu went to lunch as usual, but once he got in the car, he let out a blood-curdling scream. According to passers-by, the sound was utterly horrifying, lasting a full 10+ minutes, terrifying pedestrians so much they dared not approach. Finally, when they noticed blood flowing from the car, the crowd snapped to action and called for an ambulance. After emergency treatment, it turned out an infection had caused nerve damage to a certain organ, rendering him completely impotent. But that wasn't the worst part. The bastard had lost so much blood he nearly didn't make it, only stabilizing late last night. Of course, this was all Yi Li's doing that night. Head planted a spike in Fatty Liu's car seat, and then Fatty Lu got it up the rear. Yi Li shrugged his shoulders, shaking off Qi Xiao's hand. What are you yelling about? I can't understand you. He wouldn't have cared if the guy had died. If not for the fear of being investigated and bringing trouble to his mother and little sister, Yi Li would have killed that bastard outright. Are you serious? You dare to do it, but not to own it. Qi Xiao pressed relentlessly. Yi Li stopped, told Xia Jinjin to leave first, then turned to Qi Xiao. Qi am no saint. He'll warn you one last time, don't mess with me, or my little brother, or next time it won't just be his rear end. Was that a confession? Qi Xiao couldn't believe it. How could a girl be so vicious? You'd go that far over a little grudge. Have you considered how Fatty Liu's family feels? Hearing his self-righteous tirade, Yili curled his lips into a faint sneer and without a second thought, slapped him hard across the face. You think you have the right to say that? Do you know Yili already died once? You drove her to it. You bastards drove her to it. Do you know what it's like to feel despair, to be humiliated beyond bearing? Do you know what it's like to be trapped in depression, unable to escape, even driven to suicide? When you bullied Yili, did you ever think about how she felt? Did you think about whether her family would fall apart if she killed herself? The memories and sensations of that girl, Yili, still lingered in her mind, and Yili had felt that pain deeply. It was a feeling that life wasn't worth living, utterly unbearable. Facing such murderers, Yili had already been merciful. Had thought a simple lesson would suffice, but this bastard had the audacity to come and lecture him about kindness. How laughable. Qi Xiao was stunned by the slap, not because of the pain, but because of the look in Yili's eyes. The fleeting despair, fury, ruthlessness, and restraint within them felt alien and terrifying to him. He realized that although this person was Yili, her soul seemed different. Was it true, as Shed said, that Yili had already died once? Was this her reborn from the ashes? Damn it. Not wanting to deal with this fool, Yili muttered a curse, turned away, and walked off, her hair flowing in the wind. Watching that frail silhouette, Qi Xiao's eyes grew complex. Her very aura seemed transformed. In a hidden corner of the campus, Qin Yang watched the scene unfold with his pitch-black eyes. His expression was calm, yet his gaze held an inexplicable tenderness, especially when it fell on that one figure's strikingly confident retreat. You've always been bold and decisive since childhood, but when it comes to matters of the heart, you're such a coward. Truly disappointing. At an inopportune moment, a voice shattered Qin Yang's tender gaze. Lan strolled over, her eyes mocking as she looked at Qin Yang. Glancing at her from the corner of his eye, Qin Yang said coldly, "My business is none of your concern, and I don't need your expectations." "Oh, then let's play this game slowly and see who gets hurt." Lan clenched her fists and turned to leave with a cold remark. But suddenly Qin Yang grabbed her neck and slammed her hard against the wall, pinning her there. "I'm warning you, Lan. If you bully her again, don't blame the Qin family for severing all ties with the Yin family." Perhaps the pain shattered Lan's composure. She lashed out wildly, her eyes instantly turning red. "Qin Yang, you bastard. I'm your fiancé, yet you love that wretched girl. You love her, do you? The more you love her, the more you'll torment her. You'll never have her." The storms and shadows, the darkness and light of campus life. Yili couldn't be bothered. Ignoring the varied stares in the classroom, he sat down and immediately pulled out his phone. Just moments ago, his phone had been bombarded with texts from an unknown number. Looking at it, he realized it was an editor from Shixian. As for why they didn't call, Yili didn't quite get it either. Maybe it was a shared quirk among all editors. The texts were mainly about how the chapter head drawn yesterday had passed review, and that editor Hammer was eager to sign a contract with him. Yili thought it over. He had to go to the hospital at noon to deliver food to Aunt May, his mom, and his little sister. Had just signed the contract when he got back. Editor Hammer said he was free anytime, just as long as Yili gave the word. Such enthusiasm made Yili question everything. In his past life, had written novels before, and he remembered editors were never this eager. "Hey, you're famous now, princess." Mo Qingxue had arrived too, and her first words carried a tone of accusation. Without guessing, Yili knew exactly what she was getting at, so he quickly waved his hand, signaling he understood. Aren't you going to explain to your best friend why you went and kissed that wicked girl yesterday?" Well, that was. Yili was stumped. How was he supposed to explain that? "You've never even done that to me, and that was your first kiss." Mo Qingxue sounded a bit jealous. Damn, they said girls had a high rate of bisexuality. Could that tendency have existed from birth? He scratched his head, his eyes asking for clarification. Mo Qingxue, as if sulking, puffed out her cheeks and pouted, "I want one too." Yili's eyes lit up. Come on, the more the merrier." After a few light-hearted exchanges, Mo Qingxue seemed to grow shy and the topic drifted elsewhere. Suddenly, as if remembering something, Mo Qingxue lowered her voice and asked, "Did you bring it?" "Huh?" Yili was bewildered. "Bring what?" "Oh no, today is the 18th. Yili was even more confused. What was this girl talking about? But before he could fully ask what she meant, his expression twisted in sudden agony. A sensation akin to tendons being hooked on nails began to spread from a certain part of his body, the pain so intense it made him bristle. He finally understood what Mo Qingxue meant. This was his period coming to stab him in the back. "I didn't bring it." Yili instantly clenched up, pressing his legs together for fear of leakage. Besides the pain, he was overwhelmed with a mortifying sense of shame. This was utterly humiliating. A grown man experiencing this. Mo Qingxue's face turned pale, even more flustered than he was, and she hastily dragged him towards the women's restroom. The classmates were dumbfounded, and the homeroom teacher who had just walked in froze in place. But soon some caught on, and under the veil of suppressed laughter, everyone knew that Goddess Yi was having her time of the month. Yili silently averted his gaze, pulled out his phone, and began searching the web for how to relieve period pain. For an entire class period, Yili spent the whole class squatting in the restroom, and that was no exaggeration. The reason was that he had never worn the thing before, and it was terribly uncomfortable. Mo Qingxue tried to help him repeatedly, but failed each time, leaving them both flustered, annoyed, and at their wits' end. Yili finally understood the hardship of being a woman. It was simply too embarrassing. How about you try a tampon next time? Mo Qingxue suggested. What's that? Yili's face was full of panic. Mo Qingxue lowered her head shyly. It's something you insert. Yili was stunned. How terrifying. After immense effort, Yili finally managed to suppress his disgust and the feeling of a foreign object, and succeeded. He had done it. The first male soul in history to successfully wear a tampon. Though his walking posture was a bit odd. If you added a clutch under his arm and a half-pack of cigarettes, he could pass for a gang leader. Many students were hanging out in the hallway of the teaching building. Because Yi Li and Mo Qingxue were exceptionally beautiful, they immediately drew many stares. When they saw his strange walking posture, the adolescent boys and girls covered their mouths to stifle their laughter. And so the news that Goddess Yi was being attacked by her period today spread to even more people. Yi Li felt his face burn with embarrassment. He had never been so humiliated in his life, especially with the way those girls were looking at him. It seemed almost gleeful. Woman, why torment woman? As they passed class 25, a chow he popped out, glanced around furtively, and shoved a cup into Yi Li's hands. It was still warm to the touch. Opening it, the scent of brown sugar was so sweet. Huh. There was also a hint of ginger. Little brother, you're so thoughtful. Sister will remember your kindness. Yi Li gave Chow He an appreciative look, but the latter blushed deeply. Not far away, Chi Xiao witnessed this scene, and silently hid the cup he was holding behind his back. The bell rang, but it was time for class again. Yi Li, moving like a frail old woman, was helped step by step into the classroom by Mo Qingxue. Naturally, this drew another round of laughter. Yi Li glared around angrily. What was so funny? Haven't you ever seen a man on his period? The sound of high heels echoed from the podium. Looking up, it was Chiu Man again. Why was it always her? Were there no other teachers? Yi Li looked at Mo Qingxue in confusion. She whispered, it's all because of you. Huh. Your performance earned the governor's praise, and he mentioned that Shangwan Weiner would be enrolling. Everyone knows she's definitely here for you, so she'll most likely choose our class. Teacher Chiu is waiting for her arrival. Why are you so sure she'll pick our class? Are you really that dense? I told you the governor came to inspect school 56 mainly for Shangwan Weiner. Since your piano skills are so good, the governor would definitely arrange for his daughter to be in the same class as you. That seemed to make sense. As they talked, Mo Qingxue's expression dimmed. Yi Li asked her what was wrong. When that happens, I'm sure they'll ask me to move seats. Yi Li, will you stop being friends with me? How could that happen? Whether it's the governor's daughter or anyone else, don't worry, I won't let anyone move you. As he finished speaking, a commotion erupted, and all the students craned their necks to look outside. Soon the sound of perfectly synchronized footsteps echoed from the stairwell. Then a group of battle-hardened soldiers surrounded class 24 in a tight formation. What the hell is this? The light was suddenly blocked. Yi Li thought, do we really need such a big fuss just for school? The soldiers formed 2 rows, a good 20 of them. From the front center, a girl walked slowly. She appeared to be slightly taller than Yi Li and carried herself with immense poise. She wore a princess dress and boots, looking incredibly noble at first glance. But that wasn't her defining feature, it was her hairstyle. Her straight hair was casually draped over her shoulders with bangs, just touching her forehead, curving in an adorable arc. It framed her delicate lips, big eyes, and dainty nose. Undoubtedly, she was another girl as exquisite as a porcelain doll. Principal Gao and the others followed behind her, constantly smiling and introducing things. Miss, this is the place. Chiu Man was already waiting to receive her, and quickly led the way. It was only at this moment that Yi Li got a good look at this noble young lady. While with that outfit and hairstyle, he couldn't tell if she was Luna or Angela. Who is Yi Li? As expected of someone from a warlord family, she didn't show a hint of stage fright upon arrival. Her sheer confidence alone pressed down on the students, making them hold their breath. Shangwan Weiner's gaze swept across the room calmly, and her first words were to call out Yi Li's name. Oh, that's me, what's up? Perhaps because her period was affecting his state of mind, Yi Li didn't feel any pressure or nervousness. He didn't even stand up, just raised his hand in reply. Shangwan Weiner stared at him, her brow slightly furrowed, pausing for a few seconds. It was no exaggeration to say that in those few seconds, Yi Li saw scrutiny, suspicion, and other emotions in her eyes. When the miss asks you a question, you remain seated. Seeing Yi Li sitting there unmoved, a soldier beside Shangwan Weiner barked, even stepping forward, as if to yank him up. Damn, was that an insult? Yi Li couldn't tolerate that. He immediately got ready to spring up and unleash his legendary staff technique, showing this big guy who the real king was. But after the man spoke, Shangwan Weiner shot him a glare, and he didn't dare say another word. Nice to meet you, Weiner. She nodded politely. Yi Li's emotions stalled, and he responded with an awkward smile. I guess I don't need to introduce myself, you already know. Weiner hummed softly and waved her hand. The group of burly men filed out in perfect order, standing outside the classroom, forming a wall of flesh. Principal Gao and the others left as well. Father said I should listen to you and learn from you, so can I sit next to you? Shangwan Weiner hadn't glanced at anyone else the entire time, not even at Mo Qingxue beside Yi Li. Mo Qingxue thought I knew it, and unconsciously clenched her small fists. Yili patted her hand reassuringly. Then he said no. A shockwave rippled through the room. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Was Yili too arrogant? He actually dared to refuse Miss Shangwan. Wasn't he afraid of angering her? Xiaoman's expression changed too, and she was about to speak, but Shangwan Weiner spoke first. Why, oi? Because I'm used to it. Changing seats would throw me off my game. Fine then, add another seat. Teacher Qiu, is that acceptable? Xiaoman had no reason to refuse, and immediately agreed, making the arrangements. And so Yili found himself surrounded. Mo Qingxue stood on his right, Shangwan Weiner on his left like two guardian deities. Naturally, this drew looks of envy and resentment from many, both men and women alike. The morning passed without incident, yet Yili noticed that Weiner was like a robot, taciturn to the extreme, sometimes not even answering when he asked her a question. Moreover, wherever Yili went, Weiner followed. It was utterly exasperating. Mo Qingxue wanted to squeeze her way in but feared displeasing Weiner, so she spent the entire morning feeling aggrieved. After a bit of playful winking and jesting, Mo Qingxue was soon laughing, and they waved goodbye as they left the campus. Ignoring the group of battle-hardened soldiers and Weiner behind him, Yili went to a restaurant to order some takeout, then prepared to drive to the hospital. As he got into the car, Weiner opened the door and sat silently in the passenger seat. Yili rubbed his forehead and said, I'm going to the hospital to see my mother. There's no need for you to follow me, is there? Father said I must stay with you. Also, I have no place to live, so I have nowhere to eat. You can't be serious. Your father's intention is for me to take full care of you. Weiner nodded without a hint of shame. Why should I? Yili refused. If it was about teaching piano, that was fine, but he wasn't about to raise this man's daughter for free. Because of this, Weiner produced a document. Yili took it, and his eyes bulged as he nearly jumped out of the driver's seat. The document was none other than a bone marrow compatibility chart showing a 54 match with Yi Yao's bone marrow and a 60 success rate for the operation. Regarding his little sister's illness, Yili had pondered it, asked Aunt May, and even questioned the doctors when he delivered the money that day. After testing, neither her marrow nor his mother's marrow showed the half-match compatibility, which meant even the initial 25 probability was out of the question. He had thought he could only watch helplessly as Yi Yao slipped away, but now hope was reignited. Yili was overjoyed and also marveled at the governor's generosity, how he looked after him and meticulously searched for a matching donor for Yi Yao. One should repay kindness, and since the man had helped him so much, he would reluctantly take on the duty of raising this daughter. He had thought he could only watch helplessly as Yi Yao slipped away, but now hope was reignited. Yili was overjoyed and also marveled at the governor's generosity, how he looked after him and meticulously searched for a matching donor for Yi Yao. One should repay kindness, and since Yili inwardly exclaimed that she was a true drama queen. Afterwards, he returned to the apartment complex to finalize the comic book signing. Throughout the entire process, the soldiers followed in their vehicles. The Beetle was sandwiched between military jeeps on the road. To say the least, no assault squad could get through. It was safe certainly, but far too conspicuous, and Yili couldn't stand it. You don't like it? Weiner asked. It's not that I dislike it, I'm just not used to it. It feels like I'm shackled and can't relax. Alright, I'll make them disappear. Weiner didn't dawdle. She took out her phone and spoke a few sentences in a tone that brooked no argument. Shortly after, the jeeps were indeed gone. Whether they had completely vanished or were hidden somewhere, he didn't know. Before long, the afternoon classes ended, and Yili took Weiner to the villa. He had no choice. This delicate young lady had nowhere else to go. Besides, Tianini was scared to be alone, and with the piano matter, the villa was definitely the place to stay. As the car pulled into the garage, Tianini, hearing the commotion, rushed out. The girl was wearing an apron and holding a spatula, as if she were in the middle of cooking. Before Yili even got out of the car, he heard her calling out, "Little celebrity, you're finally here." At that, Yili wanted to retort, "I'm still Sasuke here." But when she saw Weiner, Tianini froze. This? How? Well, let me introduce you. This is Weiner, and this is the great singer Tianini. Get to know each other. Hello, Tianini. I've seen you before and heard your songs. Hello to you too, Weiner. Tianini was still a bit confused, unsure why Yili had brought someone else. Seeing her puzzlement, Yili explained, "Aren't you scared to be alone? So I found you a companion." As soon as he said that, both women looked at him, their expressions clearly saying they hadn't agreed to this. Yili gave an awkward laugh and came up with another plan. The piano. There's a piano here. Nini, didn't you want to hear me play? Weiner here wants to learn piano too, so I can teach you both together. At the mention of music, Tianini's eyes lit up. She had already fallen in love with Island of No One from last night. She had been planning to ask Yili for more original songs, and now she didn't even need to ask. Weiner had the same thought. She had come for the piano anyway, learning it here was the same as anywhere else. And if she could gain more benefits during practice, like songs, even better. His words resolved the awkward situation, and neither woman raised any further objections. Tianini beamed and called them to dinner. Girls are such a hassle. They can't even eat without washing their hands. Under Tianini's watchful eye, he washed his hands and sat at the table. Yili's eyes widened. What a sumptuous dinner. Seafood, chicken, duck, fish. Everything was there. He had to admit the songstress cooking was top-notch. Yili ate until his belly was round and full, but he still wanted more. Tian Nini disapproved and swatted him, saying, "Girls shouldn't eat too much." The implication was to watch her figure. But Yili didn't care about that at all. Earlier when delivering lunch he had weighed himself on the hospital scale, and the result had nearly scared him to death. This girl's weight was unbelievable. Only 41 kilograms. Can you believe it? Luckily the northern city wasn't prone to typhoons, or else Yili wouldn't need heaven to take her. She'd be blown away all on her own. His mouth still wanted to eat, but his stomach wouldn't allow it, so he had to give up. After digesting their meal, the three women strolled and chatted by the small lake in front of the Villa de Bond. Girls are strange creatures. They like or dislike people with no rhyme or reason. Within 2 hours, Wayner and Tian Nini were already familiar with each other. Of course, Wayner still maintained a cool exterior, clearly the slow-tower, secretly passionate type. It wasn't until all three of them felt a warm glow from the walk that they returned to the villa. Naturally, both women asked Yili to compose or play the piano. Unable to escape, Yili decided not to be stingy. He quickly handed over the sheet music and then went off to draw his comics. But whose masterpiece should he plagiarize? Ding. Choice condition triggered. 1. Ask Tian Nini and Shangwan Wayner to swim on the rooftop in bikinis. Reward driving mastery, 200 forgiveness points. 2. Plagiarize 3 songs from Jay Cho and teach them to Tian Nini. Reward Jeet Kune do mastery, 200 forgiveness points. 3. Forcefully kiss Tian Nini and Shangwan Wayner for 1 minute. Reward miraculous healing, 400 forgiveness points. Note: miraculous healing. A forward palm heals, a reverse palm kills. It can cure any disease in R-star and can slowly kill any ordinary person. Yili stared blankly at the prompt. This was the first time 3 choices had appeared. What was the last one about? It can cure any disease. Did that mean he could cure his little sister's illness with just 1 palm strike? Damn system, are you messing with me? I just found a matching donor today, and you pull this stunt. You're doing this on purpose. After his initial shock, Yili carefully reviewed the 3 choices. It seemed. Perhaps. Maybe. He could choose all of them. I choose all 3. Yili, what are you thinking about? Seeing him grinning foolishly with his mouth open, Tian Nini closed his jaw for him. Yili snapped back to reality and said with a feigned air of arrogance, "Look, him so selflessly composing and even teaching you all. Don't you think you should repay me somehow?" Repay you? How? Pay you tuition. Vulgar. So common. How can we measure our relationship with money? Then what do you want? Wayner asked coolly. Yili let out a sly chuckle, reached out, cupped Wayner's face in his hands, and pressed his lips against hers. Tian Nini. Wayner's eyes widened like little light bulbs, utterly stunned by the sudden turn of events. Yili. Tian Nini stood beside them, equally dumbfounded. How did they suddenly kiss? And even if they were kissing, why was his tongue swirling around like that? Could Yili possibly be? No way, right? Feeling the soft little tongue in his mouth, Yili felt a bit lightheaded. She tasted so sweet. Noticing his hand growing warm, Yili deemed it enough, and finally pulled away. At this moment, Wayner's face was hot enough to boil an egg, flushed white, and red and white. She stared blankly at Yili, her heart pounding wildly. What was this feeling? She had never experienced anything like it. It was thrilling. Just as he released her, Yili turned and pressed his lips to Tian Nini. The latter, caught off guard, was overwhelmed and found herself collapsing onto the sofa. Yili leaned in, pressing his hands over Tian Nini's, arching his hips and resting his right knee on the sofa between her thighs, indulging in a fervent kiss. It was a different sensation. Wayner was sweet and fragrant while Tian Nini was silky and supple. Lost in the kiss, Yili's hands instinctively began to roam, leaving Tian Nini gasping and moaning softly. Li. Ugh. I want to escape, but I can't. That was exactly how Tian Nini felt, and worse, she was actually starting to get into it. This little brat, she was such a good kisser, and her hands were so restless. Life was like a robbery. If you can't resist, you might as well enjoy it. So Tian Nini stopped struggling and let Yili do as he pleased. Meanwhile, Wayner sat on the piano stool nearby, hands clasped together, watching the scene with rapt attention. That feeling just now was rather pleasant. She wanted to experience it again. After a minute, it was finally over. Yili himself was exhausted, standing up and wiping his mouth with the back of his hand, letting out a breath that anyone could tell was extremely satisfying. Tian Nini lay on the sofa, her clothes disheveled, her hair in a mess, her hands splayed akimbo. Yili, what was that all of a sudden? The tone was furious, yet the words came out weak and feeble. Yili, without so much as a blush, explained matter-of-factly, to strengthen our bond. See, I kissed Wayner, then I kissed you, which means all 3 of us have kissed each other. With that kind of intimacy, we're bound to be close. Wayner, upon hearing this, actually nodded in agreement. She nodded. Tian Nini sat up, straightened her clothes, and said in annoyance, "What nonsense is that? This morning you were so aloof and arrogant, and now you're being this forward. What kind of animal are you?" Yili was at a loss for words. He touched his chest and gave an awkward smile. "I won't let you kiss me for free, though. If I accidentally touch your... When I'm sleeping, don't scold me, okay? Fine, I won't scold you. Come on, follow me." Eager to test his miraculous healing abilities, Yili grabbed Wayner and Tian and dashed out of the villa. What are we doing? The two girls asked in unison, confused. Looking for injured stray cats and dogs. Huh. Why? You'll see in a bit. And so three girls of distinct styles, varying heights, and extraordinary grace roamed the vast villa district back and forth in search. Yili, I think we're going the wrong way. Beneath Wayner's calm exterior lay not only a mischievous side, but also a sharp intellect. What do you mean? This is an upscale villa area. Do you really think the security would allow stray cats and dogs in? Yili slapped his thigh with a resounding smack, and winced, exclaiming, right. Tian meanwhile facepalmed, shooting Yili a look as if he were an idiot before blushing herself. The trio then ventured out of Jinshang Villa, scouring the streets, the riverside, and public gardens. Their perseverance paid off as they finally spotted a white cat with a limp. They say white cats are naturally hearing impaired, and it seemed that adage held true. Even when Yili approached, the little creature didn't notice. It was only when its neck was grabbed that resistance proved futile, and it could only let out pitiful mews. How pitiful! Tian said, her heart overflowing with sympathy, her eyes gleaming with compassion. Wayner remained stoic, her emotions unreadable. It might not be so pitiful in a moment. Yili pressed the cat against the tree trunk to prevent it from lashing out. Then, following the system's instructions, he gave the cat's rear a pat and let go. The cat meowed, too frightened to flee immediately, its claws extended and hissing defensively. No reaction. Yili kept his eyes fixed on the limping leg, but saw no change. A minute passed, and the cat was still hissing. 2 minutes passed, and as the cat hissed, Tian was looking at Yili like he was a fool. 5 minutes passed, and Wayner tapped her numb calf. 10 minutes passed, and Tian was straddling Yili's shoulders like riding a horse. 15 minutes passed, and Wayner was leaning on Tian's back. Yili felt the pressure. Meow. 20 minutes later, the cat suddenly darted off and fled at lightning speed. Oh, come on. Yili was startled, then stared intently at the white cat's hind leg and saw that it was healed. So it did work. It really could heal anything. It's just that the delay is ridiculously long. It actually healed. Wayner murmured, clearly having witnessed it too. How did you do that, Yili? Tian found it utterly unbelievable. Yili, not knowing how to answer, just laughed it off and quickly changed the subject. Let's go, time for piano practice. I've already got the sheet music in mind. Huh. Oh, okay. The three headed back, being cautious since Tian was after all a renowned diva. At that moment, beneath a dim street lamp in a dark corner, a motorhome was parked. Inside the vehicle sat a man and a woman, watching the direction Tian and the others had gone. Should we take her away now? The man asked. The woman shook her head. Sigh. Let her have a brief taste of freedom. With that, the motorhome drove onto the road, and as it straightened, the logo on the back revealed Diva Management. This song is quite meaningful, so don't you two start crying. Yili sat in the center with Tian and Wayner on either side. Fortunately, all three were slim, or they wouldn't have fit. As the piano's melodious notes began, Yili also started to sing. Your replies are scattered at this moment. I think of the white doves by the fountain and the sweetness that has fallen away. This song by J. Cho, Where Did the Promised Happiness Go, was indeed suited for a piano lead. However, for a female voice, Yili raised the key by 2 tones, as it would otherwise be hard to master. Just as prolonged illness makes one a doctor, the same seemed to apply to music. Yili found that his own singing improved as he taught. Of course, this also depended on the girl's vocal lines and pitch. In his past life, Yili had been completely tone deaf, and it was precisely while singing this very song for his girlfriend's birthday that she dumped him because it sounded so awful. Seemingly recalling that memory, Yili became emotionally invested and sang with great sincerity. The two girls listened earnestly, their gazes unconsciously drifting from the keys to fix on Yili's profile. In that fleeting moment, both Tian and Wayner had the illusion that Yili seemed to have a double image. Beneath that exquisite facade lay a soul that was sunny and handsome. Beautiful. As the song ended, Wayner gave a concise and straightforward compliment. Tian hadn't yet snapped back from the song, slowly opening her eyes only after a moment. She remarked wistfully, It's just that the music box of memories keeps spinning. How does one make it stop? Yili disliked melancholy and quickly interjected, This song is for you too. Wayner learns the tune, Nini practices the vocals, and you can decide how to arrange it. He'll write out the score. Soon Yili finished writing the piece, and Tian nodded approvingly as she looked at the title. It fits the lyrics perfectly. Upon hearing this, Yili thought, no kidding. That's a masterpiece from a legend back. The two beauties then devoted themselves to practicing their music and singing. Yili meanwhile took her tablet back to her room to race against the clock. During this time, Mo Qingxue called to say that since tomorrow was Saturday, and there were no classes, Teacher Chiu was holding a class meeting under the guise of fostering camaraderie, though it was obvious to everyone that the real purpose was to welcome Wayner. Mo Qingxue's primary task was to inform Yili on behalf of Teacher Chiu, and to have Yili pass the message along to Wayner. Yili agreed, as there was no way to refuse. After 2 hours of intense focus, she looked up to see it was past 8 o'clock. Having drafted over 20 chapters, she decided to call it a night. Just as she was about to close her tablet after uploading her work, a thought struck her. She hadn't checked the activity on her creation. Curious, she clicked on it. Whoa! The comments section was in an uproar. Overnight, there were over 700 comments and a staggering 3,333 requests for updates. Even the editor Hammer had left a personal comment, and readers were uniformly singing her praises. I love this art style. The panels are crisp, the scenes are rich, and the character details are exquisite. I love it. Thanks for the hard work, Lang Lang. Wow, Renan is so sweet, I'm so jealous of Eureka. Lang Lang deserves a huge thumbs up. The comment above sounds like a Chinibu girl. Love and affection. So cliché. Nervash is the coolest, so badass. Lang Lang, please don't ever stop drawing. Lang Lang was the pen name Yili used, derived from the full name Golden Spear Lang Lang, a name evoking a chaotic world of warhorses and weapons, yet yearning for a bright and clear sky. Seeing all this, Yili felt not excitement, but a pang of shame. These praises felt undeserved. Aside from the unanimous praise, the tips on her account were astonishingly high. She had earned 7,000 yuan overnight. A reader named Will Come to Your Door If You Stop Updating had tipped 5,000 alone. Damn impressive. Moved by such generosity, Yili tapped a quick author liked on the comment. After browsing for a while, she headed downstairs. The 3 choices given by the system were still pending. As she descended, she was greeted by the sound of piano and voice in harmony, making her feel a twinge of inadequacy. She relied on a cheat system to be talented, but those 2 girls at the piano bench were practically human cheat codes themselves. In such a short time, they had already mastered the song completely. Impressive. To maintain her facade of superiority, Yili feigned dissatisfaction. Took you this long? Geez, you two are so slow. As expected, the remark worked. Both girls blushed. Yili shamelessly gloated. Alright, let me teach you the second song. There's more. Tian Nini's eyes widened in surprise. Yili, what's in your head? Does inspiration just come to you that easily? Even Wayner, taken aback, gave a subtle thumbs up acknowledging Yili's brilliance. Hey, this is nothing, a piece of cake. The 3 of them then played and sang together. Yili shamelessly borrowed Jay Cho's In the Name of the Father and William's Castle. Both songs were rich with diverse musical elements. The main piano melody, In the Name of the Father, was good, though perhaps a bit plain on its own. William's Castle had to be adapted for piano alone, which worked, but felt slightly off. It was a bit of a moot point. Yili promised to write out all the different instrumental parts for both songs so Tian Nini could produce them with a full arrangement. Indeed, she intended to turn the songs Yili had borrowed into an album, and she even had a title in mind, A Splendid Encounter on a Night of the Withered Tree. Yili, I love you so much. You're so talented. The vocabulary in these songs is so rich, I absolutely adore them. Tian Nini hugged Yili, tightly bouncing with joy. It was clear she truly deeply loved the music. Yili was happy too. Though plagiarizing was shameful, she felt it was worth it to bring Earth's art to planet or to share it with the world and enrich their culture. One had to admit the gap between a professional and an amateur was vast. Both songs had tricky lyrics. Yili had stumbled a few times while singing them earlier. Yet Tian Nini sang them with flawless fluency. Yili suspected she'd been eating chocolate for smoothness. Wayner also learned a lot, realizing the piano didn't have to be so rigid. After a while, Yili suggested a dip in the bikini hot tub. What? Isn't it too late for that? Tian Nini clutched her collar, increasingly suspicious of Yili's intentions. Underestimating me. The rooftop pool is heated. I already turned it on so it'll be nice and comfy. But where are we going to find bikinis at this hour? Alright, Yili froze. How had she overlooked that? System, can my magical underwear and bra substitute? Not allowed. Damn, where am I supposed to find the right ones this late? In your room. Huh. Yili was confused again. Had the system prepared them for the girls this whole time? Geez, this system was a total pervert, even worse than a human. It couldn't wait. Well, since the system had arranged it, let's go. She gave the 2 girls a mysterious smile. Wait here, I've got something prepared for you. Yili dashed upstairs, and then bounded back down holding several items in her hands. They looked brand new. Let's go. On the rooftop, Yili executed a perfect dive, sending a spray of water into the air. She had already changed into her bikini in her room, a cute pink 2-piece. Yili's skin was smooth as cream with a cool fair tone that perfectly complemented the vibrant pink, making her look as tempting as a dessert under the night sky and the soft glow of the lights. Having become a woman, especially a vibrant and lively fairy, Yili confirmed one thing. A fairy's feet are truly beautiful, and they don't smell. She lounged in the pool, stretching out her long legs and wiggling her toes, admiring their perfect curve. She was in love. These feet were flawless. If Yili's original soul could return to this body, and she could rebuild her own body, she would marry this girl no matter what. Her character, her looks, her heart. She was undoubtedly among the finest in the world. Alas, it was only a fantasy. Death is like a lamp going out or snow melting under hot water. To bring back a soul is as impossible as fishing the moon from the bottom of the sea. What a pity. The sliding glass door opened and Tian Nini stepped gracefully into the pool. She was undoubtedly a top-tier beauty as well. If anything, her legs were even more disproportionately long than Yili's. 4'6" didn't even begin to describe it. While her chest wasn't as full as Mo Kinksu's, it was still wonderfully round and pleasing. Hey, where's Wayner? Tion Nini covered her mouth, stifling a giggle. That friend of yours seems so calm and composed, but she's actually quite shy about this kind of thing. She's in her room blushing. Hearing this, Yili ran to the room to find Wayner hugging a pillow looking utterly lost. Her face was bright red, which was startling, but the fact that she was trying to maintain a composed expression made the contrast hilarious. Wayner, don't you want to join us? It's just that I've never done this before. Oh, don't be shy, come on. Yili pulled her towards the door. The bedsheet slipped and Wayner let out a nervous squeak. Yili turned to look and couldn't help but laugh. She finally understood why Wayner was hesitating. The girl was a bit flat-chested and lacked confidence. A mischievous thought crossed Yili's mind. She reached out and gave Wayner a thorough 88-style massage, leaving her weak and flustered before Yili carried her into the pool. Seizing the moment, Yili didn't spare Tion Nini, either engaging in every possible activity the pool would allow. Tion Nini was horrified to discover that she might be turning gay. The next day, Yili woke up again in some kind of pain. Without a moment to lament how unaccustomed he was to this morning, he kicked Tion Nini off the bed. Wayner was stunned, quickly releasing her hand that had unconsciously been placed on a certain part of Yili's body. After breakfast, the three fairy-like maidens dressed up beautifully and drove out of the villa. There was no school today, and Tion Nini insisted on going shopping, claiming she had never been shopping before and forcing Yili to accompany her. Unable to refuse, Yili had to agree. This guy dressed up like a panda, afraid of being recognized, and it was uncertain whether he would be shopping or surrounded by a crowd. In the end, on his suggestion, they kept it simple, wearing sunglasses, changing hairstyles, and of course masks were essential. On the way, Yili originally wanted to go to the hospital to quickly heal Yes Mother and Yi Yao with his miraculous skills. But upon careful consideration, he realized that such a thing could not be done in public, especially in a hospital setting. Acute myeloid leukemia has no possibility of spontaneous recovery, and if it were to be cured out of the blue in the hospital, it would cause a huge stir. That would attract attention from high-level authorities, even the top medical research institute in the Dragon Kingdom, and they would take Yi Yao and Yes Mother away for study. That would be disastrous. So Yili hesitated, repeatedly planning to find an opportunity to get Yes Mother and Yi Yao discharged first. He also wanted to do it today, but had no good strategy. He couldn't just go to the hospital and demand to pull the plug, could he? So this matter required Aunt Mai's cooperation, as she needed to put on a crying act in front of the doctor. He had to wait. At the hospital, Aunt Mai looked at the text message from Yili and was speechless for a long time. This girl wanted her to tell the hospital that they couldn't afford treatment anymore. What was she up to? Aunt Mai naturally couldn't just watch her best friend and Yi Yao stop treatment and wait to die. But Yili's firm tone, which she could feel even through the screen, made her hesitate. What puzzled Aunt Mai was that this girl also asked her to keep it a secret even from her mother. This was undoubtedly the most difficult part, and Aunt Mai's scalp was tingling. This girl has always been cautious and steady since she was young, so let's just listen to her. After a struggle, Aunt Mai walked toward the attending physician's office, and soon crying sounds could be heard, causing the patients and medical staff passing by to shake their heads repeatedly. Another unfortunate family unable to afford treatment. Originally, she thought shopping was an extremely tiring activity, but after becoming a girl, this feeling was completely different, not tiring at all. The three of them aimlessly ate, drank, and had fun. Tion Nini seemed to have freed her mind with barely concealed joy at the corners of her eyes. This guy really seemed to have been bent by Yili sticking close to him every step, probably not even realizing it herself. Wayner was also very strange, staring at Yili from time to time, her little hand always clutching the corner of his clothes. Yili actually felt it all, but he didn't think it was because they were bent, rather it was because the two girls had glimpsed his handsome soul through his appearance. Wow, what a shameless thought. As the three were walking, a little girl of about 4 or 5 suddenly stumbled down the escalator. Why use the word stumbled? Because the little girl was reaching out her hands and her steps were very chaotic, as if she were blind, without any sense of security, moving entirely by feel. Yili and the other two were going up on the escalator, while the little girl was unsteadily above them, about to fall. The consequence would be a bloody head injury. Worse, the escalator could reverse and drag the little girl in. Yili certainly couldn't just watch. He rushed forward and caught the little girl just as she was about to fall. Tion Nini and Wayner, seeing this, also patted their chests, terrified. As soon as Yili held the little girl, a tall figure hurried over, looking at the little girl with concern and checking her all over. The man was about 25 or 26, handsome, but with a deliberately messy beard, giving him a somewhat weathered look. His temperament was very gloomy. Whether it was because of the girl or the man's aura, Yili felt a hint of killing intent radiating from him. He glanced at Yili without any pause in his gaze. It was as if Yili's stunning appearance meant nothing to him. Thank you for now, we'll discuss the rest later. The man did not take the little girl from Yili, but left a sentence and turned to look behind him. Two middle-aged men followed unhurriedly. One was slightly plump, the other had a sharp face and a monkey-like appearance, and as they walked they deliberately moved with a certain rhythm, exuding the air of mountain cultivators. Mr. Dong, is what you said just now true? the young man asked. The sharp-faced middle-aged man raised his head and smiled. Of course I true man Dong always keep my word. As long as Mr. Lee is willing to work for me for 10 years, I guarantee your sister will regain her sight. The plump middle-aged man quickly chimed in. Mr. Lee, you must have heard of my brother and my skills in this circle. Rest assured, Yi Li originally wanted to leave, but the man didn't take the little girl, so he had to wait. Hearing their conversation, he looked at the three of them with a strange expression. Then he glanced at the little girl and understood something. She was truly blind, no wonder she had been moving like a blind person. Sister? Are you a sister? You smell so nice, so good. The little girl smiled, sweetly clinging to Yi Li like a sloth holding him tighter. Tian Nini and Weiner also came up, seeming to like the little girl very much, touching her here, and they're unable to get enough of her. How about it? This kind of condition can only be treated by us two brothers in this world. What are you still hesitating about, Mr. Lee? The fat and thin middle-aged men were still urging, appearing extremely eager. Yi Li raised his eyebrows again, looking at the young man who was frowning in silence. What was there to think about? These two old men in their 50s were clearly scammers trying to fool you. Can't you see? As long as my little sister can recognize the things of this world, I Li Liao will pledge my allegiance. The young man seemed to have reached a conclusion after a struggle, bowing to accept the matter. But just as he was about to bow, Yi Li reached out to stop him. The two middle-aged men, seeing the deal about to be sealed, suddenly interrupted, glared angrily at Yi Li. Where did this damn girl come from? What are you messing with? Yi Li snorted. I'm your mother, is that how you talk to your mother? You? How dare you? Dare your mother's firecracker, all that fake talk. True man. More like true scammer. You say you can cure this little sister's eye condition. Is there any doubt? By the way, who are you? Do you know who you're talking to? The fat man stepped forward, ready to start a fight. But the young man who called himself Li Liao glanced at him, and he dared not move. Li Liao looked at Yi Li. Well, look down at her, because he was too tall. Sister, what do you mean? Nothing much, just that your sister and I have a connection, and I don't want you as her brother to be cheated. These two are obviously con artists. If they could really cure your sister, why would they need a 10-year period? As the saying goes, the bystander sees clearly while the participant is confused. Li Liao was so focused on curing his sister that he hadn't considered this at all. Plus the two men kept urging him, influencing his judgment and stirring his emotions. He almost fell for it. Thinking this, Li Liao stared at the two men menacingly, as if he wouldn't let them off easily, without a satisfactory explanation. The two men felt as if needles were pricking their hearts and instinctively stepped back. In the vast underground world of North City, the name Li Liao was known to all, and no one dared to offend him. If he found out they were scheming against him, things would not end well. No, they couldn't let him find out. The plump man fixed his gaze on Yi Li. It was this girl who ruined his plan. Since that was the case, let her take the blame. The child is ignorant. Our words are the truth. There is no second person in this world who can cure this girl's eye condition. Then he cupped his hands to Li Liao. Since Mr. Lee trusts a yellow-haired girl, then we brothers will take our leave. Seeing that Li Liao had caught on, continuing to deceive was impossible, so the two men hurriedly tried to escape. But before they could take a step, Yi Li let out a cold laugh. What if I can cure her? The voice was brimming with confidence and disdain. The two middle-aged men clearly sensed Yi Li's mockery and were instantly choked with rage. You? Look at yourself, what do you think you are? You little vixen, if you can cure her, I Pang Dogwan will kneel down and call you Granny. Yi Li grinned. I wouldn't want a grandnephew like you. Just kneel. You. The two were so furious they were on the verge of howling. Sister, are you joking? Li Le's voice was magnetic. Concerning his little sister's well-being, he had to inquire thoroughly. Yi Li nodded at her, patting his chest in a manly fashion, then ruffled the little girl's hair. Don't worry, I have a way. Fine. Let's see how you handle this. If you fail to cure this child, what then? The middle-aged man was clearly determined to have his way, unwilling to be bested by a young girl at his age. What do you want? The middle-aged man laughed heartily. I have a distant relative's son who has lost his wits. If you fail to cure this child, you shall marry my nephew. His intentions were venomous, wanting a fairy like Yi Li to marry a drooling fool. You're quite bold for an old fossil. Wait, and he'll break your legs if you don't kneel before me. Yi Li's sharp tongue made Li Li look at her repeatedly. Tian Nini behind her couldn't help but tug at Yi Li's clothes, signaling that a fairy shouldn't speak such foul language. So brotherly is it. If you trust me, wait here for a moment. Li Li nodded immediately. No problem. They'll look after your friends, and these two won't leave either. Yi Li nodded and strolled off leisurely, carrying the little girl. The group exchanged glances. Li Li wasn't worried Yi Li would harm his sister after all her friends were still here. The two middle-aged men were bewildered but dared not leave. Li Le's words were a clear warning. Leaving forcibly would have severe consequences. Tian Nini and Weiner exchanged a look, both thinking of the cat from last night. Could Yi Li possess extraordinary abilities? Some miraculous way to restore life? Tian Nini suddenly realized it seemed plausible. Yi Li wasn't just clever and talented, she had such incredible means that it was beyond ordinary human capability. Over 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye, and Yi Li walked back, carrying the little girl. Everyone's gaze turned to her, noticing her complexion had darkened. Her fair skin was now pallid, her lips were a ghastly purple, and her eyes were bloodshot. Nini was startled and rushed forward to support Yili. What happened? Why is there blood at the corner of your mouth? The little girl also had red-rimmed eyes and sobbed towards Lilu. Brother-sister was bleeding just now, so much blood. Her gaze and her turning motion startled both Lilu and the two middle-aged men. This clearly meant she could see now. Xiao, can you see your brother? Yes, brother. I could see shortly after sister started bleeding. Hearing this, Lilu suppressed his excitement and looked at Yili's sister. Yi, are you? Alright. He suddenly realized how pointless the question was. With her in such a terrible state, did she look like she was fine? But he didn't know what had happened to her, and for the first time he felt utterly helpless. Nini and Wainer also asked with concern, but Yili waved her hand. I'm fine, I'll recover in a moment. Hey Race, what had actually happened? This sneaky system hadn't warned Yili that the miraculous healing was limited. The definition of this limitation was vague, not based on usage count, but on the severity of the illness. According to the system's explanation, Yili had mastered the life transfer aspect of miraculous healing, which forcibly cured anything by borrowing the vital energy of heaven and earth. If the ailment was old and deeply rooted, the vital energy of heaven and earth would backlash against Yili while being channeled, causing her varying degrees of harm. In simple terms, Yili was a conduit, but once she exceeded her limit, her body couldn't handle it. Yili couldn't fully grasp it either, but she knew one thing: this miraculous healing couldn't be used casually, or she'd end up coughing blood. While her lower body was bleeding like a stuck pig from her period, and her upper body wasn't faring well either. It seemed her days were quite colorful lately. Words cannot express my gratitude. Lilu will remember this. Lilu was clearly extremely grateful, his lips trembling as he spoke. For a big shot of the northern city's underworld to show such emotion revealed how stirred and shocked he was, and of course, deeply thankful. How is this possible? Just like in the stories, the villains were shocked and incredulous, exclaiming it was impossible, that it defied all logic. The two middle-aged men's expressions towards Yili changed. They knew a thing or two. Could this unassuming girl possibly know some ancient art? What's impossible? Kneel before your granny. Their old faces stiffened. The two middle-aged men forced awkward smiles and spouted a bunch of flattery, with Yili listening calmly. After they finished, these two old fools thought they were off the hook and tried to slip away. But Yili wasn't having it. She said again, kneel. Lilu chimed in, I won't pursue you, but if you try to evade today's matter, don't blame me for investigating this further. The meaning was clear: unless you do as Sister Yi says, I'll use my power to crush you two old bastards. In an instant, cold sweat drenched their backs. With a sudden loss of pride, they dropped to their knees with a thud, kneeling ramrod straight. They even bowed their heads and kowtowed. Granny, your grandnephew has offended you. Please don't mind your grandson. Your grandson apologizes. Well, they bumped their heads on the floor with a thud, leaving onlookers confused and muttering about the strange sight. They rose from their kowtow, apologized again, but the resentment in their eyes didn't diminish, it only grew. They were probably plotting to find Yili and take revenge later. They'd rape her, then torture her, slice her up, then sell her to some establishment, tormenting her to death. Only then would their hatred be avenged. But less words, and a single gesture instantly dispelled such thoughts. He patted Yili on the shoulder and said calmly, from now on I'll be in Sector 56. As mentioned before, the Ristar was huge. For ease of distinction, names were only used for cities, while major areas within cities were designated by numbers. Sector 56 was just an area in the northern city. Below it were 55, 54, 53, and above it were 57, 60, 100. In short, it was vast. And the fact that Lilu was a name known and feared throughout the northern city's underworld showed his immense power. His statement was telling these two middle-aged men, Lilu will be staying in Sector 56 for now. I won't bother with other areas, but I'll be specifically protecting Sister Yi. Just try to make a move. Instinctively, the two men's hands trembled, and they quickly forced smiles. Mr. Li, Granny, if there's nothing else, we brothers will take our leave. Yili and Lilu said nothing. You seem to be in a lot of discomfort. I have an old friend who studies medicine, quite skilled in replenishing blood and nourishment. He'll go get some tonics that might take a few days. Yili was bewildered, not understanding Li's intention. There's 60 million in this card. Tell me when it's spent. Take care of my little sister for a few days. If anything comes up, call this number, and they'll listen to you. Lilu continued, handing Yili a dragon card and a number. Then he affectionately ruffled Xiao Xiao's hair. Listen to this, sister, okay? Big brother will go find some medicine for her. Xiao Xiao was very sensible, knowing that blood loss needed replenishing. She nodded. Come back soon, big brother. Stay safe. Lilu hummed softly in acknowledgement, glanced at Yili one last time, and turned to leave. Yili, what does this mean? How did she end up with another daughter? Sister, big brother really likes you. If it were anyone else, he wouldn't have personally gone to see Grandpa medicine. At most, he'd just give some money. Little one reached out for a hug, as if she knew Yili's confusion, and explained it out of the blue. As she said, someone like Lilu, even if he owed someone a favor, would repay it on the spot using money to settle the debt of gratitude, or by agreeing to some small matter. There was absolutely no need for him to personally travel to another place to seek out an old friend that only he could meet just to find a tonic. But he did it anyway. Inly Less Heart Yi was his sister's benefactor, and this was the only way he could repay that debt. Tian Nini and Wainer, however, paid no attention to these details. They looked at Yi Li with worry and concern, repeatedly asking if she was alright. Yi Li was slightly touched. "I'm really fine, just lost a bit of blood. It's all the same anyway whether it comes from up top or down below." Tian Nini and Wainer were speechless. "Since you're like this, let's head back. They'll cook something nice to help you recover." Tian Nini was actually very curious about how Yi Li had cured little one's eye condition, but she was afraid of making Yi Li uncomfortable, so she kept her question to herself. Wainer, being more direct, asked outright, "How did you cure her?" By now little one was already in Wainer's arms. Surprisingly, even the usually cold and quiet Wainer liked children gently stroking the little girl. Yi Li was momentarily taken aback by the question, but he had a plan ready. He said mysteriously, "Actually, many years ago, I met an old immortal who taught me many folk remedies. Coincidentally, one of them was exactly for curing little one's condition." Tian Nini and Wainer both rolled their eyes in unison. Who did he think he was fooling? They weren't buying it. Wainer wanted to say more, but Tian Nini stopped her with a look and said, "Come on, let's go back and make you a super nourishing soup." With that, the three young ladies along with their little immortal baby headed back to the villa. Because Yi Li had coughed up blood, she was weak and frail, so Tian Nini had to drive. Yi Li swore she would never let this woman drive again unless it was absolutely necessary. They nearly died in the car. Her driving skills were atrocious. To put it simply, every driver they passed stuck their head out the window to curse at them. "Sir, the young lady and that Miss Yi just encountered Li Lu, the underground boss of the North City. Should we intervene?" In a hidden alley, a discreet Jeep was parked, occupied by several inconspicuously dressed men, one of whom was on a discreet phone call. A soft laugh came from the other end of the line. "Ah, that kid. He's probably already recognized Wainer. No need for you to get involved." "Understood, sir. Also, it seems they are being harassed right now. Should we clear the area?" "Harassed?" The governor shot up from his seat. "Harassed by who?" "Just some young punks, sir. They've surrounded their beetle with their cars. Looks like a bunch of rich brats picking a fight." Hearing this, the governor breathed a sigh of relief. "As long as it doesn't escalate, you don't need to interfere. Things have been getting busy down in the southern frontier lately. Keep an eye on Wainer and that Miss Yi. Alright, that's all." Meanwhile, on the wide overpass, the beetle was trapped in the middle, unable to break free. Surrounding the beetle was a convoy of luxury cars that Yi Li didn't recognize, but they seemed comparable to the most extravagant sports cars on Earth. The windows of these cars were rolled down, and several young men stuck their heads out, grinning and shouting things Yi Li couldn't quite make out. What are these people doing? Tian Nini's driving skills weren't great to begin with, and with this commotion, she was so flustered that sweat broke out on her forehead. "Hey beautiful, how about a race?" A young man in a yellow sports car yelled out, pulling his car even closer. Tian Nini, who always valued her privacy, didn't roll down the window, but started cursing from inside the car. "Race my ass. You look like a baboon." Yi Li smirked, glancing back and forth at the cars. Judging by the look of it, were these guys some kind of street racing gang, looking to force a race? If that's the case, it's troublesome. It looks like they won't be leaving today without a showdown. Pull over. He'll go ask them what they want. Pull over. Are you crazy? These guys are clearly thugs. We're girls. We'll be at a disadvantage. Yeah, we can't beat them in a fight, Wainer added calmly. Yi Li rubbed her forehead. They wouldn't dare do anything in broad daylight. Besides, I'm here, aren't I? No way. It's too dangerous. Tian Nini refused. Yi Li wasn't in a particular hurry to get back, but she couldn't just let them block the road like this. Tell you what, pull over, and he'll get out. Don't worry, these little punks are nothing for me to handle. Even though she didn't have her staff to use her Wulang Bagua staff technique, she still had her Jeet Kune. As long as they didn't have guns, she could handle a few common thugs. You really have to go down there. Tian Nini insisted, but seeing Yi Li's confident and relaxed expression, she hesitantly nodded. Fine, but you be careful. They'll keep the door unlocked. If anything happens, you get back in the car immediately. Got it? Yeah, I know. Yi Li handed little one to Wainer and was about to open the door and get out, but Wainer grabbed her. Take this with you. She pulled out a small knife from nowhere. A folding knife similar to a butterfly knife. Whoa, where were you hiding that? When did you even hide it? Wainer said calmly. I always carry it on me. Damn, I never even noticed. The beetle slowed down and the other cars stopped too, but they still kept the beetle tightly surrounded. Just as Yi Li got out of the car, a young man with a buzz cut also got out of the yellow sports car. He seemed taken aback by Yi Li's agility, staring at her for a moment before letting out a series of appreciative clicks. Hey, you got maggots in your mouth? What are you clicking about over there? After he got out, the others also emerged from their cars, forming a group of about a dozen. They all looked Yi Li up and down with predatory gazes, not even trying to hide their wolfish intentions. Some of them even started doing push-ups on the spot, trying to get a peek up her skirt. Yi Li frowned, and without a second thought kicked that guy in the face, eliciting a scream of pain. Ooh, the little beauty has a temper. I like that. What's your name, sweetheart? The buzzcut guy seemed unconcerned that his friend had been hit, and began to flirt with her. Before becoming a woman, Yili never understood what this kind of situation felt like. Now as a woman she understood all too well and felt a deep disgust that made her want to grab a knife and start swinging. Me. My surname is Chi, my given name is Ni, and my courtesy name is Lao Mu. The buzzcut guy was stunned, and so were the other thugs. After a moment, he burst out laughing. Too bad you don't have one. The rest of the group joined in the laughter. Yili was speechless. This guy could even laugh after being cursed about his mother. Not wanting to waste more time, she asked directly, "What do you guys want?" "I want to FK you." The guy who had been kicked earlier had recovered from the pain and lunged forward ready to fight. But the buzzcut guy stopped him. "Diao-san, what are you doing? You are the one who's a pervert, and you blame the girl for kicking you. Get back here." As he spoke, he shot Diao-san a meaningful look as if there was something important they couldn't afford to delay. Diao-san seemed to understand, covered his face, and grunted in acknowledgement. Seeing this, the buzzcut guy grinned at Yili and said, "I don't want any trouble, sis. I just wanted to have a little race with you. Would you be so kind as to oblige?" This was more or less what Yili had expected, but she didn't have the time or patience to play their games. She was about to refuse, and if they didn't get out of the way, a beating would be fine too. It would even be a good chance to test the power of her Jeet Kune. But then, ding, choice triggered. 1. I race with these punks. Reward godlike strength, 300 forgiveness points. 2. Beat the crap out of these punks. Reward my toy, 100 forgiveness points. Yili was stunned. System, didn't you say that stuff was ineffective? Why are you giving me this choice? And what the hell is a damaye? What is punishment? Desire is also a punishment. If I don't tempt you, how will you know pain? Damae is a toy. I'm gonna. Yili was about to explode. This system was truly wicked to the core. Even without the threat of punishment, Yili had never once considered harming herself. What kind of steel nerves would that require? 1. I choose 1, she screamed inwardly, then paused, wondering what the other choice had even been. Godlike power. What in the world was that? How about it, little sis? Don't worry about the car, we'll lend you ours. Yili shot the crew-cut man a disdainful glance. What's in it for me? And stop calling me little sis, or I might just have to punch you. The crew-cut man let out a contemptuous laugh, unbothered by her threat. Still, he amended his tone. Alright then, beauty, what kind of reward do you want? Since we're betting, there should be a stake. I think that man's eyes look pretty nice. How about we bet on him going blind? Yili pointed at the man who had earlier tried to peek up her skirt. His expression hardened, jaw muscles clenching, breathing heavily, as if he wanted to hit her, but forcibly restrained himself. The crew-cut man was taken aback, thinking to himself, are girls these days really this bloodthirsty? But then he remembered the task assigned by that person, and relaxed. Fine, I like this kind of fierce beauty. But you need a stake too. Yili shrugged nonchalantly. With her expert driving skills, who was she afraid of? Name your terms. If you somehow survive and lose the race, you'll get on your knees and grovel for each of us. The crew-cut man pointed at the ground with a fierce glare, the meaning crystal clear. At the thought of that image, Yili felt like abandoning the choice entirely and just beating him up. But she held back. Besides, these punks didn't stand a chance against her. Let's talk after I win. So the beauty agrees. Then what car do you need? Pick anyone you like. The crew-cut man hid the lecherous glint in his eyes, turned, and gestured broadly. Yili glanced at the sports cars, a sense of unease creeping over her. She said, wait a moment, and walked toward the Beetle instead. The crew-cut man and his gang of thugs were puzzled, but didn't stop her. When Yili returned, Tian Nini shot the group a disgusted look and asked urgently, what did they say? Can we leave? Yili briefly explained the situation, including her agreement to the race. A race? Do you even know how? Racing is extremely dangerous. Yili nodded noncommittally, said nothing more, and gave Tian Nini a wait a moment gesture. Then she turned to the Beetle. Often, besides the previous features, how are your speed and safety systems? Offen's central display flickered. Master, I possess all the safety systems of this world's vehicles, and even more advanced ones. I could even fly if needed. Additionally, Master can switch to any desired speed. Damn, that impressive. Yili marveled inwardly. It really was a custom edition. Setting aside the makeup and fashion features, just these capabilities alone were mind-blowing. With a car like this, who needed any other? I'll use my own. Walking up to the crew-cut man, Yili pointed at her Beetle. Once again, everyone was stunned, then burst into laughter so hard they could barely stand. Beauty, stop joking, will you? Driving that thing isn't just delivering yourself on a silver platter. Are you doing this on purpose? The crew-cut man wore a shocked expression, his gaze lingering meaningfully on Yili's lips. Are we racing or not? If not, get out of the way. Alright, if you want to lose, I can't stop you. Have it your way. Come on, follow us to the track. The crew-cut man smirked with a raised eyebrow, feigning innocence. He had originally planned per that person's orders to lure Yili into using their car. These cars were equipped with tech controls. Once she drove at high speed, they could remotely sever the brake lines. Combined with the cliff brakes on the mountain track, who could survive that? But they hadn't expected Yili to insist on her own car, which was a slight deviation. Still, the crew-cut man wasn't worried. The track was winding and treacherous with hidden cliff breaks. Even if the Beetle lacked speed, it could still cause serious injury or maiming. Worst case, they'd finish the job afterwards and push the car off the mountain. Yili didn't dawdle. She cast a mocking glance at the peeping Tom and got into the car. Say goodbye to the light of the world, kid. Was my skirt really that interesting? A fleet of luxury cars accompanied by a lone beetle headed toward Juming Mountain. Once they drove off, the motorist block behind them could finally move. The reason they hadn't dared to make a sound was that they couldn't afford to offend even one of those luxury car owners, let alone a dozen of them. Meanwhile, on the emergency lane of the elevated highway, a commercial luxury car sat idling. 5 people were inside. Besides the driver, 2 faces were not unfamiliar to Yi Li. These 2 were the old bastards who had knelt and called her grandaunt earlier. Among the other 2 was a young man in his 20s, someone before whom all the notable figures of the northern city had to wear a smile. This man was Rao Bai, famed alongside Li Lu. Rao Bai, who held 1/3 of the northern city's underworld. The reason for the 1/3 division was that Rao Bai held one part, while the other 2 parts were devoured by the city's 3 great families. But when Li Lu arrived in the northern city, he carved out a share for himself, terrifying his rivals, and even the 3 great families dared not touch him. Now this 1/3 power Rao Bai sat in the Qin family patriarch's car, and judging by his demeanor, the 2 were clearly familiar. Mr. Qin, failing to control Li Lu wasn't entirely our incompetence. A big reason is that little wildcat. The previously Taoist-like Master Dong, now acting like a lackey, pointed in the direction the beetle had gone, trying to curry favor and shift the blame. The person he was speaking to was the final middle-aged man in the car. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes slightly and gave an almost imperceptible shake of his head. Li Lu has always been hard to control. Your failure was within my expectations. However, this has led me to encounter something quite interesting, which did surprise me. This man was none other than the patriarch of the Qin family, one of the 3 great families of the northern city. Ahihi, what interesting thing has Mr. Qin come across? The other old bastard chimed in with a flattering laugh. Qin Heron remained silent, a dark glint flashing in his eyes. He had long heard that his son Qin Yang liked a girl at school, a girl named Yi Li. The Qin family was waning, outwardly strong but inwardly hollow, and urgently needed a marriage alliance with the Yin family to survive in the northern city. He had seen this clearly years ago and had curried favor with the Yin family early on, arranging this marriage for his son. Although his son had never shown any reluctance as a father, Qin Heron could naturally sense it. He had been searching for the reason, never imagining it was for some wild girl. Given his status, he wouldn't normally bother with such a trivial matter. He had planned to have someone give the girl some money and make her family leave the northern city. But today, regarding the Li Lu affair, Qin Heron learned from those 2 old fools that the culprit who had sabotaged the plan to control Li Lu was also named Yi Li. Qin Heron found it amusing and had it looked into, only to discover it was indeed the same person. With both matters combined, it magnified several-fold in his eyes, and thus a malicious thought took root. No problems, he asked Rao Bai. Who would have thought that Rao Bai, holder of 1/3 of the underworld, was actually a man of the Qin family? Rao Bai had a deathly pallid face and spoke with no emotion, or at least very little fluctuation. He gave a faint nod, remaining silent. Master Dong, with a sycophantic grin, chimed in. Rao Bai is absolutely reliable. That little vixen is as good as dead. His words earned a cold glare from Rao Bai, sending a chill down his spine. That gaze was terrifying. How many lives must one have taken to possess such eyes? Let's go. Qin Heron couldn't be bothered to pay further attention to such a trivial matter. As the driver was about to start, Rao Bai spoke up at the opportune moment, spitting a single word at Master Dong and the other old bastard scram. You failed the job and weren't killed for it, and you still want to ride. Got a death wish. Hearing this, Master Dong and his companion dared not utter a single word of protest. They nodded repeatedly, got out of the car, and stood on the emergency lane with disheveled hair. Over on this side, Yi Li and the others had already arrived at Juming Mountain. Gazing at the winding, undulating mountain road, she narrowed her eyes, a sight both fierce and endearing. She uttered a single phrase, interesting. Hey, are you serious? Tian Nini was already frozen with fear, her expression utterly adorable, carrying a hint of pleading and a hint of don't mess with me, big bro. Yi Li chuckled, don't you find it thrilling? Wainer nodded earnestly and agreed. Very thrilling, my calves are still trembling. This girl was a live wire, inherently contradictory about everything no matter what. Xiao Xiao showed no reaction because she was asleep. Beautiful, if you're scared just say so and hand over the stakes directly. The crew-cut man approached the beetle car and said with a leer. He looked down and saw 2 more beauties inside the car, and his eyes gleamed even brighter. He knew there were people in the car, but hadn't expected them all to be so exquisitely lovely, truly a once-in-a-century sight. Perhaps after this, he could even get some immediate gratification. This was a profitable deal. I have this quirk, I don't like saying the same thing 3 times nor hearing it 3 times, or else I can't help but punch someone. Yi Li glanced sideways at the crew-cut man, intending to release a murderous aura, but his face wouldn't allow it, making the gesture seem instead mischievously playful. The crew-cut man was instantly amused, nodding repeatedly like a little girl. All right, we won't say it 3 times. He then pointed to his accomplices present. For fairness, you can pick anyone. The moment these words fell, before Yi Li could even look, the previously beaten Jiao San volunteered himself. Dare you pick me? This guy among ordinary folks clearly looked like a ruthless character, showing no mercy or chivalry towards Yili, mainly because had been kicked, completely losing any sense of softness. He was probably already thinking about how to vent after Yili's car crash, whether to strangle then humiliate or humiliate then strangle. Yili bared his teeth, revealing a row of pearl-like teeth. Want me to pick you? Fine, bark 3 times like a dog, and he'll give you the face. What did you say? Jiao San clenched his fists, veins bulging on his forehead. A piece of trash gone deaf at such a young age. You? Jiao San's voice quivered with rage. If you don't dare, then back off. Stop wasting my time with your nonsense. Jiao San abruptly turned his head to look at the crew-cut man, as if communicating something with his eyes. The crew-cut man instantly understood his intent, and couldn't help but admire him. You dare to go after someone who just had a car crash. Don't you find the bloody scene disgusting? But then again, Jiao San was always like that, able to stomach anything, so he let him be. He winked silently, and Jiao San understood, then confirmed with Yili, you promise? Yili didn't even want to look at him, directly ignoring him. Jiao San suppressed his anger, planning to not wait for the cliff edge, but to force her off the road halfway, and drag her out for his pleasure. With that in mind, he endured the humiliation and roared 3 times, ah woo woo woo. The moment the sound was heard, Tian Nini's tense mood instantly broke, and she burst into giggles. Weiner also cooperatively let out 3 soft chuckles. Even the crew-cut man's accomplices couldn't help but laugh. Then let's begin. Wait and see how I deal with you later. Jiao San spat out a threat and got into his car. Next, the crew-cut man guided the beetle and Jiao San's car to the starting line. Looking at the beetle, the crew-cut man felt an unprecedented pang of pity. Such a fine-looking vessel was about to be destroyed. What a pity, what a pity. If only he could have enjoyed it beforehand. He waited for someone to get out of the beetle, but there was no movement for a long time. The crew-cut man stepped forward and asked, beautiful racing has a rule of no more than 2 people. You're not planning to bring your friends along for the ride, are you? Oh, you noticed? The crew-cut man was stunned. You're really thinking that? Yili ignored him. The crew-cut man confirmed he wasn't joking and was instantly speechless. Such exquisite beauties, all 3 would be gone in one go. What a massive loss. At the same time, he worried that the beetle would be too heavy and wouldn't perform well. Murder and accidental death were 2 different things. Although the crew-cut man had done such things often, doing it so openly would definitely cause trouble. He had to get his other brothers to cut the surveillance cameras on the mountain. Immediately, the crew-cut man sent a text message to his brothers, who had already cleared the area on the mountain. Since you insist, don't blame me if you lose the race. To avoid Yili sensing anything unusual, the crew-cut man reminded her once more. Yili gave him a look that said stop with the nonsense. Seeing this, the crew-cut man walked to the middle of the 2 cars, raised a flag had seemingly conjured from nowhere, and waved it rhythmically 3 times. On the final wave, he brought it down with a sharp snap. The moment the flag fell, Jiao San's green sports car shot forward violently. In the blink of an eye, its taillights were already a blur. In contrast, the beetle was just starting to move, even puffing out a plume of blue smoke. This made the crew-cut man and his gang's expressions change. At this speed, it didn't seem like enough. However, the next moment, the crew-cut man and his gang were stunned speechless as they saw 2 jets of blue flame shoot out from the beetle's exhaust. Immediately after, the engine's pitch changed dramatically, and the beetle suddenly shot forward. Before anyone could even see it clearly, the crew-cut man felt a blade of wind graze his scalp, stinging painfully. What kind of speed was needed to achieve that? Inside the beetle, Yili stared at the steering wheel with a strange look. Just moments ago had asked Afun how to switch driving speeds. Afun asked what speed he needed, and Yili replied that it just needed to be better than a sports car. Afun received the instruction, and immediately the steering wheel began to automatically retract and transform, changing into a handlebar style. The handlebars looked cool. Yili gave them a casual glance, pressed the accelerator, and then hit the boost button on the handlebars, and the car shot forward. The force was something Head never experienced before. Yili felt his facial skin being pushed back, a testament to the incredible speed. But the panic lasted only a moment. He quickly adjusted his mindset and immersed himself in the mastery of driving skills. The feeling was similar to the previous skills, yet it didn't bring much thrill. The only strange thing was that Yili felt a new connection between himself and the car, a familiar bond, as if every corner of it was under his complete control. Moreover, the road rushing past before his eyes was exceptionally clear enough for him to navigate it well. Green arrow has passed the first curve. Speed 130. Time 0. 76. The walkie-talkie in the crew-cut man's hand crackled with a real-time update from the mountain. Actually, the crew-cut man didn't need the update from his brothers on the mountain. He could see it on the drone monitor. Undoubtedly, Jiao San's driving was fine, but buddy, did you forget something? The beetle has also passed the curve. Speed 170. Time 0. 24. The walkie-talkie crackled again, and the crew-cut man froze. What did he just hear? That thing took that curve at such a high speed. But then he remembered how impossibly fast the beetle had started, and he felt a bit more resigned, though the shock within him hadn't stopped. He hurriedly instructed the brother controlling the drone monitor to keep a close watch on the beetle. In the footage, the beetle seemed transformed. Not only was it speed up, but its four wheels had also grown larger. The crew-cut man was completely baffled. How was this possible? Meanwhile, Jiao San, driving the green arrow, saw no sign of the beetle in his rearview mirror and curled his lips into a disdainful smile. How boring. This race was utterly meaningless. But then he remembered something. Right? The race was secondary, the goal was to take out that crazy woman. With that thought, Jiao San was about to slow down and wait, but the moment the idea crossed his mind, whoosh, something sped past him. The beetle has overtaken the green arrow. Speed 306. There was also a walkie-talkie in his car, and when Jiao San heard the broadcast, he was dumbfounded. How was this possible? That was just an ordinary commuter car. How did it reach a speed of 306? Inside, the beetle Tianmini was already rolling her eyes back, gripping her seatbelt, so hard she had forgotten how to breathe. She tried to speak, but the severe force combined with her shortness of breath only produced gurgling sounds. The vague meaning was cursing, Yili calling him a jerk for scaring and toying with her. Weiner, on the other hand, was eerily calm, though subtle changes were visible. Her face was flushed, her breathing was rapid, and her hair was flying back uncontrollably. Most importantly, she wasn't in the same dire state as Tianmini. And she could still speak. Yili. I peed a little. Yili gasped, not daring to look back. So it was true that one could be scared into losing control. Well, as long as it's not too bad, I'm sorry, Weiner. He could only console her as best he could at this moment. Weiner remained silent, presumably trying her best to hold it in. Jiao San snapped back to reality, his speed instantly surging, a smile suddenly appearing at the corner of his mouth. Yes, he was smiling. Since the speed was sufficient, this was a good thing. Siyuan too was also smiling, his thoughts aligned with Jiao San's. As long as speed wasn't an issue, the outcome would naturally be good. However, Jiao San's thoughts differed slightly from Siyuan too. He hadn't forgotten the kick Yili had given him. So he wanted to personally ram Yili over and drag him out for some fun. He wanted to torment her to death, wishing she'd never choose to be a woman in her next life. The more Jiao San thought about it, the more excited he became, licking his lips and bursting into loud laughter. It was as if he could already see the fear and helplessness in Yili's eyes. He relished that look. He savored others' helplessness. Yili once again marveled at the principle that system creations were always top tier. He had never seen this kind of local track before, he hadn't even heard of it. Yet he wasn't unfamiliar with it, all thanks to Afin's impressive capabilities. Not only was there voice guidance, but the windshield also displayed the driving route and the entire mountain road layout. It was a true real-world cheat. With such clear prompts, who needed expert driving skills? Just follow the map and drive. Just as he was marveling with excitement, a car's shadow appeared in the rearview mirror. Jiao San had caught up. It would be easy to shake him off. Fin's racing mode was absolutely dominant, but Yili didn't do that. He also held grudges and had similar intentions to Jiao San. He wanted to settle this with the bastard ahead of time. He didn't intend to kill him, but crippling him was a certainty. The green arrow and the beetle are side by side, both holding at 345. The next scurve is within 500 meters. They've entered the scurve. Moving in sync, no speed reduction, no collision. They've exited the scurve, neither yielding an inch. Speed has reached 350, and still climbing, still climbing. My God, what kind of commuter car is this? No issues at all, even gripping firmly through the turns. Incredible. Something's happening. Something's happening. The green arrow seems to have an idea. It's less than a meter from the beetle and closing in. What is it trying to do? The next corner is a double. Jiao San controlled the green arrow, gradually closing in on the beetle. Yili glanced sideways at him, seeing the guy grinning at him through the car window, as if bidding a final farewell. It was indeed a farewell, but there was a difference between the one seeing off and the one being seen off. Yili wasn't afraid of him getting close, he was afraid he wouldn't. He was waiting for this moment. Feeling the time was right, Jiao San yanked the steering wheel hard to the right. At this speed, coupled with such a forceful turn, he didn't believe the beetle wouldn't flip if he rammed it. As for the guardrails on the mountain road, Jiao San had considered that. He wasn't worried about the beetle flying off the road entirely. If it did, that was fine too, as long as it was a clean death. Either way, it was a kill. He could forego the pleasure if needed. Of course, Jiao San secretly hoped the beetle wouldn't fly too high. If it tumbled down the cliff, the anger he held inside wouldn't be fully vented. In short, he was willing to see either outcome, though their significance and nature differed. With that thought, his hands exerted force rapidly. The steering wheel turned sharply, and the green arrow rammed directly towards the beetle. Yili was watching him closely. Seeing this, he pressed the left attack button on the handlebar. He had no idea what it was, but the meaning was clear. Left attack meant attacking to the left. As the button was pressed, several circular holes suddenly opened on the beetle's left shell. Each hole was about the thickness of Yili's calf, pitch black inside. The moment the green arrow got close, solid iron rods shot out from the holes. Duong wow, 7 or 8 pitch black rods, each over 40 centimeters long. Then Yili felt the car shudder slightly before quickly stabilizing. When he looked at the green arrow again, it was intimately pressed against the mountain wall, trailing sparks and lightning. If Jiao San hadn't been experienced and stabilized the car in time, his skin would have been scraped off. Once stable, Jiao San stared wide-eyed, heart pounding, feeling utterly disoriented. What had just happened? Wasn't I supposed to be ramming his car? How did I end up pushing myself back? And there's an extra dent. Due to driving side by side, the Beetle and Green Arrow were at similar heights, so Jiaosan couldn't see what happened. But he did notice a row of dents on the right side of his car. They were over 10 centimeters deep, which baffled him even more. He was confused, but someone else saw what happened. Kune couldn't breathe for a long time. He had just seen the Beetle extend a row of arms, shoving Jiaosan's car back. Is this even a car? This is a mech. No, this can't go on. Oh, I can't let Jiaosan mess around anymore, or he'll get himself killed. With that thought, he quickly switched to Jiaosan's channel and shouted into the mic. Jiaosan, listen to me. That girl's car is weird. Stop messing around. Just wait until she reaches the gap. Weird? What's weird? No time to explain. The next turn is a reverse double. You need to keep your distance from her, got it? Are you exaggerating, bro, too? Can't I even take down a girl? Jiaosan pouted in defiance. Although he wasn't sure what had just happened, he didn't believe Yili was behind it. If you just listen to your bro. Kune tried to add more, but Jiaosan turned off the walkie-talkie. He refused to believe he couldn't finish off a mere girl. He accelerated, closing in on the Beetle again. Kune called out for a long while, got no response, and his heart skipped a beat. It's over. That guy is definitely doomed. The upcoming reverse double curve had only partial guardrails due to the overhanging cliff. If Jiaosan got rammed by the Beetle again, there would be no good outcome. Kune was about to explode. Forgetting Rao Bei's instructions, he drove his car up the mountain road. At that moment, the reverse double was imminent, and the Beetle and Green Arrow had switched positions. The Beetle was now on the inside, near the mountain wall, while the Green Arrow was on the outside by the cliff edge. Jiaosan was indeed stubborn. Even on the outside, he recklessly inched closer to the Beetle, planning to squeeze it against the mountain wall and scrape it raw. With him acting like that, Yili wasn't going to play the saint. He directly pressed the right attack, not even pausing. All that was heard was duong duong. The Green Arrow uncontrollably spun its tires and slid its direction, veering off dangerously close to the guardrail. Jiaosan was scared out of his wits. He saw it. He finally saw what that thing was. Not bothering to think about how such a thing could appear from a commuter car, he hastily braked. Yili noticed his intention and wasn't about to let him succeed. He kept steering right while pressing the right attack button faster. The duong duong sounds were incessant. When the Green Arrow's speed finally dropped, it was unfortunately right at the section, without guardrails. Yili kept hitting it, feeling no guilt whatsoever. Jiaosan had clearly tried to kill him earlier. Why show mercy to someone like that? The Green Arrow had completely left the normal road and was precariously perched on the cliff's edge. The entire frame was deformed from the hits. If not for the wheels, you couldn't even tell it was a car. Jiaosan panicked, his survival instinct surging like never before. He riskily opened the door, trying to climb over the roof to save himself. Unfortunately, it was all too late. He had to face the consequences of his despicable intentions. Yili rolled down his window and gave him a smile so mysterious and charming. But at that moment it appeared in Jiaosan's eyes like the smile of a demon. No, I beg you. He stood on the car roof, raising his hand to stop him. Yili grinned. If our roles were reversed, you probably wouldn't have given me the chance to speak, would you? Head duong. The final metallic clang rang out as the vehicle plummeted over the cliff edge with its occupant. At that very moment, the crew-cut man arrived, just in time to witness the scene, his scalp prickling with horror. He cast a deep, lingering gaze at Yili before charging toward the precipice. Crouching at the cliff's edge, he spotted Jiaosan below, a sight so gruesome it made even him, a hardened thug stained with blood, tremble in fear. By all logic, a fall from the nearly 1,000-jong cliff should have turned Jiaosan into a pulp, his remains invisible to the naked eye. Yet that wasn't the case. Jiaosan was caught by the bizarre trees jutting from the cliff wall, though his fortune didn't grant him survival. The trees bore no leaves, their branches sharp and twisted into grotesque shapes. Two upward-pointing branches had pierced through Jiaosan's eyes, impaling him midair. Blood gushed in torrents, the spray visible even from 100 meters away. The crew-cut man thought, thank heavens the human skull is hard, or the branches would have drilled right through the bone too, wouldn't they? Unable to bear the sight any longer, the crew-cut man turned his head and fixed his gaze on Yili in silence. Yili stepped out of the car with calm composure, and this time, it was his turn to click his tongue in disdain. Oh dear, I got distracted for a moment. Your buddy here with such a wide road, he just had to squeeze into me. Look at the mess this has caused, tisk tsk. The victor's words always carry weight, and the crew-cut man, being in this line of work, understood that well. So he said nothing. Seeing no reaction, Yili smiled again. Let me tell you a secret. About 700 meters ahead, there's a gap in the road. You know about that, right? At these words, the crew-cut man's hair stood on end, his lips trembling violently. How did he know? How could he possibly know? This was impossible. Only 3 people knew about that gap, and none of them would ever reveal it to an outsider. What are you panicking for? Yili stepped closer. The death of your bastard buddy is just a warning. If you still want to mess around, the next one might not be just one of you. The dead deserve respect, so this time I won't dig into why you did it, or whether someone's pulling your strings. But next time. Yili paused abruptly, his words gripping the crew-cut man's heart, who stared back in terror. He'll strip the skin off the person behind you too. With that, Yili smiled again. Unbeknownst to him, the impact of that smile on the crew-cut man's psyche was devastating. Besides, racing is a risky game. You're not going to be a sore loser, are you? As for how to clean up this mess, I think you know what to do. With that, he left the crew-cut man with an unforgettable silhouette and drove away. Yili. You. The car was already nearing the villa district. Nini had been holding back all the way, hesitating to speak. What about me? Why is your face so pale? That's weird. Nini was speechless internally. You just killed a man, isn't that enough reason to look pale? Sigh, that's just how the world works. If you're merciful, people will walk all over you forever. That guy brought it on himself. You both saw it. Recalling the earlier events, Nini nodded reluctantly. Indeed, that Diao-san had been hellbent on harming them. If Yili hadn't used some strange trick, who knew who would have gone off that cliff today? But you're a girl, why aren't you scared at all? Wainer added with a jab. You're not scared at all. Actually pretty badass. Yili was at a loss for words. He couldn't exactly say that after going through a soul transmigration, offing a few people was nothing, right? But the way you spoke just now, your tone and demeanor, it felt so intense. I almost thought you were a guy. Wainer chimed in. Yeah, you looked so cocky. Yili blushed for once, waving his hands frantically. Oh, it's nothing, it's nothing. Fortunately, the earlier scene hadn't been witnessed by little Xiao Xiao. The little one was sleeping soundly, having dozed off for about an hour or two. It was now nearly 1 or 2 in the afternoon, and lunch was missed. Yet the hunger pangs hadn't diminished. Back at the villa, the two women quickly busied themselves, and soon forgot about the Diao-san incident. Yili settled Xiao Xiao down, and sat silently on the sofa, lost in thought. He wondered, have I ever done anything to offend anyone? So where on earth did that crew-cut gang come from today? Initially had thought it was just a simple flirtation, and racing was just a pastime for young people. But the gap on Afin's map made Yili suspicious. At high speed, that gap was enough to cause instant death. This was clearly premeditated. That was why Yili had firmly made up his mind to kill, making Diao-san the vent for his anger. He didn't want to know immediately whether someone was behind the crew-cut man, but he lacked the power right now. A direct confrontation probably wouldn't end well, and might even backfire. So had ended things hastily with those words. Who could it be though? Chi Xiao. Impossible. In his memory, that guy was at most a petty troublemaker, and his family couldn't afford such extravagance. Pu Mingrue. She was just a puppet and a white lotus. She lacked the courage, the nerve, and the brains. Chen Yiming. Unlikely to. What would he have to gain? It couldn't be just over a few harsh words, could it? What about those 2 old geezers today? Could they be seeking revenge, thinking Head ruined their plans? That didn't seem realistic, did it? They looked pretty scared of that guy called Li Lo. Since Head given them a veiled warning, they wouldn't dare mess around again, would they? Aren't they afraid Li Lo would come after them if he found out? Those 2 old geezers don't quite fit either. That leaves only in Lan. Yili narrowed his eyes. Is this girl really so ruthless? But what would she have to gain? The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he became. In his memory, Yili's sister had never had any unpleasantness with this girl, not even in matters of romance like with Chen Yiming. So why on earth was she targeting Yili's sister? After racking his brains for a while, Yili felt a headache coming on. Forget it. If he couldn't figure it out, he wouldn't. Head crossed that bridge when he came to it. Better to do something pleasant instead. He opened the system panel. Yili, 16 years old, high school sophomore. Gender male, temporarily female. Artistic skills, piano mastery, painting mastery. Martial skills, 5 tigers, 8 trigrams, staff, Jeet Kune. Operational skills, expert driving. Special abilities, miraculous, healing, godlike strength. Items, 1 villa, at Jinshang District 2 No. 2 1 custom beetle car. Tasks completed 7 cumulative completion of 10 tasks e.g. 203,040 system grants additional forgiveness points accordingly. Final forgiveness, transformation value, 1000. Current forgiveness value, 2500. After reading it all, Yili couldn't help but frown. The frequency of these triggered choices was pretty mediocre. At this rate, when would he ever accumulate 10 billion? Still, he wasn't discouraged. The frequency of choices didn't really matter, what mattered was the forgiveness value. From what Head gathered, this forgiveness value was determined by the difficulty of the choice. Simple ones gave less, while complex or morally dubious ones gave more. Take Fatty Liu's case for instance. It had jumped by 500 in one go. He hoped the system would give him more opportunities to do shady things in the future. After reviewing all this, Yili realized Head missed something important. Godlike strength. What did that even feel like? He stood up, careful not to damage anything in the house, and walked over to a street lamp outside the villa. Reaching out, he gave it a squeeze. A creaking sound followed as the lamp post bent, folding completely into a 90-degree angle. Before Yili could react, a loud bang echoed as the lampshade came crashing down onto his head. The pain was so intense, he danced on the spot. Even the hand that had crushed the lamppost was throbbing. This defied physics. If his grip strength was this immense, why hadn't his bones been reinforced? He shouldn't be feeling any pain at all. The system offered no explanation. After pondering for a while, Yili concluded that his Bodis engine couldn't keep up with the overdrive. They simply didn't match. In plain terms, his physique wasn't compatible with such overwhelming force. Once he figured that out, he grew even more frustrated. If they weren't compatible, why give him godlike strength just to screw with him? Hearing the commotion, a bewildered Tian Nini rushed out, with a spatula in hand. Wainer, her hair still dripping wet, also emerged. Apparently she had been washing up after her earlier scare. The two women stood at the villa entrance, staring blankly in shock. Just what kind of godly friend had they gotten themselves involved with? I apologize, Miss Yi. It might be a quality issue. We'll make sure to check thoroughly. We're very sorry for the inconvenience. Watching the property management staff leave, Yili glanced at the newly repaired street lamp, shook her head, and went to eat. At the dinner table, Wainer and Tian Nini stared at her in silence. Yili felt as if her very soul was being laid bare under their gaze and couldn't help but ask, "What's going on? Just say it directly, don't do this to me. You're freaking me out. Do you consider us your close friends?" Wainer added, "Do you? It's only been a few days. Things are heating up this fast." Wainer reacted, first turning to relay the message. She said no. Tian Nini gave her a look that said, "I heard that," then turned back to Yili. "At least we're friends, right?" "At least friends, right?" Yili covered her face, wondering what kind of creatures these two women were. She nodded in agreement. "Friends should at least know what's going on with you, right?" Yili couldn't deny it. "Your behavior has been very strange. Aren't you going to explain? Aren't you going to—" Yili raised his hands in surrender. He couldn't take it anymore, and confessed everything. "Listen, I'll only say this once." The two women instantly perked up, leaning in closer. "I, Yili, am a transmigrator from another space-time 5.9 billion light-years away. By some twist of fate, I became the person you now know. That's why I know so much, why I'm so bold, and why my strength is so extraordinary." Yili blurted it all out in one breath, speaking incredibly fast, fully expecting the two women to respond with shock, astonishment, disbelief, or bewilderment. But Tian Nini and Wainer didn't even flinch. They even looked bored. They exchanged a glance and said in unison, "Let's eat." "Ignore her. Wait, I'm telling the truth. Why don't you believe me? Try this, it's my specialty. Eat up, take the biggest piece, don't let someone else snatch it." "All right. I won't give any to a certain someone. She doesn't know how to share, so I won't either." Yili scratched his head, feeling a melancholy he had never known before. "Since you've made this decision, I'm sorry and regretful. After all, a hospital is a place to heal and save lives, not a charity. I apologize." The attending physician kept apologizing, but there wasn't much sincerity in his eyes. Having learned the reason for Aunt Mai's tearful pleas, the attending physician had already prepared for the mother-daughter patients. After a proper show of solemnity and practiced movements, he finally completed the discharge procedures for Yi Yao and her mother that afternoon. In the end, he insisted Aunt Mai sign some sort of medical advisory agreement and a liability waiver. Aunt Mai, having navigated the professional world, could see right through the physician's little tricks. But thinking of Yili, she ultimately signed. Sigh. She prayed that girl wasn't suffering from some delusion, or she'd end up on the state's payroll for sure. In the evening, the hospital finally arranged transport, and Yi Yao, still with a tracheal tube attached, was taken back to the old residential area with her somber mother. Throughout the journey, the mother remained silent, utterly despondent. They had finally found a matching source, and now the treatment costs were gone. Aunt Mai's heart wept for her. "My dear sister, you can't blame me. It was all your daughter's idea, and she insisted I keep quiet." Aunt Mai couldn't bear to look at Yimu's face. She secretly sent a text message to Yili. Receiving the message, Yili was delighted and brought the fairy baby home. Why bring her along? Because the three fairies at the villa had no experience taking care of a baby. Yili planned to have Yimu and Yi Yao help look after the baby once they were better, until Lilu returned. The moment he entered the house, a chill hit him. It wasn't a physical cold, but a cold born from the heart. Even from a distance, he could feel his mother's resentful aura and her will to give up on life. Yili's heart ached. He went over and held his mother's hand, finally telling her the truth. "Mom may not have read much, but you can't comfort me like this, can you?" she said. "Come on, what method could cure leukemia instantly?" Yimu refused to believe it. Aunt Mai gave a wry smile. "Lily, if you don't explain this clearly, my decades of friendship with your mother are over. I've been on edge the whole way here." She still couldn't bring herself to look at Yimu, feeling a sense of dread. And it wasn't just her, Yili felt the same. His mother right now looked like a certain celebrity. That celebrity was the taciturn Yen Near, whose mere expression could make you collapse from despair. Don't you trust your own daughter? Tell your mom your daughter will soar to great heights in the future, unmatched by anyone in this world. Yili's voice was resolute, dispelling some of the resentful aura. At the same time, he took the opportunity to pat his mother. Having said that, he ignored the two elders, walked into Yi Yao's room, and gave her a pat as well. His mother's illness was exacerbated by old coronary heart disease. After that pat, Yili felt his head spinning. But he held on. It was precisely because of this that he didn't want his mother to notice something wrong, so he hurried to Yi Yao's room. Yi Yao's illness had shown no signs or symptoms, as if it had erupted from nowhere. But there were indeed blood clots, viruses, and fungi in her body. Yili had used the miraculous healing art 3 times in one day, and his own body hadn't recovered. After applying the pat, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and unable to hold on, he collapsed head first onto the floor. But he still didn't dare make a sound. In his past life, apart from the old man's warmth, he had never truly experienced a mother's love. He didn't want this mother's love to worry about him too much. Yi Yao seemed to react, her gaunt face twitching. Her usually lively big eyes were now dull and lifeless. She looked at Yi Li on the floor. Though she didn't know what had happened, just that one look made the little girl cry silently. "Sis," she said, her voice extremely weak, tears soaking the corner of her blanket. Yi Li wiped the blood from his lips with his sleeve, looked up, and gave a fairy-like smile that felt like a spring breeze. But his face was frighteningly pale. An onlooker might have thought had just come from a coal mine. Seeing this, Yi Yao's tears, which had been slowing, began to flow anew. "Sis, what's wrong? Why is there so much blood on the floor?" "Nothing, sis, is just happy and excited that you're getting better." "Sis." Yi Yao was not naive. She knew her own condition well. Facing life and death, witnessing her loved one's grief, all she could do was cry, overwhelmed by boundless grievance and fear. "Get up. The floor is cold." Even on the brink of death, she still cared for her loved ones. This girl deserved to live. Yi Li would not allow heaven to take her. At this moment, Yi Li swore in his heart, from this day forward, no matter who in this world dares to lay a finger on Yi Mu or Yi Yao, he would break their bones one by one. The influence of loved ones is terrifying. Yi Li, who had intended to lift Yi Yao's spirits, found his own eyes turning red because of the little girl. But he was comforting her with a smile. He said, "Sis said you'll be fine, and you will definitely be fine. Trust me, in a few minutes you'll be out of bed and jumping around." Just as he finished speaking, Aunt Mai's startled cry came from the living room. Li, this is crazy. Your mother is insisting on going for a run." Hearing this, Yi Li slumped to the floor, habitually stroking his slender jade-like legs, grinning like a fool. To be honest, neither curing the cat, nor curing Xiao, nor Yi Li herself had felt such a sense of trepidation. Even when the other party recovered in the blink of an eye, she was not greatly moved. Ultimately, she had known it beforehand, and there was a lack of a close family bond in that situation. When it came to Yi Li's mother, Yi Yao, the feeling was utterly different. It was a chasm between heaven and earth. Thus the process was filled with immense anticipation and unease. It even made her doubt whether the miraculous healing was truly real, and so on with such skeptical thoughts. When Aunt Mai's exclamation came, Yi Li instantly felt what joy was. Good, this feeling was wonderful. At that moment, Yi Li's mother stood in the living room with a radiant face. The angle of her body and the way her feet planted on the ground unmistakably indicated that she was in perfect health. Moreover, she kept marching in place as if warming up before a run. "Tell me what's happening to me. I feel full of energy. Am I no longer sick?" Mother Yi was both excited and doubtful, so overwhelmed with emotion that she even forgot her daughter. Aunt Mai cried tears of joy, unable to speak, her mind filled only with the text message Yi Li had sent her. "This must be related to Lily, it must be. Mom, are you well?" Yi Li grinned, leaning against the doorframe. Mother Yi suddenly realized, seemingly recalling Yi Li's strange words and promises from before. Before she could ask in surprise and confusion, Yi Li, who was leaning by the door, slowly stepped aside. Taught with a cheerful flourish of her hands, Yi Yao stepped out in a daze. Her complexion looked even better than Mother Yi's, and even her lifeless hair had regained its vitality. Yi Yao expressed her bewilderment. How strange, how could she be healed in an instant? Just like what her sister said. Then came the moving scene of tears. Mother Yi held Yi Yao and kissed her repeatedly, looking her over from left to right. Aunt Mai was no exception, almost making Yi Yao sick on the spot. After the excitement subsided, the two elders turned to Yi Li. "Lily, tell Mom the truth. What exactly happened?" The elderly, encountering such a strange event, naturally could not understand. The familiar tone made Yi Li's head ache. After thinking for a long time, Yi Li could not come up with a good explanation. She simply said, "I met a living immortal who said that if I brought you and little sister home today, your illnesses would automatically heal." An immortal? Mother Yi turned to Aunt Mai, and the question in her eyes needed no further explanation. Aunt Mai gave Yi Li a strange look, as if playing along. "I've long heard that feng shui can cure all ailments. Perhaps Lily really did meet an immortal." Aunt Mai said this with great skill, shifting the focus from encountering an immortal to feng shui. Mother Yi's generation had survived on the leftovers of war, and they had heard of folk feng shui, though she believed it a little. From that beginning it became uncontrollable. She went out that night to buy incense and muttered incantations in the hallway, as if sending gratitude to that immortal from afar. Yi Li rolled her eyes so hard, she almost blurted a curse. Xiaoxiao's appearance had been noticed by the two elders early on, but the atmosphere had been heavy earlier, and Mother Yi only showed slight surprise without asking. Now that her mood was excellent, she finally took the time to inquire. Yi Li slapped her forehead. This was a mess. She had never taken care of a child before, so her mind was careless. "Sorry, Xiao. Mom, Aunt Mai, this is a friend's little sister. Her brother went out of town and won't be back for a few days, so she entrusted Xiao to me." The two elders exchanged glances, looked at Xiao, then stared at Yi Li. Their eyes told Yi Li everything without words. "Mom, she's really just a friend. You and Aunt Mai don't need to think about those things." Mother Yi was still suspicious. "Really? Lily, you're still in school. A girl should love herself, especially avoid associating with those social." Stop, Mom. Your daughter will remain single, pure, chaste, virtuous, and as flawless as jade. They'll say this only once, so don't worry. I will never lose my virtue. Don't think such things anymore." Mother Yi pursed her lips in worry, but could not say more. Aunt May, knowing Mother Yes' insecure nature, reassured her, I trust Lily. I've watched her grow up. Our Lily would never touch those dirty things. Exactly. Yili laughed. By the way, Mom, you should rest at home for a while, and don't work. Yi Yao has fallen behind on her studies, so you and Aunt May can find a tutor. With that, she took out a card she had prepared earlier. There's money here enough for us to live on. Mom, you don't need to save. I've been earning money from my comics all along. Xiao Xiao will be in your care. Xiao Xiao had been sitting quietly on the sofa. When she heard Sister Yi seem to call her, she quickly jumped down. She was a bit shy, holding Yi Li's hand, and gave Aunt May and Mother Yi a sweet smile. Grandma, you're just as beautiful as Sister. Oh, this little one's tongue is so sweet. Let Grandma hold you. Mother Yi was delighted. Yi Li smiled wryly, speechless. This generation gap. Well, never mind. Both elders adored Xiao Xiao, especially her lively spirit, which captured their childlike hearts. When they learned that this little one had been unable to see before, their care and affection became even more evident. Yi Li was happy to see this. She had planned to spend more time with Mother Yi and cherish this rare warmth. But her phone rang. It was Mo Qingxue. Yi Li thought, oh no. Hey Yi Li, why aren't you at the class meeting yet? Everyone is here, just waiting for you and Miss Shangwan. There had been too many things happening today, and Yi Li had lost track of time. She glanced quickly at the dark outside and lied to Mo Qingxue, saying she was already on the way. Then she grabbed her bag and phone, ready to leave. Where are you going? Mother Yi had just finished showing Xiao Xiao around the room when she saw Yi Li's haste and asked with concern. I forgot to tell you, there's a class meeting today. Mom will be staying at Kingsu's house for a couple of days. Please take care of Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao, come here, give Sister a kiss. While with that, she opened the door. Mother Yi let out an ah, and seemed to remember something. Be polite when you're staying at someone's house. By the way, what's the blood on the floor of Yao Yao's room? Yi Li paused, couldn't think of an excuse, and simply said it was stabbed by Aunt Feng. Bang, the door closed. Mother Yi exchanged a look with Aunt May, and without saying a word, they did not show any strange expressions in front of the children. As soon as Yi Li went downstairs, she couldn't find her keys. Just then Yi Yao came down the stairs holding the key to the Beetle. Shocked, sis, when did you get a car? Pinching Yi Yao's cheek, Yi Li gave her a quick kiss. I'll tell you later. I'm in a hurry now. Study hard and listen to Mom. Oh sis, be safe. Like the wind, she returned to the villa, didn't even close the car door, and grabbed Wainer, who was watching TV, to rush out. Tian Nini asked a question, and after learning they were going to the class meeting, she launched into a lecturing mode. Campus is a place for fantasy, society is a place for reality. Wandering between the two brings double pressure. Oh my god, just say what you want to say. Yi Li couldn't stand it. Tian Nini rolled her eyes. Are you going like this? You'll be laughed at. She scanned Yi Li's outfit and Wainer, who was dazed in her pajamas. Yi Li looked down at herself. She was wearing a 7-point denim flared pants, a khaki hoodie, and a pair of white sneakers. She didn't see anything wrong with this outfit. It was very comfortable, and she couldn't even feel her, but cold. Sigh, I really doubt if you're a woman. Class meetings are highly competitive. If you go so casually, you'll be embarrassed at the dinner table. Tian Nini spoke with the tone of someone who had been there. Yi Li was speechless. Was a gathering really that complicated? But then she thought now she was Yi Li, and she should indeed consider her friend's face. So what do you suggest? Follow me, and it'll make you stunningly beautiful, captivating everyone with a single smile. Tian Nini licked her lips temptingly, and before finishing, she didn't forget to say to Wainer, who had been watching them talk, 40 minutes. A full 40 minutes of torment. Yi Li had no idea how to argue with Mo Qingxue any longer, so he simply said he would definitely go, then turned off his phone. Staring at his reflection in the mirror, his heart pounded wildly, and he once again fought the urge to marry himself. The young woman wore a dark evening gown, the black fabric sharply offsetting her cool-toned skin, striking and alluring. The patterned hem of the dress barely reached her underarms, revealing her perfect collarbones and a neck as graceful as a swan's. Her hair was braided into two playful, lively tails at the back of her head. Her bangs, meticulously styled by Miss Tian Nini, had become a fluffy, airy fringe. Paired with the gown, it was slightly incongruous, yet it was precisely this incongruity that gave Yi Li a sense of contrasting beauty and girlish charm. On her feet were open-toed high heels with lace trim, equally stark in their black and white contrast. The fit and curves were just right, with clearly defined veins and a distinctly elegant foot shape. A single glance would make any foot enthusiast fall to their knees in admiration. Once more she was hailed as a celestial maiden. Yi Li was truly a goddess descended from heaven. What single word could capture such beauty? Yi Li took the opportunity to sneak a few touches on himself, feeling elated and blushing at his own actions. The outfit was stunning, but one thing irked him greatly. Why do I have to wear something this tight? Tian Nini, who was busy tidying up Wainer, glanced at him with disdain. Yours aren't as big as mine, how else would we highlight them? Yi Li held his forehead, finding the logic sound, but it was still uncomfortable, hard to breathe, and quite painful. Soon after, Wainer was also dressed up, looking gracefully stunning and outshining everyone. She was about the same height as Yi Li, with a completely different temperament, but both were exceptionally beautiful. Even without deliberate dressing, they were radiant. It was just that her chest was slightly lacking, so it needed early attention. Unable to resist, Yi Li gave her a quick peck, turning Wainer's face crimson. Tian Nini asked out of nowhere, what flavor are you today? I want to taste too. Such a reasonable request. Yili naturally obliged her. The three of them ended up savoring each other right there in the dressing room. After another 10-odd minutes, Yili, having had his fill, asked curiously, "Where did these clothes come from?" "Ask her," Nini said, nodding toward Wainer. The latter answered truthfully, "They were sent over by my father's subordinates." Subordinates? Those battlefield soldiers. Yili nodded and seeing that they were ready said, "Let's go." As for facial makeup, it didn't need to be so elaborate. A simple touch-up, arching the brows for depth, lipstick highlighter, and such. Nini, seeing them off, asked instinctively due to her artistic nature, "With this outfit today, what kind of music style do you think fits?" Yili, standing by the car, didn't hesitate and hummed out, "Coffee on the left bank of the Seine, I hold a cup tasting your beauty, leaving lipstick prints on my lips." Of course it's a fluttery romantic style. Another original. You just make them up on the spot. Nini had only asked casually, never expecting Yili to spin a tune on the spot that fits so perfectly. "What's this song called?" "Farewell to Earth." It's Love Confession Balloon. "You have to teach me when you get back." Nini pleaded with her eyes. Yili chuckled, got into the car, and said, "Depends on how you behave." Yili and Wainer were on their way to Huiting restaurant. Wainer frowned at Yili, holding back for a long time. Almost until Yili couldn't help but speak, before she said, "I used to really dislike being close to people. But ever since I met you, that feeling is gone. Isn't that strange?" Yili had no idea what this girl was trying to say. Wainer continued on her own. "Last night, I couldn't sleep, so I looked it up on my phone." "Looked it up? What did you look up?" Wainer was very serious and spoke earnestly. "About this whole Yuri thing, Yili, I think I might be into girls now." "Yili? Why would you even look that up?" "I just wanted to know why I feel so drawn to you. It doesn't make sense. I don't feel this way about Sister Nini. You're just odd." Yili scratched his head, wondering if this had gone too far. If he ended up confusing this young girl's orientation, the guilt would be immense. He seemed to want to know something too, and asked back, "Wainer, hypothetically, if you ever found out I was a man, would you still feel this way?" Wainer stared at him without blinking. Then she nodded. "It doesn't seem to matter. Your appeal is too strong regardless of who you are." Hearing this, Yili was nearly moved to tears and vowed to take care of Wainer the moment he returned to his male form. Wainer's answer also showed Yili that her orientation was normal. It was perhaps due to him or his way of doing things that had caused a slight deviation in her feelings. Huiting restaurant, 3rd floor, private hall. Xiaoman's purpose in hosting this class gathering was clear: to curry favor with the governor's daughter. The students from her class were merely decoration. But what Xiaoman hadn't expected was that class 25 had tagged along as well, obviously to get familiar and cozy with the important guest. Xiaoman gritted her teeth in frustration, but was helpless to do anything. Now both classes were seated in the same hall, close enough to whisper to each other. As time dragged on and the guest of honor remained absent, murmurs began to spread. The main guest is deliberately delaying, but given her status, well, just have to wait. But that one in your class is acting like a chicken with a feather, so shameless. I think she's just purposely keeping us waiting." Several heavily made-up girls from class 25 sneered with obvious displeasure. "Class 25, what are you trying to say? Who are you talking about?" "You know who we're talking about. Don't think you can look down on everyone just because you've got the title of piano prodigy. Not everyone has to cater to her. She'd better watch out, or she might offend the wrong person and end up in trouble." "Puffed piano prodigy. She's just a bastard girl born to a slut. Watch your mouth. Goddess, he isn't what you say. She must be held up by something. Dong Hui, I won't allow you to insult Yili any further, or else I won't be responsible for what I do." Mo Qingxue stood up, her gaze sharp as she stared at the girls who had been speaking. Chao He also glared at his classmates, his hand already gripping a wine bottle, as if he would smash it right open on their heads if they dared say another bad word about Yili. Chi Xiao from class 24 also darkened his expression, a faint ominous aura beginning to emanate from him. The homeroom teachers from both sides sensed something was wrong and intervened with admonishments. The girls, however, remained unrepentant, chattering on, insisting that Yi Li was abusing her authority and putting on airs in front of the students under the guise of Wainer. Hearing these words and the reactions of the crowd, and Lon, who had been looking down, suddenly smiled. Class 24 kept retorting that Class 25 was just using this opportunity to get familiar and cozy with the governor's daughter. What had started as a spat between a few individuals quickly escalated to a class-wide feud, and Xiaoman and the other homeroom teacher could barely contain the situation. Just then the sound of high heels echoed from the stairway leading to the hall. Yili walked in step by step, expressionless. Everyone noticed and turned to look, their eyes widening in astonishment. Is that Yili? The title of goddess is truly well earned. She's like a fairy. Yili tonight was vastly different from what they knew. So beautiful, as if she had stepped out of a painting. Waves of exclamations rose and fell, momentarily dispelling the tense atmosphere from before. Even Mo Qingxue, Chao He, Chi Xiao, and even the ever-silent Lan all looked up. Without pausing, Yili's gaze remained fixed on the girls who had insulted her earlier. The crowd felt his gaze and sensed something ominous. It seemed this was about to blow up. Finally, Yili stopped in front of the girls, and everyone involuntarily held their breath. The girls were intimidated by Yi Li's presence, but tried to maintain their composure, asking, What do you want? Yi Li raised his eyes, their gaze captivating, and said calmly, Who did you say was born to a slut? That remark was something Yi Li was never meant to hear. But as fate would have it, the girl's voice was piercingly shrill, and he had just stepped out of the elevator at that precise moment. Upon hearing it, his blood boiled with rage. I didn't say that it wasn't me. Dong Weihua's eyes darted away, her arms crossed defensively over her chest, as she stubbornly denied everything. If you apologize right now and admit you're born of a bastard, he'll forgive you. If not, you can say goodbye to that mouth of yours. Yi Li's voice remained as calm as ever, but his words, coupled with his chilling demeanor, sent a wave of terror through everyone present. Apologize? Yi Li, who do you think you are? Yes, I said it. So what? What are you going to do about it? Dong Huihui decided to come clean, her arrogance flaring even higher. She wasn't afraid of Yi Li, nor did she care about the consequences of offending him, especially considering her close ties with the governor's daughter. She had Lan's backing, and Lan was the young miss of the Yin family, one of the 3 great clans in the northern city. Though her status might not rival the governor's daughter, the Yin family feared no one in this city. Dong Huihui naturally had nothing to be afraid of. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Lan curl her lips into a smile and give her a slight nod, which only bolstered her confidence. Give it to me. Yi Li didn't even glance at her again. Instead, he turned to Chao He, raising a slender finger to indicate that Chao He should hand him what he was holding. Chao He seemed to know exactly what he intended to do, and for a moment he hesitated. Let me handle it. Just calm down. With that, he started to rise from his seat. Yi Li cut him off, saying, I'll do it myself. The crowd was utterly bewildered. Weren't they just arguing about the insult? Why were these two suddenly talking to each other? The very next moment, a collective gasp of horror rippled through the room, and screams echoed far into the distance. Yi Li took the bottle from Chao He's hand, and without a word smashed it down directly onto Dong Weihua's mouth. The bottle shattered instantly, and jagged shards of glass were driven straight into her lips and cheeks. The damage was gruesome, with fragments embedded deep within her oral cavity, her face quickly becoming a bloody, pulpy mess. Everyone in the room shot to their feet. This was a scene none of these young people had ever witnessed before. Even Xiao Du was trembling, his hands shaking uncontrollably, unable to utter a single word. The girl sitting beside Dong Huihui also turned pale, staring at Yi Li with wide, terrified eyes. My mouth. Dong Huihui, dazed from the initial impact, finally snapped back to reality. Her mouth was a bloody mess, and she let out a terrified, gurgling wail. Pain and humiliation festered within her, and she lunged at Yi Li, recklessly intent on tearing his face apart to make his delicate mouth look just like hers. Yi Li sneered. Since her dress made it inconvenient to kick, she hooked a chair with her foot instead. With godlike strength, the chair shot forward like a projectile, colliding head-on with Dong Huihui and sending her flying backward unconscious. Insult him. Fine. But to refuse an apology even after being caught, that was not acceptable. Everyone in the hall stood frozen, stunned. The Yi Li from moments ago had been terrifying, his aura like that of a cold-blooded machine. And how on earth had she kicked that chair without even moving her body? No, that wasn't the point. How could she possibly kick a chair like that? The girls who had been sitting with Dong Huihui finally snapped out of their shock and rushed forward to help her up from the floor. One of them, seeing her friend's horrific state, pointed a trembling finger at Yi Li. You're finished. You're as good as dead. She's Dong Lai's sister. With that, they carried Dong Huihui away. With injuries this severe, if she didn't receive timely medical attention, the scars on her face might never fade for the rest of her life. He's a notorious underworld boss in Sector 56, and they say he has some big shot backing him. Yi Li, are you alright? At that moment, Mo Qingxue walked over, looking at him with concern. Yi Li smiled faintly. How? He's a notorious underworld boss in Sector 56, and they say he has some big shot backing him. Yi Li, are you alright? At that moment, Mo Qingxue walked over, looking at him with concern. Yi Li smiled faintly. How could I possibly be in trouble? You just saw everything. But they just said Dong Weihua's brother is really powerful. Maybe you should leave first. Yeah, Yi Li, you should go. I've heard my husband talk about this Dong Lai. He's a ruthless character, and few who cross him come out unscathed. Xiao Man also stepped forward. Dong Lai. Powerful. Yi Li didn't know the man, but he had no intention of leaving. This welcome party today was for Weiner. It wasn't his arrangement, but it was in that spirit. If he just walked out now, what would that look like? Besides, would leaving even solve anything? That was nonsense. Whoever shows up, he'll just beat them. A thought suddenly struck Yi Li, and he turned to Xiao Man. You're married. Xiao Man and Mo Qingxue were speechless. Seriously, what kind of thought process was that? Was this really the time to be concerned about that? Xiao Man was exasperated to see a flicker of disappointment in Yi Li's eyes. What was this kid thinking? What were you interested in my husband, or something? Not just Xiao Man and Mo Qingxue, but many others were urging Yi Li to leave. But Yi Li just sat down casually. This is a gathering, we should be happy. Why so tense? Come on, everyone sit down. Huh, where's Weiner? I'm right here. Weiner had already taken a seat beside him without anyone noticing. The group was collectively speechless. This goddess Yi was not only beautiful, but she also had some serious nerve. Seeing this, Chill Man decided not to press the issue further, though she wondered if she should notify the authorities later. Miss Shangwan, everyone is very eager to get to know you. Would you mind introducing yourself? Soon the earlier incident was pushed aside, as everyone stole glances at Wainer while eating and drinking. Chill Man took the opportunity to liven up the atmosphere. Hearing this, Wainer instinctively looked at Yili. Seeing him nod encouragingly, she stood up and began to introduce herself. You probably already know my background and my name as well. In the same age as Yili, share the same hobbies, live in the same place, and enjoy watching Yili play the zither. This brief introduction left everyone feeling dizzy. Seriously, miss, are you introducing yourself? Or are you introducing Yili? Let's get this straight, shall we? At the same time, they all sensed something indescribably suspicious about this whole situation. Could the rumor that Goddess Yi was a lesbian actually be true? Had she already won over the young miss? Everyone looked at Yi Li with strange expressions, then awkwardly applauded. Hello, Wainer. Mo Qingxue, your deskmate. I hope we can get along well in the future. What followed was a round of introductions from everyone, a process that was both complicated and simple and admittedly a bit dull. Yi Li paid no attention to it. He was famished after a long day and now devoured his food with gusto. Naturally, this spectacle drew looks of amazement from the boys. Goddess Yi has not only a big heart, but also a hearty appetite. So how come she never gains weight? Chao He smiled shyly, his eyes brimming with undisguised sweetness. He just loved watching his big brother eat. It was an appetizer. Qi Xiao was also smiling, but when he noticed his own expression, he quickly straightened his face. Why do I keep finding myself staring at her without realizing it? Bai Lianpu Mongrue was tugging at the tablecloth, muttering a stream of curses under her breath. There was no need to guess what she was doing, as she was filled with envy, jealousy, and resentment. Why was it that the one who got close to Wainer wasn't her, but Yili? The scheming young Miss and Lan remained silent as usual, but the corners of her mouth curled up ever so slightly. She was probably plotting something in her mind, or perhaps waiting for what was to come next. Just as everyone was lost in their own thoughts with the atmosphere not exactly lively, the sound of cars screeching to a halt echoed from outside the restaurant. This was followed by sounds of displeasure from the patrons, but the noise quickly subsided and was suppressed. Everyone in the third-floor hall changed their expressions at the same time. Had Dong Weihua's brother really come? That was the only explanation for such a commotion. No sooner had the thought crossed their minds than the elevator doors opened and the emergency exit was flung open simultaneously. A large menacing crowd swarmed towards them. A lean young man with slicked-back hair, standing at the front, stopped at the table. He slowly took off his glasses, ran his tongue over his teeth, wrinkled his nose, and said, "Which dumbass named Yili is here? Step forward on your own." It seemed that all villains were cut from the same cloth. Their gift for eloquent speech was innate. Yili was still eating, not even sparing a glance. But the crowd of teachers and students involuntarily rose to their feet, not out of a sense of justice, but because they dared not sit calmly in the presence of these people, fearing they would be singled out for a beating. At the same time, their gazes unconsciously turned to Yili. The slick-back young man should be Dong Lai. Following his gaze, they widened their eyes slightly. Indeed, the girl in the black dress was quite something. They could smell her fragrance even from afar. I'll say it once more, who the hell is Yili? The hall was dead silent, and many of the timid ones were already trembling. This was not their fault for being cowardly. The scene was truly terrifying. The hall was so vast, yet at that moment no one could move a single step, a testament to the sheer number of people present. Amid the silence, a discordant voice laced with amusement suddenly rang out. Dong Lai narrowed his eyes and looked toward the sound, only to find it was the girl in the black dress again. This girl had some nerve. Her psychological resilience was impressive. Everyone else had stood up, but she hadn't. The one beside her hadn't stood either. Dong Lai could hardly believe it. He was about to flirt when someone spoke first. This matter is not Yi Li's fault. Your sister was the one who started with verbal insults. Friction between classmates is inevitable. There's no need to blow this out of proportion. The first half of that speech still sounded a bit weak, but the latter half carried an unexpected firmness. The speaker was none other than the shy, bespectacled boy Chao He. Yi Li glanced at him in surprise. The kid had courage. Even teacher Chiu dared not speak at this moment, yet he had stepped forward to defend her. Dong Lai was taken aback, then sneered, "Kid, you think you can teach me? What a loser. I'll say this one last time, who is Yi Li? Come out now, or none of you will leave this place on your own 2 feet. At those words, the teachers and students who had intended to protect Yi Li immediately crumbled. Without hesitation, they all pointed at her, shouting in a cacophony, "That's her. She's the one who hit your sister with a bottle. We have nothing to do with it. Please don't drag us into this." Mo Qingxue's face turned pale with anger. You have no honor." Everyone felt ashamed, of course, but was honor better than getting beaten, or even crippled? And Lan was laughing, genuinely amused, though Yi Li didn't notice. He sighed inwardly, thinking that he shouldn't have gambled on this. The result was truly unpleasant. Indeed, the reason he had remained silent until now was to see how much his former classmates would sacrifice for him. Though it was a pointless test, it would absolutely influence how he intended to interact with them in the future. Yet the outcome was far from beautiful, leaving him with a sour feeling. When Dong Lai learned from the crowd that the girl in the black dress was Yi Li, he was stunned again. This guy seemed to be constantly stunned. How did he ever become their leader? You're Yi Li. See, he even added another stupid question. Yi Li put down the crab leg he was eating and cupped his hands. I am above. Everyone's eyes bulged. Sis, are you kidding? Dong Lai nearly choked. According to the rules of the underworld, shouldn't you say, I am below as a sign of humility? Saying above is practically an insult. Little girl, you've got a sharp tongue. If you don't want them to suffer, come with us. Dong Lai was secretly delighted. He even thought his sister's disfigurement was worth it. Getting such a beautiful plaything was a huge win. Indeed, he had already planned to take Yi Li back to his place and do all sorts of unspeakable things until she was unconscious. But Yi Li didn't play by the rules. He said except for him, her, and her. You can do whatever you want with the rest. Yi Li pointed at Wan Er Xiuman Chao He and Imo Qingxue, meaning these people are off limits, the rest are yours. This immediately enraged many, their faces turning red, but they couldn't utter a word of rebuttal. Yes, Yi Li had no reason to protect them. After all, they had abandoned honor earlier. Dong Lai was so angry he laughed. You think this is a game? You hurt my sister, and you're going to end up crippled. Do you think you can negotiate with me? He was done playing. He had seen Dong Hui's miserable state earlier, and the memory now reignited his fury. Dong Lai waved his hand, casting a subtle glance at Lan, then ordered his men to push the irrelevant students aside and surround Yi Li and the others. You want to protect these people? I'll do the opposite. Watch me break them one by one. He was about to make a move. Stop. Yi Li finally stood up. What? Have you decided to come with me? Fortunately, Yi Li was a woman, otherwise Dong Lai would have already crippled him without wasting words. Yi Li ignored him and looked at Wan Er, asking, are you afraid? Wan Er tilted her head, then gathered her skirt and pulled out a butterfly knife. This was her way of telling Yi Li that she wasn't afraid of these people. Frankly, Yi Li was a bit surprised. Wan Er looked so delicate. Had she practiced something besides piano? Yi Li had Xiuman, Imo Qingxue, and Chao He stand behind him with their backs against the wall. He felt relieved. Then he too gathered his skirt, though it didn't help much, it was a bit more convenient. Seeing this, Dong Lai was thoroughly enraged. Wasn't this a blatant provocation? With such a slender frame and tender skin rolling up sleeves. Who the hell was he trying to scare? He couldn't hold back anymore. Cripple them. Oh. At Dong Lai's command, two men rushed forward. Though unarmed, their massive builds were enough to crush two girls. Dong Lai could already picture Yi Li lying on the ground helpless and at their mercy. But the result was always unexpected. As soon as the two subordinates approached, they were sent flying back with two loud thuds. Flying. Dong Lai could even see afterimages, momentarily thinking his soul had left his body. Yi Li checked her high heels. Thankfully they were sturdy, or those two kicks would have ruined them. Big brother you. Chao He had intended to protect Yi Li at all costs, but after witnessing the aftermath of two casual kicks, he was speechless. Not just him, but Imo Qingxue, Xiuman, and even Wan Er were the same. They all stared at Yi Li as if he were a monster. Wan Er was relatively calm, having seen Yi Li break a lamppost before. Yi Li didn't notice their stares. He was pondering something, or rather measuring a standard. Based on past experience, bending a lamppost would cause unbearable strain on his bones. But kicking a chair caused hardly any pain. Even the recoil from kicking those people was bearable. So that meant at present only metal objects were problematic for him. He thought that might be the case. Of course, that didn't mean he could ignore all other materials or avoid all recoil. Although those two kicks had been easy, Yi Li could clearly feel his ankles tingling. It was likely that the tissue had sustained minor damage from the high-speed impact. Besides, this female body really was too weak. How could he strengthen it? Ding triggered choice. 1. Assist Wan Er in defeating these 48 people, obtain galactic level physique, 600 forgiveness points. 2. Assist Wan Er in defeating the 48 people and make Dong Lai kneel down, sing conquer, while drinking, obtain triple command, 1000 forgiveness points. The system triggered a choice. Seeing the rewards, Yi Li's eyes lit up. He couldn't wait to ask system, what is the galactic level physique? You can understand it as a cultivation physique, the bone framework of the foundation establishment stage. Holy shit. Upon hearing the system's introduction, Yi Li nearly danced with joy right there on the spot. He had read plenty of Xinxiao novels. He knew that the physique of a foundation establishment cultivator was utterly monstrous. Even a small hill couldn't crush them. With such a body, what would he ever have to fear? He could just bulldoze through everything with his head alone. After all, his skull was simply that tough. Suppressing the exhilarating thrill of his dead father, Yi Li asked again, and what about that 3 commands thing? The system, though somewhat impatient, probably because the details were already on the panel, still explained it aloud. 3 commands, when issued, they must be obeyed. The host can use this on the same person 3 times. No matter how outrageous the request, under the influence of the 3 commands, the target will comply. Prerequisite: the host must know the target's name. Yi Li's eyes lit up again. This was practically magic. Well then, I choose both. He'll take both. That's impossible. Dong Lai snapped back to reality from the sight of his subordinate, flying backwards, staring at Yi Li in disbelief. How could he possibly believe that this young woman was responsible for what he just witnessed? Surprised. Excited. Yi was having the time of her life, her voice dripping with smugness. Come on then. Let's keep going. This taunt extinguished the shock in Dong Lai's heart, only for the flames of anger to blaze up anew. He had been in the game for years. What beatings hadn't he endured? What insults hadn't he swallowed? But he had never ever been humiliated by a woman. Get them. Don't hold back. Despite her bravado, Yi remained vigilant. After all, she didn't possess that monstrous physique yet. Seeing 3 more burly men charging, she didn't hesitate. Lifting her skirt, she stepped back and executed a side kick. It was pure Bruce Lee form. Bam! This strike was far more ferocious than the last, sending the man flying 3 or 4 meters, crashing through several tables and chairs. After the kick, Yi quickly steadied herself and closed in on another thug, delivering a close-quarters strike. A reach, a touch to the clothing, a punch. Another Bruce Lee signature move. An inch of force unleashing 1,000 pounds of power. Whoosh. This man didn't fly back, but he stumbled backwards, uncontrollably, unable to stop his companions, unable to steady him. He gasped for air, seemingly unable to catch his breath. The remaining thug went for Weiner. Weiner, however, lacked Yi's game-breaking skills. The man reached out to grab her, but she nimbly dodged. Seizing the opening, she twisted her butterfly knife and viciously stabbed it into the man's armpit, showing no mercy whatsoever. The man howled in pain, instinctively trying to cover the wound with his other hand. Weiner's expression remained calm, but her movements were devastatingly sharp. She followed up with several more precise strikes, each targeting the boldest, most agonizing yet non-lethal points. Thud, thud, thud. With each stab, blood flowed, and the man had absolutely no chance to fight back. Finally, Weiner extended her delicate hand, and using her knuckles delivered a brutal blow to the man's Adam's apple. With a heavy thud, he collapsed. Whether he was still alive was anyone's guess. This left not only the onlookers, but even Yi utterly stunned. Weiner's skill was clearly beyond proficient. It was masterful. It was evident she had undergone professional training. Her technique was not only unorthodox, but also sharp and meticulous. No matter where she struck, her opponent was left in agony. Seeming to sense the crowd's gaze, Weiner didn't spare them a glance. She simply said to Yi, my surname is Shangwan. I have 2 military fathers and a brother who is a fierce general. The implication was clear. Raised in such an environment, it was harder for her not to be formidable. Yi understood, but he couldn't help but think, aren't you, Shangwan, supposed to be all about calligraphy? How are you so damn good with a knife? Tisk, fooled by the meteor again. As for Dong Lai, he couldn't even utter impossible anymore. Was this what a young girl was supposed to be like? She fought even more ferociously than a man. Honestly, he was starting to get scared. But at this point, trying to make peace was clearly not a smart move. The only way to end this threat for good was to cripple these 2 girls. Attack. All of you attack. Crush them. He was practically screaming. Yi frowned slightly, whispering to Weiner, here they come. Can you handle it? It's tough, but my stamina might not hold out. Then it'll go big. At that moment, Yi stopped caring about what others thought. She grabbed a dining table and started swinging it wildly. She didn't even know what she was hitting. She just kept swinging with her eyes squeezed shut. Weiner wasn't idle either. Her light, nimble steps carried her swiftly between the thugs. Wherever she passed, anyone she touched let out agonized cries. One man clutched his ear, blood streaming down. It was likely severed. The teachers and students witnessing this could no longer be described as merely shocked. Seeing ghosts would be more accurate. Yi, the universally known campus goddess, had always been seen as a good girl, a commoner princess who avoided trouble. But who could have imagined this goddess was so incredibly strong? That tabletop weighed at least 60 Jean, and she just hoisted it like it was nothing. God, why did we have to see this? What could possibly heal the trauma inflicted on our minds? And that aloof heiress. She was supposed to be a fragile, ethereal fairy. Who could have guessed that when she wielded a blade, she was so ruthless it sent chills down your spine? No, this couldn't be real. This had to be some mass self-delusion. They refused to accept reality. Some even closed their eyes tightly, hoping that when they opened them, this hallucination would vanish. With Yi and Weiner working in tandem, the opposing monsters, or the opposing crew, were systematically taken out of commission. They were all battered and bruised, bleeding from their heads, sprawling and groaning in pain. The only one left standing was Dong Lai himself. He stood amidst his fallen subordinates, his eyes wide, with shock, his body trembling. When he saw Yi looking at him, he wisely, and with a pathetic thud, dropped to his knees. I won't dare anymore. I'm sorry. He'll never do it again. His voice could have been plotted on a graph, it was so unsteady. But don't be fooled into thinking he was truly repentant. He was just smart enough to swallow his pride and beg for his life when the odds were against him. Yi didn't care whether he was sincere or not. She walked over and started beating him anyway. She hoisted him up and slammed him down over and over. The crowd felt like they were watching a TV drama with all the special effects added in post-production. But even so, their hearts pounded wildly in sync with every slam. Dong Lai passed out twice during the ordeal. He had no idea how many ribs were broken, and his left foot was completely twisted out of shape. Yi figured that was enough. Anymore, and she might kill him, and then she'd lose her options. Come here. She dragged over a chair, sat down boldly, and beckoned to the dazed Dong Lai. With a swollen, bruised face, Dong Lai was too scared to even look at Yili, fearing that meeting her gaze would result in another beating. He obediently crawled towards her on his knees, his progress slow. Yili didn't rush him. However, during his crawl, he quickly typed out a text message and sent it to an unknown recipient. Sing Conquest. And sing it while drinking. Huh. Dong Lai was baffled. Conquest. How did that go? Was it some farmer's song? Yili slapped her forehead. Right, this was our star, as she kept forgetting that. It looked like she'd have to teach him on the spot. Fine, line by line it was. You drink, and then you follow me. Dong Lai scrambled to comply, looking more obedient than a dutiful son. The onlookers couldn't help but sneer. This was the infamous boss of District 56. Just like that, I'm conquered by you, just like that. Gurgle, gurgle. Conquered by you. Gurgle. Poor Dong Lai, with the strong liquor in his mouth and his airways blocked, sounded more like a sputtering tractor than a singer. Before he could even finish the line, the liquor shot straight out of his nose. Watching Dong Lai's miserable state, the crowd wanted to laugh, but dared not make a sound. They held it in with great difficulty. And Lan stared at Yili's profile from within the crowd. She had never realized Yili possessed such astonishing power. Perhaps she shouldn't have targeted her so relentlessly. All of today's events were meticulously orchestrated by her. The girls' insults, the stirring of the atmosphere, the instigation of the class quarrel, all of it. Her goal was to leave a negative impression of Yili in everyone's mind. This scheme brought her no tangible benefit, but as long as Yili's reputation was tarnished and word reached Qin Yang's ears, and Lan would be pleased. Yet despite all the consequences, and even resorting to external forces, she had failed to make Yili suffer the slightest setback. This made Lan wonder, had she ever truly seen Yili clearly? It turned out she could be this unyielding, even arrogantly domineering. Could it be that Qin Yang, her fiancé, had discovered this potential in her? At this thought, Lan's originally clear gaze dimmed once more. She would never let Yili have an easy time. Her and family would never allow itself to be humiliated. And she and Lan would never admit to being inferior to anyone. So she can fight, can she? Let's see how much she can handle. If she hadn't missed a single detail, Dong Lai must have just sent a text message. Although she was the daughter of the family untainted by underworld affairs, she was not ignorant of its dynamics. Dong Lai's biggest backer was Rao Bai, who commanded 3 formidable generals, each as fierce as wolves and tigers. Among those closest to District 56 and connected to Dong Lai, there was only one person. Baya. A cruel, cold smile curled on Lan's lips. As far as she knew, Baya had come from the 79th prison in the southern frontier. Everyone who emerged from that place was a twisted individual. Yili's skills were indeed astonishing, but Lan refused to believe she could overpower Baya, a product of the southern frontier prisons. With this thought, she gently covered her mouth with a soft laugh, her gaze shifting as she cast a pitying glance at Yili. Xiaoman had been holding her phone ready to call the authorities. Such social disturbances could only be resolved by the city's patrol officers. However, everything had happened so suddenly that before the call could be made, the situation had drastically reversed. Was her student even human? She had taken down that group of burly men just like that. Swallowing hard to calm herself, Xiaoman began to organize the students to leave. At her reminder, the class 25 homeroom teacher also snapped back to reality, and with a tumultuous heart led the students away. Student Yi, Student Shangguan, and Student Mo, you should all leave too. Xiaoman said, turning to Yi Li and the others once most had dispersed. Teacher Qiu, you go ahead. Qingxue Wainer, and I will leave in a moment. Yi Li replied casually. Chao He and the others shared the same sentiment. Knowing how close these kids were, Xiaoman offered a final word of concern before succumbing to her own fear and leaving. She had no choice. The sight of those men sprawled on the floor was deeply unsettling. Qi Xiao, as if resentful of his earlier cowardice and failure to stand up for Yi Li, seemed to struggle with words before ultimately following along. What was he anyway? Nothing. He had bullied her initially, even planned to drive her into depression. He was just a bastard, unworthy and unqualified to stand by her side. Lan blended into the crowd, casting a graceful glance at Yi Li just as Yi Li happened to look her way. Their eyes met, and Yi Li immediately sensed a mocking glint within the girl's gaze. What did this mean? Could it be that today's events were orchestrated by her again? This was purely Yi Li's intuition, amplified by the obvious derision in Lan's eyes that made such suspicion unavoidable. Before he could fully process this, the teachers and students had completely vacated the third-floor hall. Yi Li felt a nagging sense that something was off. He decided against teaching Dong Lai another lesson about proper conduct or forcing him to yield and avoid him in the future. He said a quick word to Mo Qingxue Wainer and Xiao He and prepared to leave immediately. But things often go awry in an instant. The teachers and students downstairs had just dispersed when 100 or so cars came to a screeching halt in front of Huading Restaurant. The scene was far more intimidating than the one Dong Lai had brought. A patrol car happened to pass by and witnessed the spectacle, yet it didn't even slow down. It accelerated away. This was ample proof that these cars and the men in black suits within them were formidable. Formidable enough that even the District 56 patrol dared not intervene. Yi Li saw this through the glass and felt his heart skip a beat. Honestly, even with his 2 lifetimes of experience, such a scene was rare except perhaps in movies or TV shows. At this moment, claiming to be calm would be a lie. Even with his cheat-like abilities, he felt a shiver of unease. So many people. It could only be described as a sea of heads. Once again, the entire restaurant fell silent. Whether in private rooms or the main hall, almost everyone lowered their heads, not daring to utter a sound. Even the owner didn't dare speak a word, standing frozen to the side, occasionally forcing a smile. The owner was inwardly distraught. Which deity had provoked that butcher Baya? Alas, today's business was ruined and he'd probably have to foot the bill for damages. Boss, close the doors for now and get these people out of here, said several muscular men standing at the front of the black-clad crowd. Among them was a familiar face, the crew-cut guy from the morning street race. Between the crew-cut guy and the muscular men stood a nondescript youth seemingly around 18 or 19. He showed no particularly striking features, yet he was the one the crowd behind him flocked to and followed. The owner nodded frantically at the crew-cut guy's words, not daring to hesitate for a moment. Seeing this, the crew-cut guy turned respectfully to the youth as if seeking approval. The youth remained silent, his eyelids perpetually half-lowered, appearing indifferent to his surroundings, even bored. Speaking of boredom, he found a flicker of amusement. Dong Lai was a bit of a bully, relying on his connections, but he did possess some capability. He had no trouble dealing with socialites or troublesome affairs. With the weight of Bayos' name behind him, virtually no one in District 56 dared to touch him. Yet tonight he received a distress call from Dong Lai. This made Baya intensely curious who exactly had crippled Dong Lai's group. At this moment on the 3rd floor hall, Yi Li had already taken out his phone to make a call. Not out of fear, nor because he thought he couldn't handle the current situation. With his current strength, a godlike power, the 3 commands physique, and a Zeus-level constitution, it was no exaggeration to say he could sweep across District 56 without taking a single loss. But he realized this approach wouldn't work. Beat the son, and the father comes, beat the father, and maybe a grandfather shows up. It would be an endless, irritating cycle. So it was better to let someone from the same circle handle this. Besides, he was a girl now, she should do things a girl would do. Constantly fighting and killing. What kind of behavior was that? He had saved the number Li Lu had given him, who had said that any problem could be solved by contacting this person. The call connected. A man's voice, rough and husky, answered. Who? It sounded like he had been sleeping. Yi Li was a bit at a loss for words, so he decided to be direct. Li Lu told me to contact you if I had any problems. You. Before he could finish, the voice on the other end asked, where are you? Caught off guard, Yi Li was slightly dumbfounded. Was this guy really from the underworld? He gave his location. The man on the other end didn't say much else, just 5 minutes, and hung up. Listening to the dial tone, Yi Li felt a sense of unreliability. Wasn't this a bit too hasty? Meanwhile, Dong Lai was already laughing heartily. He had heard the commotion downstairs and knew Baya had arrived. Laughing maniacally, he pointed at Yi Li and shouted, "You're finished, you bitch. Just wait and see what'll do to you." As the saying goes, pride comes before a fall. Dong Lai had forgotten how Yi Li had tossed him around earlier and still dared to call her a foul-mouthed brute. Yi Li's temper was notoriously fierce. Without a second thought, she stepped forward in her high heels and delivered a devastating blow to his groin. So discriminatory against women. Then stay a eunuch forever. Dong Lai passed out from the pain. Mo Kingsu's face turned pale as she stared at Yi Li. This was utterly ruthless. Chow, he shuddered inexplicably, instinctively pressing his legs together, vowing never to speak ill of women in front of the boss again. Weiner, however, remained composed. Apart from her disheveled hair from their earlier exertion, her emotions showed no change. Yet she still asked, can you handle this? When it came to power and influence, who in the northern city could rival Miss Shangwan's prestige? With a single phone call, battle-hardened soldiers would flood into the northern city, the sky echoing with the sound of helicopter rotors. But she didn't make that call. For some reason, she was curious to see how Yi Li would resolve this. On the other hand, she deeply respected Yi Li's choices, unwilling to use her own power, unless absolutely necessary, lest it make Yi Li feel inadequate. Earlier maybe not, but now I could probably crush him. However, I don't want to. I've already called for backup, they'll be here soon. Let's see. Watching his profile, Weiner bit her lip gently. This wasn't the first time Shed had such a vision. In moments like these, Yi Li truly seemed like a real man to her. And the overlapping image on his profile revealed the face of that man. He had deep-set eyes, thick lashes, sword-like brows, and a high-bridged nose. Not classically handsome, but certainly striking. Weiner was certain of her feelings. That phantom was definitely not just an illusion, yet she couldn't fathom why she could see it. Weiner held no doubt regarding Yi Li's godlike confidence. If he said he could crush his opponent, then he absolutely could. This was a belief from the depths of her heart. Though they had only spent 2 short days together, Yi Li's character had already left an indelible mark on Weiner's mind. This feeling was something she had only ever experienced with her 2 fathers and her elder brother. The elevator doors opened again. The expected sea of people didn't appear. Only 3 figures emerged from the elevator. One was a muscular man with a fierce visage, broad-shouldered, and imposing, towering at least half again as tall as Yi Li. The saying raised on steroids no longer seemed sufficient to describe him. Next came the man with the crew cut. As soon as he took in the scene in the lobby and caught sight of Yi Li in her black dress, he froze for a moment. The other was the youth Baya. Perhaps to conceal his frail frame or to isolate himself, he was draped in a leather trench coat, exuding an air of mystery. None of the three spoke. They glanced at Yi Li and the others, a flicker of surprise passed through their eyes before vanishing. Then they surveyed the injured strewn across the floor and the unconscious Dong Lai. When Baya's gaze fell upon Dong Lai's ghastly disfigured state, his brow furrowed sharply. Other injuries he could tolerate. Fights inevitably led to wounds, and those could be healed. But the blood and unknown fluids between the man's legs sent a chill down Baya's spine. Logically, someone like him forged in the southern wasteland prisons would have nothing but contempt for a poser like Dong Lai who rode on others' coattails. Yet beyond their territorial connections, there were other ties that bound them. Baya's sister was married to Dong Lai, who Dong Lai was Baya's brother-in-law. Now that his brother-in-law was ruined, how was his sister supposed to carry on? He abruptly turned his gaze towards Yi Li, and a tangible, icy, killing intent instantly permeated the air. You're all courting death. Curiosity morphed into fury. Baya had no intention of letting these people go. They had to die. No matter who came, they would all die. It was as if an illusion had taken hold. Yi Li sensed an inexplicably sinister aura emanating from Baya. She couldn't quite place the feeling, but it was deeply unsettling. Perhaps this was what they called killing intent. Ignoring it, she glanced at the crew-cut man and curled her lips into a playful smirk. The crew-cut man uneasily averted his gaze from Yi Li. The events of that morning were still vivid in his mind. The shock Yi Li had given him had yet to fade. He hadn't expected to run into this formidable woman again within half a day. Having a brother killed was not something that would usually shake him nor linger in his thoughts for so long. But the fact that Yi Li was a woman and the sheer contrast of it was an experience he'd never had. He whispered a few words into Baya's ear, and then Baya let out a silent laugh. It was eerie, like a convulsive twitch. Interesting. Since you're also the one who killed Diao-san, that saves me the trouble of finding you. Let's settle old and new scores together. Without giving anyone time to process his words, Baya shed his trench coat. Only then did Yi Li realize why he kept himself so thoroughly covered. He was bizarre, skeletal, thin, and from a distance, she could see the outline of every bone. Moreover, his skin was a scorched waxy yellow like a wax figure. Its surface was marred with chaotic gray marks resembling a child's graffiti. In short, apart from his face, no part of his body resembled that of a normal living human. Stay back. Ignoring the question of his bizarre appearance, Yi Li sensed danger as Baya launched himself at her from 5 meters away. It was a burst of speed. Baya leaped into the air from that distance, cutting through the air with a series of sharp rushing sounds. After Yi Li's warning, he and the others didn't hesitate, scattering away from her as fast as they could. Yi Li, with no time for any other reaction, thrust out a fist to meet Baya's Hedon. Crack. Nearly everyone heard the sound, the collision of knuckles against knuckles. It was like a hammer striking their hearts. The shockwave from Baya's charge and the sheer force of his blows sent Yi Li's hair whipping around her. Strong. Unquestionably strong. Even with her current Zeus-level physique, the impact forced her to stagger back several steps. If this was the result now, what would have happened 15 minutes ago? Would this single blow have shattered her bones? Yi Li was undoubtedly shocked, but others were even more so. Namely Baya's accompanying thug and Baya himself. Just how formidable was Baya in personal combat? It would be no exaggeration to say he was worth 100 men. He was once seen taking on 200 opponents, single-handedly emerging completely unscathed except for disheveled clothes and a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. A blow from such fighting prowess, even at less than full strength, shouldn't be something a mere girl could withstand, right? Yet Yi Li had withstood it, and her breathing didn't even seem disturbed. The crew-cut man was utterly speechless. He had only known Yi Li to be ruthless and daring. He had never imagined she possessed such monstrous combat ability. This was Baya, a man Rao Bai would need to go all out to defeat. Baya, for his part, was also stunned momentarily, but soon broke into a sinister smile. It had been a long time since he'd had a serious fight. This girl was indeed something special, and he was determined to beat her to death. He wasn't about to ponder how this little girl could match his strength. The world was full of things the mundane world knew nothing about. Baya had seen too much to him. Yi Li was merely a surprising anomaly. They separated after that single exchange, and Baya was preparing to get serious. But just then the elevator doors were forced open again. It seemed to be packed with people. As soon as the doors slid apart, a wave of men in suits tumbled out unconscious. It looked like this group had been trying to stop someone, followed them into the elevator, and had been beaten into this sorry state. After the bodies rolled out, a large fleshy foot shod in a slipper stepped out, planting itself on the pile of men as its owner hunched forward into view. Who's tired of living picking on my little sister? This person's appearance inexplicably gave Yi Li a sense of delight. It even instantly made him think of a character from a Chinese animated film, Po from Kung Fu Panda. Meanwhile, the people on Baya's side all involuntarily held their breath, and even Baya himself stopped his previous movements. With an expression as if facing a formidable enemy. That fat man was completely unaffected by the scene in the hall, nor did he glance at Baya's group, Instead, he casually surveyed the surroundings. As if relying purely on instinct, he fixed his gaze on Weiner and Yili. Oh, which one is Sister Yili? Yu Shao, Brother Liao's brother. This guy asked loudly as he walked, seeming thirsty. He casually grabbed a bottle of beer from the table and chugged it down. Hello, Brother Yili. Yu Shao gave a silly smile, pointing his plump index finger at Yili. Actually, I already knew it was you. The sister that Brother Liao approves of definitely has your kind of aura. You are Brother Liao's sister, so from now on you are also my Yu Shao's sister. Let's talk about the rest later, he'll take care of the matter at hand first. Setting down the beer bottle, Yu Shao swayed his big belly and walked up to Baya. A scene reminiscent of earlier appeared again. He gave no one time to think as he reached out his large hand and slapped Baya's face repeatedly. The immense force, even for the not weak Baya, caused him to stagger backward. But strangely, Yu Shao's humiliating action did not provoke any thought of retaliation from Baya's side. If Yili had been observant at that moment, he would have seen the expression on Kunta's face. It was fear, undeniable fear. Go back and tell Rao Bai, tell him that I said if your people ever dare to step into this District 56 territory again, don't blame Brother Liao for kicking his brains out. After slapping more than 10 times, Yu Shao stopped. At this moment, Baya's left cheek was swollen by a full circle. Blood continuously oozed from the corner of his mouth, and his tongue was wrapped around several teeth. Baya didn't speak, he just stared at Yu Shao. It was easy to see that he was furious, but for some reason, he dared not fight back. Little brat, don't think that just because you've changed your names no one can deal with you lot. Stay put and don't stir up trouble all day. Take your people and get lost. Yu Shao waved his hand as if too lazy to bother. Go. Baya obediently turned and left, but it seemed he couldn't swallow his anger. He left a harsh parting remark. The wheel of fortune turns. Please also convey a message to Li Liao, brother. Bai is no worse than him. Let's see if he can survive this year safely. And thus a farce comparable to a dark world conflict came to an end. At the entrance of the restaurant, Yu Shao wore his signature silly grin. Sister, I already know from Brother Liao. Am not good with words, but I truly thank you for the matter of Xiao Xiao. From now on, if you Yili say the word, I Yu Shao will crawl to your side. In the world of the underworld, once you encounter a brother who would risk his life for you, that bond is comparable to the camaraderie between soldiers. Xiao Xiao was Li Liao's little sister, and also Yu Shao's. Yili had cured Xiao Xiao, so naturally Yu Shao wanted to repay him. At this moment, Yili was speechless. He looked around and saw only a beetle car, no other vehicles. So this guy came alone. Holy crap. Too confident. Probably thinking he was just a rough man and didn't want to lose face in front of his newly recognized sister. Yu Shao said a few polite words and left. He shuffled away in his slippers, swaying with each step. This person is such a contrast. That night's experience left Mo Qingxue and Xiao He deeply shocked. At this moment, they couldn't help but say in unison, let's go, we should leave too. Yili smiled to himself, also finding Yu Shao an interesting person. Mo Qingxue seemed to think of something and quickly asked, by the way, Yili, when did you learn to fight? And how do you know so many people? Ahaha, well, it's like this. Half an hour later, Baya and Kuntu arrived at a manor. In the manor's hall, Rao Bai was stroking a Tibetan mastiff. Hearing the commotion, he turned his head. Seeing Baya in such a state, a slight ripple appeared on his face. After Kuntu recounted everything that had happened that day, Rao Bai raised an eyebrow. He didn't die, and even killed one in return. I have to say, Li Liao's judgment has always been quite good. It seemed like a remark of admiration, but whether there was envy underneath was unknown. Brother, Bai, Li Liao's people are too arrogant. I can't stand it anymore. I understand your grievance, but it's not the time yet. Wait a bit, soon the northern city will change. Li Liao is doomed to not survive the end of the year. After Baya and Kunta left, Rao Bai relayed the matter to Qin Heron. On the other end of the phone, Qin Heron suppressed his anger. Forget about that girl and Li Liao for now. Everything must wait until the Qin and In families unite. Fine, but what if the In family finds out about young Master Qin's romantic affairs, or if the situation escalates? It's best if that girl has some self-awareness. If she still clings to my son, then we'll have to act early. The rise and fall of a family depends not only on wealth and power, but also on necessary covert forces. The Qin family was at the end of its rope, and needed a transfusion of new blood. Once the Qin and In families unite, their covert forces will merge as well. At that time, the tripartite balance of power in the northern city will no longer be as it was. Then dealing with Li Liao, or even expanding power, and taking over the underworld forces will all be possible. The reason they didn't act now was that the odds were not favorable. Initially, Qin Heron had planned to control Li Liao, but who would have expected a wild card to appear? A girl who ruined everything. Originally, even if the Qin family was at a dead end, dealing with a common girl would have been a piece of cake. But who could have imagined that Li Liao would support that girl so strongly? This forced Qin Heron to temporarily hold back. However, if that girl really didn't know her place and continued to get closer to his son, then Qin Heron would no longer hold back. He was afraid that once he made a move, the In family would seize the opportunity to change their stance and devour the Qin family without mercy. Moreover, Li Liao was watching the Qin family like a hawk. All of these were vulnerabilities that could not be guarded against. Additionally, there was another family in the northern city also waiting for the Qin family to collapse, not to mention the smaller forces. All these factors piled up, making Qin Heron restrained and unable to act rashly. Even the family this quasi he had to be wary of. What does it mean to pull one hair and the whole body moves? That was the situation of the Qin family at this moment. Meanwhile, Yi Li and Weiner had returned to the villa. The two bathed together, chatting and laughing. Little did they know outside the door Tian Nini was peeping. She had been almost asleep, but she kept thinking about the song Yi Li sang when he left, and the noise of the car engine made her unable to sleep. Watching the two slender silhouettes reflected on the frosted glass door, a wicked smile appeared on Tian Nini's face. But it quickly vanished as if she thought of something. Everyone has their own sorrows, the easy days are numbered. Perhaps the things that must be faced cannot be escaped after all. After a moment of melancholy, Tian Nini decided not to think about those messy things now. Living in the present and being happy was the right thing to do. Just as she thought this, she suddenly heard the water in the bathroom stop. She thought to herself, "Oh no, I haven't gone in to express my love yet." No, she wanted kisses and touches. She was going to forcefully possess Yi Li. With a whoosh, the door was opened, startling Weiner and Yi Li. Then Tian Nini's hand attacked from the mist. Naturally, sounds of frolic suddenly arose. In the days that followed, Yi Li was swamped with work. Besides drawing comics, she had to teach Tian Nini singing, and even Weiner's piano lessons were not spared. The comic was practically a done deal. It had not only gone viral online, but was also being discussed all over campus. Since the current series was nearing its end, Yi Li planned to plagiarize another work, The Mountain Bandit King. Unfortunately, this piece was steeped in island culture, and without meticulous alterations most readers wouldn't grasp it. So she changed the pirate's treasure into a mountain bandit's hoard of gold and silver. Of course, that was just a marketing hook. The core was still a tale of passion, brotherhood, and high-powered martial arts. Speaking of Tian Nini's singing, lately the girl was always running out, sometimes not returning until late at night. Out of concern, Yi Li asked a few times, but the girl would just reply with a weary, mysterious look, saying, "It's a surprise. You'll find out soon enough." And indeed, in less than 2 weeks, the album The Splendid Encounter at Lanknight was released. That day, Yi Li felt the whole world explode. Everyone was talking about it. Tian Nini was praised to the heavens, catapulting her already popular to the absolute pinnacle of fame. Yi Li gave it a listen. It was excellent, very faithful to the original, capturing the essence and atmosphere perfectly. Perhaps feeling a bit sheepish about using Yi Li's songs for her own album, Tian Nini was exceptionally gentle during this period, even throwing in the occasional coy act, which left Yi Li both amused and exasperated. Just now she expressed her gratitude again, hoping Yi Li wouldn't think less of her. "How many times must I say it? I don't mind at all. Besides, those songs were always meant for you. Come on, stop carrying that burden. Yi Li, you're so good to me. If you were a man, I'd marry you," the coy Nini began again. "Really?" Yi Li probed. "Of course. If I weren't afraid of what people might say, I'd marry you right now." While same-sex marriages weren't unheard of here, they weren't common either, and such relationships were still frowned upon by the public, especially for a public figure like Tian Nini. Yi Li studied her seriously, finding no deceit in her eyes, and began to ponder. Once she became a man, who should she corrupt first? In the following days, Tian Nini returned less and less frequently, until she stopped coming back altogether. Yi Li stared at the note on the table, a wave of melancholy washing over her. Tian Nini wrote that her vacation was over, and with the new album out, the company was arranging a concert tour for her. It was her job, and Yi Li couldn't object, but a profound sense of loss lingered in her heart. Tian Nini also said she wanted to see both Yi Li's and Weiner's faces in the crowd at her concert. "They'll buy 3 glow sticks when the time comes," Weiner said from the side. "Why 3, not 4? Yi Li asked. "Because that represents the 3 of us," Weiner replied. Yi Li pinched her forehead, as if it were something beautifully sentimental. "Oh, Weiner, there's something I've never understood." "What? How come you're scared shitless by fast cars, but you're not afraid of fighting and brawling?" Rarely Weiner blushed, trying to compose herself, and saying different experiences, different feelings. With the diva chef gone, cooking became a major problem. The delicate, sharp-tongued, and secretly flirtatious Miss Shangwan was utterly useless. She nearly chopped the cutting board in half, trying to slice vegetables. So the task fell to Yi Li. To be honest, she wasn't much of a cook either, but she was a quick learner. Within days, she had picked up quite a few recipes online. Back home, everything was fine. Little had reached kindergarten age, and yes, mother had hastily enrolled her, squeezing her into a class midterm. Whenever Yi Li visited, her mother would be holding little chatting and playing with her, clearly doting on the child. This even caused Yi Yao to complain about her sister, her eyes full of jealousy, making Yi Li feel sorry for the girl. This was all Li's fault. Did that guy just dump this responsibility on her because she was kind and beautiful? And where the hell was he looking for that medicine? No word even now. He could have gone to the Himalayas and back by this point. As for the excuse for not living at home, Weiner was the perfect scapegoat. She claimed the villa belonged to Weiner. Once Yi Li subtly hinted at Weiner's identity to her mother, who insisted that she must treat Miss Shangwan with the utmost care and comfort. Well, that was a given. After dinner, the 2 girls drove to school. Different planet, different education system. To this day, Yili had never even looked at a class schedule, but she vaguely knew that mornings were for basic subjects and afternoons were for idle chatter. Because afternoons were for technical arts classes where all grades gathered. Piano was in one area, flute in another. Yili considered this a waste of time, pure nonsense. Speaking of technical arts, the sophomores had to choose a second elective, otherwise they'd run out of time by senior year. Yili didn't care about graduating, but she had a role to play, so she still had to maintain the facade of Yili the girl. What are you planning to pick, Yili? Mo Qingxue asked. Anything works for me. I'm basically invincible. Mo Qingxue rolled her eyes, not believing a word of it. Yili wasn't lying. As long as the system triggered a choice, there was a good chance she could learn any skill, even though it hadn't happened yet. What about you, Wayner? Wayner glanced at Yili, the meaning clear. Whatever he picks, I pick. In the end, Mo Qingxue huffed and ignored them, having gotten no clear answers from her questioning. The technical arts class had no breaks, and Yili, feeling a pressing need, headed to the restroom. The moment she squatted down, a look of pure bliss washed over her face. God, it felt so damn good not to have that sanitary pad. She dabbed herself clean, pulled up her skirt, and left. As she passed a corner, she noticed someone watching her. Yili turned her head and found the guy looked vaguely familiar. Wasn't his name Qin Yang? Seeing had been spotted, Qin Yang stopped hiding and walked over slowly. How have you been lately? The gentleness in his tone made Yili's nether regions clench instinctively, and she took 2 quick steps back. I'm fine. Senior, what can I do for you? Qin Yang's eyes dimmed, a barely perceptible self-deprecating smirk crossing his face. No need for that. I heard you have a boyfriend now. The question caught Yili off guard, but she quickly nodded, not denying it. Since her first day on campus, she had planned to use Chao He as a shield for this very question, so she couldn't deny it now. Qin Yang was crestfallen, but he forced a smile, about to say something more when he saw Yili walk towards someone behind him. He quickly turned around and saw Lan standing there, appearing out of nowhere. Qin Yang's gentle expression instantly turned grim. Worried Yili might misunderstand, he stepped forward to explain. But then, the next scene left Qin Yang utterly petrified. Yili forcefully shoved Lan against the wall, pressing her lips onto hers without a word, her small hands groping wildly. Yes, she was forcibly kissing Lan again. Just then the system triggered a choice. 1. By forcefully kiss Lan in front of Qin Yang. Reward Baji Quan 300 forgiveness points. 2. Slap Lan in front of Qin Yang. Reward a pair of lace panties, 100 forgiveness points. For Yili, the choice was obvious. She picked the first one. Getting a thrill from a kiss was far more enjoyable than hitting someone. Lan once again glared at Yili with murderous intent. This person was simply unforgivable. Unsurprisingly, under Yili's immense strength, she couldn't move an inch, forced to endure and taste sensations, flavors, and excitement she shouldn't have. Qin Yang just stood there, his mind blank, with only the rumor about Yili being a lesbian echoing in his thoughts. Let go. Lan finally found a moment to break free. Yili let out a breath, a strange look on her face. Damn, this little girl's lips were even sweeter than Wayner's. Lan's face flushed crimson as Yili unleashed his full power, stirring an unfamiliar sensation within her. She glared at him with shame and fury, yearning to slash that handsome face with a knife. Then, struck by a sudden thought, she whipped her head around to find Qin Yang staring at them. In that instant, Lan felt all was lost. Without a second thought, she reached out to strike Yili again, only to have her hand effortlessly caught. Again, Yili taunted, his gaze mocking. I still have a score to settle with you from last time. Last time. Lan's eyes flickered with evasion. That previous incident had been her doing. She had orchestrated a few girls to stir up trouble, eventually drawing in Baya and Donglai. She had hoped to use them to teach Yili a harsh lesson, never expecting the outcome to turn out so unexpectedly. She had assumed Yili remained oblivious to the machinations, but now he seemed to suspect her. What last time? Lan refused to admit it. Yili, not bothering to argue, declared with authority, provoke me again, and I'll kiss you to death. With that, he licked his bright red lips. Staring at his retreating figure, Lan seethed with humiliation. Never had she been so belittled. This Yili was too much. Without time to plot her next move, she turned to Qin Yang. She wanted to explain that what he had witnessed was a misunderstanding, but Qin Yang gave her no chance. I don't care about your personal affairs, he said curtly, and walked away. Lan stood rooted, consumed by a rage she had never felt before. It was all Yili's fault. Not only had he stolen her fiancé's heart, but he had also planted a misunderstanding between them. Yili, just you wait. As Yili entered the music hall, he heard teacher Xiao Yi discussing recent hit songs with the students. Indeed, Miss Tian's new album is remarkably diverse. Both her instrumentation and atmospheric descriptions are top-notch in the current scene. Not only top-notch, but some songs carry inspiring messages. For instance, Invisible Wings embodies the meaning of life, ideals, perseverance, and courage, as well as darkness and irony. Another example is In the Name of the Father. I wonder if you all grasped its meaning. As I understand it, it speaks of spiritual shackles, knowingly committing wrongs, and the emergence of new bonds even after breaking free from the old. I believe Miss Tian uses this song to tell us that although darkness cannot be chosen, it can be dispelled. There are many ways, but not all are maximally effective. In the end, we must drive away the darkness and embrace the light. The students listened intently, though these topics strayed from the current lesson. They relished such in-depth analysis. What about Island of No One Teacher? The male teacher Xiao Yi heard the question and fell into a long, reminiscent silence. We humans are emotional creatures. Miss Tian's song is profoundly lonely, a sudden departure of feelings, yet also a longing for such emotions. She imagines meeting someone she knows, or the one she dreams of on some island. This confession darkened teacher Xiao Yi's mood. Not wanting the students to notice, he waved his hand. Music possesses immense power. If possible, I suggest you buy this album, or better yet attend a live performance. Yi silently gave a thumbs up. A teacher indeed understood deeply. By the way, an INIS tour is coming to Beishar this week. Really? I have to go. Online buzz had been all about Tian and I lately, with her itinerary and concert venues publicized. It was no secret, and many fans eagerly awaited. The students of grade 56, or regardless of their unknown ranking, yearned to witness their senior NIS grand performance. The mere mention stirred their restless hearts. Mo Qingxue was also caught up in the excitement, her small hands clenched and her face flushed with anticipation. Yili, I absolutely adore NI. I want to go too. Will you come with me? Yili saw no issue. He and Wayner were planning to attend anyway. Just as he was about to speak, a disdainful voice interrupted. How can you afford a ticket? Not everyone gets to see NIS performance. Yili turned to find a senior girl pretty enough, but with a sharp, unkind air. What are you looking at? I'm not talking about money. I mean status. Yili was baffled. How could a concert be tied to status? Little Piano Jr., you probably don't know. NIS concert tickets sold out a week ago. You can't buy any now. Check the official site if you don't believe me. Yili couldn't be bothered to argue. He could simply ask NI for tickets. But Mo Qingxue had been looking forward to this concert for a long time. She checked the site immediately after the senior spoke. Results matched. The ticket channel was inaccessible, either due to a system crash or overcrowding. Either way, the tickets were unobtainable. Mo Qingxue's starry eyes reddened with disappointment. The senior girl continued to flaunt her privilege. Luckily, my brother is an insider and got me plenty of tickets. They'll get to see NI in person. She waved her phone. Other seniors and juniors immediately began to curry favor. Senior, do you have any spare tickets? I can pay. Me too, Lingling, we're so close. You have to sell me one. In an instant, the music class turned into a ticket-selling session. Teacher Xiao Yi was speechless, but couldn't stop at having encouraged the students to attend the concert. The girl named Lingling showed no restraint, seemingly intent on making a profit at school, and started selling tickets on the spot. Mo Qingxue grew anxious, willing to pay triple the price. But no matter how many times she called, Lingling refused her. Clearly, it was deliberate. Yili smiled wryly, wanting to tell Mo Qingxue that tickets were no problem, but with so many eyes and ears, he feared his words would be twisted and cause trouble. More importantly, he couldn't explain his relationship with Tian and I to Mo Qingxue. Wayner remained composed, finding the whole affair tedious. Qin Yang was also in the music class. Noticing the commotion, he quickly learned what was happening. It was impossible not to notice, as even the male students were buying tickets. Qin Yang saw Yi Li's hesitant expression and misinterpreted it. Ignoring teacher Xiao Yi's gaze, he walked over. Do you want one too? Qin Yang's background was well known at school. With his handsome features and refined aura, he had a legion of admirers. His movement silenced the entire hall. Senior Qin Yang, as handsome as always. He's asking that girl. Yili. Is Senior trying to give her a concert ticket? Yili scratched his neck, annoyed by this persistent guy. The ticket? I can handle it myself. Qin Yang ignored his words, his voice still gentle and magnetic. If you want, I can have someone buy some for you. As many as you need. His tender, devoted demeanor made his fangirls suppress squeals, their eyes brimming with envy. Naturally, there were also jealous glares like Lingling's. Yili felt nauseated. Bro, please be affectionate towards someone else, will you? I'm a man. Suppressing the urge to die of disgust, Yili decided to make it clear. Thanks, Senior, but I really don't need it. I have my ways, so don't worry. To his surprise, Lingling immediately jumped in. You have ways. But believe that. If you can get tickets, he'll do anything. You're so ungrateful. Senior offers you a gift, and you play all innocent. As one of Qin Yang's devoted fans, Lingling was among them. She could hardly even catch a glance from him, let alone speak to him. Seeing how fondly Qin Yang treated Yili, jealousy burned within her, and she immediately sought to embarrass Yili publicly. Yili in turn cursed the system in her heart once more. Why do male transmigrators attract so much trouble, and now females too? Both genders are cursed. Looking at Ling, she said helplessly, so you'll really do anything? Really? But I have conditions. Ling was fearless, as her brother was the internal manager of this concert, monopolizing nearly all the tickets and connections. Unless one had formidable status or powerful backing, no one could get a ticket. Name it. If you can't get the tickets, you'll kneel and kowtow to me and stay away from Senior Qin Yang. This woman's jealousy was no less fierce than a man's, and her methods to humiliate were equally ruthless. Staying away from Qin Yang was what Yili wanted, but kneeling and kowtowing was going too far. The other girls felt a sense of satisfaction having long been annoyed by Yi Li. Why did all the handsome seniors surround her? They needed to teach her an unforgettable lesson. Qin Yang cast a cold glance at Ling Ling, as if an invisible chill emanated from him, making the group shrink back. Ling Ling inwardly regretted showing such a nasty side in front of the senior. But she was pleased at the thought of making Yi Li stay away from Qin Yang. Fine, no problem. But if I do get the tickets, you'll stand on the confession stage and declare your love to Zhu Yurun from class 27. The crowd exchanged bewildered looks, some even began exaggerated retching. Zhu Yurun was a well-known figure, practically a campus celebrity. He was notoriously ugly, comparable to a legendary troll, and extremely obese, requiring a specially tailored school uniform. In short, he was tall, lecherous, with dark and rough skin, resembling a sow standing upright. Yi Li usually disdained such demeaning acts, but upon hearing that Zhu Yurun used his family's influence to prey on junior girls, she figured sending him a gift was a service to society. Ling Ling felt her dignity insulted, her eyes reddening as she pointed at Yi Li, too furious to speak for a long moment. A cheap girl is a cheap girl, even her thoughts are filthy. Fine, I accept the bet. Filthy? You're the one asking someone to kneel and kowtow. How is that not filthy? Sigh, there's no reasoning with her. Anyway, there's no way I'd lose, so it's just a bit of entertainment. Just then school was over. Not bothering to look at Ling Ling's furious glare, she signaled Mo Qingxue and Weiner to leave together. But looking up, she saw that Qin Yang was still there. Yi Li was getting impatient, but felt helpless knowing she was just too likable. Something else. If you don't get the tickets. You're so long-winded. I said it's none of your business. Anything else? No. Then I'm leaving. Yi Li really couldn't stand lingering with a guy like this. Restraining herself from punching him, she felt she was already being quite civil. Wait. The gentle Qin Yang reached out again, blocking her path. Spit it out. Say it all at once, bro. There's a school basketball game tonight. Will you come watch? Basketball? Yi Li looked at Mo Qingxue in confusion, who whispered, it's the match between school 56 and 57. You wouldn't know since you don't follow it. Seems like you really want to go. Yi Li felt a twinge of displeasure seeing the shy look in Mo Qingxue's eyes. No, it's teacher Chiu who made me a cheerleader. Oh, that was it. Yi Li breathed a sigh of relief. She waved at Qin Yang dismissively. We'll see. Maybe depends on my mood. Just then Xiao He, who had flute lessons, came over to hang around. As if making an announcement, Yi Li deliberately said loudly, boyfriend over here. Qin Yang's gaze dimmed slightly, but he didn't turn to look. The girls who hadn't left erupted in murmurs. Yi Li has a boyfriend. She has a boyfriend, and still flirts with senior Qin Yang. How shameless. Senior Qin Yang is so good to her. Hearing these words, Qin Yang remained unmoved, though it felt like a knife twisting in his heart. Ling Ling chose this moment to offer comfort. Qin Yang, are you okay? That two-timing woman is surely impure, she's not worth your sadness. Qin Yang gave her a cold, piercing stare. Then under Ling Ling's bewildered gaze, he took the remaining tickets from her hand. Then in front of everyone he tore them to shreds, scattering them all over the hall. Afterward he declared dominantly, how much? He'll buy them all. Everyone was stunned, mixed with a sense of pity. Anyone could see that senior Qin Yang was furious. Oh, please help me. As they left the music hall, Mo Qingxue quickly tried to coax Yi Li into joining the cheerleading squad. There was no helping it, this rare quota was usually hard to come by, but this time it had unexpectedly been assigned to class 24. Chiu Man had asked Mo Qingxue to pick 5 people from the class, and she still had no idea who to choose. Yi Li absolutely refused, but finally gave in with a helpless nod when she saw the girl was about to cry. Sigh, my manly pride is already gone, so a little more won't hurt. Fine. Who are the players? Yi Li asked. The usual ones. From our class, it's Qi Xiao and the others. As she spoke, her eyes drifted towards Weiner. The implication was obvious. Yi Li looked at Weiner, who shrugged indifferently, thinking the cheerleading thing might be fun. As they were talking, Xia Jinjin caught up from behind. Her first words were about the school competition, and naturally Mo Qingxue recruited her into the cheerleading squad too. Jinjin was more than happy to join. The competition was scheduled for 7 p.m., and it was already 5:40. With cheerleading practice, there wouldn't be enough time to go home for dinner. Let's go to the food stalls. The crayfish there are delicious, Jinjin suggested. Xiao He had no objections. In fact, he wasn't even involved, but he wanted to see Yi Li's beauty, so he planned to watch the game that evening anyway. That little pretty boy was quite the pervert. The others had no objections, except Weiner, who tilted her head, seemingly unsure what a food stall was. It wasn't that she was delicate, but rather she had never experienced such street food growing up. The location was north of School 56. Many high school students lived on campus, so over the years numerous shops and snack stalls had sprung up around the area. Xia Jinjin seemed very familiar with the area, and quickly found a stir-fry stall. The entire street was filled with food vendors, and was packed. Yi Li and the others had to wait a while before a seat opened up. The food was served quickly, and soon the table was full. As they were eating, a group of people suddenly arrived. They started cursing and shouting, pointing at the owner, and hurling abuse. The commotion drew attention, and Yi Li and the others turned to look. The group was wearing basketball jerseys with the School 57 logo. They must be here for the school competition. But they seemed incredibly arrogant, their faces filled with rage and an air of superiority. They were yelling at the owner probably because there were no seats. The owner, fearing for his business, didn't dare talk back. But someone couldn't stand it and said a few words only to nearly get beaten up by the group. They left without finishing their meal. More than one table left. The empty spots were naturally taken over by the group. Xia Jinjin said scornfully, "They say basketball players have bad tempers, but I think it's not about temper, it's a character flaw." Yili also found them ridiculous. Did they have to curse and fight over a meal? Aren't they just tarnishing their school's reputation? Just as she was signaling Jinjin to stay out of it, the group's ears were sharp, and they immediately looked over. "Who the hell are you talking about?" One of the boys with a middle-parted hairstyle immediately looked over, his initial expression fierce, but upon seeing that Yi Li's group was all girls. "Oh, junior sisters. My bad, don't mind me." It was that kind of pretentious self-restraint they put on when they saw pretty girls. Yi Li let out a scoff. In his memory had been just as foolish in his past life. The middle-parted boy said nothing more after that. The rest of the players with him all turned to look their way. It wasn't that their expressions were lecherous, but they were certainly unsettling. Especially those with cocky looks on their faces who kept craning their necks and sniffing the air as if trying to catch a whiff of the girl's scent. "Hey fellas," the usual. One table with about 5 or 6 people exchanged sly glances and started plotting. The others caught on instantly. With a knowing look, one of them grabbed a spoon, scraped it across the table, and spun it. They all stared at the spoon, chanting "me, me, me." It was clear they did this often with practiced and excited familiarity. Finally, the spoon's handle pointed at one person, the boy with the middle part. He burst out laughing. "Don't envy me, guys. There are 4 chicks over there. Let's share the fortune. Ooh, first come, first served. How's it you can't hog them all? We had a deal. Don't worry, I got you." Howsy chuckled, deliberately smoothing his middle-parted hair, wiping his mouth, eyes, and nose, and cleaning himself up before heading over to Yi Li's table. "Ahem, hello junior sisters. I'm Zhang Hao from the 57th school basketball team. Mind if I get to know you?" Yi Li and the others were in the middle of eating and laughing, but they all stopped at the sound of his voice. Mo Qingxue and Xia Jinjin immediately looked disgusted, which left Zhang Hao feeling awkward. Yi Li and Weiner exchanged a glance, feeling annoyed. They'd encountered this kind of thing constantly over the past few days. Wherever they went, there were always these sleazy guys trying to hit on them. Yi Li was getting used to it. There was nothing he could do about it. He used to be a guy himself and understood his fellow men's thoughts all too well. This kind of thing was impossible to put a stop to. "Haha, you junior sisters might not know this, but my family runs a cosmetics business. Hailon Wanqing. That's our store." After the initial embarrassment, Zhang Hao decided he had to hold his ground. He casually pulled over a stool and made to sit down, using his words to flaunt his wealth. He believed this was an effective tactic. It's how he always picked up girls, and it worked every time. Yi Li glanced at him. This guy chose to sit right next to him. It would be a waste not to do something. So Yi Li stretched out his foot and gave the stool a gentle nudge. Just as Zhang Hao was about to sit, the stool tilted, and with a thud, Zhang Hao landed flat on his backside. The ground was littered with clam shells, lobster shells, and bottle caps. The impact made Zhang Hao's face contort in pain as he let out a yelp. When he got up, his hands were scraped raw with a few lobster claws sticking out of them. Mo Qingxue and Xia Jinjin burst out laughing. Chao He joined in, glancing at Zhang Hao from time to time, as if he were looking at an idiot. This guy must have a screw loose trying to hit on the boss. Asking for trouble, wasn't he? Zhang Hao felt humiliated. He looked at the stool strangely. It had seemed so sturdy. How could it have tilted? He hadn't seen it, but his friends had clearly witnessed Yi Li's trick and signaled to him. Zhang Hao understood, and his embarrassment turned to fury. "We're all students from neighboring schools. I'm being polite by talking to you, and this is how you treat a senior. You think you're all pure and noble. Who knows if you're not just a bunch of trash?" If it had just been the earlier comment, they could have tolerated it, giving him the cold shoulder until he backed off. But this was clearly insulting. Mo Qingxue and Xia Jinjin's faces changed instantly. Acting on impulse, they grabbed their drinks and hurled them at Zhang Hao. "Watch your mouth." Having just fallen and now drenched in sticky drink, Zhang Hao was about to lose it. He was supposed to play basketball tonight. Stained clothes would embarrass the 57th school. But he managed to hold back even as his attitude grew uglier. "Don't act all innocent. Who doesn't know the 56th school is famous for its takeout girls? What's with the act? I've got plenty of money." Zhang Hao's words were slanderous, but not entirely without basis. Kids this age were often vain and would do anything for money, which had tarnished the entire 56th school's reputation. Having burned his bridges, Zhang Hao's companions swarmed over. If Yi Li and the others dared to resist, things would get out of hand. The show of force sobered Mo Qingxue and Xia Jinjin up considerably. Mo Qingxue, having been through the ordeal at Huading restaurant before, knew Yi Li and Weiner were more than capable, so she wasn't too scared. Xia Jinjin, however, was terrified and clung to Mo Qingxue's arm. Chao He remained remarkably calm, as if he were some hidden master. He stood up leisurely, adjusted his glasses, and said to Zhang Hao and his gang, "If I were you, I'd leave right now. Otherwise the consequences would be very unpleasant." "What the hell? You trying to scare me?" Zhang Hao grabbed Chao He by the collar, his fists clenched so tight his knuckles cracked. In the past, Chao He would have been weak in the knees. But things were different now. With his boss around, what did he have to fear? Boss, he's grabbing my collar. At that, Zhang Hao and his gang all looked around thinking the kid must have called for backup. They saw no one, but then a girl stood up. Zhang Hao's eyes went wide as did those of the people behind him. The girl was stunningly beautiful with bright eyes, fair skin, and a pair of legs that seemed straight out of a comic. Just fantasizing about her was enough to make a man willing to trade 5 years of his life for a single encounter. Look, since you guys have a game tonight, let go and leave. Well, forget this happened. His subordinate had called for help, so Yili couldn't just sit there. But when he spoke, Zhang Hao and his gang burst out laughing. Zhang Hao shook Chao He by the collar, amused. What's this, kid? You're joking, right? This is your boss. From now on, call me Big Brother, got it? I'm your real boss. Wainer frowned and whispered, he's mocking you. Want me to jab him in the armpit? Yili was already a bit angry, but Wainer's comment made him want to laugh and cry at the same time. Seriously, did she have to be so earnest about it? Let go. Honestly, I can't be bothered to deal with you. Annoyed, Yili grabbed Zhang Hao's hand and squeezed, slightly forcing him to his knees. It was no joke. His godlike strength was nothing to mess with. Zhang Hao howled in pain, genuinely hurt, unable to comprehend the force he was up against. Seeing Zhang Hao's face turn red, his friends realized something was wrong. They shouted at Yi Li, and when he showed no sign of letting go, they decided that hitting a girl was a lesser evil and lunged to grab her hair. You bitch, let him go. Seeing that they wouldn't stop, Yi Li used Zhang Hao as a weapon, slamming him into anyone who tried to grab her hair, sending them all crashing to the ground. Zhang Hao nearly passed out from the ordeal, feeling like his arm was about to break. Considering they had a game later, Yi Li held back and didn't break any bones. Having dealt with enough of them, he finally let go. But his mercy was met with even worse retaliation. The ones who had fallen scrambled back up, this time armed with weapons. Xia Jinjin and Mo Qingxue let out a sharp scream, certain that a direct hit would split their heads open. Yi Li narrowed her eyes, her reflexes lightning fast, and on pure instinct kicked a bottle midair, sending it flying back. Though she didn't claim mastery of martial arts, she was proficient in several forms and possessed extraordinary strength, making short work of the incoming projectiles. In an instant, dozens of bottles were kicked back, each one striking its target, either slamming into their bodies or cracking against their skulls. Picture this: a young girl rooted in place, yet shifting her stance with fluid grace, landing a kick on every single bottle and sending it ricocheting back. It was utterly baffling to behold. Spectators farther away witnessing the scene nearly choked on their noodles and blurted out, "Holy crap, a female knight errant." Meanwhile, Zhang Hao and his crew were covered in bruises and stains, their jerseys a filthy mess. Their faces cycled through more expressions than a kaleidoscope. Damn it, just you wait. Zhang Hao wasn't stupid. He could tell this girl was trained. He couldn't beat her, and he couldn't afford to lose face. So what was the plan? Call for backup, of course. With that, the group of young men clumsily surrounded the food stall, while Zhang Hao made a call from outside the circle. One of them, who had abstained from the earlier scuffle and seemed to possess a sense of decency, tried to intervene. However, his advice was met with a harsh rebuke from Zhang Hao. Luo, stop putting on airs. You're just a figurehead, captain. Get out of the way. Seeing this, Luo had no choice but to back off. Yet he was concerned about the potential damage to School 57's reputation and worried about the trouble Yi Li might be in. After a moment's thought, he walked over, intending to mediate. Meanwhile, Xia Jinjin was gazing at Yi Li with sparkling eyes, endlessly murmuring about how cool and awesome she was. She was chattering away like a little bird. Luo's arrival abruptly cut off Xia Jinjin's joyful outburst. What? You want more? Our goddess Yi is super tough. Xia Jinjin, a bit of a drama queen herself, struck a mock karate chop pose as she spoke. Luo was extremely apologetic, holding his hands together in a gesture of supplication. Seeing that he seemed sincere, Yi Li asked what he wanted. You're Yi Li, right? I heard your friend call you that. Is it okay if I address you that way? Yi Li nodded in approval. Seeing this, Luo continued. I saw your skills earlier, they're impressive, I admit I'm no match. But even the strongest fists can't beat a crowd. I suggest you leave here quickly. Yi Li sensed there was more to his words, and connecting the dots, nodded in thanks. Thanks for the warning, but we haven't finished our meal. Besides, your people started this. If anyone should leave, it's you. I'm truly sorry for all this trouble, but Yi Li Zhang Hao knows some local thugs. They're the scum of society. Violence is their daily bread. You'll be at a disadvantage if they show up. Worried that Yi Li didn't grasp the severity, Luo spelled it out. I've unfortunately crossed paths with them before. They're ferocious and don't care who they hurt. They carry weapons too. Please go. They'll hold them off for you. He gestured towards the wall of people Zhang Hao had formed. It had to be said, Luo had a genuinely warm heart. Xia Jinjin was frightened by his words and also urged Yi Li to leave. Chao He, Mo Qingxue, and Wainer, however, remained nonchalant, knowing about Yi Li's surprisingly influential big brother figure. Yi Li herself was fearless. She recalled Yu Xiao mentioning that this entire District 56 was under his control. If it came down to calling in reinforcements, it was unclear who would end up beating whom. But considering they were right at the school gate, she didn't want to make a huge scene, so she decided to follow Luo's advice. But in those few minutes of delay, the screech of tires filled the air one after another. 7 or 8 black sedans pulled up to the curb, and a crowd of at least 20 people got out. Leading them was a young man with a thin mustache, exuding an air of sinister cunning. His long, narrow eyes alone were enough to make many people feel uneasy. Behind him followed a group of thugs, all looking shifty and rough, each wielding steel implements of varying lengths and shapes. Under the glow of the streetlights, the boss' presence caused many onlookers to shrink back, barely daring to breathe, and several began to drift away from the scene. "Brother Fox, you came personally." Zhang Hao rushed to greet him, groveling obsequiously. The man called Brother Fox grunted in acknowledgement from his nose, then scanned the area, silently asking who had beaten Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao quickly pointed at Yili. It was her brother Fox. "This crazy bitch. She's got some weird strength. I told her I was your man, but she said she'd never heard of you, and called you a piece of trash." Pointing and cursing at Yi Li wasn't enough. He had to embellish the story. The moment he heard "piece of trash," Brother Fox was enraged. Without a word from him, his thugs automatically started moving towards Yi Li. Then with all the swagger of a mob boss, Fox sauntered over his men, dutifully parting to let him through just like in a movie. "Little miss, it's one thing not to know me, but calling me a piece of..." His words died in his throat as he froze mid-stride. His sinister expression instantly melted into one of confusion, then shock, and finally fawning deference. "Sister Yi, what are you doing here?" This sudden change baffled not only Zhang Hao's crew, but Yi Li herself. Since when was she so famous? As if reading her confusion, Brother Fox quickly explained, "Your brother Liao's and brother, yes sister, which makes you our big sister. Brother, you briefed us about you long ago. I've had the privilege of seeing your photo." Ever since Yu Xiao returned that night, he had spread the word about Yi Li, even providing her photo. Although it was a blurry side profile, Fox was sharpied and recognized her immediately. Yi Li thought to herself, so that big easygoing guy Yu Xiao is actually quite meticulous. He had expected to have to explain everything to Fox and the others himself, but this saved him a lot of breath. "Sister Yi, because my eyes are long, brother, you gave me the nickname Fox. Just call me Little Fox." Yi Li almost laughed out loud. Were they cultivating immortality here? A Taoist name. As they were getting chummy, Zhang Hao began to sense something was terribly wrong. Instead of running like an idiot, he stepped forward and asked, "Brother Fox, what?" Smack. Before he could even finish, Fox whipped around and slapped him so hard that Zhang Hao spun around, understanding the principle of a compass firsthand, and nearly pulled a muscle. "What the hell is wrong with you? Did a cat claw out your eyes? How dare you mess with Sister Yi? He'll fin kill you." Which hand touched her? "Stretch it out." Whether to scare him or to show off in front of Yi Li, Fox let out a menacing sound and yanked a large machete from his waist. His thugs, quick on the uptake, knew exactly what to do. They slammed Zhang Hao onto the table and forcibly spread his hand out flat. It was clear they intended to chop it off. Brother Fox, you can't. I didn't know she was your sister. I beg you, my dad has paid you guys plenty. Please let me go. I'm begging you. Sister Yi, I was wrong. I won't ever do it again." Zhang Hao was crying in terror, all his previous arrogance gone. He finally understood what the guy with glasses had meant earlier. If he had kept his mouth shut, maybe things would be different, but his pleas only made Fox angrier. If Yu Xiao found out he had brought men to attack his sister, Fox's own legs might get broken. "Don't just stand there. Grab them all." He pointed at Zhang Hao's teammates. Even though the violence hadn't started, one could imagine the bloody scene. Many faces had turned pale, and a few concerned onlookers were thinking about calling the patrol officers. Yi Li didn't want to escalate things. She waved her hand dismissively. "All right, that's enough of a lesson. No need to get all bloody." "Yes, Sister Yi." Fox was sharp and could tell Yi Li wasn't seeking vengeance. "Well, hurry up and thank Sister Yi. Kneel up straight." All those who had fought Yi Li were forced to kneel on the ground, and in unison muttered, "Sister Yi, we were wrong. All right, they're just kids, so it's forgivable. But you must not help them anymore. It seriously hinders the growth of teenagers, especially when it comes to messing with young girls." Yi Li, seeing the problem resolved casually, offered a word of admonishment. The Fox quickly agreed. "Sister Yi, today was a misunderstanding. Brother, you over there. Don't worry, I'm not that petty. I know. I was just concerned about you, Sister Yi. Are you heading back to school? Want your little brother here to escort you. Enough, go about your business. And remember, don't guide the students to skip class anymore. Your little brother understands. Everyone, let's see Sister Yi off." The Fox beamed, signaling his underlings to send her off. "Take care, Sister Yi." They all chorused in unison. The scene and the sound filled the surrounding onlookers with awe, some even feeling the urge to join in. Wow, you can't underestimate these young girls nowadays. So young and already sitting in the boss chair, quite impressive. The Fox threatened Zhang Hao a bit more before leading his men away. The latter's heart was trembling, vowing never to casually pick up girls again. Luo wiped the sweat from his forehead, feeling for the first time that having a soft heart seemed like a joke. He took a deep look at Yi Li's retreating figure, feeling captivated by her. "Goddess, you're so cool, I think I've fallen for you already." Xia Jinjin continued to chatter, her beautiful big eyes sparkling. She hugged Yi Li left and right. "Yi Li, from now on, don't have anything to do with those people. Mo Qingxue had a different perspective. She didn't want Yi Li to have too many entanglements with people outside of school. Yi Li understood she was worried about her. To stop her from nagging, he quickly nodded in assurance. Xiao He, who had been silent and never taking his eyes off Yi Li, suddenly interjected, "I want to learn too." Yi Li looked at him in confusion. Xiao He added, "I want to learn those fighting skills so I can help you in the future. Forget it, just focus on your studies." Yi Li didn't want to deal with such troublesome matters. Xiao He said no more, but his eyes habitually darted around. The four walked towards the school, with Mo Qingxue contacting the last cheerleader from their class. Yi Li knew this person too, though not well. She was quite snobbish. Her name was Su Mili. Su Mili had a hint of charm about her, was tall and slender with decent features, but compared to class monitor Mo Qingxue Weiner and Yi Li, she was somewhat lacking. She had a puffy hairstyle, obvious makeup, heavy eyeshadow, and a fierce look, giving an impression of being overly mature for her age. "Hi, Yi Li, Qingxue and Weiner." From a distance, Su Mili waved and greeted them. She seemed sociable, likely a frequent visitor to bars. Yi Li and the others nodded in acknowledgement. Mo Qingxue said, "Let's go to the rehearsal room." The rehearsal room was also the dance studio, usually used by senior girls. The school also had interest clubs, and besides technical and basic classes, club activities were quite popular. At the moment, there were already many people in the dance studio, all unfamiliar faces. Yi Li didn't know any of them. Mo Qingxue explained in a low voice, "The cheerleading squad has 20 members including the captain. Teacher Chiu secured 5 spots for our class, and the rest were selected from other grades. They're all excellent." Yi Li uttered an "oh" and looked around. Indeed, these people were all excellent in figure, looks, and temperament. They were probably the best-looking girls from each grade. Actually, looks might not be the right word, but for a basketball game, cheerleading squad appearance was the most important thing, especially on campus. The nonsense about boosting morale and warming up the crowd was only believed by the coach. Of course, not everyone was the same. "Why are you so late?" As soon as they entered, a senior girl looked at Yi Li and the others sternly. She was probably a veteran of the dance club, designated by the school as the captain for this performance. Although her tone was questioning, it wasn't filled with emotion. "All right, now that everyone's here, let's get started." The captain clapped her hands to get everyone's attention. "Now listen to my arrangements. Don't have any complaints. Our goal is to win honor for School 56 and outperform the School 57 cheerleaders in our dance moves. A basketball game is divided into 4 quarters, 2 per half, excluding free throws, timeouts, and substitution requests, plus the breaks in between. The cheerleaders perform 5 times. This meant the squad needed at least 3 sets of lively routines. Clearly the captain had planned ahead. She immediately started teaching the moves, assigning groups and positions. But to get everyone into it quickly, the outfits had to be uniform. The school was also prepared and had them ready. Yi Li looked at everyone suspiciously. Why did it feel like she was the only one who didn't know about this competition? It wasn't her fault. She spent all her time teasing Weiner and Mo Qingxue, never bothering to ask about anything else, so she naturally missed a lot of information. With no choice, she had to follow everyone to change clothes. Gazing at those willowy waists, long legs, and Yi Li almost had a nosebleed again. The sight nearly gave her internal injuries. "You're Yi Li, right? Why are you spacing out holding your clothes instead of changing?" The long-haired captain had already changed. Passing by, she noticed Yi Li staring blankly at her clothes and asked in confusion. Yi Li snapped out of her daze, said, "Oh," and turned to change. But when she saw the outfit, she didn't want to do it anymore. A booty short skirt, a tube top, and fishnet stockings. Were this for those guys to look at? No. The thought of dancing so exposed in front of so many people made Yi Li shudder, her pores tingling. But the more she resisted, the more the system opposed her. Ding, choice triggered. 1. Wear the standard cheerleading uniform. Reward dance proficiency, 300 forgiveness points. 2. Refuse to wear the standard uniform. Reward a bottle of holographic nail polish, 20 forgiveness points. Yi Li felt like having a violent outburst right there in the dance studio. System, you're just too much. Sigh for the forgiveness points, shed, do it. I choose 1. You bastard. With a mix of excitement and agitation, Yi Li put on the alluring stockings, the small tube top, and the booty shorts. She initially thought it would be too revealing, as dance moves usually have large amplitudes, and jumping around would inevitably lead to wardrobe malfunctions. But she was clearly overthinking. The shorts had 2 layers, the inner one similar to safety shorts, completely shielding the final secret area. And indeed, with that layer, her sense of security instantly increased. No wonder girls like wearing these. The tube top wasn't as revealing as it looked either. The outer layer was leather, while the inner layer was soft with invisible indentations, so there was no worry about not fitting a bra. Its stability was also superb, with a double fastening of elastic and inner clasp. You deserve it. It was just troublesome to put on. Yi Li had to ask Mo Qingxue for help to figure it out. After getting everything on, she looked in the mirror and gasped. The word girl group instantly came to mind. Sister Yi Li had natural physical advantages. If cultivated and placed in a girl group, she would definitely be the ultimate favorite of otakus. Next were the shoes. They were white sneakers with a hidden heel adorned with sparkling little crystals, very pretty. Unfortunately, Sister Yi Li's feet were too small, and she couldn't find the right size at first. With the captain's help, she finally found a pair. Just after putting them on, Yi Li stood up, and stumbled, nearly falling, which drew laughter from the girls. Frustrated, she looked at the soles of the shoes and was stunned. Damn, what kind of trick was this? They were heelys. Sorry, I forgot to mention this. Due to the choreography, we're using heelys to accentuate the contrast in movement between the rivals. The captain apologized, offering an explanation to Yeely. What more could Yeely say? This was simply unheard of. Next came the rehearsal. The built-in height boosters alone made Yeely extremely uncomfortable, and with the added wheels on the heelys, she had to constantly mind her center of gravity. A single lapse in attention would surely send her tumbling. Admittedly, the female captain's creativity was impressive. By incorporating back-and-forth sprints into the routine, the entire cheerleading squad appeared remarkably dynamic. The synchronized finale spins and alternating formations were indeed a unique style. One could imagine the explosive spectacle when both schools' teams entered simultaneously before the game, with the roar of the crowd undoubtedly favoring School 56. However, there were drawbacks too. During the rehearsal, a few members reacted slowly and were knocked down by their teammates crying out in pain. This led to some frustration, and arguments seemed imminent. Yeely paid it no mind. Her coordination with Weiner was excellent, and these moves posed no challenge. Mo Qingxue, however, struggled a bit, likely due to the heelys. She found them difficult to master, but managed to keep up, albeit barely. The long-haired captain was strict, granting the team no rest. The oppressive atmosphere drove the frustrated members to their limits. But a single remark from the captain, "If you don't want to dance, you can leave," silenced them all. Their motivation was simple: to shine in this interschool competition. After all, a spot on the cheerleading squad was highly coveted. Within less than 50 minutes, 3 simple routines were completed. Yeely found it effortless and surprisingly began to enjoy the experience. Who was it that said cross-dressing only happens once or never? Yeely suddenly realized she wasn't as repulsed by it as before. A jolt of alarm shot through her. This thought must be suppressed. The other members were weary, but excitement dominated. After finishing the practice, they hurried towards the gymnasium. Weiner, Yeely, Mo Qingxue, and the one named Su Mi Li followed closely as the captain led them into the gymnasium's entrance tunnel. During this time, the system notified her that she had reached 10 task selections, rewarding her with 1 of 0 forgiveness points. Yeely quickly checked. Tasks completed: 10 cumulative completion of 10 tasks, e.g. 203,040 grants additional forgiveness points. Final forgiveness transformation value 1,000. Current forgiveness value 14700. Yeely felt a surge of excitement. Finally breaking 10,000. Although it was still a world away from 10 billion, it was a promising start. Upon entering the gymnasium, the buzz of conversation filled their ears. The stands were already packed with students from both schools, and many eyes turned towards the cheerleading squad. Amidst the crowd, and Lan's cold, elegant face turned, casting a glance towards Su Mi Li and the squad. The latter met her gaze and gave an almost imperceptible nod. Yi Li and the others stood at the front of School 50's section. The captain busied herself distributing pom-poms. Everything was in readiness, awaiting the start of the game. Principal Gao, seemingly having received word, strode to the center of the court with a microphone, his face beaming as he launched into his usual grandiloquent speech. First, I'd like to thank the students for their team spirit. This game has been long anticipated. Remember, this is a friendly match. While honor is important, I hope both schools will not harbor any grudges. In a friendly game, minor clashes are inevitable, but don't take them to heart. Furthermore, I hope this match will strengthen the friendship between our schools, foster a competitive spirit in learning, and encourage exchange beyond the court. With that, let's begin. As Principal Gao finished, the audio technician appropriately blasted a rousing piece of background music. On their side, the long-haired captain signaled for Yi Li and the others to stay alert. The moment the music stopped, it would be time for both cheerleading squads to take the stage. Meanwhile, in the basketball locker room, the players representing School 56 were also rallying their morale. There were 12 players in total, excluding substitutes and the coach. Among the starting 5 for the first half, 2 familiar faces stood out: Qi Xiao and Qin Yang. The remaining 3 included a junior from the first year and 2 senior players from the third year who were known regulars in city-level matches. Let's go! Let's go! More than 10 of them huddled together, hands stacked, and let out a powerful roar. The sheer sound of it radiated strength. In another locker room, Zhang Hao and his team were doing the same. However, compared to Qin Yang's team, their scene was rather comical. Their jerseys were stained and tattered, some had visible bruises on their foreheads, and Zhang Hao's right hand twitched involuntarily from time to time. It was probably still suffering from Yi Li's earlier wrenching and hadn't recovered yet. "Hauga, is your hand okay? We're already in this state. If you don't perform well, they'll laugh us to death." A player pointed at his dirty jersey, his face a picture of misery. They had come to the game full of high spirits, only to be reduced to this by a girl. He wanted to complain to Zhang Hao, but apparently lacked the courage. Sure enough, Zhang Hao caught the underlying blame in his tone. He shoved him and said irritably, "You never thanked me for the perks you've had following me around, and now you're blaming me for a little setback." Seeing that this could escalate into internal strife, the others quickly intervened, offering placating words, scolding both parties mildly, while offending neither. Zhang Hao scoffed, shot the player a glance, and mentally vowed never to bring this guy along when trying to impress girls again. Nevertheless, he knew pre-game infighting was bad for morale. He soothed them. What are you scared of? Even if I don't play even without our substitutes, this game is a sure win. The team exchanged puzzled glances. What did he mean? Was School 56 planning to throw the game? Hauga, what do you mean? Stop keeping us in suspense. Yeah, Hauga, after what we just went through, we're all feeling uneasy. If you've got a plan, just tell us. Zhang Hao smugly rotated his wrist and said slowly, in short, you can rest easy. Then in a mysterious whisper he added, I've got some buddies on School 50SX's side. They only have 2 key players. No matter how they rotate, this game is ours. Damn, Hauga, you're a genius. What are we even worried about? Let's just crush them. Hearing this inside information, the School 57 players were ecstatic. This game was going to be a walk in the park. Beating just 2 players was child's play. The coach listened silently, then sighed. Given Zhang Hao's background, he was merely a figurehead coach. Let's ignite the arena score for School 56. Go. The music abruptly stopped, and the long-haired captain signaled for Yi Li and the others to enter in an orderly fashion. Hearing that cheer, Yi Li repeatedly slapped her forehead. It sounded like they were about to shoot a movie or something. Ignite the arena. Both cheerleading squads took the stage amidst cheers, facing off without exception. Each side had 20 members, and their gazes clashed with a spark of rivalry. Go my girlfriend. From the stands, Chow, he was ecstatic, adjusting his glasses and shouting, drawing looks of disdain from those around him. When they realized he was cheering for their goddess, Yi Li, the mood was instantly electrified. Go goddess. Goddess Yi Li, you must crush School 57. If you utterly defeat them, you'll even join the Lily Club. Yi Li closed his eyes, shutting out the shrill cries behind him. He neither believed rumors nor spread them. At least Chow he had done, while publicly affirming that Yi Li was not single, which did much to dilute the speculation about his sexuality. Both sides were in position, awaiting the explosive arrival of the music. As Yi Li calmly waited for the song and choreography to begin, a cheerleader from School 57 across the way called out to him. He looked over. The girl flashed a wide grin, her eyes caked in heavy eyeshadow, her face as round as a pancake. She looked like a ghoul, and Yi Li's heart nearly skipped a beat. He furrowed his brows and silently questioned her with a glance. Are you Yi Li? The pancake-faced girl asked, winking and gesturing with reckless abandon like a widow cracking sunflower seeds by the roadside in the northeast. Brash and imposing. Yi Li grunted in acknowledgement, and she continued, I heard you're. You know, how about getting with me? I'm good in bed. She licked her lips lewdly, making Yi Li's nether regions clench. Thank goodness there was no sanitary pad, or it would have been sucked right in. That thing, what exactly was that thing? Yi Li was momentarily baffled, then it hit him. Holy crap, this one was a pure-blooded lesbian. Fine, Yi Li agreed. He actually agreed. But could you at least clean that bit of beetle nut from your buck teeth before you talk? After all, she was still female, and he felt harsh words weren't appropriate. A subtle tactful jab would suffice. Unexpectedly, she showed not a shred of shame. She immediately hooked it out with her pinky, then wiped it on her ample backside. Thanks for the reminder. He'll find you later. I promise you'll have a real good time, damn it all. Yi Li hung his head in silence, fighting the urge to rid the world of this menace, forcing himself to stay calm. He couldn't harm a creature protected by law. Since both schools had coordinated beforehand, the track was the same, that universally popular dance tune, quite catchy. The moment the music began, the entire cheerleading squad jolted in unison, and the whole gymnasium fell silent. The key faculty and students from both schools witnessed the scene. The momentous cheer dance-off was about to begin. Wa-ba, for speakers blasted a rhythmless female vocal. Though devoid of melody, it struck everyone with a metallic resonance. Yi Li's side executed the first move, and School 57 mirrored it. As the rhythm picked up, both squads showcased their routines. The faculty and students swayed along, watching the 2 cheerleading teams with appreciation. I can't take it. I can't take it. I gotta record this video, save it for tonight. Some guys in the stands began to stir. Me too. This is a perfect gem. I bet I can use it for a long time without getting bored. Hey, why are you zooming in? You're only recording Goddess Yi Li. What do you know? Concentration is the essence. Goddess Yi Li alone is enough to send me to cloud 9. Those legs, that sweet jawline, those delicate features, and those dreamlike strands of hair, all are straight from my dreams. Well, another secretly obsessed admirer ranked who knows where. The dance was barely a third in, and both squads had shifted formation, crossing and rotating in ways that were quite pleasing to watch. The next move involved using heel eyes to create a visual impact. Yi Li's team knew this, and with a quick silent glance they assessed each other's positions. But just as the 2/3 mark hit, an accident occurred. Su Mili, positioned behind Yi Li, was supposed to swap places to form a straight line with the squad. As she moved to Yi Li's left, she suddenly leaned back, and her hand, seemingly on instinct, grabbed Yi Li's hair, yanking one of his 2 braids loose. The hair tie, adorned with a ceramic jade rabbit, spun through the air, a few lustrous strands of hair still caught in it. The moment was so sudden that no one noticed at first. By the time they did, they saw Su Mili frozen in place, leaning back at a 45-degree angle. Everyone from School 56 held their breath. If this turned into a public blunder right at the start, their morale would plummet. They prayed it wouldn't happen, hoping Goddess Yi Li's shoulders were strong enough for that girl Su Mili to snap out of it. In fact, their prayers were answered. Yi Li's physique was now formidable, strong enough to take on a gang of men single-handedly. This minor mishap was nothing to him. The instant he sensed the accident, he stopped moving, giving Su Mili ample time to recover. But, whether intentionally or not, she stayed frozen, refusing to ease up. He could even sense her leaning back further. He rubbed his scalp, which still stung from the pull, and glanced sideways to see what Su Mili was up to. She met his gaze, her eyes betraying a flicker of guilt. But today her goal was to embarrass Yi Li in front of everyone. Even if she couldn't cause enough disruption to cripple the squad's performance. Su Mili remembered Lan's instructions, but found Yi Li as immovable as a mountain. She summoned all her strength and gave another hard yank backward. What the hell are you playing at? Yi Li wasn't stupid. If he couldn't see what was so obvious, he might as well throw his brain away. Whether from shock or panic, Su Mili's face flushed as she scrambled to her feet, feigning hurt, not daring to move a muscle. Honestly, she was utterly shocked. She weighed at least 94 pounds. In a moment like that, she should have easily pulled Yi Li down. But she hadn't. The sudden disruption had frozen the entire squad. The captain's face was grim, tinged with a flush of embarrassment. It was indeed from shame. With so many eyes watching, School 57 was dancing merrily while her team's rhythm was in shambles. The fact that she hadn't run off the floor immediately was a testament to her mental fortitude. What's going on? Keep up, she hissed, her voice low and laced with barely concealed fury. The other members also turned to look at Yi Li. They didn't know exactly what happened, but it was clear these two were the cause. Just then, Su Mili, with a complete change in demeanor, pointed at Yi Li and shouted just loud enough for all to hear, "Why did you trip me?" The team members were instantly swayed, believing Yi Li was the culprit, and shot him accusatory glares. Those stares honestly made Yi Li's blood boil. Invisible violence and false accusations could easily drive a person to psychological breakdown. Luckily, his mental fortitude was strong. Suppressing his anger, he stared at Su Mili for a long moment. Perhaps having been schemed against so often, had developed a keen sense for it. He turned abruptly, scanning the School 56 stand, searching for a specific face, Lan's. Among the sea of varied expressions, he found her. She sat there gracefully, back straight as a rod, her demeanor elegant and gentle like a noble maiden awaiting her wedding. Sensing his indignant glare from across the arena, she met his gaze, her eyes narrowing into a serene crescent moon smile. Unbelievable. The moment he saw that smile, he understood completely. Su Mili's stunt was definitely orchestrated by her. Arg. This is infuriating. A plan immediately formed in Yi Li's mind. Once this was over, head to a certain adult store, grab some toys, find Lan, and then, well, give her a piece of his mind. Averting his gaze, Yi Li calmed his mind, refusing to spare another glance at Su Mili. What was there to see in a lovesick fool? Still spacing out. Third group's sixth beat. Follow the next segment. The captain was frantic, but it was already too late to turn things around. The spectacle on their side made School 57's crowd laugh with reckless abandon, and the spectators behind them were on their feet, flipping middle fingers. Even the cheerleaders wore sneers, and the one with the pancake face who had challenged Yi Li earlier was grinning the widest of all. Yi Li felt even more dejected. How could someone like her even get on stage? The rhythm kicked in and everyone followed along, but after that little hiccup, School 50's cheerleading squad was clearly lacking its earlier spark. The entire formation looked lifeless. Ouch! Just as a sliding move managed to recover a shred of morale, Su Mili pulled another stunt. She deliberately stretched her leg out and kicked Yi Li, fully capable of pulling back, but choosing not to. She drove her foot hard into Yi Li's leg, and the stocking on Yi Li's right thigh immediately began to ladder, spreading all the way up. The run stretched up to her upper thigh. Unsurprisingly, the overall routine was disrupted again, drawing even louder jeers. It was like a damn horse training ground out there. But fortunately, this awkward scene was interrupted by the BGM, more precisely the cheerleading dance track, came to an end. Both sides bowed in salute simultaneously, and the moment their heads dipped, a burst of laughter erupted. No need to guess, it was all coming from School 57. Yi Li gritted her little white teeth, glaring at Su Mili, and set a mental boundary. Those earlier incidents were forgiven, but if she pulled anything else, this lady was about to lose it. They exited the stage together, following the captain in an orderly line towards School 50's spectator section. Before Yi Li could even steady herself, the captain stormed over, swatting the pom-poms out of her hand and snapping, "What the hell is wrong with you? This isn't entirely my fault." "She? Not you. Then why did she only collide with you and nobody else?" The captain pointed at Su Mili, genuinely furious. She took a sip of water, scanned the group, and declared, "I don't care what personal grudges you have among yourselves. This is about the entire School 56. If any of those accidents happen again, you're out of the backstage, even if it means losing 2 members. With that, she turned and walked off, presumably to face the school administration's criticism. Yi Li rolled her eyes repeatedly. Who could she even reason with? She wasn't even given a chance to defend herself. I know what happened. I saw it all. Wayner said coldly, her large eyes locked onto Su Meili, who stood there smiling, as if she was about to jab her right in the armpits. What's the use of seeing it? What matters is that everyone's misunderstanding me. Forget her. People controlled by humans are pitiful. Wayner gave a cold "oh," but kept staring at Su Meili. Mo Qingxue wore a worried expression, crouching by Yi Li's leg, as if checking for injuries. But she realized she was worrying for nothing. Apart from the laddered stocking, Yi Li's leg, with its cool-toned, creamy skin, was perfectly smooth without a single scratch. After all, he had a Zeus-level physique. Though his exterior couldn't stop bullets or knives, it wasn't something a single kick could damage. I was so scared. Thank goodness you're not hurt, or there'd be a scar, Mo Qingxue muttered. Just then murmurs drifted down from the stands. What just happened? Was it Yi Li's fault? I don't know, but it feels like both of them were at fault. The whispered words put Lan in a good mood. This situation was exactly as she had anticipated. She lifted her chin slightly and glanced toward a corner of the stands. No need to guess. This was the classic trick of rich young misses and masters. Money makes the world go round. On Q2, male voices of indeterminate age began to stir up noise. Someone like that shouldn't even be allowed at public events. She gets mocked herself, and now she's dragging the whole school down with her. Tell me about it. I saw it clearly. Yi Li deliberately provoked Su Meili. I even recorded it. The crowd was already disheartened, humiliated by the school's disgrace. As students, they couldn't help but feel bitter about it. But since they didn't know the specifics, they had kept their frustration bottled up. Now hearing these two men speak with such conviction, that little thread of doubt in their hearts began to sway. All the talk of Yi Li winning glory for the school, being a piano prodigy, a goddess. In that moment, except for a few who held firm in their convictions, everyone else turned to glare with fury. And Lan's planted people weren't just these two. Once the men finished, it was the women's turn. I hear this junior named Yi Li is quite the sly one. She clearly knows piano, but never told the teachers, and then conveniently showcased her talent exactly when the governor was inspecting. If there's no trick behind that, I don't believe it. What's that compared to this? Didn't you hear the song she sang, Lucky, I wasn't born in ancient times? That shows she's always studying tactics and schemes. Winning a little glory, stealing credit, or juggling complicated relationships. What's that to her, eh? Wow, and Lan, you clever little thing, really went all out this time. She's cooked up a whole feast of trouble. After the girls spread their words, the recent campus rumors surged to the forefront of everyone's minds. Yi Li was supposedly dating multiple people at once, both male and female, and using all sorts of tricks to make certain fools devotedly protect her, even turning former bullies into loyal followers. Isn't Yi Li younger than me? How can she be so scheming? This kind of thing doesn't depend on age, it's innate. Wrong, it could be hereditary. One after another they tore Yi Li apart until she seemed worse than a monster. Someone who didn't deserve to escape punishment from the principal himself. Bang. These words weren't spoken in hushed tones. They all landed squarely in the ears of Yi Li, Wayner, Mo Qingxue, Xia Jinjin, and the others. To be honest, Yi Li's nature was quite good. Though not a paragon of justice, he was certainly not a cunning or malicious villain. Mo Qingxue had wanted to speak up earlier to cut off their psychological attack, but Yi Li stopped her. It wasn't until she heard that line about scheming being hereditary that she couldn't hold back anymore. With a little squeeze of her hand, the plastic chair back snapped clean off. Yi Li. Mo Qingxue froze, startled by the sound, but she was even more worried that Yi Li might do something rash. After all, this was school. It's fine. With Wayner's connections, I could flip this whole place upside down today, and even Principal Gao wouldn't dare say a word. Besides, I have a way to make sure they don't scream. That was true enough, though it did carry a hint of borrowing another's authority to bully others. Mo Qingxue pressed her lips together and said nothing more. She even felt like marching up there and slapping those people across the face herself. The crack of the chair back silenced them instantly, and they stared at Yi Li with terrified eyes. They couldn't even figure out how the backrest had snapped. Yi Li slipped off his sneakers and walked up the steps toward those two men. Why did he take off his shoes? Because he was afraid that in his excitement, he might slip and fall flat on his face. His small feet boasted perfect curves, and through the thin stockings they made people want to cup them in their palms to warm them. Quite a few young men in the crowd couldn't handle the sight, swallowing hard one after another. Not loud, but still faintly audible. At that moment, Yi Li exuded the same chilling aura as that day at Huiting restaurant. So cold that just looking at him made everyone feel something was off. Perhaps this was the extra brilliance the system had granted him. It wasn't just them. Even Wayner and Mo Qingxue felt the same way. The two boys who had started the verbal assault began to grow uneasy. They weren't cowardly, they were just spooked, or perhaps guilty. Yi Li didn't care what they thought. He swung the chair back and slammed it into one of their faces, the impact landing perfectly on the corner of his mouth. With a sharp crack, the boy's head snapped to the side. The force was so great that his skull slammed into the mouth of the guy next to him. And just like that, both of them twisted their heads like a pair of huskies, frozen and unresponsive. Everyone watched in stunned silence, mouths agape, not even remembering to gasp. Yi Li was furious. In this life, he had a mother, a warm, loving mother. And how dare anyone tarnish that with their words? This kind of anger no matter when he would never tolerate. Though striking felt satisfying, Yi was not without restraint, holding back his strength to perhaps a millionth of his full power. This measure was far from precise. In truth, his movements were minimal, yet bolstered by his godlike might, the two boys were sent reeling with such overwhelming force. This was not entirely Yi's intention. Either don't strike at all, or beat them into submission. Seizing the moment while the crowd was stunned and the boys' reflexes had yet to catch up, he swiftly applied his healing art, patting them both. The effect was nearly instantaneous. The blood hadn't even time to trickle from their mouths before they were healed, their injuries completely gone. Of course, the pain itself was unavoidable. To be honest, Yi was somewhat surprised. He recalled that when healing his mother's sister, or even the white cat, there was a noticeable delay, yet now it was instant. He concluded that it must be related to the physique of these cosmic beings. His body as a medium could fully handle the backlash, or perhaps there was no backlash at all. By now the crowd was slowly coming to their senses. Many of the timid ones began to shriek, and the commotion threatened to spiral out of control. Yi, having anticipated this, quickly raised his hand to calm them before the situation could escalate further. The crowd, as if on cue, followed his gestures. Why? That would involve psychology, crowd influence, and dominant thought processes. In any case, the crowd quieted down with his motion. Yi smiled slightly. Don't be afraid. My external tutor taught me a visual magic trick. It's quite fun. I'd like to perform it for you all. A visual magic trick. At a time like this, the crowd felt a headache coming on. What was this all about? The atmosphere was charged with menace, and now he wanted to perform magic. Are you sure this fits the mood? Yi chuckled again, brushed back his disheveled hair, and raised the chair back in his hand. Everyone look. Whoosh. He slammed the chair back down again, and the two boys reacted just as before, even the distance identical. This time they cried out. It truly hurt. One of them instinctively tried to flee, but Yi wouldn't allow it. He grabbed the boy by the hair, and with immense strength forced him back into his seat. He didn't forget to pat them both with a healing touch again. The onlookers watched, hearts pounding. Was this really magic? As if reading their doubts, Yi used the chair back to turn one boy's face toward the crowd, showing them that there was no injury at all. The crowd craned their necks, their skepticism turning to astonishment. Indeed, there was no damage whatsoever. How was this done? The two boys also touched their faces in confusion. Though numb and sore, there was no swelling or mark. This trick has a lovely name. The beatdown smackdown. The crowd said nothing. They weren't fools to miss the implication. Yi then launched into his relentless assault, swinging the chair back again and again. The crowd watched with fearful, unblinking eyes, their heads swaying back and forth with each blow. The sight was ridiculous. Everyone's faces were like stunned idiots. After who knows how many swings, the two boys were completely dazed, like ragdolls at his mercy. Phew, satisfying. Feeling the weight lifted off his chest, Yi let out a relieved breath, tossed the chair back aside, spread his hands, and gestured to the boys, silently asking, "Great trick, isn't it?" Anlan was completely frozen. She had actually believed Yi's words, thinking it was truly a magic trick. But her clear-headed reason told her it was impossible. The thuds of impact were so distinct, how could they be faked? So how did Yi manage it? At this moment, the stands of School 56 were utterly silent, and eerie stillness hanging over them. All eyes were on the girl with disheveled hair and bare feet, a striking contrast of beauty. Just when everyone thought it was over, however. "What's your name?" Yi leaned over the girl who had spoken of scheming and inheritance, his voice pleasant and tone calm, betraying no hint of emotion. Having witnessed the scene just now, these girls skilled in verbal attacks were all stunned, fear creeping across their faces. The girl who was questioned blurted out in terror, "My name is Dai. Please don't hit me. I won't say anything about you anymore." Though the two boys appeared outwardly unharmed, the psychological impact of the visual spectacle was too much for these young girls to bear. "Dai?" Yi repeated, nodding slightly. "Very well, Dai, listen carefully. I want you to viciously beat your companion for 1 full hour. His words seemed to carry the very essence of heavenly law and irresistible will that instantly seized Dai's reason. Her eyes changed, slowly turning toward her companion. A command given, a command obeyed. Yi curled his lips slightly. People aren't inherently bad. Much of it stems from the turmoil of the soul and the oppression of the mundane world. Without another glance at what followed, he turned and walked away calmly, not a single cloud in his wake. Well, mainly because there were none here. The commotion didn't spread far. The school leadership seemed focused on the basketball court and paid no attention. After Yi left, Dai went berserk, grabbing her companion by the hair and grappling with her. Soon they tumbled down the steps onto the court, leaving no time for anyone to intervene. The school disciplinary committee noticed something wrong and rushed over, forcibly separating Dai and her companion. However, both their faces and lips were a mess, all thanks to fingernails. Principal Gao, upon learning of the situation, scowled sternly and said, "Why keep such students? In this kind of formal event, they dare to brawl in violation of school rules. Throw them out. Tell their parents that School 56 doesn't want them." What happened to them? How? Mo Qingxue and Xia Jinjin were utterly bewildered. What had caused them to suddenly start fighting each other? "Yi, what did you say to them?" "Oh, that. Well, A long story like a child losing their mother. He'll tell you later. Weiner gazed at Yili, scrutinizing his every expression, then tilted her head in her habitual manner and said, "You're very suspicious." Yili, used to deflecting with laughter, pointed at the basketball court. "Oh, look, it started." The brief incident had lasted only a few minutes, and during that time the basketball game had begun. The score was now 12-36. Unfortunately, the 12 belonged to School 56. Yili knew a bit about basketball. After watching for a while, and seeing it was no different from the game on Earth, he grew uneasy. He could clearly see that School 56 players were in great form, and Qin Yang and Qi Xiao coordinated well. But the key issue was that the other three seemed to be monopolizing the game. In other words, they refused to cooperate, wouldn't pass the ball, and their defense was riddled with holes. School 57's players easily broke through, even blocking shots under the basket. This was suspicious, very suspicious. Yili wasn't a basketball expert, but he could see it clearly enough. It wasn't just him. Everyone from School 56 could see it. The principal was so furious he loosened his belt. What garbage ball skills. Even this old bald fool could play better. What, Qian Luming Bai Hua? What the hell are you three doing? As School 57 kept extending their lead, and the opposing crowd's jeers grew louder, Qi Xiao finally exploded. "We had an open layup just now. Why didn't you take it? Why pass it back? Just moments ago those 2 points were practically guaranteed." But no, Luming just had to pass it to him when he was standing beyond the three-point line. "Who plays like that? What are you yelling about? What do you want? This is how I play. Got a problem?" The attitude was utterly dismissive, insolent, and contemptuous. Qi Xiao, seething with rage, couldn't stand it. He cursed and charged forward, ready to tear that thick-lipped mouth right off. Fortunately, the referee and the coach stepped in to stop him, preventing an embarrassing internal brawl. The game was thus paused. The long-haired captain quickly called for Yi Li and the others to come in and liven up the atmosphere. This time the cheerleading squad from School 57 did not take the court, as they held the advantage and had no need to rally support. As Yi Li and the others stepped onto the floor, the music began right on cue. The dance routine was brief, with no spectacle of wheel shoes to wow the crowd. They had hoped to complete the entire dance set without incident, but there are always those who seek to stir up trouble. After Yi Li's earlier display of ruthless cunning, one would think Su Mi Li would dare not cause any more mischief. Yet she felt a persistent unease, knowing Lan was watching her. If she failed to follow her instructions, her family's life in this northern city would become exceedingly difficult. Forced by circumstance, she resorted to subtle small-scale movements to disrupt Yi Li's performance. After repeatedly kicking Yi Li several times with her feet, and seeing no reaction, her audacity grew. It is a common human flaw to forget past pain once it heals. These repeated provocations made Su Mi Li forget the fierce side of Yi Li she had witnessed earlier. Kick after kick, left and right, she grew accustomed to the act. Looking at Yi Li's slender legs, her right stocking was torn apart, covered in countless jagged holes. This sight naturally drew attention. Muffled laughter came from School 57's side, while School 50's members frowned, some even covering their faces in embarrassment. It was too shameful. Such an obvious mistake, repeated endlessly, only invited mockery. Another kick came. Yi Li still showed no reaction, but a closer look revealed her brows slightly raised and her delicate red lips tightly pressed together. Weiner saw it clearly. Yi Li was visibly displeased now, and the consequences of that needed no imagination. Another kick followed, and Yi Li's brows knitted further. As the music neared its end, Su Mi Li seized another chance to kick. But before her foot could land, Yi Li spun halfway with startling speed, bent down, reached out, and grabbed that larger ankle with a firm grip. "To hell with your twisted nonsense." She gripped Su Mi Li's ankle, channeled her strength, and flung her away. With a thud, Su Mi Li landed 3 meters away on the floor, spinning as she tumbled, followed by a weak, pitiful cry of pain. The entire venue fell into a stunned silence, almost simultaneously. Even the rhythmic music seemed to cooperate, stopping abruptly, as if to spotlight this shocking spectacle. Principal Gao's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, and he immediately rose from his seat among the school leaders. "Outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. Which student is this? Huh. Bring her to me at once." The other school leaders were equally dumbfounded, their hearts shaken by this unprecedented scene. Hearing the principal's furious, no enraged, roar, they hurriedly scrambled down from the stage in a flurry. Meanwhile, the entire cheerleading team covered their mouths, gasping in shock, their wide eyes fixed on the composed young woman. She exhaled slowly, her chest rising and falling in a graceful rhythm, elegant from the side, striking from the front. Recalling the scene just witnessed, everyone could only think this woman is truly formidable. Is Yi Li insane? In such a setting, she actually. Even if she disregarded School 50's reputation, she should at least consider her own. But Yi Li cared not for their opinions. Her own satisfaction came first. She had endured long enough. When Su Mi Li's 20th kick came, she could no longer hold back. There is a limit to bullying, after all. The school leaders rushed over, but halfway one of them turned back. "Principal Gao, that girl seems to be Yi Li." "Yi Li? Who is Yi Li? No matter who she is, such lawlessness. publicly bullying a fellow student, must be punished. Principal Gao was clearly beside himself with fury, feeling utterly humiliated. The jeers and murmurs struck at his very soul. If word of this spread, his reputation in the northern city's academic circles would be legendary, perhaps as the bald principal whose students were all unruly savages. Was that the dean of students? He wiped the sweat from his brow and repeated, "It's Yili, the piano prodigy, the girl personally commended by the governor." This time Principal Gao understood. Whether still angry or not, he paced irritably in a circle and stamped his foot. He had recently heard numerous negative reports about Yili. Honestly, each one severely tarnished the school's image. If not for her connection to the governor's daughter, Principal Gao would have long since imposed punishment. But the crux was that he dared not, and now he was at a loss for words. Frustrating, wasn't it? Absolutely. Bring her up. Tell her I wish to speak with her. And so, under the gaze of the crowd, while a few hundred onlookers, amid hushed ridicule, Yi Li was brought forward. Weiner wanted to follow, but Yi Li stopped her. While relying on the governor's reputation was true, Yi Li had her principles. She wouldn't drag others' names through the mud. If Weiner came along, though no one would say it aloud, their hearts would surely harbor contempt. Remarks like "the governor's daughter is no better," flaunting her family's status to defy the principal. "Turn around." Principal Gao barked the moment she approached, his voice stern and sharp. Everyone assumed Yi Li would face punishment now. Even with the governor's daughter backing her, she couldn't openly challenge the principal's authority, could she? Yi Li silently obeyed, wondering to herself why she needed to turn around for a reprimand. Puzzled, she looked up and caught sight of the scene behind the principal, instantly grasping his intention. It was simple. Behind the principal across the court stood Weiner, staring intently in their direction. Principal Gao likely wished to avoid losing face before so many people, to show that he couldn't ignore Yi Li's bullying of a fellow student. Yet he also couldn't offend Weiner, so he resorted to this self-deceptive tactic of having Yi Li turn around with him. Admittedly, self-deception sometimes works. Once turned, Principal Gao felt a weight lift, no longer having to worry about Weiner's expression. A clever Tuberts with an S-tone move. "What's wrong with you, girl?" His voice was low, tinged with helplessness. Before Yi Li could respond, he continued, "You're putting me in a bind in front of all these people. What am I supposed to do? Punish you or not?" Well, Yi Li reasoned that regardless of the circumstances or prior causes, resorting to violence during a school event warranted punishment. An indisputable fact. But when the offender was herself, wasn't it awkward to admit? "They'll have you know I think highly of you, girl. But you can't expect me to lose face publicly and have my authority shattered, can you? How am I to hold my head up as principal after this? How am I to lead 1,000 students?" The words carried weight, and Yi Li sensed a subtle blend, a hint of sweetness and salt. She blinked cleverly, her long lashes and wide eyes framing her face, and asked with feigned innocence, "What do you think, Principal?" Principal Gao nearly spun in frustration again. His meaning was so clear, how could she not grasp it? "No, wait." His aged eyes glared. Yi Li's tone was tinged with slyness, as if waiting for him to make the first move. This girl was sharp. "Stop playing dumb. I've been watching your every move lately. With your intellect, you could herd 20,000 cattle. Don't pretend you don't understand." Yi Li nearly burst out laughing. So this was how old Gao described one's intelligence. Deciding it was best to show respect, Yi Li stood tall, bowed deeply to the principal before the crowd, and declared loudly, "Principal, I was wrong. It was all my fault. Please calm down. I still want to continue my studies." Witnessing this scene, the petty jealousy and resentment in everyone's hearts were instantly soothed. The principal was indeed fair, treating everyone with impartiality, punishing wrongdoers regardless of who they were, and earning the genuine respect of the students. Weiner and Mo Kingsu's expressions turned sour, especially Weiner. She would not forget that Yi Li was made to bow her head and admit fault before everyone. Meanwhile, Yi Li had just risen when Principal Gao, with great cooperation, said, "Admitting your mistake makes you a good student, but your actions were indeed severe. I've decided to place you under observation and punish you with cleaning the library for a month." Principal Gao spoke these words loudly, ensuring they reached the ears of every watching student. Some in the crowd were dissatisfied with this punishment, thinking she should be expelled on the spot. But considering that the principal wasn't foolish and that it takes two to make a quarrel, this wasn't solely Yi Li's fault. They reluctantly accepted it. "Yes, Principal. I will reflect in peace, accept the punishment, and improve myself." Yi Li was furious inside. She had thought a superficial show of compliance would suffice, but the old bald man had actually pulled a fast one on her. A month of cleaning the library. The place was huge. What a careless mistake. Principal Gao felt a sense of satisfaction, nodding approvingly, but then noticed the girl's grimace and understood immediately. He lowered his voice. "The punishment can be postponed, but what do you plan to do about the cheerleading team's loss of morale?" This was promising. A chance to atone for her mistakes. Yi Li eyed the old bald man suspiciously. Did he see her extraordinary talent, her genius, her exceptional flair? Well, aside from the last part. Overall, did Principal Gao recognize her skill and dominance in dance? "Not bad, old bald man, you have a good eye. Then you have to agree to one condition." Neither of them was dull, and they communicated without any hindrance. Principal Gao was taken aback. He had only been testing her, never expecting Yi Li to actually have a solution. This speculative thought stemmed from witnessing Yi Li's passionate piano performance half a month ago, combined with her improvisational skills, which had sparked the idea unconsciously. Tell me, let's see if I can agree. Yi Li smiled sheepishly, her voice sweet as honey. If I can boost our morale, then you'll leave me alone. They'll skip class whenever I want. Deal? Principal Gao frowned. This request was excessive and unbecoming of a teacher. Yi Li knew his concern and quickly added, but I promise my grades won't slip. Principal Gao was still reluctant. This involved not just academics, but the school's discipline, which could not be indulged. The crowd watched as the two whispered to each other, occasionally gesturing, leaving everyone confused. Fine, but you must not break your word. Principal Gao felt his heart racing. If they talked any longer, this girl might convince him to let her skip the entire semester. The deal was struck. Yi Li would restore school 50's morale, and in return the principal would allow her to skip classes at will, provided she didn't negatively affect other students and maintained her grades. This was a trivial matter for Yi Li, who had her tricks. She nodded and stepped down from the podium. The arena fell into an awkward silence. The players hadn't taken the court, likely due to internal conflicts plaguing School 50's team. As their friendly rivals Zhang Hao's side naturally sneered at them, though they refrained from being too overt for the sake of propriety. Still, their mocking expressions infuriated the School 56 contingent. I'm going to call my dad right now and have him invite Principal Gao for tea. Yi Li had just descended when Weiner spoke coldly, her gaze fixed on the principal, who quickly made himself scarce. Yi Li found it amusing and pinched Weiner's icy little cheek. Don't be so serious. I'm fine. This is so embarrassing. Causing such a scandal and still walking down with your head held high. Have you no shame? The cheerleaders now showed their displeasure, disregarding any pretense of courtesy and scolding openly. They had joined the squad hoping to attract admiring glances, and many boys had already been winking at them. These expressions of admiration, the subtle flirtations and timid gazes, had indeed given them a private thrill. But it was short-lived, rudely interrupted by Yi Li. The captain was too furious to speak, standing there with vacant eyes. The girl who had been rolling on the ground was gone, presumably sent to the infirmary. Hey, is this all the dance troupe of School 56 has to offer? I suggest you give up on dancing altogether. If you can't do the job, don't take it on. Your bizarre moves aren't even as entertaining as the monkeys at the zoo. Tisk tisk, infighting in basketball and infighting in cheerleading. How pathetic. The School 57 side seized the opportunity to apply pressure. The team members were so angry they were on the verge of tears, glaring at Yi Li with red eyes. Their message clear: this is all you're doing. Happy now? Yi Li curled her lip and ignored them. Since she had agreed to the bald guy's request, she might as well get it over with. I don't mean anything else. You all can leave. I alone will conquer them. The honor of School 56 will not be lost on my watch. Her voice wasn't loud, but everyone heard it, including those from School 57, who burst into collective laughter. Even her own side laughed in disbelief and contempt. Choosing a time like this to brag. Was Yi Li really as clever and wise as the rumors suggested? She seemed like an utter fool. The captain, however, glanced at Yi Li and stared at her for a long time. Seeing this, Yi Li had no choice. With no one believing her, she had to rely on the captain. I know how much the dance honor means to you. Please trust me. Have them leave, and I'll win that honor back for you. Seeing that she seemed sincere, the captain's eyes flickered, but she still confirmed, you're not bluffing. No, but I need you to prepare a song in the sound booth. I need a traditional style song, medium tempo, preferably with a strong drum element. Her voice was like a gentle stream, calming the mind and instilling a sense of conviction. Perhaps it was the clarity in her eyes, but the captain stared for a long time until Yi Li waved a hand in front of her face to snap her back to reality. As if compelled, she nodded hastily. All right, I'll trust you this once. They'll go prepare. And with that, she actually led the team away, including Weiner, Mo Qingxue, and Xia Jingjing. What's going on? Why are they all leaving? Have they completely given up? School 56 sure knows their limits. But their mental fortitude is weak. How boring. The low murmurs vanished, replaced by a loud uproar spreading like ripples across a green lake. Amid the clamor, someone asked curiously, why hasn't that one left? Everyone followed her pointed finger to see the girl in the arena wildly tearing off her tattered stock. Ings. She loosened her hair, took off her shoes, and walked to the School 56 seats to grab 2 school flags. She tied them together and secured them around her waist. The flags, thin as silk, draped like a cloth. Yi Li pinched the upper and lower corners, swept them over her shoulder, and tied the ends together. With this adjustment, it looked like a flowing wide-sleeved dress at a glance. Fortunately, her figure was petite, or the effect wouldn't have been the same. Everyone watched in stunned silence. Honestly, they were envious of the sight, yet completely baffled as to what Yi Li was up to. Just then the sound of a drum echoed out of nowhere, thumping against everyone's hearts. Following that, the plucking of a pipa rose softly like pearls cascading onto a jade plate suddenly heard upon the water. And Yi Li moved, her arms extending like lotus roots, her neck swaying gracefully. If she was going to use dance to win, then she would stun them all. Submit, you little minions. The drumbeat resonated with a lingering charm, like muffled thunder from the clouds, causing the crowd to hold their breath in rapt attention. At the moment the drums sounded, the entire stadium plunged into darkness, and before panic could set in, a beam of fluorescent light enveloped the center of the venue, illuminating a gracefully dancing maiden. Principal Gao stood in the lighting control room, beaming with delight. The astonishment this girl had brought him was etched in his memory, even in his final moments. The people wove through the strings, spreading like a celestial fairy floating in the sky, while the drumbeat served as the core, akin to a fierce azure beast following closely behind the fairy. Then came the flute, the sovereign of this melody, swirling around the maiden, accentuating the beginning of this visual feast. With the first drumbeat, the maiden's right arm curved gracefully at the wrist, her posture perfectly poised, a sight of sheer beauty. With the second drumbeat, the maiden's left arm swept through the wide sleeve, her fingers forming a delicate pinch, as if in a dream. At the third drumbeat, her exquisite lotus feet gently arched, her slender legs stretching elegantly, evoking a scene from a painting. The drums quickened, the flute hastened, and the maiden danced with all her supple grace, every eye in the stadium fixed on her. Her waist was as slender as silk, her brows like emerald feathers, her skin fair as snow, and her smile radiant as a blooming flower. Every frown and smile made her a celestial maiden descended to earth. Every movement was a dreamlike painting. The audience was entranced. Of course, please ignore the disheveled ink-black hair. Yet this very dishevelment was the highlight of her imperfection. The more her hair veiled her face, the more mesmerizing she appeared, and a glimpse of her pale forehead stirred the heart. Throughout, the maiden never glanced sideways, her eyes slightly lowered as if lost in some inner world. Her body swayed with the drumbeats, her arms twisted with the flute's melody, and her feet always captured the audience's gaze at the first moment. Finally, the music ended and the lights returned to the stadium. Yet the crowd remained silent for a long while. In the stillness, a fiery wave seemed to hang in the air, a web of intertwining gazes. Then applause erupted. The thunderous sound filled the air as not only the students of School 56 stood up to applaud, but also those from School 57. At that moment, they were all giving vent to their emotions purely from the heart, without any ulterior motives. Yeely raised an eyebrow, glancing around. Not bad. He had been immersed in the ecstasy of the dance, aware of the outside world, but not particularly concerned. Now, hearing the continuous applause, he thought to himself, I've got it. I've truly stunned them. Amid the deafening applause, Xia Jinjin's clear voice pierced through, shouting, Goddess, you are so beautiful. This immediately drew a chorus of cheers. Yeely heard whistles again. What the hell? Flirting with me again? Weiner watched with a gentle smile, refraining from loud exclamations like the others. She adored Yeely in this state. So earnest, so beautiful. Mo Kingsu's eyes inexplicably reddened, her small hand covering her mouth, perhaps trembling with excitement. As a close friend, a best friend, and even. She naturally felt overjoyed and proud of Yeely's glorious moment. Lan remained as composed as ever, but something flickered in her calm, starry eyes. A subtle, ineffable feeling described in books as a faint hint of affection. He was busy pinching his own philtrum, his eyes glazed over, drool of excitement flowing. Big brother is so handsome, breathtakingly, devastatingly handsome, eclipsing heaven and earth. I can only admire from afar. Just before entering the venue, when the lights went out, Qin Yang and the others had stopped at the entrance. They had witnessed Yeely's dance, and now a gleam flickered in their eyes. The thoughts that had been fading surged once more. To marry such a wolf. Know such a good man. What more could one ask for in life? Yeely glanced around casually, feeling that the intangible morale should have returned. Indeed, after his dance, the entire School 56 side had taken on a refreshed spirit. Meanwhile, the students from School 57, upon realizing this, felt a sense of inferiority and defeat. Relying on one person alone to restore the waning morale, they knew they couldn't do it. That's enough. Time to slip away. Yeely returned to the stands, facing the captains, praised the friendly glances of his teammates, and countless burning gazes from behind. Such is reality. If you have the skill, people respect you. Next came the basketball game between the two schools. After the earlier minor friction, under the coach's mediation, Lu Ming was substituted. It was thought that this might at least narrow the score gap, but the same thing happened again in the same setting. Not only did the score not improve, but School 56 completely lost the first half. Damn it! Qi Xiao roared without restraint, glaring at the three players other than Qin Yang, his arm veins bulging, a testament to his fury. After the first half, he had already figured it out. Aside from Qin Yang, everyone else was an actor. Damn filthy actors. Actors are disgraceful. But he couldn't understand why these substitute teammates would act that way. Many shared this sentiment, except for those who blindly followed the crowd. Yeely frowned in silence, occasionally turning to glance at Lan, thinking, you could mess with me, but this game. Could you be behind this too? After a moment's reflection, he doubted it. There was no need. The game had nothing to do with him. Why would Lan target the game? Then it must be another reason. What could it be? The old driver admitted he couldn't figure it out for now. This game is unplayable. You guys continue if you want. Back in the locker room, Qi Xia threw a tantrum, refusing to go on. Qin Yang swept a cold gaze around, looking at the other players. Sold the collective honor for some money. His words seemed out of the blue, but as someone from a prominent family he had seen the tricks. He knew these players had taken bribes from someone at School 57. Otherwise there was no reason for such behavior. Senior, what are you talking about? We don't understand. Yes, Senior, we've tried our best. We can't exactly drag the School 57 players and stop them, can we? The actors denied it as expected. Catch them red-handed. It's impossible to prove a fixed game even if caught in the act, as long as they don't admit it. The middle-aged coach was also fuming. These players were his own trainees. He couldn't fathom why they would betray School 56. You three at least played in the city tournament with me. Doing this today, don't you feel guilty toward me? Hey coach, don't say that. We really tried our best. School 57 is just too strong. We can't beat them. No matter how they were questioned, those players stuck to the same lines, refusing to admit anything. What can you do to me? The principal and others also arrived. Matters of school reputation were naturally his concern. Like Qin Yang, they questioned the players repeatedly only to receive almost identical answers. Finally, Principal Gao exerted his authority, even invoking the charge of actively participating in school activities while deliberately damaging school reputation, but it was futile. The players were determined not to admit anything and continued to play half-heartedly. Even deducting points didn't work. Expel them. You can't do that without proper grounds and evidence. Get out. The principal roared, feeling he had had enough anger for the day. The principal drove those players out, leaving only Qin Yang, Qi Xiao, the middle-aged coach, and the school leaders. Coach Wang, is there any way to salvage this? Alas, we had many players originally, but after the substitutes were assigned, those kids were upset and refused to even watch the game. Contacting them now. Coach Wang didn't finish, but Principal Gao understood. Even if those kids agreed, could they arrive in time? School 57 wouldn't wait long. If time dragged on, rumors would spread that School 56 was deliberately delaying the game because they couldn't handle losing. How ugly that would be. Clearly there was no quick solution, and the game was essentially lost. With so many people around, Principal Gao couldn't pace in circles, but his anger had no outlet, leaving his face dark and grim. Just when everyone thought the outcome was sealed, the door to the locker room was knocked. How about counting me in? The sudden voice was like a melody from heaven. The principal and the others turned to look, wondering who else besides the school team could be playing basketball. Before a smile could form on their faces, they froze. Yili, Qin Yang, and Qi Xiao murmured almost simultaneously, then exchanged a glance, both feeling an inexplicable surge of annoyance. Hi, principal, esteemed leaders, and both senior classmates. Yili said, leaning against the doorframe, her right leg kicked back in a girlish pose as she waved her left hand. Seeing this troublesome girl, Principal Gao couldn't help but think of Wayner and felt a bit intimidated. Yili, your performance just now was excellent. I'm very satisfied, and all the leaders were extremely pleased. I never expected you to shine so brilliantly. At the next school assembly, I will commend you by name. Yes, Yili, without your dance performance earlier, our school would have lost in the cheerleading department against the 56 schools. We teachers all express our gratitude. Yili's smile stiffened. What are they thanking me for? I didn't even take it seriously. I came to discuss the basketball game with you. Why are we talking about other things? Oh well, keep up the good work. Principal, esteemed leaders, and both senior classmates, I noticed the other senior players have left. Is the game not going to continue? As if waiting to answer his question, Qin Yang spoke up immediately. Junior Yi, there are some internal issues with the school team players. This game might not be able to continue. Issues? That was a key point, but Yili wouldn't pry. It had nothing to do with him anyway. He hastily said, don't do that. Why stop playing? This is about the collective honor of our school. The principal and the others' expressions grew increasingly grim, but not directed at Yili, rather at those students who threw the match. Letting out a bitter laugh, Qin Yang shed his usual gentle and quiet demeanor, continuing to answer, collective honor is certainly important. No one would choose to give up. But right now there are only the three of us left. He looked at Coach Wang and Qi Xiao. Oh, is that all? No problem. With me here, I alone am enough, Yili said, patting her small chest. The group was stunned for a moment, their expressions varying, but none changed much, because they seemed unable to grasp the meaning of Yili's words. I've never seen you play basketball. Qi Xiao was the first to react, his expression somewhat odd, his voice not as sharp as usual, and one could faintly discern an intentional softening. Have you seen me play the piano? Have you seen me dance? Have you seen me fight? A triple soul strike. Only after saying it did Yili realize the principal and the others were still there. Why mention fighting? But his question was indeed straightforward, causing the principal and the others to ponder. Could it be that basketball was also within her grasp? That's where they'd be wrong. In terms of skill, Yili could only look up to the greats. It was the same in his past life. This life? Forget it. With such a short stature, why play basketball? Better to do things a girl should do. The reason he volunteered was purely because of the system's mischievousness. Just moments ago, he had wanted to sit in a chair for a while, but out of the corner of his eye he saw the players from the rest area walking out excitedly. Without understanding why, he heard the system's choice trigger. 1. Turn the tide of this game, secure victory with a crushing personal performance. Reward Wilderness Survival Encyclopedia, 500 forgiveness points. 2. Kiss and lawn publicly again for a full minute. Reward a set of flowing immortal dress, 200 forgiveness points. If this choice had come in the past, given Yi Li's greedy nature, he would have taken both. But the second choice requires being in public. Nearly a fifth of both school students are here. No matter how shameless, he had to restrain himself, right? So the option to kiss and lawn was abandoned. Time to play basketball. As for his atrocious basketball skills, there was no need to worry. At worst, he wouldn't drive to the basket, just stand behind the three-point line and shoot. With his godlike strength, he could probably make a few shots right. Such a slick move would leave the opponents no chance to score. In fact, this whole complexity was unnecessary. A simple command from him could have secured victory. But the system in its mischievous and bottomless ways insisted he personally show off. There was no choice. The forced spotlight couldn't be refused. Are you really up for it? The principal asked skeptically. Yi Li immediately straightened his back, wanting to say how can a man say he's not up for it? But the words died on his lips. A fire broke out in the bandits' den on Mau Mau Mountain, burning the chief's cotton pants. The words slipped out, a little ditty he blurted without thinking. The principal and the others froze again. What was this girl babbling about? Still the principal asked, what does that mean? Yi Li squinted his eyes, striking a Peking opera pose, raising his hand, tucking in his stomach, and kicking out a leg. Of course it's lit. The air went silent, then the school leaders and the principal burst out laughing, slapping their thighs. Absolutely brilliant. You little rascal. Don't say such bandit jokes again from now on, the principal scolded, then continued. So you really can play basketball? Yi Li shook his head and sighed. This man was more long-winded than a woman. He tossed out a line, call for the tip-off. I alone am enough. So the principal and the others, half doubtful, but somewhat excited, followed him out to announce it. The second half officially began. Although the 56 school side didn't know exactly what had happened, they all had a bad feeling. As the game's opening music played, everyone's hearts tightened. Almost everyone craned their necks to look toward the court entrance. But when they saw who was coming out, their expressions turned strange. The baggy shorts were so loose they could be pulled up to the chest, and the jersey was comically long, nearly dragging on the ground. The person inside was tiny, and apart from a dark head, nothing else could be distinguished. Which senior is that? What? So small. Can they even play basketball like that? Did the jersey come in the wrong size? It's a bit ridiculous. Whoa, that's Yi Li the goddess. Am not mistaken. Those with sharp eyes from a distance managed to discern that the person amidst the pile of clothes was indeed Yi Li. The shout caused a commotion, and with a whoosh, everyone stood up. Mo Qingxiu's Ya Jinjin and others covered their mouths, giggling. Yi Li's getup was simply hilarious. This was promising. A chance to atone for her mistakes. Yi Li eyed the old bald man suspiciously. Did he see her extraordinary talent, her genius, her exceptional flair? Well, aside from the last part. Haha, it really is Yi Li the goddess. Oh my, so cute. I can't take it anymore. The goddess is both cool and adorable. I've fallen and I can't get up. The crowd, initially filled with worry, witnessed the comical scene and immediately burst into laughter, releasing a year's worth of a year's worth of joy. Before this, Yi Li's hair had been tied up into a bun by Mo Qingxue. It was precisely because of this that his already small head looked even smaller against the backdrop of the oversized jersey. Black lines formed on his forehead as Yi Li sighed, unable to understand how the principal was so excited that he didn't even give him time to find a proper outfit. This outfit was something he had prepared earlier. If he hadn't, wouldn't he have had to go out without a shirt? This principal gal was unreliable. Wait, no way. It's her again. Is she going to play? As he neared the court, the 57 school side also recognized Yi Li. Wasn't this the one who was just showing off? She plays basketball too. Zhang Hao and the others had been looking relaxed, but when they saw Yi Li walking out in that comical jersey, they all lost. The memory of the stall incident was still vivid. This female knight before him possessed not only monstrous strength, but was also a major figure in the underground world. How could Zhang Hao not be afraid? Even a man like Fox addressed her with the utmost respect as sister. Could he possibly not fear her? Noticing her athletic jersey, he wondered, was she here to play a match? Sister Yi. Zhang Hao called out cautiously, his tone uncertain, but quick-witted. Yi Li didn't respond, her eyes fixed on the scoreboard. 24-63, how was that even played? The three of us can't hold the defense, Qin Yang murmured softly from beside her. Who said anything about defending? And why do you have to stand so close just to talk? Yi Li shot him a sidelong glare. As she moved to step away, she turned and found Qi Xiao right there as well. Muttering something under her breath, she escaped the encirclement, leaving Qin Yang and Qi Xiao to exchange a wry, self-deprecating smile. Zhang Hao was deeply conflicted. If Sister Yi were to play, should they even try? Should they just forfeit? But the score gap was so massive it was clearly unfair. What should they do? Just then, as if remembering his existence, Yi Li turned and walked back. She addressed Zhang Hao, you all better give it your all, or else I'll have Fox deal with you later. Zhang Hao was stunned. Was she being sarcastic? He couldn't figure it out, and decided to play it by ear as long as he didn't displease this female knight. By this point in the game, the initial excitement had waned and the crowd's fervor had cooled. Yet they continued to watch, for the drama of a desperate struggle often stirred a strange excitement, especially with a girl now stepping onto the court. After the referee confirmed both teams were ready, he cast a strange, bewildered look at Yi Li's trio before starting the game. As play began, neither side felt at ease. Zhang Hao's team, aware of Yi Li's identity, dared not make a move, caught between playing and holding back. Qin Yang and Qi Xiao, unaware of Yi Li's true nature, believed victory was impossible for their three-person team. But whenever the ball reached Yi Li, the scene transformed. She would casually launch a shot from her own side of the court, a sight so bizarre it bordered on the absurd. Everyone was on the verge of a breakdown. What kind of strength was this? Was she even a girl? Of course, Yi Li only possessed raw power, not perfect aim. Several of her initial shots were too forceful, flying straight out of bounds. Fortunately, she was quick-witted. After some adjustment, she wasn't making every shot, but her three-pointers were rapidly closing the score gap. The entire process left the audience staring in disbelief, the gymnasium falling into a profound silence. Zhang Hao's team, aside from the occasional inbound pass, had become mere spectators, collectively watching a one-woman show. Swish, 3 points. Swish, another 3. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Yi Li, seemingly without care for the cheat she represented, perfectly sealed the victory. She had single-handedly dominated the opposing team. By the end, the crowd was mentally shattered, stumbling out of the gymnasium in a daze. Even the group of teachers shared the same sentiment, their minds echoing with a silent "what the hell." Despite Yi Li's valiant effort in winning the game, they offered no applause. Yi Li strolled out leisurely, accompanied by Mo Qingxue and the others. Having witnessed her overturn tables in a fight, they found the basketball display unremarkable. It paled in comparison to the sheer impact of her using a table as a weapon. Only Xia Jinjin was left feeling a bit speechless. She had missed the class meeting that day, so the scene she just witnessed was a shock to her worldview. However, being a carefree soul, she quickly forgot the mind-boggling spectacle. "You better not be lying to me about those concert tickets," Yi Li, Mo Qingxue said, still hung up on the matter. It was clear she was a big fan of Tianyi. Yi Li and Weiner exchanged a glance and a knowing smile. If they had known Mo Qingxue was such a fan, they would have introduced them earlier. "Don't worry, we'll all go together. By the way, what day is it?" "This weekend." Yi Li nodded in acknowledgement. Today was Thursday, so there were still a couple of days left. No rush. As they chatted about other things, someone behind them suddenly let out a sly chuckle directed at Yi Li. Goosebumps immediately broke out on Yi Li's skin. She turned around to see that lout with the pancake face. "Hey there, little lady you promised to go out with. Go out with your head. Take this." Yi Li had been tolerating this pest for far too long. Without a second thought, she threw a punch. Damn, her hand hurt. The pancake-faced guy stumbled backward and fell. Panicking slightly amidst the crowd, Yi Li quickly seized the moment. She kicked Chao, he grabbed Mo Qingxue, Weiner, and Xia Jinjin, and made a swift getaway. "Hey, are you okay? Why did you pass out?" A concerned voice came from behind. No. 56 School was located near the CBD of a northern city, surrounded by numerous high-rise buildings, many of which were still under construction. At that moment, about 700 meters southeast of the campus, on the rooftop of a nearly completed skyscraper, two dark silhouettes stood. Under the moonlight, the two figures appeared particularly eerie. They stood utterly still, their breathing almost imperceptible. Before them, a high-powered telescope was set up as if they were monitoring something. Suddenly, one of them spoke, low fringe, height around 1.6 meters, oval face, a small mole at the right brow. "It's basically confirmed." Upon hearing this, the other asked, "Which direction?" His question was met not with an answer, but with a sharp knock on the head, followed by the first man's angry scolding. "Which direction do you think? You're supposed to be monitoring the target, and you're using the telescope to look at what? Is it really that interesting to see a woman who didn't draw her curtains? And you're still looking now? If the boss finds out, hell have your hide." After a barrage of scolding and knocks, the man begged for mercy. The first man, his anger somewhat appeased, took out a device resembling an internal communicator and fiddled with it. "Hey boss, the target has appeared. Should we make our move directly, or what? Are you trying to get yourself killed? We just got out, and you want to go back in already? Have you forgotten how much effort Mr. and put into getting us out? Is this how you plan to repay him?" The voice on the other end berated him, and the man quickly responded with an ingratiating laugh. "Keep watching. Find a way to get her out of the city. Well, settle this score and repay Mr. And later." "All right, boss. But there's another girl with her. Should we take care of her too?" There was a brief pause on the line. "If she's too much trouble, forget it. All right, keep a close watch and notify me when the time comes. By the way, Weiner, where are your battlefield guards? I haven't seen them in a long time. They didn't even show up during the big ruckus at Huading restaurant last time. Did they leave?" After bidding farewell to Mo Qingxue, Chao, he and the others, Yi Li and Weiner, got into the car, already on their way back. Yi Li had always been curious about this, but kept forgetting to ask Weiner. Remembering now, she posed the question casually. Upon hearing this, Weiner unconsciously averted her gaze, looking out the car window. "Maybe." Yi Li uttered an "oh" and didn't think much of it. Rubbing her stomach, she felt a bit hungry and considered stopping at a barbecue joint for a snack. Just then her phone rang. Yi Li wondered who would be calling her at this hour. The screen showed Yu Xiao. Slightly surprised, she wondered why the fatty was calling at this time. Was he thinking about Xiao Xiao? "Hey brother you. Hey little lady, you're not asleep yet, are you?" Not yet, not yet. What's up brother you?" Something happened. Well, there is something. Yu Xiao's voice sounded strange, carrying a hint of shyness that was uncharacteristically masculine. Yili found it quite curious. This guy was always laughing boisterously, but now this. What's wrong? Can I help? Cough, I didn't want to bother you, but you know I'm somewhat of a figure. Asking others for help is something I can't bring myself to do. What's going on? Forget about losing face. If you need something, just say the word, and it'll definitely help. Yili said with a smile. Alright, but you can't look down on your brother, and you can't laugh at me. I lost some money gambling, and now I don't have enough to settle the bill and leave. Yili was taken aback, realizing he was being asked to fork over money to settle matters. But how did this guy know he had such funds? Probably sensing Yili's surprise, Yu Xiao said sheepishly, Brother Liao told me he gave you 60 million and said I should give you more when you run out, but now. Haha. Oh, so that's it. Alright, how much do you need? Tell me the card number, I'll transfer it now. Of the 60 million Li Liao had given, Yili had only used a few $100,000 just for his mother. He felt no embarrassment. First, the kid's life indeed required money. His mother couldn't work while caring for her. And second, kindergarten fees were due. As for tutoring Yao, that was just a side benefit, not excessive, right? Besides, Yili had his own income. His plagiarized works had gone viral on Shishuan, earning him a daily fortune. With the editor's price hike, each chapter was set at 5,000. Tips alone amounted to a few thousand, enough to cover his family's expenses. On the phone, Yu Xiao hesitated again. With my background, I don't have a card. Yili suddenly realized the issue. True, with a shady past, the guy likely had no official documentation. And it has to be cash here. Stunned, Yili processed the meaning and cursed, damn. Don't tell me you want me to deliver it. Yu Xiao gave an awkward laugh. Brother, I'm afraid of losing face. You know, this guy would rather beg in front of his sister than lose dignity in front of his underlings. Yili rubbed his forehead with a sigh. You really know how to use your sister. How much cash? Alright, what's the location? Huh. Outside the city river. Where's that? Hearing Yu Xiao's location, Yili was baffled and looked to Weiner for clarification. She pointed to the southern outskirts, the Changjing River on the northern border. Beyond it lies Jiangnan. Besides the river, there's a 1500-kilometer uninhabited highway. Yili told Yu Xiao head withdraw money and go, then hung up, curious why call it an uninhabited highway. Weiner shrugged as if it were obvious. That's what everyone calls it. The north and south are divided by the Changjing River. The southwest terrain is unsuitable for habitation, so no one goes there. Our country has many such areas. With this reminder, Yili suddenly understood. Of course. Ristar was so vast that a city was like a small country with enormous distances between them, leaving many undeveloped zones. I see. Well, Weiner, let me take you back first. She shook her head. No, I want to come with you. Was that Yu Xiao on the phone? Asking you to go to Changjing River? Yes, he said he lost a lot and needs cash support. You looked sleepy earlier, so I'd better take you home. No. Weiner insisted. I don't want to sleep alone. Yili grinned, recalling their recent moments together. The girl had grown dependent on him. After a moment's thought, Yili asked, how far is that river from District 56? How long by car? I don't know. I used to go by helicopter. The senior brothers sometimes mentioned Changjing River. She meant the battlefield soldiers. Yili nodded in surprise, realizing he was dealing with a big shot. Offing navigate to Changjing River. Opening navigation system. Locating Changjing River. Ready to depart. Total distance 275 kilometers. That's really far. That fat Yu Xiao really knew how to wander. Head even left the city. Checking the time, Yili calculated at 120 kilometers per hour, it would take over 2 hours. It was 9:60 p.m. Head probably arrive around midnight. Well, Head promised, so no point dawdling. Weiner, are you cold? I'm a bit chilly. Let's go back and change clothes first. She nodded, and they drove to a bank. The bank staff here usually worked late until around 11, so they hadn't closed yet. Withdrawing a large amount of cash should be possible. Indeed, the process went smoothly. Under the staff's respectful gaze, Yili walked out of the bank. He withdrew 10 million. Yu Xiao said he owed 7 million, but Yili took extra in case of changes. Large denominations were convenient. They didn't take up much space. As he turned a corner, Yili spotted a familiar figure. Anlan. Was this girl going out to eat this late? Thinking of how Shed tricked him repeatedly, Yili fumed. He told Weiner to wait parked by the roadside, and went after Anlan. At that moment, Anlan, surrounded by a crowd, had just gotten out of a car still in her school uniform. She must be visiting this restaurant to meet someone, or for other business. Beside her were many bodyguards. All female, tall, and lithe, with sharp eyes and crisp movements. Hey, you there, come over. Yili called out directly. He had to ask why this girl kept antagonizing him. Honestly, he didn't hold much grudge against Anlan. In his soul, she was just a mischievous little girl. Plus, with his tendency to kiss her, Yili felt a twinge of guilt. Damn, why did he feel that way? The sudden voice startled the bodyguards, who immediately formed a protective circle around Anlan, readying their combat stances. A plum blossom formation. Yili marveled. Using the essence of Go in combat. Impressive, impressive. But don't you think leaving such a big gap in the middle is dangerous? Who are you? Stay back. The lead bodyguard snapped. Yili was annoyed. Was this her private road? He wasn't wrong. This restaurant was one of the family's properties. Can't you tell? I have something you don't. A fairy. Yili shook his long hair. The bodyguard pursed her lips, seemingly speechless and exasperated. She was about to shoo him away, but Enlon stopped her. She had noticed Yili's arrival, a flicker of emotion passing through her eyes before returning to calm. Witnessing this scene, the petty jealousy and resentment in everyone's hearts were instantly soothed. The principal was indeed fair, treating everyone with impartiality, punishing wrongdoers regardless of who they were. Logically, the enmity between her and Yili, though not mortal, hardly warranted a calm conversation. But his demeanor piqued her curiosity. She wanted to know what he had to say. Miss, it's fine. Go on up first. The bodyguard seemed reluctant, but dared not disobey, so they kept a watchful distance. We're not close. Say what you have to say. Enlon stood 5 steps away as if deliberately. She had repeatedly provoked Yili without restraint, so of course, she feared retaliation. But she wasn't dealing with an ordinary person. He was a hero from across dimensions. Yili walked up and slung an arm around her shoulder, freezing her completely. This direct. Aren't you afraid he'll stab you? Hey sis, is there some misunderstanding between us? Tell me so I know. Constantly scheming behind my back isn't fair, is it? Kissing had made them familiar. Yili didn't overthink it until he felt Enlan's murderous glare, then awkwardly withdrew his arm. Such a frigid gaze, even Wayner couldn't match it. However, what enraged Enlan was not Yili's hand, but the words he spoke. What reason did she have to target him? Should she reveal the cause and let him know? To bear such humiliation alone was already unbearable. Must it be made public for more people to mock her? If not for you, Yili, would I Enlan have been despised by that person? If not for you, Yili, would I Enlan have been reduced to such abasement? If not for you, Yili. The marriage alliance between the two families was an ancient pact continued into the present. As a modern girl, Enlan naturally harbored a touch of innocence. When she first heard the news, her heart was filled with resistance and fear. All the beautiful dreams of love and the ideal husband she had once cherished were shattered in that moment. After she finally managed to accept the reality and the person, just as she was about to pledge her heart, it was your appearance, Yili, that shattered everything. She and Lon had endured so much inner turmoil and suffering, yet what was the result? She closed her eyes slightly, and her hand hidden in the school uniform pocket tightened and loosened and tightened again. In the end, she still did not take out that object and draw a cut across her fair neck. Yili stared at her suspiciously. He had just sensed a fleeting aura that made him feel even colder. Girls are always afraid of the cold. No misunderstanding, I just hate you. She coldly dropped the words, averted her gaze, and turned to leave. Yili wasn't having it. He had come all this way to ask her clearly, and now she was leaving without an explanation. No way. He stepped forward and grabbed her small hand. Hey, we're classmates after all. Even if we've had conflicts, you've schemed against me so many times. Shouldn't that be enough to balance things out? Yili was also frustrated. He was completely baffled, being schemed against time and again without knowing why. Who could endure that? Let go. And Lon struggled fiercely, her gaze growing more disgusted. Yili got angry. And even if we don't get along, we've been intimate before. Can't you show any consideration? Are you so heartless? Shameless. Not mentioning that was fine, but the moment he did, and Lon lashed out to hit him. She already hated that incident deeply, still remembering the looks people gave her that day. A gaze of contempt and distance. That gaze made her extremely uncomfortable. Yili reacted swiftly, grabbing her slender wrist and pulling her toward him, wrapping his other arm around her waist, holding her tightly. They were inches apart, eyes locked, each able to hear the other's breathing. Whatever the reason, I hope you can let it go. Maybe you've truly misunderstood me. Yili looked at the blushing and Lon with amusement. Girls were truly incomprehensible creatures. Why was she blushing? Let me go? And Lon glared at him angrily, her beautiful starry eyes shimmering with a captivating light that was mesmerizing. Then tell me, what is the real reason? Yili leaned in with a mischievous smile. Let go. And Lan's voice lowered. Her angry gaze weakened until finally she turned away. Looking at those small lips, Yili felt like being mischievous again. The urge to tease was back. And Lon seemed to sense it and turned her head away, determined to resist. This defiance stirred Yili's strong possessiveness. Just as he was about to lean in. Let Miss go? The head bodyguard rushed over, pointing angrily at Yili. Everything that had happened between them was under their surveillance. Seeing the situation twist, they couldn't hold back anymore. The shout startled Yili, making him flinch. After all, he had a guilty conscience. Instinctively, he let go. And Lon, her face flushed with anger, gave him a furious glare, then turned and walked away quickly. She had actually forgotten to call for the bodyguards. The bodyguards also glared at Yili, making it clear that if he dared to do such a thing again, they would not be lenient. Scratching his head, Yili watched the group enter the restaurant and sighed deeply. Damn, it still didn't get it clear. Yili returned to the car, ready to drive back to the villa, when he felt a cold gaze fixed on him. I wonder what's wrong. That look is kind of scary. Aren't Nini and I enough for you? Warner blurted out unexpectedly. Yili didn't understand. No matter how much he asked, Warner refused to speak, and he couldn't coax her into talking. Earlier, after Yili got out of the car, Warner had also stepped out and witnessed the scene of Yili flirting with Enlon. Now she was in a terrible mood and wanted to tickle his armpit. Back at the villa, the two girls changed into casual clothes. Yili realized he had suddenly developed a fondness for 9-point flared trousers. Whenever he wasn't wearing his school uniform, he almost always wore this style of pants. A woman's clothing was truly beautiful. Perhaps influenced by this, Warner was gradually letting go of her meticulous style, dressing more for comfort than fashion. Ironically, this made her appear more natural, lively, and spirited, carrying a unique youthful charm. Nini loved to coordinate outfits, especially shoes. She had recently bought several pairs of the same style for the three of them. Both Yili and Warner were now wearing matching shoes, similar to Dad's shoes, big and extremely light. As soon as Yili put them on, he felt the air itself grew sweeter. Their upper body was a brown turtleneck base layer paired with a knitted vest. There was that vibe. Both girls had flawless figures, and the outfit accentuated their layers. The only difference was that Yili's rear was slightly more prominent than Warner's. After a bit of primping, the two finally set off. On the way, Yili calculated that the round trip would waste a lot of time. So he called Teacher Chio, informing him that he and Warner wouldn't attend class the next day. Alright, Yi. Studying can be tiring, but it's fine to relax once in a while. But remember to stay safe, and don't stay up too late. Thanks, Teacher Chio. Meanwhile, from the moment Yili left the school campus, lingered at the restaurant, and entered and exited the villa, someone was watching them through binoculars. In a black SUV, the two men who had been on the rooftop of the building put down their binoculars and took out a phone to report. Okay, keep watching. See where they go, find the right moment to make a move. Remember, no commotion. Got it, boss. The nearly 3-hour journey was extremely tedious, but fortunately during this time, Yili finally managed to appease one, even making her smile a few times. As the navigation prompted, they were nearing the changing river. The closer they got, the fewer cars there were, until finally there were none at all. He had expected a desolate wilderness, but upon arriving at the bank of the changing river, Yili was stunned. Rows of charming little villas lined the shore, along with various buildings, shops, small bars, and snack stalls. Very Hawaiian. The night view was splendid, with many men and women gathered together chatting and bragging. No wonder there were so few cars on the road. Everyone had come here. The changing river was vast, far exceeding Yili's expectations. There were several stationary cruise ships on it. Yes, cruise ships. The changing river was exceptionally wide, connecting in all directions, so cruise ships were not unusual. Through recent conversations, he learned that Fatty Yu had no other hobbies except playing cards, often losing track of time. Sometimes he even forgot to visit Xiao Xiao. No wonder he chose to come here. If Yili liked playing cards, he would pick this place too, with such a refreshing and pleasant view. Just then a call came from Yu Xiao. Brother Yu, I'm here. Where are you? I've already told them. A small blue motorboat will pick you up. Don't be scared, little sis, it's fine. We'll leave soon. A motorboat? Yili looked around and rolled his eyes. There were so many blue motorboats. How could anyone tell them apart? Bro, how am I supposed to identify it? Do you have that person's number? If not, I'll call. Not a good idea. How about this? Put a coconut on your head, and I'll describe you to him. Fatty Yu was quite protective of the girl's privacy. A coconut on the head. Fine, that's a damn good suggestion. Feeling like I've grown taller already. So Yili bought a coconut and stood on the riverbank, looking utterly foolish, bag slung over her shoulder, holding the coconut atop her head with both hands. Many passers-by noticed this scene and couldn't help but chuckle softly. What was this girl doing? Could she be summoning a heavenly tribulation? Wainer wisely stepped back a few paces, having no desire to share in that foolish lightning. Speedboats occasionally darted across the river. Yili scanned them all with a grim expression until before long a distinctly different cruise ship came into view. Why was it different? Because this boat moved with an absurdly flamboyant flair, drawing curses from everyone it passed. With a screech, the pilot executed a sharp drift, sending river water splashing and mist spraying into the air. Under the faint lights, a fleeting rainbow even arched across the spray. Yili got splashed a bit and glared at the pilot in annoyance. Whoa, haha, sorry. Seeing such a beauty, I just couldn't resist showing off a little, the young man at the helm called out. He was decent looking, with the smooth tongue of a charmer. Yili remained silent, unsure if this was the person Yu Xiao had mentioned. By the rules of the underworld, since you're boss, yes, sister, you're our honored guest. Please, miss, Yi, step aboard, the young man said with a smile and a respectful bow. Clearly he was indeed the one Yu Xiao had spoken of, and he had recognized Yili. With that, Yili set down the coconut and beckoned Wainer to board the boat with her. Since the young man had been so explicit, there was no need for further confirmation. Seeing the two women about to step down, the young man steadied the boat and reached out to offer a helping hand. But the two fairy-like women moved with such grace and agility that his help was entirely unnecessary. Haha, truly worthy of being boss, yes, sister. I suppose I was overthinking it, the young man said, retracting his hand awkwardly. After a few pleasantries, he started the engine and headed towards the center of Changing River. The river was named Changing because of a small island upon it where trees grew in strange, intertwined clusters, their roots binding them together. From afar, they resembled houses. An old saying goes, one pillar for a corridor, one room for an annex, and thus the river got its name. The journey was silent. More accurately, Yili and Wainer ignored the young man entirely, their curiosity fixed on the night-shrouded Changing River. To be honest, they couldn't see a thing. The closer they got to the middle, the less their naked eyes could perceive only faint glimmers of light in the far distance. Was that a luxury cruise ship? Weiner seemed a bit nervous, her eyes fixed on the river's surface, her grip on Yi Li's hand tightening. Yi Li noticed and was puzzled for a moment, but quickly understood why. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Even if there's a sea king. A sea beast down there'll snap its neck. Indeed, Weiner was terrified of long slithering creatures, snakes, eels, and other such bizarre things. Yi Li was also somewhat wary of them, especially snakes, an instinct she couldn't overcome. Seems Missy knows quite a bit about changing river, the young man interjected. There's supposedly a huge creature down there. They say it's massive and has devoured quite a few people. Yi Li frowned, annoyed. Was this guy doing it on purpose? She could clearly feel Weiner's hand tremble. Hurry up, I still want to get back to sleep, she said, though she couldn't help but wonder if it was true. After all, this wasn't Earth. All right. Please hold on tight, Miss Yi and young Miss. Perhaps due to the illicit nature of their business, the cruise ship they were heading for was far away, almost at the very center of the river. It was dozens of kilometers from the shore. At first they could see other boats receding in the distance, but eventually Yi Li couldn't spot a single one. Why is your ship hidden so deep? Yi Li asked out of curiosity. The young man didn't bother to hide it, as it wasn't much of a secret. This is our livelihood. The crackdowns are strict, so we have to be careful, right? This livelihood. Yi Li mused, wondering how many of the 3 poisons this guy was involved in. Indeed, they deserve to be cracked down on. Look at how much harm they caused, driving Boss Yu to such a state. After another 10+ minutes, the 3 poisons cruise ship finally came into view. The wind had died down deep in the river, but the fog was exceptionally thick, a perfect advantage for this ship. Looking up, Yi Li was taken aback. The ship was massive and bustling with activity. Through the windows, she could see crowds of people inside. They were on every level, some sitting by the windows sipping drinks and chatting, others dancing wildly to intense music. Some were. In short, it was lively. Following the young man aboard, Yi Li and the others entered an interior passageway, climbed a set of stairs, and were led by him to a room. As the door swung open, dozens of gazes immediately fell upon them. Yi Li immediately spotted Yu Xiao's displeased, sinister-looking face. Upon seeing her, he broke into a wide grin. You're here, sis. Yu Xiao gestured for Yi Li to come over, his small eyes darting warily around the room, clearly on high alert. Clap, clap, truly worthy of being the sisters of Boss Yu and Boss Li. Such beauty, a true gem of the mortal world. After Yu Xiao's greeting, a clear, sharp clapping sound broke the silence of the room. A man in a dark blue suit, a cigar dangling from his lips, was appraising Yi Li and Weiner with an appreciative gaze. But deep within his eyes lurked a disgusting glint. It reminded Yi Li of that greasy-haired old pervert from a certain film. Cursing inwardly, she refused to look at him again and pulled Weiner to sit beside Yu Xiao. Here, it's all for you. Let's go once this is done, Yi Li said, handing the money to Yu Xiao. He nodded, having no desire to linger either. Mainly he was worried that Li Lu would beat him up for bringing Yi Li to a place like this. Jiang Luer, you got me this time. Yu Xiao can take a loss. The money's all here, not a cent less. He'll personally win it back next time. Yu Xiao slammed 700 thick bills onto the table, patting them with a mix of anger and frustration. Had been to this ship many times, played these card games often, and this room was his usual spot. Had always had his wins and losses, that was all about luck. But tonight's game had left a bitter taste in his mouth. Jiang Luer had set him up, bringing in a master player who had cleaned him out in no time. Not counting what Yi Li had brought, he had already lost 30 million. And that was no small sum. The dragon dollar was highly valuable, a leading currency internationally. Many poor folks had never even seen a 10,000 denomination note in their lives. So this loss of tens of millions stung Yu Xiao badly, and he knew he'd have to endure a cold shoulder treatment from Li Lu afterwards. Haha, boss, you don't be upset. It's all in good fun. If it hurts too much, you can just take the rest back. Jiang Luer took a long drag from his cigar, his gaze never leaving Yi Li and Weiner. Provided you allow these 2 young ladies to share a drink with me. His eyes shimmered with ill intent, and everyone present knew exactly what sharing a drink implied. Yu Xiao immediately flew into a rage, slamming his fist through the thick tabletop, leaving a gaping hole. Jiang Luer, take back what you just said, or I swear I'll tear you apart limb from limb. His fury was justified. Before leaving, Li Lu had sternly instructed him to take good care of Yi Li and Xiao Xiao. Not to mention that obligation, his affection for Yi Li was genuine, as if she were his own sister. How could a brother tolerate such disrespect towards his own sister? Well, that guy Dong Lai, the one who got his balls busted, didn't count. Yu Xiao's outburst caused the atmosphere in the room to become heavy and suffocating. Jiang Luer's men didn't make any overt moves, but their hands all instinctively reached behind their backs. Hee, all right. I take it back. Boss, you please calm down. Jiang Luer quickly apologized, though his sincerity was questionable. His fawning smile suddenly turned cold. But this money has been sitting here for quite a while now. Surely it's accrued some interest by now, don't you think? The implication was clear. 7 million an hour ago was 7 million, but 7 million an hour later was a different matter entirely. You dare charge me interest? Yu Xiao asked, incredulous. Jiang Luer smiled without a word. He knew the power Yu Xiao and Li Liao held in the North Market, But so what? He was the boss of the river pirates on Changing River. Could Li Liao and Yu Xiao really bring men to attack his ship? If they tried, they'd only be courting death. They wouldn't even get close before his crew mowed them down with the yacht's guns. Yu Xiao wasn't a reckless man, and he understood this logic well, yet he still found it hard to swallow. If word got out that someone dared to blackmail Yu Xiao's money, wouldn't he become a laughingstock? With this thought, he grew angry at his own lack of foresight. Why had he been so concerned about face and vanity? For such hollow pride, he had put his own sister in danger. Damn it! Yu Xiao cursed, inwardly forcing down his rage. How much more, he demanded. If he were alone, he'd never swallow this insult, but he didn't dare act rashly now. If anything happened to his sister, his own life would be meaningless. Straight to the point. 10 times. Zhang Luer grinned, his ambition naked. 10 times. 70 million. Are you looking for death? Do you really dare to ask? Yu Xiao was now truly furious. These reckless fools were pushing him to the edge, forcing him to resort to that one method. When that time came, not a single soul here would survive. Except, of course, Yi Li and Weiner. But he feared Yi Li might see him as a monster. This concern weighed heavily on Yu Xiao. He was even afraid of frightening her, and more critically exposing that secret would spell disaster. At this level, no one was easily intimidated. Zhang Luer's anger was also ignited by Yu Xiao's words, and he was itching for a confrontation. He wanted to see whose power was greater between these two forces. Just as he was about to clash heat in and retort with, "I damn well dare, what are you going to do about it?" Someone suddenly stirred. Zhang Luer watched as the breathtakingly beautiful girl walked towards him with graceful steps. His subordinates moved forward to guard him, but he stopped them. Why? Curiosity kills the cat, and lust is a blade above the head, the common weakness of men. Unconsciously, Zhang Luer found himself staring, his fierce expression shifting into an instinctive look of delight. He thought to himself, could it be that his handsome appearance had captured the girl's heart? Was she coming to throw herself into his arms? Ahem, excuse me, but that's enough. It's been smoking up the place for ages, I can't stand it anymore. Yi Li stepped forward, snatched the cigar from Zhang Luer's hand, turned it around, and pressed the lit indirectly against his body. She held it there, grinding it, until it was completely extinguished. Honestly, you guys, this space is so small, and you don't even open a window. You're smoking in here. Don't you find it choking? Yi Li said casually as she looked around, completely ignoring Zhang Luer's livid face, the bulging veins on his forehead, and the sizzling sound of the ember against his skin. Everyone was stunned. This was a scene no one could have predicted. This woman was truly audacious. The onlookers were baffled yet impressed, and then filled with fury. Only Yu Xiao was momentarily dazed before bursting into hearty laughter. She was truly his sister, bold and spirited, just as she should be. As if just noticing everyone's expressions, Yi Li muttered in confusion. She then turned to look at Zhang Luer, and then at the cigarette, but in her hand, hastily offering an apologetic smile. Sorry, the smoke got to my head, and I put it out on the wrong target. You're not mad, are you? A real man can take a little pain, can't he? If not, you could always hit me, a fragile woman, to make it even. Fragile woman. Yu Xiao's face twitched at that. The 48 men who had been taken down earlier, had he heard that wrong? Zhang Luer was now drenched in sweat, his jaw clenched tightly. It took him a long moment to release the breath he'd been holding. If it makes you happy, sister, this little pain is nothing, he said, though the iciness in his tone was unmistakable to anyone with ears. If there had been any room for compromise before, Yi Li's little stunt had erased it. Zhang Luer was no longer willing to back down. Not only would he get his money, but he would also have this woman today. See, I told you. Brother Jiang is clearly a man of extraordinary caliber. A mere cigarette, but wouldn't even register. Yi Li released her grip happily. The cigar, still a finger long, fell to the ground with a soft thud. Meanwhile, Zhang Luer's suit had been burned through, revealing a raw, blistered wound through the small hole. The embers of that cigar burned far hotter and longer than a regular cigarette. One could only imagine how long Zhang Luer had been scorched. Boss, his subordinate asked if he should do something about it. The latter raised a hand to stop him, shaking his head, slightly lost in thought. Perhaps he was calculating how to minimize his losses while still getting his hands on both women. Yi Li paid no mind to the murderous glares and angry expressions around her. She glanced at the items on the table. There was nothing else but a dice cup. Yu Xiao had lost tens of millions playing with this. He must have had terrible luck. Don't worry, sis. Worst case, he'll just take them all down myself. It's just that. Yu Xiao tried to lay some groundwork, but Yi Li cut him off. What are you thinking about? I'm short on cash. You might be willing to just hand it over, but I'm not. Her words were true, but there was another reason. Yi Li had been silent for a long time because the system had presented her with a choice. 1. Win back the money Yu Xiao lost. Reward spiritual communication, 500 forgiveness points. 2. Defeat these thugs with overwhelming force. Reward special edition SG, 550, 300 forgiveness points. Note friendly suggestion, choose option 2. This friendly suggestion baffled Yi Li. Why suggest it? Compared to a firearm, Yi Li preferred spiritual communication as it was a supernatural ability. She had just been asking the system if this spiritual communication could be used on anyone. The system replied that it worked on any living being, even a tadpole, and and had an effective range of 700 meters. Of course, the target had to possess its own consciousness and will. Weighing her options carefully, Yeely decided to choose option 1 as firearms were prohibited. She didn't want to get into trouble and be reprimanded. Besides, she had no use for a gun anyway. The system offered no further comment. Hearing her words, Yu Xiao scratched his head in confusion. What do you mean, sis? Are you planning to? He was about to suggest a violent solution, but stopped himself mindful of the crowd around them. Yeely caught his meaning and waved her hand dismissively. What's the fun in always fighting? Let me play a few rounds. She made no effort to lower her voice, and everyone in the room heard her. The old man sitting opposite Yu Xiao raised an eyebrow, casting an amused glance at Yeely. This old man was probably the expert Yu Xiao had mentioned. Zhang Luer also snapped out of his thoughts, eyeing Yeely's delicate face with intrigue. Sure, anyone can play. But does the young lady have any chips left? He saw a convenient path opening up before him. If she lost and couldn't pay up, it would save him a lot of trouble, and Yu Xiao would have no room to argue. He was more than happy to let Yeely play a couple of rounds. Ignoring him, Yeely asked Yu Xiao about the stakes and the rules. Yu Xiao explained, it's simple guessing of high or low. 3 dice, we take turns shaking. The loser loses the right to continue. Only the winner gains the privilege. The bet amount varies. Each round you can set the price, but the minimum is 1 million. 1 million. That meant Yeely could only afford to lose 3 rounds at $1 million each without any raises. So she said to Zhang Luer, I still have money, you see. But what if the bet goes over your limit? Yeely knew exactly what he was thinking. It was the same sleazy idea. She stated directly, then you can do whatever you want with me, alright? Stop wasting time, and let's start. After all, she wasn't going to lose. Zhang Luer let out another satisfied exclamation, his eyes growing increasingly lecherous. Little girl, why struggle? Young Master Jiang is a rare talent among thousands. Why not? Old fool, what are you babbling about? Tired of living? The expert across from them had intended to sneer, but Yu Xiao wouldn't have it. His small eyes bulged round, genuinely startling the old man. Yeely remained silent, but tapped the table impatiently, signaling them to hurry. For some reason, he felt the system's friendly suggestion was deeply unsettling, sending a chill down his spine. He wanted to wrap this up quickly and leave with the money. We'll continue by the same rules. He'll still be the banker, and the price is set at 3 million. The old master, having been stifled by Yu Xiao, was thoroughly displeased and set the price at a point Yeely couldn't readily accept, yet was just barely within the realm of possibility. Yu Xiao couldn't help but worry. Zhang Luer's people wore mocking grins, certain of victory in this dice-guessing game. This price would surely put Yeely in a bind. By the rules, the challenger must raise the bid or face automatic forfeit and pay the 3 million. Old man, you lack nerve. At your age, so timid. Can't you aim higher? Raise at 70 million. Yeely cast a scornful glance at the old man, utterly fearless. What did he have to fear from some washed-up veteran? His X-ray vision wasn't for show. Everyone was stunned except Weiner. Yu Xiao quickly nudged Yeely with his elbow, whispering, damn girl, you're way too wild. There's no turning back now. Don't worry, I've got this. That old man pisses me off. Just want to scare him a bit. Yu Xiao was speechless. This girl must have been a tough guy in a past life. Zhang Luer was also taken aback. The price hike was absurd, but he wasn't worried in the slightest. That old master was a true expert in his craft. With a flick of the dice cup and a twitch of his ear, he could tell exactly what numbers lay within. It was a remarkable skill, or otherwise how would the old man have ended up so down on his luck? Hounded by everyone, had been forced to follow Zhang Luer just to scrape by. The old man shot Zhang Luer a questioning look, asking silently if he could accept this price. If something went wrong, the money would still have to be paid. Zhang Luer responded with a look of reassurance. He didn't believe for a second that Yeely could guess it. Yeely wasn't particularly skilled at this game, had never had time for such frivolities in his past life. But he wasn't stupid. He'd be damned if he believed the old man didn't have some skill or trick, given how badly Yu Xiao had been beaten. With that thought, just as the old man was about to shake the cup, Yeely abruptly interrupted, hold on. The old man's hand trembled, his heart nearly giving out. He demanded, what now? That. Jiang kid, you didn't rig the cup, did you? Like with a remote or a hidden wire? Yeely looked at Zhang Luer. The latter's face darkened. Yeely had dropped a syllable from his name, an obvious insult. Zhang Luer suppressed his anger. He'd get his dues soon enough, and then he could deal with her however he pleased. No need to rush. Feel free to inspect it. If there's anything wrong, Zhang Luer will give you 100 million. Every trade has its own code of honor. Aside from those who roamed the underworld, people like Zhang Luer wouldn't stoop to such cheap tricks. It was mostly a matter of reputation. Compared to such schemes, they preferred pure skill. Take the old man for instance. His lowly craft might not sound prestigious, but it raked in the money. Oh, no need to check. I trust you. Yeely waved his hand dismissively. Zhang Luer nearly choked on his breath. Had already had several cups prepared for inspection, and she pulled this. What was the point of her accusation then? Zhang Luer realized he didn't like this girl quite as much anymore. With the bidding settled, the old man picked up the cup, indicating the dice were inside. Yeely glanced at it and gave a nod. Listen closely. The old man's demeanor shifted completely once he took hold of the cup. Clearly there was a world of difference between a professional and an amateur. Everyone assumed Yili knew a thing or two, given his calm composure and supposedly keen hearing. But then the girl simply covered her ears with her hands. Was she an idiot? Was she just handing over the win? Their worldview was starting to crumble. Yili did it on purpose. He wanted to overturn everyone's expectations to claim victory in this domain and shatter their sense of superiority. So the old man could listen, huh? Well, he just wouldn't listen. Head win without hearing a thing. How infuriating was that? Sure enough, the old man's eyes bulged, nearly stopping his shaking mid-motion. It was infuriating, a blatant disrespect to his skill. Yu Xiao was equally stunned, utterly speechless. Though it was called shaking or listening, the old man's technique was masterful. The sounds he produced were highly deliberate, sometimes a chaotic clatter, sometimes so faint as to be nearly imperceptible, making it impossible to tell which die was moving. A low hum. The cup landed on the table, and the old man pushed it forward slightly, casting a contemptuous glance at Yili, signaling her to guess. Yili was cautious by nature. Though Head said he trusted Zhang Luer, he still worried the old man might have other tricks up his sleeve. He said, "Old man, step back a bit. Better yet, stand in the corner." What nonsense is this? The old man was furious. Was this girl just bullying him? Yili wanted to say he was worried about something like qigong, but that sounded absurd, so he settled for, "I'm just afraid you might pull something. I offered to let you check and you refused. Now you're worried about tricks. Just admit defeat already. Stop stalling. You won't guess it anyway. Old man, are you really planning something? Just move. If you mess with my concentration and I guess wrong, are you going to pay me the 70 million? Yili was getting irritated by the old man's constant nagging. At that, everyone's faces darkened. The old man had no choice but to move. If he refused, it would look like he was indeed planning something. You? The old man's face twitched with rage. He flicked his sleeve, rose, and retreated to the corner in a huff. Ahem, watch closely. I'm guessing now. Yili even added a reminder. Everyone was dumbfounded again. Just guess already, why the grandstanding? Still, they all focused intently on Yili, including Yu Xiao and Zhang Luer. Just as the crowd was growing restless, Yili slammed the table and shouted, "Boo!" Everyone's hearts leaped, as if struck by lightning, their hair standing on end in fright. This girl was definitely unhinged, a complete madwoman. Yu Xiao was already planning his escape route. This girl was way too unreliable. But Yili hadn't done it just to scare them. He needed to draw their attention to a single point, then scatter it. Why? Simple. When he used his X-ray vision, a faint golden light flickered across his eyes, a fact Head confirmed through numerous experiments recently. It was subtle, but if anyone saw it, it would invite trouble. So Head staged that little stunt, nearly scaring everyone to death. Wainer, familiar with his habits, hadn't been overly startled, just a bit puzzled by his sudden absurdity. She had been watching Yili closely and caught that fleeting faint golden glint. Her heart was utterly shaken. She sank into deep thought, desperately wanting to call the governor and ask about Yili's father. With that little distraction, Yili had already glimpsed the contents of the cup and was momentarily stunned. He looked at the old man with appreciative almond-shaped eyes, gave a thumbs up, and said, "Not bad. You actually managed to roll a 666. That's pretty damn impressive." 666, of course it's big, Yili said with a smug grin. As soon as the words left her mouth, the old man's eyes narrowed, and then he seemed to deflate like a punctured balloon, leaving everyone bewildered. The dice cup was shaken by him, and with his skill he naturally knew the outcome. Zhang Luer noticed the old man's change and quickly asked, "Oddhand Lu, did she guess right?" This question also drew Yu Xiao's attention, who stared at the old man with a hint of nervousness. The old man remained silent, fixing his gaze on Yili. After a long moment, he slowly spoke, "How did you do it?" His shock was understandable. It had taken him nearly a lifetime to master such a skill. Now a mere young girl could accomplish the same, unsettling him. Yili was generous and answered immediately. "To discern the dice by sound, you must first know the cup's material. Is it glass or resin?" There are 6 types of resin and 8 types of glass. The dice themselves are made of ivory or plastic with either convex or flat faces and rounded or sharp corners. When shaken, they produce 1,000 variations, each sound differing by a hair's breadth and inaudible to the inattentive ear. Moreover, each collision can produce up to 3,500 identical sounds. Distinguishing which one corresponds to the top, bottom, or any other face is more difficult than ascending to heaven. Everyone listened intently, and as Yili spoke with such authority, an inexplicable sense of reverence welled up within them. Seeing her pause, the old man pressed on, "Can you really discern all that?" His question made almost everyone look at Yili with anticipation, including Yu Xiao, Wainer, and especially Zhang Luer, who had already lost money. "Oh well, I can't actually hear it." The crowd was speechless. "Then why did you spout all that nonsense? Are you playing with us?" Yili smiled, sheepishly thinking to herself, "I was just showing off. Did they have to take it seriously? Pay up, hurry it along." She opened the dice cup, revealing 3 sixes. Big. Both Zhang Luer and the old man's faces darkened, but a bet was a bet, and they couldn't lose face. At Zhang Luer's signal, someone paid. Yili, who counted the money with a pleased expression. She asked, "Want to go again?" "Of course." Zhang Luer replied without a second thought. Yili had just won back everything Yushao had lost, so how could he let it in there? Yili of course welcomed it. The more the merrier for wealth to roll in. Alright, this time in the banker. The bet is 50 million. Jiang Luer's face darkened again, and the old man broke into a sweat. Meanwhile, on the dark river away from the bustling cruise ship, a black speedboat drifted slowly. It had been circling for a long time, clearly searching for something. Are you sure they came in? The man at the helm, a square-faced man, asked the person standing at the bow with some irritation. Boss, I saw them board a blue yacht with my own eyes. How could they have vanished now? Stop your damn whining. It's been ages. Keep looking. Just then another man shouted. I see it, boss. There's a big one over there. Following his pointed direction, the others saw a cruise ship about 100 meters away, shrouded in thick fog. Had it not been for the keen-eyed man, they wouldn't have spotted it. That's a cruise ship, we're looking for a yacht. The man called boss snapped, but then froze. The yacht disappeared around here. Could it have docked with the cruise ship? Finding it highly likely, he quickly steered towards it. After circling the cruise ship a dozen times, they indeed found several yachts and speedboats all docked there. Boss, they've definitely boarded the cruise ship, no doubt about it. Do I need you to tell me? Can I see that? The square-faced man retorted, then fell silent. He was here today to avenge a past enemy. He had sworn in prison that if he ever got out, he would personally kill the man who arrested him, Shangguan Mingbo. But upon his release, he learned that Shangguan Mingbo had died in the line of duty. So he would have to settle the debt with his offspring. A sinister glint flashed in the square-faced man's eyes as he stared at the large cruise ship. He was determined to exact his revenge today, to honor his years of suffering and blood. But now that the man's descendant was on that ship, barging in would definitely cause a stir. If it drew the attention of those who protect this land, the consequences would be dire. What to do? The square-faced man glanced at the few large black devices lying quietly in the cabin. A cruel expression flashed across his face. Clearly he had come well prepared. Back off. Boss, aren't we going up? Shut up. Can you not question me for once? Back off now. Thus the black speedboat retreated to a distance where the cruise ship was just barely visible. Back in the cruise ship's room, Yili had put down the dice cup, waiting for the old man's guess. He knew the old man had a special skill and would definitely guess correctly, but he wasn't worried. He had a trick up his sleeve. Slowly the old man opened his eyes. He already knew the outcome. 132. Small. Seeing his demeanor, Jiang Luer knew the result. Could he at least win back some of the 70 million? The first is 1. The old man declared with certainty. The second is 3. A sudden smile spread across his face. Just as he was about to announce the third number, a voice echoed in his mind. Hey old-timer, exciting isn't it? The voice came from Yili, using spiritual communication, mainly to test how it felt, and if it worked. The old man's face froze, and his eyes widened in shock, betraying his inner turmoil. His expression seemed to ask who is speaking to me with their mind. Yili, seeing this, smiled with satisfaction. It worked. Jiang Luer, noticing the old man's silence, asked impatiently, what about the third one? The old man stirred, still wearing a bewildered look, thinking he must have misheard. Perhaps it was an auditory hallucination. Yili had planned to spook the old man and also test his spiritual communication. Then with a 3 sounds command, he would make him say a different number for the third die. Since Jiang Luer had already revealed the old man's name, Oddhand Lu, it should work. Just as Yili was about to make his next move, a voice that should not have appeared sounded in his mind. A-class warning. Leave this place immediately. What is this? The system's voice. A warning. Is it warning me? Yili froze. This was the first time the system had ever issued such an alert. His thoughts raced for only a moment, but in that brief instant the system urged him frantically again. Break the window, jump into the river. Quick, quick. Though Yili didn't understand why he trusted the system wouldn't mislead him, he grabbed Wainer and yelled at Yushao, run. Fearing Yushao wouldn't react in time, he kicked him, sending him flying into the cabin wall with a thud just a few steps from the window. At the same time, Yili scooped up Wainer, sprinted, leaped off the table, and crashed through the window with a loud shatter, plunging into the river. Almost at the same instant, 3 streaks of fiery light shot across the river, hurtling towards the cruise ship with a terrifying sonic boom. A deafening boom. Yili was midair, completely unaware of what was happening, his hearing overwhelmed by the ringing sound. Apart from the endless ringing in his ears, he could hear nothing else. Then both of them fell into the water. The entire process happened in an instant. Wainer remained seated in the cabin until the icy river water enveloped her. Only then did she startle in terror. She tried to speak, but as soon as she opened her mouth, she was choked by the uneven breathing, and it seemed she had swallowed a few mouthfuls of river water. Although Yili was blind, Wainer's violent coughing caused her body to twist continuously, vaguely hinting at what was happening. He was extremely anxious and desperately wanted to surface immediately. After falling into the water, he knew they would sink deep. After all, the cruise ship was so high and the river was so deep and vast, there was no way they could break the surface anytime soon. What to do? What to do? Before jumping, Wainer had no such awareness. Unlike Yili, who had held a breath of air in his mouth the moment he entered the water, although he was also suffering terribly, he could still hold on for a while. A flash of inspiration struck him. He reached out and pressed against Wainer's lower jaw, gently pressing his lips to hers, transferring his breath to Wainer. The result? Wayner coughed even more violently. Yili was stunned, so all those TV dramas were lies. No choice, he had to kick water desperately. But it seemed useless, the dive was too fast, and there was no way to buffer it in time. After a moment the sinking finally stopped. Yili quickly exerted force, unsure how Wayner was doing now. Strength was a blessing. Yili's feet seemed like small motors churning up splashes in the water, and soon he broke the surface. He took a deep breath first, not even bothering to brush the hair from his face, and looked toward Wayner. At that sight Yili couldn't help but laugh. He really didn't mean to. Wayner was coughing violently, and between coughs 2 small streams of water sprayed from her delicate nose. Right onto Yili's face. He didn't even bother to wipe it off, instead rhythmically soothing her back. Feeling better. I cough. Yili, I can't swim. Wayner's voice had changed pitch from the choking. It's fine, I can. Why did you jump down suddenly? After a long while Wayner gradually recovered, but her face was ashen, probably from drinking too much water, causing her to feel bloated. Yili didn't answer. Instead he followed her gaze, and her breathing slowly calmed. In the distance a blaze of fire could be seen, and the cruise ship that should have been there was now only a sinking remnant, slowly submerging. The entire river surface was littered with burning objects, all gradually extinguishing and sinking. The scene was horrifying, especially knowing that so many people were still on that cruise ship. What had happened? Why had everything suddenly turned into this? If not for the system's warning, wouldn't he and Wayner have? Unconsciously Yili's hands and feet turned cold, then his pupils suddenly contracted. You shall. He was about to swim in search of him, but then another change occurred. Across the firelight the roar of an engine sounded, and a man stood on a black speedboat, holding something in his hand, seemingly about to pull the trigger. As soon as he saw this, clearly a fierce, piercing noise accompanied by a burst of sparks rained down onto the river surface. For a moment the river water churned, and the chilling, rattling sound echoed across the river. But that was not all. Simultaneously with the rattle, thicker streaks of light dragging the air with a compelling sound bombarded the sinking wreckage of the cruise ship. It's a stray bullet, get out of the way. In the indirect firelight Wayner's face was a terrifying pale. The moment she heard the rattle she realized what it was, and urged Yili to leave immediately. But it was too late. Just as Wayner's words fell, a piece of metal about the length of an arm flew toward Yili. More precisely, it was heading straight for Wayner's face. The speed was blinding. If it hit Wayner's head, would surely be unable to withstand it. Yili was startled, and without thinking he quickly turned around, his legs kicking underwater, springing upward, rising several tens of centimeters above Wayner. There was no time for anything else. In that instant of motion the metal piece plunged straight into Yili's back. With a thud, the sound of an object piercing flesh was utterly chilling. Wayner, confused, quickly looked, and saw that Yili seemed fine, so she relaxed. But before she could fully calm down she noticed something slowly seeping from the corner of his mouth. Her mind buzzed, and Wayner reached out in a daze, her hand trembling even before touching the corner of his mouth, her eyes instantly reddening. Yili. When she saw that trace of crimson, Wayner shook her head, her face contorted with grief, weeping uncontrollably. She silently shook her head, her pupils slowly contracting, her expression numb, as she inched her gaze toward Yili's back, where a piece of metal was buried deep in his shoulder blade. Yili gasped and comforted the girl. Don't cry, I'm fine, it's just a minor wound. Those words were somewhat disingenuous. It really hurt. He had almost screamed just now, and he had no idea what that thing was on his back. It was both hot and sharp, and it was stuck right in his collarbone. This was absolutely killing him. Logically, with his Zeus physique, nothing should be able to injure his bones. But this thing had pierced the weakest part of his entire skeleton, an annoyance as irritating as encountering an ad while reading a novel. He should have used his head to take the hit. What a careless mistake. Wayner was trembling all over from crying, her hands cupping Yili's face, unable to speak, just staring at him, with tears streaming down. Perhaps the shock and pain were too overwhelming, causing her emotions to collapse. I'm really fine, see, I can even laugh. While talking, it's really okay. Don't cry, or else you'll feel obligated to cry too to match the atmosphere. At this moment Wayner couldn't detect his attempt at humor. Her heart and eyes were full of him, and her face was a mess of tears and river water. Yili wanted to say more, but time didn't permit. The rattling continued, and for some reason the river seemed to churn even more violently. As soon as he felt this, he noticed the color of the river had changed. The pungent smell of blood almost made Yili vomit on the spot. Before he could figure out the cause, he suddenly felt the river behind him explode violently. Turning around, he saw the silhouette of a massive creature. Yili instantly remembered what the young man who had picked them up had said, that there was a giant beast under this river. At the time he thought the guy was just trying to scare them, but it turned out to be true. Oh my god. Yili almost wet himself. What was that? A huge thick tail? Although it was only a fleeting glimpse, Yili was sure that half of that body was an oversized tail resembling a python. No time to ponder, he had to get out of there. Without any sense of direction, Yili picked a random spot and went full throttle. At the same time, he heard something violently thrashing against the cruise ship's surface, producing a booming sound. Yili dared not look back. To be honest, his legs were a bit weak now. As long as he could still move, he would run as far as possible. Every extra breath he took was a tribute to his fellow transmigrators. Wayner, stop crying, talk to me, I'm a bit scared. At this point, Yeely couldn't care less about the half of his body that had gone numb. He held Wayner with one hand and kicked furiously with his feet, relying entirely on this force to swim through the water. He muttered to himself for a long time without any response from Wayner. Looking down, he saw that the girl had passed out. Holy crap, you're afraid of snakes. Zhang Li's connection dropped at this moment. He felt a sense of helplessness. Forget it, speed up. When the river surface underwent massive changes, the people on the yacht sensed something wrong. Almost instantly the firing ceased, and they hastily fled. During this series of events, they had used 13 fire rockets, 6 groups of missiles, and countless bullets. Good heavens, such an assault was lethal to a yacht with decent defenses. The square-faced man glanced hastily at the river surface, thinking that such bombardment should have dealt with that person's descendant. The river water was still raging, the colossal creature churning in various patterns, having taken countless lives. At that moment, from the wreckage of the yacht, with a loud bang, half a cabin wall flew out, and a person burst forth. This person was extremely bizarre, with an entirely asymmetrical upper and lower body. Moreover, on his back were a pair of things clearly not conforming to human physiological characteristics. Besides, around his waist hung clusters of bulging objects resembling silicone, and also similar to coagulated artificial fat. There were obvious signs of burning. This person seemed extremely weak, and on his face appeared frost that was impossible in this season, almost solid, with even his eyebrows and hair covered in white frost. He knelt weakly on the wreckage deck, glanced from afar at the thing in the water, then slowly stood up, seemingly intending to leave. The last embers of flames happened to illuminate his face as he rose, then completely extinguished. And that face, if Yeely had seen it, would have made him exclaim, "Brother, you've lost weight, you look exhausted." This person was actually Yu Xiao. He was that chubby Yu Xiao. However, compared to the previous Yu Xiao, he was now very thin, with almost no flesh on his body. He was as gaunt as the Baya that Yeely had once seen. Even more bizarre, a pair of wings had grown from Yu Xiao's back. Under the night, the color of the feathers was indistinguishable. This scene was simply unbelievable. He miraculously spread his wings and flew away, rising and falling like a severely wounded eagle. But why did he have wings? Why did he have a physique similar to Bayas? Why did he have a face full of frost on a warm spring day? All of this seemed a mystery, just like why Baya chose to wear a trench coat all year round. Was it also to conceal something? If Baya were likened to a patient with urticaria who cannot stand the wind, the best solution would be to wrap oneself up tightly. If Yu Xiao was also for this reason, then the prosthetic fat was not just to conceal the bizarre wings. The bigger reason might be fear of cold. If both were the same kind of beings with different things they fear, or must use external objects to suppress something, then is the governor's endless chain of cigarettes the same principle? What kind of being are these people? In the air, Yu Xiao's eyes were bloodshot. He didn't know if Yeely was dead or alive, but in his current state, he was utterly unable to search. He could only escape danger first, and then make plans. With this thought, he fiercely slapped himself several times. What was the use of damn face? If not for that vain face, he would not have implicated Yeely. The more he thought, the angrier he became, hitting himself until blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. How was he to explain to Li Liao? "Sister, wait until I recover, and I'll come find you. If you have perished, I will accompany you in death. If you have no remains, I will personally settle accounts with that giant serpent. Then I will go to the underworld with you." In his life, Yu Xiao had rarely cried, but this time, he wept like a child. Yeely also harbored this thought. He was contemplating the same thing. If Yu Xiao unfortunately died once he himself developed in the future, that underwater creature would also meet its end. The only difference between them was that Yeely cherished his life. Hell, women. Perhaps his malicious thought had worked. That big creature had actually followed. Yeely could deeply feel the urgent push of the waterways beneath him, and immediately grimaced. "Damn it, don't you have enough people to torment? Can you even fill your teeth with my small frame?" An inexplicable chill grew heavier. Yeely felt as if he was in an ice cave. Amidst heart-pounding terror, he was also filled with extreme fear and agony. His legs could no longer exert strength, his speed slowing down. The big creature following suddenly raised a huge wave of river water, violently slapping onto Yeely and Wayner. The river water blocked his breath and blinded his eyes. Wayner was choked awake. Yeely steadied himself, surfaced again, wanting to escape, but he found there was nowhere to go. Before him was a pair of pupils, each one as large as Yeely's head, emitting an eerie light that chilled one to the bone. Although the river water from all directions had stopped churning, Yeely knew that within 3 meters around him, the creature's body had surrounded him, completely impenetrable. He swallowed hard, looking on with a pounding heart. About 2 meters in front of him, a huge head was still with a pair of fleshy horns on it, similar to the fleshy bumps on the head of the Tathagata Buddha. However, the horns on this creature's head were antler-like and branched. It was unmistakably a river flood dragon that had undergone tribulation and transformed into a dragon. Yeely saw clearly that this big head, the flood dragon's head, was covered with long white strands. It was actually a white-haired river flood dragon. He must have been mistaken. What novels said was definitely not true. Meeting those round big eyes, Yili felt icy cold all over. The pupils seemed to hide a sharp sword, and when they looked at each other, sword intent raged. It's over. This is definitely hopeless. Facing such a behemoth, how could he still play? Yili almost gave up resistance. It wasn't that he didn't want to live, but he realized that racking his brains with all his current strength, he was no match for a single bite of this thing. What a pity he had also dragged Wayner into this. Fortunately, this girl was afraid of this thing. She had just woken up, but after seeing the flood dragon, she tilted her head and passed out again. This at least spared her the fear death would be painless for a while. But strangely, this flood dragon, which should have opened its mouth to swallow, made no move, just staring at Yili. Yili was being stared at fiercely by the creature. The mental pressure was imaginable. Seeing that it remained unresponsive, he simply started cursing. Damn worm, if you want to eat me, just eat. Why are you scaring me? Let me go, or eat me, give me a quick death, will you? He wasn't sure if the flood dragon could understand, but venting was better. Then the next moment a voice sounded in his mind, like a bell reverberating, lingering for a long time. Human, was it you who telepathically spoke to me? You said you would take my life when you grow up. Yili's eyes bulged, frozen in place. After reacting, his mood seemed to lighten considerably. That voice was clearly not spoken from the mouth, but transmitted through spirit. And hearing the emotion in the flood dragon's words, there was faint joy. Yili had no time to guess whether it was joy or not, but he realized he had forgotten about spiritual communication. Since they could communicate, didn't that mean there was a chance to survive? This also made him understand why the worm had suddenly chased after him. It turned out that earlier in his excitement, he had transmitted his inner thoughts through spiritual communication. No one survived on the river. The only conscious being was this worm, so naturally it hurt him. Hello there, big worm. Are you a sister or a brother? What's your name? Can we be friends? Do me a favor, and I'll find fish for you to eat later. Yili quickly steadied himself, trying to get close through spiritual communication. However, his way of getting close was a bit stupid. Who would call a flood dragon a worm? Wasn't that asking for death? Sure enough, the flood dragon was clearly displeased and shot 2 streams of breath from its nostrils, icy cold, causing Yili to shiver violently. But the flood dragon still did not choose to kill, and continued, "Why do you know the art of telepathy? Do your ancestors have immortal blood?" Yili couldn't understand a word of what it said, nor did he know what it actually wanted. Currently, the only thing Yili wanted to know was whether this worm had a name. If it had a name, then all problems would be no problem. But he also knew that too much was as bad as not enough, so he had to take it slow. He started pondering. Could it be that this worm needed his help as a human to do something? Or to find some heavenly treasure to help it transcend tribulation and become a dragon? As the novels often say, Yili couldn't help but let his mind wander in that direction. Yet, Jiang Jiao's words left him at a loss for an answer. What if this creature truly needed some kind of immortal's flesh and blood? If he claimed to have it, would he be devoured in a single gulp? And if he said no, would the creature deem him useless and swallow him anyway? But the ensuing conversation left Yili bewildered. This Jiang Jiao was merely curious about how he could transmit his voice telepathically with no intention of asking him to seek out heavenly treasures. Moreover, through their brief exchange, Yili learned that the creature hadn't been terrorizing people earlier. It had been helping them. Not bad, a good long serpent indeed. As for the extent of its efforts, the blood seeping to the river's surface told the tale. Few had any hope. Most had drowned or been shot dead. You're called Yueling, right? How old are you? Having existed for possibly eons without kin, and with no one to converse with, the Jiang Jiao was eager to chat with Yili, utterly bored out of its mind after all these millennia. Have long since lost count. The serpent was quite considerate, seemingly worried that Yili might be exhausted, so it lifted him up with its massive tail. Yili didn't stand on ceremony, sitting down with Wayner in his arms, and asking curiously, "You're female, aren't you?" Something about its tone was off. It seemed to be harboring some kind of notion. Yueling blinked its enormous eyes. "In my inherited memories, I am female." Yili nodded and asked with continued curiosity, "You're awfully long, so why haven't you transformed into a dragon yet?" It gently shook its head. "My bloodline is too humble. This is already my limit." "Can you use spells then? Like whoosh whoosh fireballs, or ice chunks?" "No." "What about divine powers? Like freezing the river with a single thought?" "No." Yili was speechless. Then what was the point of being so huge? As if answering his unspoken question, Yueling added, "My kind can only ascend through tribulation if fate grants us the chance, but the hope is slim. Unless we find the essence blood of a divine dragon. Just a single drop could free me from the shackles of heaven's decree. Then those divine powers you mentioned could be done with a mere thought." Its voice unconsciously grew wistful. "But divine dragons are so rare. To this day, I've wandered through countless places and never found one." For some reason, Yili felt a pang of sorrow for the creature. In this world, Yueling's existence was one of utter loneliness and desolation. Could even be described as waiting out its days in idleness. No kin, no hope in sight. The solitude of the soul, just thinking about it was terrifying. "Sis'll come visit you often from now on. I may not be able to do much for you, but at least I can keep you company." Yueling remained silent, though a ripple seemed to stir in its enormous eyes. After a long pause it finally spoke. Could you elaborate on this telepathic transmission? It was still more curious about how Yi Li could communicate with it. Could this fellow also be a transformed flood dragon? Oh that. I'm not entirely sure myself. It never happened before, so how was I supposed to know I could talk to you? He wasn't lying. Had only just gotten the ability for mental communication from the system, so how was he supposed to explain it? By the way, Yueling, have you seen a fat guy? Is he dead or not? Besides the pain of his injuries, Yi Li was also worried about Yu Xiao. If the guy was still alive, he might as well ask Yueling to help find him. Are you referring to that world creator? Surprisingly, Yueling used a term Yi Li couldn't comprehend. What do you mean by world creator? This world, heaven and earth, nurtures all things, and naturally, there are many wonders. You humans have your divine beings, but creators are merely the lesser among the millennia. A trace of reminiscence flickered in Yueling's eyes. Yi Li scratched his head and said, honestly, I don't get it. Can you be more specific? The so-called world creators don't refer to humans who can create things, but rather the spirit kind born of heaven and earth. Be they human, demon, tiger, or flood dragon, all count. But they are different from true monsters like me. In essence, they are human, yet they possess abilities that the vast majority of humans could never have. Oh, Yi Li understood now, like superpowered individuals, right? Why not just say that outright? He muttered inwardly, then his face froze in shock. Did that mean that Fat Yu was also a creator? Wow, had been hiding it well. No matter. He'd give him a piece of his mind later. So did you see him? What happened to him? Is he dead or not? Whether he was genuinely worried or just cursing Yu Xiao's luck was anyone's guess. He flew away, Yueling said lightly. What? Yi Li was dumbfounded, instantly picturing the scene in his head. With Yu Xiao's build plus a pair of wings, what the hell? Would you call him a fat dragon or Garen with wings? The dragon and the man talked at length, and Yi Li went from initial fear to gradually enjoying the conversation with this massive creature. Before they knew it, dawn had broken. A sliver of morning light spilled across the river. Yueling, seemingly wary of startling the world, asked, would you like me to take you back? You can. Thank you so much. At that, Yueling's tail tip curled gently. Yi Li let out an ah, and holding Wainer sat directly atop Yueling's head. Then on the river there appeared a seated Buddha, eerily gliding across the water's surface, drifting along. As they neared the shore, Yueling seemed to hesitate for a long while, as if calculating something, before finally choosing a riverbank lined with bamboo growths to stop. From these details, Yi Li gathered that Yueling was quite kind-hearted, fearful that its appearance might frighten the mortals of this era. Perhaps it also feared that doing evil would invite heaven's punishment. Either way, it was extremely cautious. After Yi Li came ashore, Yueling didn't leave immediately. It lingered in the river, its voice drifting over slowly. What does this mean? Well, Yi Li smiled and explained it meant going to the market where many beautiful girls could be found. I truly wish I could go see it someday, Yueling said with longing. Yi Li didn't know how to respond. There was nothing he could do about it after all. You will come see me often, right? Yueling asked one last time. Yi Li nodded. How about once every 7 days? He figured once a month wouldn't be appropriate. Good. He'll look forward to it. Stand right here then, and tell me about the mortal world. Yueling departed, and Yi Li silently watched it go, remarking to himself that you truly can't judge by appearances. Even the largest body might harbor no scheming or malice. He glanced down at Wainer, whose eyes were rimmed red. Whether from crying or the river water stinging them was unclear. She was still sound asleep. No choice but to carry her. The movement sent a sharp pang through his back. What to do? Go to the hospital. The morning light was faint, and the sky seemed even darker than before. Perhaps due to the major incident at the river's heart, every shop, storefront, and bar along the shore was pitch black. Even in the parking area, only the beetle remained. He opened the car door, about to place Wainer in the passenger seat, when she suddenly woke. Her first words upon opening her eyes were Yi Li. Her voice was still mournful, her gaze filled with terror, until she saw him right before her, and a flash of joy crossed her face, followed by fresh tears streaming down. Just as he moved to comfort her again, Wainer lunged forward and kissed him fiercely, as if trying to fuse her entire being into his. MMPH, taken by surprise, Yi Li stammered between breaths, easy, don't. Use your hands there. That's no good. She pulled him entirely into the car with her. For a long while, until Wainer was completely breathless, Yi Li finally found a chance to break free. Sis, what's wrong with you? You almost suffocated me. Wainer remained silent, her eyes filled with tenderness, her face flushed crimson. She was a girl unaccustomed to expressing herself. The scenes on the river, the emotions Yi Li had stirred within her struck her very soul. It brought her a warmth and affection she had never known, along with an indescribable sense of security. Of course, heartache and worry accompanied these feelings as well. She had even thought that Yi Li was about to be separated from her forever. Her brief faint had conjured countless dreams about his life and death. So the moment she opened her eyes and saw Yi Li, she couldn't wait to embrace him. Even if she were to die this way, she wanted to stay by his side. Your injuries. Seeing the pallor of Yi Li's face, Wainer's own haggard features turned even whiter, her brows knitting together in concern. I'm really fine, don't worry about me. I've dragged you into this mess without a word of complaint. Yili tidied his disheveled hair, speaking lightly. The pain in his wound had numbed, though blood still seeped out, staining his knit vest a bloody mess. He should have let Wayner take the hit, and then healed her afterward. Sigh, that was careless. As the thought struck him, he slapped his thigh, startling Wayner. Right? How could I be so stupid? Healing her was the same as healing himself, wasn't it? He could heal himself too, right? Acting on the thought, he said to Wayner, come on, grit your teeth and pull this thing out in one go. He pointed to the metal shard on his back. It was rather comical that he'd been walking around with a piece of metal stuck in his back all this time. If he weren't wearing his soaked casual clothes, but a shiny leather combat suit, people might mistake him for some kind of mecha girl. Wayner let out a soft sound, then shook her head, even more distressed. To prevent her from crying again, Yili quickly said, do you trust me? Wayner nodded blankly. Then pull it out. You need to know doing this is helping me. With that, he immediately turned around his back to Wayner. Seeing the metal deeply embedded in his shoulder bone, her lips trembled, and a chain reaction caused her entire body to shake. She found she couldn't do it. And indeed, who could bear to inflict further harm on the one they cherished? It was undoubtedly a double-edged sword, multiplying the pain. Yili could somewhat sense her reluctance, but there was no one else to help, and if Wayner wouldn't do it, there was no other way. He persuaded her again, you don't have to pull it out. Just take off my vest, wrap it around the metal piece to hold it steady, and I'll handle the rest myself. Wayner still refused her expression, almost begging him to stop pressing her. Finally, with no other choice, Yili slowly took off his vest, tearing it into strips, and had Wayner help secure it around the metal piece. This time Wayner didn't refuse, but throughout the process her entire body was nearly convulsing. The metal piece was oddly shaped, not uniform in size. The end embedded in Yili's shoulder bone was thinner, while the rear part was wider. There was a right angle in the middle where Wayner securely tied the cloth strips, attaching the rest to the car door handle. Seeing this, Yili sniffled, took a deep breath, and with a shout, he charged forward. Naturally, the metal piece fell to the ground, and Yili's shoulder bone bled once more. But he reacted quickly. Before too much blood was lost, he swiftly slapped his own buttocks. Why there? Out of habit. His miraculous healing ability was truly not to be underestimated. Yili healed himself, and the injury instantly recovered. Alright, it's fine now. No need to be sad anymore. Wayner watched with reddened eyes. Seeing that Yili's back had indeed stopped bleeding, she blinked, stepped forward, and examined it closely. Through his undershirt, confirming the wound was gone, she frowned in thought for a moment, and murmured, how amazing. This wasn't the first time something like this had happened. Yili had considered it, and didn't intend to hide it from Wayner. Of course, he also wasn't proactively offering an explanation. Coincidentally, Wayner didn't press for answers either. If it had been Tion Nini, Yili wouldn't have had a moment's peace. With that matter settled, Yili got into the car. Dawn was breaking, and in about half an hour it would be fully light. Just as he sat down, Wayner asked him to take off his clothes. What for? Yili was a bit wary now, not because he had changed, but because he was afraid of losing control and things going too far with Wayner. What are you thinking? I was only proactive for once, isn't it usually you who's the bold one? Wayner said shyly, holding wet wipes and pulling them out one by one. She probably intended to clean the bloodstains off Yili. Yili, understanding, turned his back to her. As he slowly lifted his undershirt, Wayner's face flushed again. Yili's striking physique was just too easy to imagine. Then came his slender waist, his defined back, his black undergarment. Wayner, what do you think happened today? Why did the cruise ship suddenly explode? Just as she was feeling flustered, Yili asked, causing Wayner to freeze, a pang of guilt striking her. She said in a fluster, I've never seen those people. Yili paused, sensing something amiss in her words. He turned to look at her face. So you mean you've seen similar people before? Or experienced something similar? Her expression froze, realizing she had said something she shouldn't have. Slowly putting down the wet wipe, she lowered her gaze and whispered, my father was a war marshal, one who captured many villains. She said father, not dad. Yili understood the implication after a moment's thought. It simply meant he had many enemies, and those enemies, or their connections, were seeking revenge. And from what Wayner had mentioned before, her father had long since died, so those enemies would target Wayner instead. He gently pulled her into his arms and whispered, you must have endured much pain and fear in the past, but things like this won't happen again. It wasn't an extravagant promise, yet these simple words filled Wayner's heart with warmth. She hummed softly in agreement, her chin resting on Yili's shoulder, her arms tightening around his back. At that moment the scenery was beautiful, but it didn't last long. The roar of engines came from the road, and the sound of helicopter blades drew near overhead. Yili was startled. This must be the rescue teams and officials. After all, such a major incident on the changing river in the early morning would definitely alert the authorities. For them to all arrive in such a short time showed how significant this event was. He even suspected that the mayor of Bayshore might have come personally. Yili started the car and quickly drove off, not out of fear, but to avoid trouble. Meeting them would surely lead to a barrage of questions like, Miss Shangwan, what are you doing here? Are you alright? And so on. Wayner understood immediately and fastened her seatbelt. The Beetle sped away without even turning on its headlights. Almost at the same time, the frail Yu Shao, using the last of the darkness, slipped into his home, and immediately turned on the heating. Before long, the terrifying wings vanished. Wayner understood immediately and fastened her seatbelt. The beetle sped away without even turning on its headlights. Almost at the same time, the frail Yu Xiao, using the last of the darkness, slipped into his home and immediately turned on the heating. Before long, in the far southern reaches of Dragon Country, the towering peaks and winding mountain ranges stretched endlessly like the spine of a celestial dragon. The land here was notably peculiar except for the Songhai waters that bridged the two southernmost coasts. Barren of any vegetation, this desolate expanse housed numerous structures of strange materials and bizarre designs. Under the morning light, they shimmered in myriad hues like brilliant crystals, their sharp edges and peculiar forms catching the eye. These buildings seemed indestructible, as if even a meteor strike could not raise them. Arranged in concentric circles, they resembled spiraling towers of stone and brick, one after another, forming larger rings that stretched endlessly. The complex sprawled like a city. Scattered around were smaller structures dwarfed by the towering spires like ants beside giants. On a dusty road, a bearded man in a suit stepped out of a convertible Jeep, gazing at the surroundings with nostalgic eyes. He clutched a small bundle, its contents seemingly precious. After a brief survey, he headed toward a manor that stood starkly on the lush plain, devoid of beauty or scenery. Hidden within and around the manor were countless soldiers. The moment the man appeared, 100 armed men surrounded him from all directions. Each wielded a black spear, their gazes icy and murderous, radiating an oppressive aura. Yet the man merely tilted his head, and the invisible killing intent dissolved. In an instant the tables turned, overwhelming the host. Heavenly King, recognizing the newcomer, the squad leader snapped a sharp salute. The others followed suit, their movements nearly synchronized. Is the governor awake?" the man asked. As he spoke, the governor emerged from the courtyard in a robe, a cigarette between his fingers. "What brings you to see me?" "Master," the man bowed slightly. "I came to seek medicine root, senior, for some blood-nourishing herbs for my sister. Since I was near the southern border, I thought I'd visit you." This man was Li Lu, who had sought nourishing herbs for Yi Li in the northern city. Strangely, this underworld boss of the northern city was actually the student of a governor who defended the nation. "Is it about that girl, Yi?" The governor gestured for him to come inside. "You know, master." "Yes, I heard from chiefings. Someone. You almost got fooled by 2 old foxes the Qin family hired, right? They say Yi Li exposed them on the spot, and you finally saw the light." Li Lu smiled awkwardly, his stiff face looking incongruous. "She made my sister see the truth of the world. I understand your gratitude. Traveling thousands of miles to fetch medicine is only fitting." They sat down on the sofa in the hall. "That's actually why I'm asking you. Does she have anything to do with those matters?" The governor lit another cigarette, smiled, and pointed at Li Lu with a knowing look. "I was going to tell you over the phone, but since you asked, I'll tell you now. You'll never guess this girl's identity." Li Lu's curiosity was piqued, his expression eager. Just as the governor was about to speak, an untimely phone rang. Li Lu reached into his pocket to silence it, but the governor gestured that it was fine. He glanced at the caller ID. The call was from Yu Xiao. After a moment's hesitation, Li Lu put it on speaker, a sign of respect for the governor, perhaps with another motive. Yu Xiao, hearing the call connect, breathlessly recounted the previous night's events. "Brother Li, you might as well kill me. I failed you and Sister Yi." Even through the phone, Yu Xiao's voice was hoarse with guilt. Though he had said he would search for Yi Li at the changing river once he recovered, he knew the chances of survival were nearly zero. Bringing men would be futile. This call felt more like a farewell before he went to fight that serpent. The two in the hall fell silent, their heavy breathing pressing on the soldiers outside, who shifted uneasily. Li Lu clenched his fists, no anger in his voice, only 2 cold words: "Wait for me." He hung up. The governor's face also showed grief. He had heard everything. Not only was Yi Li missing, but Wayner. With a burst of energy, the air around him exploded, reducing everything in the hall except the 2 men and their sofa to dust. Yi Li would have cried out in admiration. "Awesome. This must be like eating a wave fruit." After the shockwave dissipated, the governor coughed violently. Li Lu, doubly worried, stood up to pat his back. Of all times now. Once the governor caught his breath, he gnashed his teeth in fury. Li Lu remained silent, equally bitter. Constant troubles in the prison. This is the root of the rot. These people for their own gain care nothing for the consequences. Maggots. Damn them. Damn them all. He coughed up blood again, his face turning even paler, lips blue. His rage was not just about his daughter. It was the frustration of being powerless despite his strength. The governor wasn't surprised by Wayner's predicament. It had happened so often that he sent her to different cities every time. The so-called governor choosing a school for his daughter was merely a cover for his subordinates. Why not keep her by his side? Simple. There were many who wanted him dead, and most were his own comrades. Faced with such pressure, how could he not worry? He didn't need to think about the cause of last night's events. His eagerness to return, even sending his student to become the underground king of the northern city, was all part of an investigation. Who was freeing prisoners from the jails, for what purpose, and which higher-ups were granting such power? Regrettably, he still knew nothing. Though he held the title of warden of the 79 prisons, his actual authority was nearly zero. He couldn't even enter the lower-level prisons. His so-called subordinates were loyal only in appearance, accomplishing next to nothing. Investigating a single matter could take months. To make matters worse, the prison heart was in constant turmoil, and his own forces were stretched thin. If not for this, he wouldn't have recalled Weiner's guards. Would last night's tragedy have been avoided? I failed Mingbo. The governor's voice was anguished. Both he and Li Lu knew that the people seeking revenge on Weiner were no ordinary men, and they had struck in such a place. Nothing could undo what had been done. Regardless, he'll kill them first. If I return now, there might still be clues. Li Le's voice was icy with murderous intent. As the Lord of the Heavenly King Hall, tracking down last night's perpetrators was well within his power. Of course, he had to act while the trail was still warm. The enemy wasn't foolish. Bring them to me. He'll interrogate them personally. The governor's hatred was palpable. He wanted to know who the hell had freed them. Just then a phone call nearly made them explode with rage. The governor almost spat out another mouthful of blood. It was Yu Xiao again, yelling frantically, "I don't have to die." The reason was that after Yi Li returned to the villa worried the guy might do something rash, she sent a message to confirm he was safe. Still fuming over the fright had caused, she gave him a thorough scolding and demanded he reimburse her for the losses. Even now she was still haunted by the money lost on the cruise, regretting the whole journey back, wishing she had asked Yu Ling to search for him. Faced with these demands, Yu Xiao cried tears of joy on the spot, repeatedly exclaiming how wonderful it was. As for Yi Li's request that he tell the truth, next time they met, Yu Xiao had a vague inkling of what it might be about, and decided to deal with it when the time came. He hung up the phone and immediately called Li Lu to relay the news that Yi Li was safe. On the other end, Li Lu and the governor heard this, their emotions a tangled mix of relief and bewilderment, feeling as if they might crack under the sudden shift. Just moments ago they had been so heartbroken, they could have spat blood on the verge of tears, ready to confess their sins at Shangguan Mingba's grave. Who would have thought all that grief was for nothing? Nevertheless, both he and Li Lu were of course relieved that Yi Li and Weiner were safe. After hanging up, Li Lu shook his head in speechless disbelief, yet his complexion had improved remarkably, as if had applied some miracle foundation. The governor resumed his smoking, his aged eyes filled with profound gratitude, and before long, he burst into hearty laughter. Li Lu fell silent for a moment, eyeing the governor with suspicion, wondering if the shock had driven him mad. Even though the thought was unkind, he couldn't help but ask with concern, "Teacher, are you all right?" "Haha, I'm fine. The governor waved his hand dismissively, and oddly enough the gesture made him look unexpectedly dashing. Relieved, Li Lu seemed to catch on to something, and asked, puzzled, "Is it because of her?" "Exactly. Initially we were both so consumed by worry that we forgot about that little devil Yi." Taking a deep drag from his dragon's breath cigarette, the governor hastily explained, "That Yi girl is that person's child. She's bound to have some of those skills." Upon hearing this, Li Lu revisited the thought and quickly asked, "I was meaning to ask earlier, teacher, what exactly is her identity?" "Come closer, the walls have ears. This is just my speculation, and if that person ever found out I said this, knowing his temper, had definitely come after me." The governor gestured for Li Lu to lean in, ensuring only he could hear. After hearing it, Li Lu was completely stunned, a profound sense of awe radiating from him so intensely that anyone could feel it. "I stand on the long street listening to the opera singer sing of the capital." Yi Li walked out in his pajamas, hair a mess, dragging his feet, in slippers, seemingly in a very good mood. It was now around 5 or 6 in the evening, and he and Weiner had skipped classes today. After returning, they had bathed, and without even eating had fallen asleep in each other's arms, only just waking up. His stomach was growling painfully, and since he needed to finish his comic tonight, how could he do that without some soda? So Yi Li decided to grab some takeout from a nearby restaurant. The villa area wasn't particularly convenient, lacking nearby amenities. Driving wasn't too far, but walking would take forever. Normally Yi Li would be grumbling about this, but today he was in an exceptionally good mood, perhaps due to whatever he and Weiner had done before falling asleep. He walked along chuckling to himself, and striking strange poses somewhat like a yanga dance. MTV. See, it comes naturally. In spring flowers bloom 14, 15, 16. On the 6th of June, we watched the grain grow. He hummed and danced, kicking his feet and hooking his hands, causing many passing office workers to furrow their brows. One guy, less than impressed, remarked bluntly, "I told them she shouldn't have been discharged from the hospital. Look at her now." Yi Li, lost in his own world, didn't hear a thing. He continued his medley of songs, sashaying along, crossing the Moat River, and arriving at the small commercial street. Yi Li. Just as he was about to enter a dumpling shop, he heard someone call his name, the voice sounding uncertain. He turned to look, casually running a hand through his fluffy hair, thinking that if it was someone he knew looking like a madwoman, wasn't the best first impression. "Yi Li, what are you doing here?" Standing at the small street corner opposite him was a tall girl. She wasn't exactly mature looking, but she had big wavy hair and a striking sense of style. In short, she was even more alluring than Sumi Li. Yi Li was dumbfounded for a long moment, completely unable to place who she was. Had never seen her before. "It's me, Yao Bilian from class 27. Don't you remember me? We had a meal together last time." As she spoke, Yao Bilian approached, but Yi Li still looked utterly bewildered. He was stunned by her name. Was that a real name? How terrifying was that? Hello classmate Yao. Not knowing what she wanted, Yili gave an awkward smile. Yao Billion flashed a smile, her sensually glossed lips stretching wide, looking as absurd as a belt. It was indeed quite alluring though. I didn't expect to see you here. Let me buy you a coffee, she said, grabbing Yili's arm to pull him along. Wait, hold on, I actually have things to do. Maybe next time. The woman was so forward about coffee it made Yili a bit nervous, his mind racing with unpleasant scenarios. Like being targeted by a city playboy, a flower-picking gang, or a fallen woman's agency. He suspected Yao Billion might be a master intermediary, worried she'd spike his coffee and head black out. It was good to be cautious, but he was definitely thinking in the wrong direction. Seeing him refuse, Yao Billion's eyes reddened instantly. She seemed to struggle with herself, a conflict between pride and humility playing out on her face. This left Yili utterly confused. What was going on? Out of basic human decency, he offered a word of concern. Classmate Yao, are you in some kind of trouble? As if waiting for exactly that reaction, Yao Billion's tears began to fall, a pitiful sight indeed. What kind of grievance could make her cry so hard? Don't cry. If you have a problem, we can solve it. Crying isn't going to help. Yili, trying to be kind, didn't mind using his slipper to wipe her tears away. Yao Billion froze her tears, stopping instantly, a flash of annoyance in her eyes, though she managed to hold it back. This woman was the infamous delivery girl of School 56, known for her chaotic personal life, a reputation that preceded her in certain circles. But Yili was too innocent and rarely heard such gossip, so he was unaware of her reputation. Yao Billion came from a very poor family, so poor that in her early years she often didn't know where her next meal would come from. As the saying goes, though, poor one's ambition should not be short. But she was different, as she chose to take a risky path, trading her dignity for wealth amidst pleasure and humiliation. Today Yao Billion was supposed to deliver a meal to a wealthy client, but something had gone wrong. She was running out of money, and she couldn't afford to wait. She still had bags to buy. She had already bragged to her friends if they all showed up with new designer bags, and she didn't have one, she'd never hear the end of it. So Yao Billion absolutely could not let that happen. But the problem was she had no other clients. What was she supposed to do? Just when she was at a loss, she spotted Yili by the moat. She wasn't sure at first, so she followed him slowly. The more she looked, the more certain she was. And then an idea struck her. She remembered that Yili had come out of the Jinshang villa, and he was wearing pajamas, which clearly meant he lived there. Anyone who could live in such a villa district must be wealthy. So a plan formed in her mind. She would borrow money by playing the sympathy card, and then find another way to simply not pay it back. Then how much do you need? In a minimalist cafe, Yili was somewhat moved by her words. Yao Billion wept bitterly, painting herself as someone unloved and uncared for, with no guarantee of her next meal, a sick mother bedridden at home, a young brother of tender years with no one to look after him, a gambling father drowning in debt, and not a grain of rice in the house to survive on. In short, her plight was utterly miserable. So much so that Yili's compassion was stirred, and he couldn't help but feel the script she was spinning had some substance to it. It all felt oddly familiar though. But seeing how convincingly Yao Billion wept, it didn't seem like an act, so he asked how much she wanted to borrow. After all, Yili was a very kind-hearted soul, wasn't he? If he could lend a hand, he wouldn't be stingy. Though of course the prerequisite was that you had to be truly pitiful. Sniffling and dabbing at her tears, Yao Billion looked up with a grateful, innocent gaze, then drawled, 200,000. Yili immediately made to leave. Good heavens, this was a favor he simply couldn't afford. He wanted nothing to do with this alumna. Wasn't she being a bit too presumptuous? Alright, how about less? See what you can spare. Yao Billion said, growing anxious. Yili sat back down. At most 200. Any more, and I'll have a hard time explaining things to my wife. Yao Billion was left utterly speechless, her teeth grinding audibly in frustration. 200. Are you messing with me? That's not even enough to buy a pair of socks. You live in such a big villa. Can't you lend me a bit more than that? The way she said it so matter-of-factly. Yili almost wanted to applaud her. Girl, you must get beaten up a lot in life, huh? Fine, 300 then. Any more, and I really can't explain it. 15,000. Any less and I can't even buy. I mean, my mom won't have money for her medicine. No can do. They'll go up to 800 at most. That's everything I have, my food money. 800,000 really. Just help me out this once. Look, I barely even know you. How thick can your skin get? Take the 800 or leave it. If not, I'll set up a crowdfunding campaign at school for you. Yao Billion's chest heaved with fury, and she nearly cursed it out loud. But money was what mattered, and if she pushed a little harder there might still be a chance. She wasn't without tricks though. She had her methods, not relying solely on her pretty face. She slid her chair closer to Yili, her irregular hemline swaying slightly, and in that moment, she slowly crossed her legs, revealing a glimpse of her underwear beneath. Yili caught sight of it clearly. This was her tactic. As a fellow student, Yao Billion had heard the rumors about Yili's indiscriminate tastes. She planned to tease him first, stir his desires, and then bring up the money. Surely that would make things twice as effective. Beyond that, she was also prepared to settle the debt this way, even though she had never been with a woman before. Yili raised an eyebrow, his wits snapping back into place. Though he didn't know the finer details, that leg crossing move told him everything he needed to know. Her entire sob story was complete nonsense. 100,000, huh? He let out a soft chuckle. Yao Billion's heart leaped with joy. She thought she had him convinced that Yi Li was indeed a seasoned connoisseur of women. She nodded hastily. Yi Li asked again, "So when will you pay me back?" Yao Billion froze for a moment, then quickly recovered and raised her price. "Do I even need to pay it back? I can stay with you for a long time." "But ITLL cost 200,000. Yi Li curved his lips in a knowing smile, which only made Yao Billion more certain the deal was sealed. Glancing at her underwear, Yi Li picked up his coffee and cursed, "I'd rather lend it to your sister. You're stinking up the place." With that, he hurled the coffee at her and bolted, the sound of Yao Billion's shrieks echoing behind him. "Yi Li, you played me. Ah, that's scorching hot. What a sacrifice," and in the end she didn't even get her 800. Yi Li paid her no mind and went off to do his shopping. Back at the villa, Wayner was already awake, hair disheveled, wearing shorts, wandering dazedly around the entire house. Yi Li asked what she was looking for, and she said she was looking for Yi Li. The events of yesterday had clearly rattled the girl. She was a bit out of sorts. The two of them shared some dumplings together, delicious indeed. Afterwards, Wayner insisted that Yi Li take a bath and put on a face mask, saying that without proper care, had aged prematurely. After that, Wayner went off to practice the piano, while Yi Li headed upstairs to wrap up his latest work with a celebratory post. "It was great to watch, just too short. Any progress on your next piece, Lang Lang?" "I have mixed feelings about this one. I cried several times, it moved me deeply. But it's truly excellent. The ending had some depth to it. Looks like Renton has a son. But where did he go? Why did only Eureka appear? Can the people upstairs please read more carefully? Jumping around like that. Are you trying to predict the plot? Think you're so clever." It was clearly explained. Beneath the works page, comments poured in, some praising, some criticizing, a moderate reception overall. Yi Li skimmed through them, then posted a thread of his own. "Thank you all for your continued support, and am grateful that you've enjoyed it. I'll let you know once I have progress on my next work." That was all he wrote for the wrap-up. Within a minute, replies flooded in by the hundreds of thousands, and sure enough, the interface froze again. Yi Li was exasperated, and just then Shui Z sent him a message. "Lang Lang, great job. Got news for you. Your work has caught the eye of Blue Sky Animation. They want to buy the rights outright and produce it." That was all he wrote for the wrap-up. Within a minute, replies flooded in by the hundreds of thousands, and sure enough, the interface froze again. Yi Li was exasperated, and just then Shui Z sent him a message. "Lang Lang, great job. Got news. If that's the case, why not just collaborate instead of a buyout? Tell them I'm not selling. If they want it, it's a 70-30 split." Yi Li was furious. What hesitant tone and high risk. They clearly just wanted the lion's share without giving anything back. He wouldn't believe for a second that Shirshin wasn't pulling strings behind the scenes. If that was the case, it was time to consider switching platforms. Without giving Shuizi a chance to explain, he went offline immediately. Just then his phone rang. It was Mo Qingxue calling. When they'd headed to the cruise yesterday, he and Wayner had left their phones in the car, so luckily they'd escaped being destroyed. Hello, class monitor. Oh, I was so worried. Why didn't you come to class, and you didn't even tell me? Did something happen?" Yi Li offered an apology. "I'm fine, sorry for making you worry. It's nothing serious. Wayner and I just overslept." "If you owe me for that." Mo Qingxue was displeased. "Oh, what kind of compensation do you want?" Moi. Mo Qingxue giggled. "I'm not joking around with you. Let me ask you something serious. Did you manage to get the concert tickets?" Yi Li froze. "Damn. Had completely forgotten about that." Yeah, I got them. Don't worry about it." "Good, that's settled. Sai, I really wish I could spend more time with you guys." "You can. Just talk it over with your aunt, right?" Yi Li didn't mind at all. Mo Qingxue already knew about the villa, and the excuse remained Wayner's name. "Really? But would Wayner be upset about it?" It should be fine. How about I ask her what she thinks, and let you know once it's settled?" "Alright." Mo Qingxue felt a faint pang of disappointment. They chatted for a while longer before hanging up, and Yi Li headed downstairs. Wayner was playing the piano with a focused, serene expression. In moments like these, she was truly tranquil. Yi Li crept up behind her, plotting some mischief, but just then his phone rang again, and Wayner's playing came to an abrupt halt. Yi Li gave a sheepish smile, and deflected by answering the call. "Hey Li, something's happened to your sister Qianqian." It was his mother on the line, getting straight to the point. Whatever it was, it must have been serious. Yi Li's mind stalled for about 3 seconds before he remembered who this Qianqian was. Aunt Mai's daughter, just 1 year younger than him. "What's wrong, Mom? Don't panic, take your time. We can sort this out." His mother's ragged breathing was audible even through the phone. Once she caught her breath, she recounted the entire affair. It turned out that Qianqian had been at a gathering with classmates. Things got a bit out of hand, and she lost 3,000 yuan on a bet. Initially, no one took the bet seriously, but one of Qianqian's female classmates was particularly insistent, declaring that she wouldn't let her leave without the money. Qianqian, in the throes of rebellion and quick to anger, took offense at the threat, and the two came to blows, inflicting comparable damage on each other. The problem, however, remained unresolved. Worse, that female classmate's father seemed to wield considerable influence, knowing many people in the underworld, and he arrived with his men. Qian naturally couldn't leave and was still trapped in that KTV. So what does the other side want? Yili asked after getting the gist of the situation. Your uncle is trying to pull some strings, but the moment they hear the name Kune they all refuse to get involved. It was originally 3,000, but now they're demanding 6,000. If we don't deliver it promptly, the price might go up again. When your Aunt May and I were in the hospital last time, she spent almost all her savings, and the money you paid back later wasn't nearly enough. The implication was clear. She was asking if Yili had any money to spare. A mother normally wouldn't say such a thing, but given the depth of Aunt May's kindness, they couldn't just turn their backs on her in her hour of need. Yili understood, but also found it absurd and infuriating. So it was this guy called Kune again. Who did he think he was? Don't worry, Mom. He'll be right back. This isn't going to escalate, trust me. After hanging up, he hurriedly got dressed. When he came out, Wainer was already waiting by the door. Needless to say, she was determined to follow him. Yili nodded in astonishment at her speed. They arrived at the neighborhood and went straight upstairs. Opening the door, they found his mother, Aunt May Yao Xiao, and Qian's father standing in the living room. The man's expression was grim, and his glances towards Yili's mother and Aunt May were venomous. Lily and Miss Wainer are back, Aunt May and his mother greeted them. The little one, who hadn't seen Yili in a long time, broke into a joyful smile and ran over, calling out, "Sis! What's the use of coming back? What can a girl do? Knowing full well Qian is in her rebellious phase, and you still acted on your own. If you hadn't given her the money, how could she have ended up so resentful of you always out gallivanting?" Yili didn't even have a chance to greet his mother or the others before Zhang Tong, Qian's father, began his scathing, indirect tirade, jabbing a finger at Aunt May. His mother's face fell with shame. She couldn't utter a word, barely daring to breathe. Aunt May was even worse, tears welling in her eyes. Yili, displeased, handed Xiao to Wainer and addressed Zhang Tong directly. "Uncle, I've always remembered your kindness. I intended to visit and thank you sooner, but it kept slipping my mind. My apologies. I understand you're upset and worried, but in this situation, a mature man should take responsibility, not resort to futile blame and venting." Yili held deep contempt for a man who, at the first sign of trouble, could dredge up every old grievance. In truth, Zhang Tong was generally a decent man and had always been good to Yili's family. It was just that recently a multitude of problems had piled up and the man was buckling under the strain. Adding Qian's current predicament on top of it all, his outburst was somewhat understandable. "Lily, are you lecturing your elder? I wouldn't dare. I'm just stating the facts and trying to help you calm down. This isn't a catastrophe. There's no need to blame Aunt May or make Mom feel guilty either." Oomph. Though still resentful, Zhang Tong indeed stopped his tirade, turned, and walked away to make another phone call. "Lily, don't mind him. Your uncle is just too anxious," Aunt May said, her voice choked with emotion as she came over to console him. Yili smiled. "I understand. Mom, Aunt May, don't worry. I've brought the money. Which KTV is Qian at? Let's go." At these words, the two elders were stunned, then sighed and shook their heads in despair. Yili was puzzled. What now? Is the money not working anymore? They're adding 10,000 every minute. When I called you, it was 60. It's already up to 75 now. Aunt May gave a bitter smile, a glimmer of that same desperate helplessness shed had when Yili's mother was hospitalized returning to her eyes. Yanran felt utterly hopeless. Yili cursed inwardly. This Kune was something else, quite the operator, bullying a young girl to such an extent. He was about to say it wasn't an issue, but Zhang Tong finished his call at that moment and announced they were heading to the KTV. Judging by his demeanor, had managed to find someone with connections. Seeing him ready to go, Aunt May naturally prepared to follow, and Yili's mother couldn't exactly stay behind either. Yili and Wainer exchanged a glance, then looked at the little one in their arms. "Yao, take care of your sister. Lock the door and wait for us to come back." Yao had been trying to make herself invisible, the tense atmosphere in the room making her uncomfortable, and she felt she had nothing to contribute. Hearing her older brother's instructions, she pouted, clearly wanting to go along too. But she had always respected her brother, and his word carried weight. She mumbled an okay, affectionately patted Xiao's head, and took her from Wainer. The two sisters had grown quite close lately. Sometimes when it was time to pick up Xiao from kindergarten, Yao would arrive even earlier than their mother. And of course Xiao would occasionally show up as well. The group hurried downstairs. Zhang Tong had a car, and he took Yili's mother and Aunt May with him. Yili and Wainer were accompanied by Ah Fun. They followed Zhang Tong's car to a hotel, presumably to meet someone. They arrived soon enough. The man. How to describe him? He was as wide as he was tall, round as a winter melon, and incredibly short. Yili felt a sudden surge of confidence. Pleasantries were exchanged, with Zhang Tong acting extremely subservient, bowing and scraping incessantly. This struck Yili as odd. Could this melon or this man also have some kind of title? "Enough with the pleasantries, Brother Zhang. I had to beg for a long time just to get permission for you to see Master Cun. They'll do what I can, but the money is unavoidable, that's for sure." Good grief, this Kune had been elevated to master now. The man continued, "Master Cun always operates this way. He never takes back his word. I'm not a big shot myself. If I get a chance, he'll put in a good word for you. If I can get the amount reduced, great. If not, well, Brother Zhang, you can't hold it against me. Zhang Tong agreed profusely and discreetly handed the man an envelope clearly stuffed with cash. I'm more than grateful for your help, sir. As for the money, I'm already working on it. If worst comes to worst, he'll plead with Master Cun to give me time to get a loan. This father truly loved his daughter. That would be best. The man pocketed the money with a non-committal grunt, then addressed the others. If there's nothing else, there's no need for all of you to go. And what's the point of these two young ladies tagging along? If they run their mouths and upset Master Cun, I won't be able to protect anyone. I'm warning you now. Weiner gently scratched Yi's palm, silently conveying that this man, who wasn't even as tall as 3 piles of cow dung, was certainly putting on airs. Yi winked back a silent reply, all too common. The man had only been offering a warning and didn't outright forbid them from following. Soon they all got back in their cars and drove to their destination, District 35. District 35 was already far from District 56. Yi wondered why a class reunion needed to be held so far away. Young people these days, he mused. If this were back on Earth City streets, they'd probably have wandered all the way out to the suburbs. After about 40 minutes on the elevated expressway, they finally arrived at District 35 and soon reached a night street, a hub for KTV's bars and entertainment venues. Zhang Tong parked in front of a KTV called Sakura. Yi followed closely and got out of the car. The KTV was bustling. Several security guards with earpieces stood at the entrance, seemingly having been briefed. Upon seeing Yi and the others approach, one of them came forward and asked, "What's your business here?" Donghua quickly got out of the car wearing an ingratiating smile. "Brothers, you see, my friend's daughter had a bit of a run-in with Boss Hong's daughter. They're probably with Master Cun right now." "Oh, so it's you lot. Alright, get in. If you'd been any later, Master Cun would have left." "Thanks, brothers." Donghua nodded and bowed, then shot a meaningful glance at Zhang Tong and the others. Zhang Tong in turn signaled Yi's mother and the rest to follow. A security guard led them to the upper floors of the KTV. The upper floor was quite a stark contrast to the noise below. They stopped before a private room door. The guard halted and said casually, "Just take the money in. The rest of you wait here." Then he looked at Donghua. "You're the one called Donghua, right? Only you go in." Zhang Tong grew anxious and interjected, "I'm the child's father. Can I go in too?" Donghua chimed in, slipping the guard a few banknotes. "Brother, do us a favor. I've dined with Master Cun before. Give us some face." The young guard was straightforward, mainly because had accepted the money. Pretending not to have heard, he turned away and gestured for the two to go in. Yi hurried forward, wanting to enter and say a few words. Surely it might help. After all, Master Cun knew of his connection with Yu Xiao, so had likely show some respect. But Zhang Tong and Donghua both shot him a stern look. "What are you causing trouble for? What use would you be in there with adult matters?" Yi pursed his lips about to speak, but the two had already gone in, and the guard closed the door behind them. Before entering, Donghua repeatedly urged Zhang Tong to keep his mouth shut inside. The private room resembled a large lounge, spacious and furnished with a full set of furniture. Clearly a regular haunt for certain people. At the center stood a long table around which sat Cun, Tu Ba Ya, and even Rao Bai. Besides these high-status figures, a middle-aged man sat off to the side, likely Boss Hong, the owner of the KTV. Beside him stood a girl with disheveled hair and tattered clothes, looking as if she'd just been in a brawl. Despite her disheveled state, the girl remained arrogant and overbearing, sneering at her former classmate kneeling on the floor. That girl, too, was young and delicate of featured, but her lips were now swollen, and several young men were forcing her to stay on her knees. The moment Zhang Tong saw this, his anger flared, and he lunged forward to beat the young men. Donghua's heart nearly stopped. He quickly grabbed him and hissed, "If you want to die, don't drag me into it. If you act rashly, not only will your daughter suffer, but you'll be finished too." The warning made Zhang Tong back off, though his fury only grew. The sound of the door opening drew the attention of the board card players, and Donghua bowed and scraped once more. "Master Cun, Boss Hong, good evening to you all." He didn't know Ba Ya or Rao Bai, so he played up to those he recognized. Only Cun too reacted, eyeing Donghua with suspicion as if trying to place him. But it didn't matter. He gave Boss Hong a look, signaling him to handle his own affairs. Cun too and his crew had merely been dining nearby when Boss Hong sought their help. Bored they'd come to watch the spectacle and skim some money off the top, they were utterly indifferent to the matter itself. Boss Hong understood the cue and didn't waste words. "Who's the parent of this girl?" Zhang Tong answered, his voice simmering with anger. "I am." "Is this how you raise your child? Look what she did to my daughter. Did you bring the medical fees?" Zhang Tong suppressed his rage and took out his wallet. "The kids are young and foolish. Could you lower it a bit? I only have 450,000. That sum included the 300,000 Yi had repaid. The remaining 150,000 was Zhang Tong's entire savings. Anything more would require scraping together from various sources, but time was too short. As for Aunt May mentioning that Yi still had money, Zhang Tong hadn't taken it seriously. Had considered reporting to the authorities, but after much deliberation, he deemed it futile. Cun2's reputation was too formidable, retaliation was all but guaranteed afterward. Clinging to the notion of paying to avert disaster, Zhang Tong resolved to endure it. His family of 3 still had to live in the North City. Damn it. Are you playing with me? I waited this long, and you bring this little. Boss Hong flew into a rage, charged forward, and kicked Zhang Tong square in the chest, sending him crashing against the door. Donghua scrambled to mediate, but it was useless. He took several slaps across the face, clearly of no help at all. He'll give you 10 more minutes. If you don't come up with 2 million, your daughter stays here. In other words, she'd be collateral for the debt. Bluntly, she'd be sold to the KTV, and the consequences were easy to imagine. Zhang Tong didn't dare fight back, nor did Donghua. Both were thrown out by Boss Hong and his men. Yili, yes mother, and the others waited in the corridor. Shocked by the sudden turn of events, they rushed forward to help them up. When they learned what had happened inside, the 2 elders were consumed by despair. Donghua began shifting the blame, pointing at Zhang Tong and cursing, "Didn't you say you brought enough money? How is it only 450,000? If I'd known, I wouldn't have helped you." Zhang Tong was furious. Who was it that promised to help negotiate? But he couldn't say that now. Donghua was their only hope. "So what do we do now?" he asked, utterly dejected. Donghua shot him a contemptuous glance. "Scrape together the money, what else? I told you to keep your mouth shut, but you wouldn't listen. Just hand over the cash, and let me do the talking. 2 million. Where are we supposed to find that?" At that, Aunt May collapsed to her knees, wailing in despair. Yes mother grew frantic and suggested, "Why don't we report this to the authorities?" Zhang Tong waved his hand, dismissively, still clinging to his earlier stance. Yili, no longer willing to spare Zhang Tong's pride, strode toward the private room. The others were baffled. Yes mother grabbed him. "Where are you going?" "Mom, maybe I can think of something. Just wait here." Yili had never dared to reveal Yu Xiao's background for fear of his mother overthinking things, so he couldn't explain himself now. Had come today to repay a debt of gratitude. Whether it was money or anything else, given Aunt Mai's connection, he absolutely wouldn't stand by while Qianqian was in trouble. Zhang Tong, hearing this, called it nonsense and tried to hold Yili back. No matter what had happened before, had watched Yili grow up. No matter how angry he was, he wouldn't let him act recklessly. "You have a plan. Little girl, do you know how dark the world is? Go home and sleep." Donghua sneered at Yili, thoroughly annoyed. If he couldn't solve it himself, how could some girl? He felt Yili was disrespecting him. Damn, being looked down upon. Yili couldn't be bothered with him. The man had spent all this time posturing, accomplished nothing, and was still trying to shift blame. Ignoring Zhang Tong's protest, Yili took the money pouch, shot Weiner a look, and pushed the door open alone. Weiner understood, holding back the agitated yes mother and Aunt May. As the door swung open, Yili's eyes immediately landed on Qianqian kneeling on the floor. His brows shot up. Qianqian also turned her gaze toward Yili. After a moment of stunned silence, she scolded angrily, "Why are you here? Where's my dad? How is he?" This young girl used to enjoy spending time with Yili's sister, but ever since Yao fell ill and Yes mother was hospitalized, with Aunt May tirelessly providing both effort and money for their treatment, Qianqian's attitude had shifted. She persistently believed that Yili's family had become a burden to theirs, draining their resources and making their own life increasingly difficult. Being young, she was stubborn and unable to see the bigger picture, a common trait of adolescence. Given her rebellious phase, her harsh demeanor could be forgiven. Yili pressed her forehead, suppressing her irritation. She quickly reasoned there was nothing to be angry about. After all, without Aunt Mai's generosity, Yao would have already perished, and their mother's fate would have been uncertain. For that alone, enduring a bit of resentment was a small price to pay. Yili was no ingrate. She blinked, offering the young girl a reassuring look. Qianqian was bewildered, utterly clueless. Dismissing it, Yili turned her gaze toward the long table, her expression calm and composed. She was calm, but the crew-cut man and Baya were anything but. "Why is it you? What are you doing here?" Boss Hong was about to hurl insults at Yili, but the crew-cut man spoke first. Hearing the tone of surprise in his voice, the shrewd entertainment businessman immediately clamped his mouth shut. "She's my sister. You bullied her. What do you think I'm here for?" As he spoke, Yili didn't even glance at Baya or the grim-faced man. She placed the money pouch on the table, then walked toward Qianqian, saying, "This money stays here for now. You can only take it after I see how badly my sister is injured." She was, after all, just a young woman, delicate, petite, and slender. Yet she exuded a mountain-like pressure that weighed on everyone present, leaving them momentarily speechless. The youths who had been restraining Qianqian instinctively released their grip as Yili drew near. They felt an indescribable aura about this young woman, one that made their hearts race with unease. Of course, if she could face Yuling with such composure, what fear did she have of these mere nobodies? "What are you all doing? Keep holding her. Why are you scared of her?" Boss Hong's daughter, the very one who had been brawling with Qianqian, was incensed. Her face twisted in fury as she roared. Yet eerily no one paid her any mind, not even her own father. Boss Hong was no fool. Had seen the crew-cut man and Bayas' expressions shift the moment this young woman appeared. As a mere KTV owner, how could he dare to speak out of turn? He hadn't survived in this world by being reckless. He shot his daughter a sharp warning glance, then moved over and clamped his hand over her mouth. "Who hit you? Hit them back." Yili carefully examined Qianqian's injuries. The inside of her mouth was bleeding and her cheek had been scratched by fingernails. The worst was her left ear. A gash had split it open, and her earlobe was nearly torn off. This was the first time Qianqian had ever seen Yili like this. She had been resistant to her presence, but hearing those words, she felt a sudden, inexplicable sense of safety. Pouting, she pointed at Boss Hong's daughter and muttered, "It was her, Hong Xiaoxiao." Without even turning around, Yili hummed in acknowledgement, then said to Qianqian, "Go on. Hit her back. Make her look just like you." Huh? Qianqian hesitated, utterly confused. It was understandable. Moments ago she had been terrified. Even Zhang Tong's arrival hadn't helped. Now Yili was telling her this, and confusion was only natural. At the same time she sensed something was off, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it. "Are you forgiving her?" "No way. I hate her. She's always picking on me. Last time she even humiliated me." "Then why aren't you hitting her back? Look how she's treated you." Qianqian opened her mouth to speak, wanting to say this was Hong Xiaoxiao's turf. If she struck her, there would be hell to pay, especially with so many eyes watching. "We don't need to be bullies, but we can't let bullies walk all over us either. If you stay soft, she'll keep doing it. Go on." Their back and forth was of course overheard by the others. Boss Hong's face darkened with each passing word. Restrained by the crew-cut man's earlier reaction, he had held back. But now seeing Yili seem to be serious, he could no longer contain himself. "Miss, let's not push this to the brink. Hong Wang will apologize to you, and he'll forget the money." Had it not been for the crew-cut man and Beia's earlier behavior, Hong Wang would never have stooped so low. Yili glanced at him, thinking to herself that she'd deal with him later. Caught in her gaze, Hong Wang felt a chill run down his spine, further confirming that this young woman was no ordinary person. Qianqian, as if throwing caution to the wind, shoved Hong Wang aside and lunged at Hong Xiaoxiao, slapping her relentlessly. Logically, Hong Xiaoxiao should have fought back, but terrifyingly, she just stood there and took it, leaving even Qianqian momentarily hesitant to continue. The reason, of course, was Yili's doing. When Qianqian had named Hong Xiaoxiao, Yili had used spiritual communication combined with a triple command to silently instruct her, "Don't move." The result was the scene of her standing there taking the beating. Qianqian struck while confusion gnawed at her, but she soon gave up trying to understand. Memories of past humiliations flashed through her mind, and with reddened eyes, she put her all into every blow. Before long, Hong Xiaoxiao was beaten until her face was swollen like a pig's head, her ear now bearing the same damage as Qianqian's. Throughout the ordeal, the room was deathly silent. Almost everyone watched without a word. But Hong Wang's inner torment was unbearable. Unable to contain himself any longer, he shoved Qianqian aside with a roar, "Enough." At the same time, he was baffled as to why his daughter hadn't fought back. After mulling it over, he concluded she must have been frightened. Yili, seeing that it was enough, didn't urge Qianqian to continue. Clap, clap, clap. Suddenly applause rang out. Yili looked over and saw it was the grim-faced man clapping. "Miss, he certainly has character. Boss Hong, admit your fault." The speaker was Rao Bai. Unexpectedly, he made no move to defend Hong Wang. The latter felt a lump in his throat, but he knew full well how formidable this man was. His word, without exaggeration, was akin to an imperial decree in this northern city. At that moment, Hong Wang's heart burned with the same stifled rage Zhang Tong had felt earlier. Just as he was about to comply with Rao Bei's order, the door was forcefully shoved open. It turned out that Yili had been gone so long that Yes Mother grew worried, and Zhang Tong, also uneasy, barged in despite Dong's nagging protests. Taking in the scene, Zhang Tong was taken aback. The atmosphere seemed tense, and his daughter was on her feet. What had happened? Yili, seeing this, thought the timing was perfect. So she had Zhang Tong strike Hong Wang, and a scene identical to before unfolded once more. Zhang Tong and his daughter were so shocked that the world seemed to drain of color. Even after leaving the room, they hadn't processed it, finding it all utterly unbelievable. Very good. This approach is quite effective. Boss Hong, take your people and leave. The usually taciturn Rao Bai seemed different now. In this moment, he offered repeated praise, a stark contrast to his usual self. "Since she's Miss Yes sister, then this matter is nothing. Take this money back." Yili didn't know the man's background, but from subtle details she gathered that the crew-cut man and Baya seemed to hold him in high regard. If that were the case, his status and background certainly outranked theirs. Could this be the brother Bai that Baya had mentioned before leaving Huading restaurant that day? She cupped her hands in a rough, almost comical salute, and spoke in the jargon of the underworld, "Much obliged." With that, she picked up the money pouch and turned to leave. But then, Rao Bai slowly rose to his feet. "I gave Lee the face, but Miss, he can't just walk away like that, can she? I, Rao Bai, have a reputation to uphold." "Oh, then what do you intend to do?" Yili paused and turned to look back. Rao Bai paced forward, slowly, appearing quite casual, and said, "I heard from Baya that you're quite formidable. Care for another match?" He gestured toward Baya rather than himself, perhaps out of sheer curiosity, or perhaps because he deemed Yili unworthy of his own effort. Yili studied him seriously for a moment, then asked an inexplicable question. "How old are you?" Rao Bai was taken aback, then replied with confusion, 29. "That shouldn't be." Yili muttered. Rao Bai eyed him suspiciously. "What shouldn't be?" Yili put on a serious expression. "You're almost 30, yet you still say things like that." Rao Bai stood there speechless, understanding exactly what Yili meant. Roughly, it was that the three of them grown men had the audacity to demand a young girl fight them. Upon further reflection, it did seem rather inappropriate. Raobai found himself at a loss for words. He had actually wanted to analyze Yi Li's combat prowess to assess Li Le's strength, but how could he voice such intentions? Taking any action against Yi Li now was clearly out of the question given the tense situation. If the scales tipped, the consequences would be far-reaching. It was merely a jest. "Miss Yi, you may leave." Yi Li gave a soft, "oh," sounding somewhat disappointed. In truth, she had been quite stirred up, eager to test her full strength, but Raobai hadn't even persisted for a moment. Had he held on just a little longer, Yi Li would have been more than ready to shout, "Bring it on." Feeling slightly apologetic, Yi Li took a few 100 yuan notes from her purse and placed them on the table, saying, "Thanks for the courtesy. Take this as a token of my appreciation, consider it my treat." With that, she spun around and strode off, leaving a faint, fragrant breeze in her wake. Baya could no longer contain himself. He shot to his feet, already shrugging off his coat, clearly ready to start a brawl. The crew-cut man hastily grabbed him, knowing that if he didn't, Baya would bolt out like a mad dog and cause serious trouble. Raobai shook his head, seemingly finding Yi Li quite intriguing, and smiled to himself. Just as he was about to let out a long sigh to express his inner turmoil, his phone rang. "Hey Baigu, I heard Li Lu isn't in the northern city right now." Upon hearing this, Raobai nearly smashed his phone in fury. Indeed, if the call had come just a few minutes earlier, he might have changed his approach, perhaps even apprehending Yi Li on the spot. Given Li Le's protective nature towards Yi Li, Raobai was certain she could be used as leverage, a weakness to exploit for threats. But now she was already gone, and chasing after her would be futile. From this perspective, Raobai's faction was woefully incompetent. Li Lu had been gone from the northern city for over half a month, and they were just now finding out. How poor was their intelligence network? Of course, one couldn't rule out the possibility that Li Lu was simply formidable, slipping away unnoticed without a trace. "Have you found out where he is now?" Raobai lowered his voice, seething with anger. "Not exactly. According to people from Penglai, he's heading towards the southern frontier." The southern frontier? A flicker of something crossed Raobai's eyes, and his body trembled involuntarily. It was like a child who had been beaten too often by his father, instinctively flinching at the mere sight of him. Send people over. Do your best to delay his return." He didn't say to prevent Li Lu from coming back at all, showing that he understood Li Le's capabilities. Eliminating him wasn't just a matter of overwhelming numbers. "Lily, how can Auntie May ever thank you enough?" 40 minutes later at Yi Li's home, the same group was seated in the living room. As for that Donghua, he had long since slipped away unnoticed by anyone, probably too ashamed to face Yi Li after her triumphant return. Auntie May was beside herself with excitement, clutching Yi Li's hand in sheer elation. The others shared her sentiment, their gazes towards Yi Li shifting with newfound respect and admiration. Although the girl was reluctant to elaborate, Auntie May and the rest knew well what kind of person the crew-cut man was. The fact that Yi Li had safely brought Qianqian back, avenged their grievances, and done it all for just a few 100 yuan spoke volumes about her abilities. "Lily, your uncle owes you an apology. I shouldn't have been so harsh with you earlier." Zhang Tong spoke, his expression one of deep shame. Yi Li shook her head, clearly unconcerned. Then Qianqian wrinkled her nose and said, "I'm not mad at you anymore. From now on, you're still my sister." The girl had a somewhat wild streak. Even when admitting fault or showing kindness, she did it with a brazen air. Yi Li smiled, but when her gaze met her mother's, she stiffened. Yi Li's mother was of course happy too, but she was even more worried about her daughter. Today's events were riddled with oddities, and she suspected her daughter was getting into trouble in the world outside. Yi Li knew that if she stayed any longer, once Auntie May and the others left, her mother would interrogate her relentlessly. With that thought, she immediately rose, gave her mother and Auntie May a hug, kissed Xiao Xiao, patted Yi Yao's head, and then opened the door and slipped out with Weiner. The others shook their heads with smiles, wondering when this girl had become so brisk and impulsive. "Hey, do you know how to drive? Turn off your high beams. What are you looking at? Come down and say that." On the road, Yi Li spewed a torrent of profanities, nearly bouncing off her seat in the driver's side, leaving a trail of curses in her wake. The surrounding drivers were annoyed, but upon seeing it was a pretty young woman, they decided to let it slide. Yi Li absolutely detested driving at night, especially when passing oncoming cars. It drove her insane. The glaring headlights stung her eyes painfully. Weiner remained calm, having grown accustomed to this, automatically filtering out the profanities in her mind. "Damn it." Yi Li rolled up the window, feeling much better. "Weiner, wasn't I impressive?" See, none of them dared to get out. Weiner could only hold her forehead, feeling utterly embarrassed. Yi Li suddenly remembered something and made a call to Yu Xiao. The gist of it was that she had run into Baya and his crew today, and that she might not be able to come home for the next couple of days, asking him to check on Xiao Xiao more often. Yu Xiao agreed, reading between the lines that Yi Li wanted him to be extra careful. Yi Li didn't know why she suddenly felt the need to say these things, but she had a nagging sense of unease. Perhaps it was just a woman's intuition. Just after Yu Xiao hung up, his phone rang again. It was Li Lu. "No, they vanished completely. I didn't dare make too big a move. I'm not sure which of the three families it was. Okay, you stay safe." After their call that morning, Li Lu had tasked Yu Xiao with investigating those who attacked Weiner, but they had been too quick. Yu Xiao had mobilized nearly every resource at his disposal and still came up empty. Where the hell did they go? He took a worried drag of his cigarette. That night at the in-family residence along the upper reaches of the Yanghe River, one of the northern city's 3 moats. Inside the ancient spacious study several people were seated, including the in-family patriarch. Standing beside him was a young girl naturally in lawn. On the sofa before them sat 3 men. The square-faced man who had fired the cannon on Changing River that night was speaking, expressing his gratitude to the in-family patriarch. It was nothing, don't take it so seriously. The in-family patriarch appeared quite genial. He continued, has your grievance been settled, sir? As I wished. I have no regrets in this life. All of this is thanks to the opportunity you gave me, Mr. Had it not been for you, I would have harbored this regret forever. Oh ha. Since that's the case, then you can die now. Out of the blue, the in-family patriarch said this lightly. Before the square-faced man and his 2 companions could even react, they felt their bodies enveloped in electric current. In a short while they fell unconscious. Lan watched her face, turning pale, her body trembling faintly. The in-family patriarch placed the remote-like device in his hand onto the table. Then he picked up the phone and said one sentence, take them away for extraction. Shortly after, a group of men in long white coats resembling doctors entered the room, and working together carried the square-faced man and his 2 companions out. Father, why do we have to do this? It was clear from Lan's expression that she was deeply repulsed by the act. Seeing his daughters so frightened, the patriarch of the in-family hugged Lan with a pang of heartache. Of course it's about power and much more. Everything your father does is for the in-family. But those are human lives. Human lives? The patriarch curled his lip in disdain. These heaven-favored ones possess great power, yet they plunder and kill without restraint. They were long destined to die. They do not count as people. Daughter, you must grow strong early. These are matters you will face as well. Lan remained silent, her eyes red as she looked at her father, her heart still unable to accept it. All right, enough of this. Let's talk about something interesting, shall we? For instance, that girl named Yili. How do you plan to deal with her? At these words, Lan was struck as if by lightning. She prided herself on hiding it well, but she never expected her father to know. When had he found out? Marriage alliances between families have been the norm since ancient times. Though I look down on that Chin boy since we agreed to the betrothal, we must see it through. But anyone who brings shame to my daughter cannot be allowed to do so openly. The Chin family is too cowardly to provoke that, Li, but the In family is not afraid. Father knows you are kind-hearted. I thought to let you handle it yourself, but you are too indecisive. So today I want to ask how you view this matter. Truly worthy of the In family, one of the 3 great clans. Though they do not act ostentatiously, they are well informed about matters of the outside world. Her thoughts were involuntarily pulled back, and scenes of shameful memories flashed through her mind. Lan's heart raced. She hated Yili deeply, but if this isn't her fault, she probably doesn't even know the reasons behind it. Father, can you give me some time? Enough. I won't interfere with this matter anymore. Consider it a test for your growth. But if you are ridiculed later, don't blame your father for not warning you. See, it looks like it's grown bigger. In the bathroom of the villa, Wainer pouted, showing a rare girlish side, though it was unclear what she was referring to. Yili exclaimed in delight, expressing her satisfaction. You've squeezed them all. Yili chuckled slyly, then turned off the bath heater, and the 2 stood outside to dry themselves. Yili thought of Mo Qingxue and asked, Qingxue said she wants to live with us too. What do you think? Wainer paused. Her little face, which had been carrying a hint of a smile, suddenly turned as she snapped her head around, her expression turning cold as she stared at Yili. Are you really a man? You're that greedy. Am I not enough? Be careful, I'll tell Sister Nini, and she'll deal with you. Don't be like that. I'm just asking. If you don't agree, you'll just tell Qingxue, that's all. Whatever. Just don't think about sleeping with me tonight. She seemed quite angry, but Yili chased after her, and after some effort managed to soothe her. All right, stop fussing. I agree, okay. Indeed, fairies always need to be appeased. Afterwards, the 2 sat on the bed, each busy with their own things. Yili stared at his tablet, contemplating the comic business. He suddenly realized he had become quite wealthy and no longer needed to work for money. But with so many readers' expectations, he didn't want to lose his conscience. Yet he was also dissatisfied with Shixuan's methods. What was he to do? He couldn't find a solution for the moment. Wainer, meanwhile, was trimming her nails. After finishing her own, she carefully, earnestly, and adorably trimmed Yili's. It wasn't until she was done that Yili realized how close she was, and he couldn't help but plant a kiss on her. He looked at his fingers and found them indeed much more refined. Sighing, he thought, I'm not worthy of being a fairy. I can't even remember these little details. Like applying face masks. If Wainer didn't remind him and insist, Yili would never think to do it. As he looked, Yili froze. Why were the nails on his middle finger completely gone? Damn. He looked at Wainer, absolutely certain she was making a pointed statement. Wainer gave a sly grin, and incredibly rare stuck out her tongue. This must be punished. If not, how could he ever maintain control in the future? Just as he was about to act, Yili was stunned again, his face instantly contorting. This feeling. It was like he had experienced it just last month. Was it the 18th already? What followed was their comedic routine, much like when Mo Qingxue had helped Yili last time. A mix of anger, embarrassment, and utter speechlessness. Finally, she glared at Yili puffing with anger and said, "You've never done this before, have you? You're not really a man, are you?" Time flew to Sunday. Early in the morning, Yili got up and called Tianini. Tianini seemed a bit busy and only answered after a long while. Her first words were, "Ah, Yili, I've missed you so much. I really want to see you. You haven't called me in so long, and you barely reply to my messages. Tell me, have you found someone else?" "No, I have you. Damn you." Tianini was about to curse, but noticed the makeup artist beside her and abruptly stopped. "I'm not joking with you. I start at 4 p.m. If you're coming, hurry up." "Yeah, I know. By the way, your tickets are all sold out, and I still need a few more. Can you do anything about it?" "Oof. I knew you'd forget about that. I've already saved some for you. They're even in the front row. How many do you need?" Yili calculated. Well, Weiner, Mo, Qingshu, Xia Jinjin, and that guy Chow, he had also said they wanted to go. That made 5 tickets. Tianini was surprised when she heard this. "Oh, I just happened to prepare 5. Okay, well, call me when you get here, and I'll bring them to you. Remember, come early, preferably an hour ahead." Yili wanted to ask why so early, but Tianini had already hung up. While he was on the phone, Weiner was also on a call on the villa lawn. "Okay, Dad, take care of yourself. If possible, don't use your abilities anymore. By the way, Dad, his brother at the night god hall." The governor's hand holding the porridge spoon paused. He asked, puzzled, "Why the sudden question? Are you also suspecting your good little friend? Did Dad find out something too?" "I initially thought she was involved in that matter, but later discovered she wasn't. So I'm just curious." While searching for a matching source for that girl's sister, I happened to glance at a few confidential files, so I have some He said it so casually, but as the governor of an entire state, how could happening to glance ever be a possibility? But how could such a probability appear in the next generation? I'm not. Hey, your father and I are both from the talent line. This probability shouldn't exist in the genes. But the night god is from the physical line, and a freakish variant of it at that. So the possibility of such genes existing is there. Weiner said all right again, unable to hide a deep sense of disappointment. She continued, "Dad, she doesn't seem to know she has a father either. Can I tell her about this?" "Don't be foolish. The night god has stayed hidden for 2 reasons. One is duty, and the other is that he's far smarter than your deadbeat dad. Otherwise, how could that girl have grown up so safely?" "Oh, Dad." Weiner wanted to say something, but didn't dare to speak. "Are you troubled about something, Weiner? Or are you not used to living there? Or maybe that girl doesn't like you. If that's the case, he'll send you to Penglai. Your aunt can take care of you." No, Dad, I'm fine, everything is great. She treats me very well. Dad, I'm going to have breakfast now." But Yili messaged Mo, Qingxue, and the others. They had a fairy group chat. A single message sufficed. The gist was to tell them to come early, and he sent the coordinates. As for Chowhee, that rascal was also in the group, idly staring at his phone all day, quietly spying on everything. All the little secrets among the sisters were known to him. Yet puzzlingly, neither Xia Jinjin, Mo, Qingxue, nor Weiner felt any estrangement towards his presence. The morning passed swiftly, and just as noon arrived, Chow, his family driver, brought the group to the villa. Yili and Weiner had just finished their meal and came out to greet them, their faces beaming with smiles. Mo, Qingxue immediately launched herself at Yili in a fairy-like flying tackle, saying she had been restless these past 2 days, worried about him. Xia Jinjin joined in the fun, sandwiching Yili from behind and stirring up the mood. The 3 of them swayed back and forth like a hamburger. Chowhee also wanted to come forward to express something, but Yili flicked him on the forehead, and he quieted down. After a warm exchange, they all went inside. Once they shed their school uniforms, they presented a different charm. Especially Xia Jinjin, who was dressed in a Lolita style today, complete with 2 large ponytails, changing the entire atmosphere of the villa. Mo Kingsu's long hair still flowed gracefully, her figure impeccable. The only slight flaw was that Weiner's presence somewhat overshadowed her aura, making her seem less spirited. What made Yili secretly click his tongue was Chowhee. He had changed his bob haircut, taken off his glasses, and now sported a wolf-tail hairstyle, tied up like a samurai, not looking quite impressive. Admittedly, this little sleazy guy was indeed handsome, with broad eyebrows, large eyes, a straight nose, and thin lips, plus charming dimples. Yili couldn't help but praise him a couple of times, saying he had the style of his own youth. The others ignored him as they were used to his frequent nonsensical ramblings. Mo Qingxue suggested Yili show them around the villa, so they strolled through it for a while. During the tour, Weiner noticed Yili frequently glancing at Chowhee, and she was extremely suspicious. This was completely out of character for him. She wasn't the only one to notice. Mo Qingxue and Xia Jinjin also became strangely quiet. Chowhee himself was feeling a bit uneasy. Being appreciated by the boss felt good, but this sudden attention was inexplicably terrifying. After all, Yili was formidable, and Chowhee had witnessed his rage more than once or twice. Yili. Mo Qingxue was both tormented and speechless. Regarding the matter of Chowhee being a boyfriend, Yili had once explained to her that it was just for show, not to be taken seriously. But why was he now looking at Chowhee with a hint of dreamy affection in his eyes? Could it be? Mo Qingxue also wanted to exclaim, "What the hell?" Xia Jinjin was even more direct and blurted out, "Goddess, don't tell me you're into both men and women. If you're like that, I'm not joining in." Yi awkwardly averted his gaze, then pinched Xia Jinjin's chin with great dominance, declaring he only loved women. The reason he had been staring at Xiao He for so long was that the system had triggered a baffling choice. This made Yi involuntarily fantasize about that scenario, filled with an endless sense of excitement. 1. Have Xiao He go out in women's clothing, reward mastery of all instruments, 1,000 forgiveness points. 2. Personally dress and make up Xiao He to perfection, reward acting proficiency, 2,000 forgiveness points. This sudden choice was clearly asking Yi to transform Xiao He into a cross-dressing cutie. Damn, how thrilling. Yi had just been observing Xiao He's facial structure and suddenly realized that this guy was indeed a potential prospect. His face was small, and if dressed as a woman, he could definitely turn a bunch of straight men gay. This made him think of Xian Mo, that effeminate guy who seemed to have gotten breast implants. Choose both. Although this choice would somewhat traumatize Xiao He's psyche, it was still fun to do occasionally. As for the talents besides forgiveness points, Yi didn't care much. He couldn't quite understand the system's logic, giving him things that were utterly useless. So Yi used himself as an excuse to voice this idea. Mo Qingxue and the others were all stunned, then nodded with immense excitement, saying it was thrilling. Even Weiner nodded in agreement. This reaction baffled Yi. Girls were just too mischievous. Was this some innate complex in every girl? Why would Yi think so? Because in his past life his best friend's older sister used to do this all the time, causing his friend to constantly question his own orientation. Xiao He was extremely reluctant, still hoping to turn the boss straight, so how could he be willing to sink into this himself? But Yi's words left him helpless. Yi said, "Fine then, if you don't want to, we can stop hanging out from now on." Though it was shameless, it was effective. Xiao He wanted to cry. He loved being with the boss, and if they stopped hanging out his world would go dark. So he nodded in agreement. He agreed. And he even dared to make a request he would never normally make. Dressing up for a while is fine, but shouldn't the boss give me some reward? As he said this, blushing, he leaned his cheek forward, slowly getting closer. Yi understood instantly this was his own usual trick, so of course he knew what Xiao He was up to. He immediately kicked him. "I see you've gotten bolder, daring to ask me for a kiss. Damn, I need to teach you a lesson." In the dressing room, the fairies were bustling about, not for Xiao He, but choosing clothes, deciding which style series Xiao He should wear. Meanwhile, Yi personally took charge, starting by trimming Xiao He's eyebrows, shaving his upper lip, and removing facial hair. He didn't know how to apply makeup, but Mo Qingxue did and guided him. Of course they started with moisturizing and such. Next was the wig, which was a problem, but also not. Xia Jinjin excitedly took the money Yi gave her and went to a hair salon. Then she excitedly ran back holding 3 wigs of different styles, and also some transparent balloons. Yi didn't explain these, but the 3 girls seemed to understand, instantly blushing as they took them to the bathroom to fill with water. Throughout the whole process, Xiao He's face was ashen, his eyes dull, feeling incredibly embarrassed. What was even more shameful was that he felt an inexplicable excitement. What a sin. Next came the outfit change, and everyone else was asked to leave. Yi stayed. Firstly, because the choice required him to ensure perfection down to the finest detail, and changing clothes certainly counted. Secondly, Xiao He, being a young guy, definitely wouldn't know how to put on a bra. As for dirtying his eyes, Yi had seen it all before. "Take off your shirt," Yi instructed, then began picking out those little items that made Xiao He want to spit blood. He chose a style front clasp type, the kind that's very convenient. It was quite pretty with hollowed out little butterfly bows on both sides. Yi always used this type because he didn't have to fumble around behind his back. Just as he was about to put it on Xiao He noticed the guy had a nosebleed. It couldn't be helped if for a young guy like him every little piece of clothing here was a stimulating sight. Yi understood. Truly worrying like an old brother, he quickly grabbed some tissue to plug it up. After it was under control, he found Xiao He clutching a certain area and refusing to let go. Xiao He was blushing so hard his goosebumps were showing, but Yi ignored him, forcibly made him let go, and then dressed him. This action brought them very close, and smelling the fragrance of that hair, Xiao He was entranced, and actually, Yi felt something was wrong, looked down, and saw. Then Xiao He got a beating, though not on the face, since his makeup was freshly done, and smudging it would be troublesome. Finally, it was time to insert the water balloons, which admittedly was quite amusing. Next, Yi shaved Xiao He's leg hair, and put on white stockings. This was because Mo Qingxue and the others had chosen a Lolita series for Xiao He, the same type Weiner wore, known here as the Princess Series dress. After putting on the wig and the mint green dress, paired with platform shoes, Xiao He was stunningly transformed into a Lolita girl. Although Xiao He's figure was taller than Yi Li's and Wanner's, her dress was slightly too short, which only accentuated the length of her white stockinged legs. However, her shoes were a bit ill-fitting, causing her to walk with a peculiar gait. But these were minor issues. With this outfit and her sweet, alluring makeup, when she stepped out, Mo Qingxue, Wanner, and Xia Jinjin all gasped in unison. "Wow, you look amazing, sis. How did you make your eyeshadow and under-eye bags look so beautiful? And what's this? It looks like mermaid tears." Xia Jinjin's eyes were sparkling again. Yi suddenly realized why his childhood friend's older sister tormented him so much. Because dressing up a man was indeed great fun. With Xiao He's height, exquisite attire, and the lace. Bowtie choker on her neck. Anyone unaware of her true gender would react even more dramatically than Warner and the others. Yili nodded in satisfaction, thoroughly pleased with his handiwork. As Xia Jinjin's eyes gleamed, she reached out in surprise and grabbed Chao He's water balloon, letting out another gasp. Chao He was speechless, but the excitement surging from within, impossible to suppress, kept rising. In truth, he didn't even know why he was so excited. Hold that back, or even your bloomers underneath won't contain it. Yili tossed out the remark, then turned to call the others to go watch the concert. Chao He lowered his head shyly, wanting to say that this wasn't something he could control himself. Before they even got into the car, Chao He's driver stepped out and craned his neck toward the villa. Everyone stifled their laughter, ignoring Chao He's urge to crawl into a crack in the ground and piled into the car. Strange, where did the young master go? Ahem, right here, Uncle Chi. Driver Uncle Chi's eyes widened, and when he made out Chao He's feminine silhouette, he lamented, our ancestors are disgraced. The concert was held in the North City Open-Air Stadium. The stadium was said to cover 21 hectares with about 9,100 seats, such a massive venue that most singers would not dare to challenge it. But given Tian Nini's immense stature, it wasn't a question of challenge, or rather they worried whether there would be enough seats. And indeed that was the case. The stadium was surrounded by a bustling commercial district and various office buildings, so cars could not enter. Yi Li and the others had to walk. It was undeniable how famous Tian Nini was. Even though it was only past noon, the crowd was already a sea of people. Fortunately, the venue was spacious enough to avoid a crush. Besides the excited fans flocking from out of town or elsewhere, there were also people trying to piggyback on the event's popularity. This reminded Yi Li of the scene from his past life, when he watched the Bangshikalaka performance. Whenever there were events and trend chasers, there were always some internet celebrities who would pester you with questions. Just like now, Yi Li and his group were being harassed. Hello, 5 young ladies, I'm a street interviewer from the Taoyuan platform. Mind if I ask you a few questions? The 2 interviewers were both tall, strapping young men. One carried the equipment, while the other held the microphone. Why did they say 5 young ladies? Probably because Chao He's disguise was so convincing that no one saw through it. In fact, from the moment they got out of the car until now, he had already been asked for his number by several men, which made Xia Jinjin start to doubt herself. The young man holding the microphone, perhaps due to his positioning, aimed it directly at Yi Li. After a slight hesitation, Yi Li said, all right, ask as we walk. He wasn't one to be stingy. Thanks, little lady, you're so cute. May I ask, are you happy? The words sounded innocuous, but he emphasized the happy in a suggestive way. Clearly a seasoned player of wordplay, aiming to titillate the male viewers in his live stream. Yi Li didn't overthink it. Oh, my surname is Yi. The streamer was speechless. Haha, little lady, how old are you? I don't remember. If you count my past life, I'm not sure how to calculate it. The streamer was again speechless. You're quite unique, little lady. Then what requirements do you have for your future boyfriend? For example, wealth, appearance, or status? Yi Li muttered to himself. What kind of nonsense questions are these? Then he replied, I just don't like streamers. The streamer was speechless. Today is Miss Tian Nini's concert. Besides an Alistair like her, what other artists do you like? Let me think. Teacher Li Shuejin Xiao Shufengij, Iu J Cho JJ Joey, by Lu many more. And that guy with the Italian canon. The streamer was stunned for a few seconds, momentarily doubting his professionalism. Why hadn't he heard of any of these names? Then he quickly caught up, ignoring the previous question, and following the gift requests on the screen, asked a question from a viewer. Thanks for your cooperation, little lady. Last question, do you know what it means when something is extremely insulting, but causes little harm? Yi Li stopped finding it amusing. He glanced at the streamer with a hint of pity. This guy really wasn't suited for the job, his fans were clearly messing with him, and he actually dared to ask. Not a good question, not a good question. Ask something else. He waved his hand. Change it. It's a fan request, could you just answer it? Really, it's not good. I'm afraid you can't handle it. It's fine, I don't mind. The streamer insisted, leaving Yi Li with no choice but to comply. You really want to know? The streamer nodded eagerly. Seeing this, Yi Li stepped forward and spat lightly in his face, the spittle carrying a hint of femininity. That's the answer to your question. Do you feel insulted? The streamer froze, stunned for a full 10 seconds, while his fans in the live stream were ecstatic. Haha, I love that little lady's personality. No pretenses, no arrogance, and she's honest. What a goofy streamer, haha. I wish I had a girlfriend like that. But the streamer really is a bit of a fool, not cut out for this job. Meanwhile, Warner, Xia Jinjin, and Chao He asked in unison, who is Gidge? He's just a very talented guy. You've never met him. Mo Qingxue was busy reapplying lip gloss to Yi Li when she noticed he had stopped again. They saw him staring at a shop window in a daze. It was a motorcycle store, quite stylishly decorated. For it to be located here, the owner was clearly a man of taste. They were about to ask if he liked motorcycles when a group of people suddenly surrounded Chao He, and one of them knelt on one knee, presenting a gift box. Young lady, please be my girlfriend. I really like you, your eyebrows, your eyes. Oh, amidst the vast crowd, you've been deeply imprinted on my heart. The sudden turn of events left the group bewildered, then they couldn't help but laugh. Xia Jinjin, that rascal, kept urging Chao He to say yes. Truly wicked. Chao He, the little sissy, blushed with embarrassment. He deliberately extended his neck, trying to show his Adam's apple to make the man understand. But the man was already extremely nervous, too flustered to notice. Shooting a resentful glance at Yi Li, who was covering his face in laughter chow, he pursed his lips and said, "I'm a man." The contrast in his deliberately deepened voice was jarring. The man and his group of friends were collectively dumbfounded, then their expressions shifted. Chow's heart began to race. Yi Li clearly sensed that these men's eyes gleamed with excitement. "Run." He grabbed Wanner and Mo Qingxue and dashed off, then thought better of it, and pulled Xia Jinjin along, leaving Chow, he behind, too slow to react. When Chow he caught up, Yi Li saw that his eyes were red like a violated maiden. Stifling his laughter, Yi Li asked what had happened. But Chow he just buried his face in his brother's shoulder and sobbed. "They touched my butt," popped the balloon, and "Ooh." Amid their laughter, the group expressed that they understood the scene and kindly helped straighten his crooked wig and tidy his disheveled clothes. Laughing and chatting merrily, the group was indeed striking and lovely. While not 100% head-turner rate, at least the younger generation couldn't help but glance their way repeatedly. Chow he, after being tidied up by Mo Qingxue and the others, had returned to her usual self. The rosy tint in her eyes, however, added a touch of allure to her current appearance. She looked like a delicate, pitiable, highborn little princess. As for that ball, forget it. Apart from the water being a bit cold and her clothes slightly damp, there was no real harm done, and nothing was visible from the outside. With a little time left before 3 o'clock, Xia Jinjin suggested taking a group photo at the plaza in front of the gymnasium. Yi Li naturally had no objection, but Wanner felt a bit awkward, probably due to the environment being reluctant to face cameras and such. She had even avoided them during the interview earlier. However, not wanting to dampen the group's spirits, she nestled quietly beside Yi Li. Xia Jinjin had disappeared for a moment, and when she returned, she was as frantic as a baboon, shrieking wildly. "Quick, quick, they're melting, they're melting." She held 5 soft-serve ice creams in her hands, which were starting to drip, coating her small hands. The others quickly took them. Yi Li was feeling a bit warm himself, so, well, let's not describe that scene, but it's a bit too sweet. The plaza was crowded, probably because it wasn't quite time to enter yet. Everyone was a fan, huddled in small groups. Xia Jinjin had specifically brought her DSLR camera. Thanks to her lowly appearance and dramatic talent, a few passers-by were more than happy to take photos for Yi Li and the others. 1, 2, 3, cheese. Click. They took several shots from various angles. With the central fountain and a faint rainbow bridge in the background, the photos turned out beautiful. "Yo, you actually came." Amidst the joyful atmosphere, someone rudely interrupted. Turning around, Yi Li and the others felt a headache coming on. It was Ling Ling and her group. They hadn't expected them to arrive so early. Being polite, Yi Li, Mo Qingxue, and the others greeted them with a respectful "Senior. How dare we not come? I'm still waiting for you to confess to Zhu Yurun at the confession stage." Mo Qingxue had been present for that bet, and Xia Jinjin had learned of it during later chats. Chow he, however, was probably unaware. "You? So what if you came? Where are your tickets? Show us your tickets." This. Yi Li was momentarily speechless. He didn't actually have tickets yet. "Can't produce them? Then kneel and kowtow to me." Ling Ling was exceptionally aggressive, disregarding the many onlookers, her words sharp and venomous. "Yeah, where are your tickets? Don't tell us you're just here for show." The girls with Ling Ling joined in the mockery, their attitudes haughty, as if buying expensive tickets made them superior. I bet they came early on purpose to avoid Ling Ling, take some photos, and then show them at school to prove they were here, just to bluff their way through. "Too bad they didn't expect us to be here this early." "Hey Ling Ling, why make her kneel here? Make her kneel when we get back to school, that's more humiliating." The 7 or 8 of them attacked in turns, their words growing nastier. Mo Qingxue couldn't stand such veiled insults towards Yi Li. Just as she was about to speak, 2 people stepped forward from both sides simultaneously. Almost at the same instant, they angrily pointed at Ling Ling and the girls who were plotting to humiliate Yi Li. "Say one more word, and I'll throw you all into the fountain." The 2 were none other than Qin Yang and Qi Xiao. Surprisingly, Qi Xiao had also gotten wind of the situation. The guy who loved watching ball games had actually come to a concert. Qin Yang, who knew the full story, didn't rebuke Ling Ling like Qi Xiao did, but instead used an intimidating glare. It was clearly effective. Ling Ling and her group were startled and immediately shut their mouths. When these 2 appeared, they seemed both surprised and unsurprised by each other's presence. They exchanged a glance, and the atmosphere turned awkward. Although the campus was large, news traveled fast. Their feelings for her were hardly a secret. Last time over the ball game, they had put aside their personal rivalry for the sake of collective honor, but this time was different. Neither was willing to yield or tolerate the other in this matter. Yi Li rolled his eyes. Before the 2 could start their inevitable bickering, like, "Didn't expect you to come too." He turned and walked away to make a phone call. He really couldn't stand the cringeworthy tension, and since explanations were futile, there was no other choice. Mo Qingxue, Xia Jinjin, and the others, each with a different expression, but all understanding Yi Li's temperament, followed him. Further away, one person stood alone in lawn. Oddly, the classmate named Pu Mingrue was nowhere to be seen. Lan watched the scene calmly, then turned and walked towards the crowd, seemingly not even glancing at Qin Yang. This was unlike her usual mischievous self. She was here simply to watch the concert quietly. She was a fan of the big star too. After all, she was a girl and dreams and fantasies were inevitable. Just as Yili hung up the phone, he caught a glimpse of Lan's retreating figure from the corner of his eye. His gaze flickered, and he muttered curiously, "Where's that little white lotus gone off to?" Mo Qingxue replied, "It's a sad story. I heard that on the day of the ball game, she got into a car accident on her way to dinner and hasn't woken up yet." "A car accident, huh? No wonder she wasn't at the game that day." Yili nodded, not feeling much about it. If anything, he thought people should be kind, or else they might just kick the bucket. He had just called Tian Nini, who said it wasn't convenient for her to come out, and that she'd send someone to pick them up. Yili understood. A star that big coming out would cause chaos. He also reminded Tian Nini to have the person bring the tickets. Just then Qin Yang approached with a faint smile. "If it weren't for you that day, the game might have." "It was nothing, senior. No need to thank me. We have some things to discuss, so if you don't mind, please don't disturb us." Qin Yang's smile froze a flicker of disappointment in his eyes, but he nodded respectfully. "All right, if you need anything, you can find me." Okay, bye, senior." Yili was grateful. "If you hadn't been so easygoing, I might have had to make a public scene again today." Qi Xiao, on the other hand, didn't come over mainly out of embarrassment, but he couldn't suppress the flutter in his heart. Watching from afar was its own kind of happiness. However, besides stealing glances at Yili, this guy was also staring at someone else. Not just anyone, but the tall, beautiful, charming Xiao He. He was somewhat familiar with her. At first, seeing this beautiful girl, he was stunned, wondering who she was. But the more he looked, the more familiar she seemed, until she overlapped with someone he knew. When he finally confirmed who she was, Qi Xiao's eyes bulged instantly. He slapped his hands together, stomped his foot, and yelled, "Damn it!" Heaven knows what other thoughts had been having just moments before. His heart had already suffered a critical blow, and he felt like dying. Xiao He had been keeping her head down since he appeared, hoping not to be recognized. Seeing Qi Xiao's reaction, she too wanted to die. Yi Li and the others were covering their mouths, snickering, clearly having figured it out as well. Just then a few people walked over from the crowd, led by a sharp-looking woman with short hair. Many recognized her and shouted, "Wow, isn't that Nini's manager and assistant?" As fans, how could they not recognize Tian Nini's manager? Even Mo Qingxue gasped in surprise. Ling Ling's group was even more excited, covering their mouths in shock. Why would Nini's manager suddenly appear here? Ignoring the crowd's commotion, the sharp woman scanned the area repeatedly, clearly looking for someone matching the description Tian Nini had given her. Her gaze finally settled on a girl dressed in a plain white cake skirt and a long sun protection cardigan bathed in sunlight. She walked over with a smile and said in a pleasant voice, "You must be Miss Yi, right?" Seeing her actions and hearing her words, the crowd gasped. Ling Ling and her group shook their heads in disbelief. The poised woman undeniably brought a tidal wave of attention. Word of her identity spread like wildfire among the waiting fans, reaching nearly everyone in the crowd. Among them were no small number of campus music enthusiasts, including many from the 56 schools. They too witnessed the scene from within the throng, each one struck with sheer astonishment. That girl in white. Could she be the goddess Yi Li? How does she know Nini's manager? And that manager is being so courteous to her. Oh my god. Just what kind of monster is our goddess? We could accept her superhuman strength and her extraordinary talent. But now she's getting smiles from a manager of that caliber. Isn't that going too far? Are you even human? As her peers, they were envious, yet also subjected to an indescribable psychological blow, feeling that their goddess was too outstanding for them to even share the same school with. The fans who were out of the loop were equally filled with envy. That was the manager of a superstar diva, a position akin to a high-ranking lady-in-waiting to entertainment royalty. Just being able to speak a word or exchange a greeting with her was enough to adorn one's head with a glorious halo of vanity. It was something one could boast about endlessly within their circle to satisfy their inner vanity and earn praise and admiration from others. Unfortunately, that person was none of them, so they could only fantasize. Mo Qingxue was so excited her face was flushed red. Had Xia Jinjin not nudged her when she noticed something was off, the girl might have fainted from holding her breath. Yi Li, however, was a bit bewildered. Hearing the crowd continuously shout things like Nini, he was full of question marks. Who was that? It seems to be Sister Nini's stage name. Wayner said, seeing him wear that silly, dazed expression again, knowing he was out of the loop. Ah, so it's her. Fancy name, almost didn't recognize her myself. Miss Yi. Yes, that's me. First, I must thank you for taking such good care of Nini recently. The entire Diva Company is deeply grateful to you. Her words rang with sincerity, gratitude emanating from the very core of her being. Anyone who thrived in this industry wasn't dull-witted. Tian Nini had disappeared for half a month and returned with an entire album written. Tian Xin refused to believe that the young woman before her hadn't played a crucial role in that. Oh, you're exaggerating. Nini and I are close, there's no need for thanks. It was the least I could do. Miss Yi, you are truly beautiful. May I describe you as an orchid of tranquil elegance? Tian Xin said with a warm smile, a stark contrast to her usual assertive demeanor. Yi Li waved her hand dismissively. That's too ethereal. If you really want to compliment me, just call me a fairy. Nini was right, Miss Yi has a great sense of humor. Alright then, fairy, please follow me. Tian Xin didn't hesitate to show Yi Li and her group great respect in front of everyone, personally gesturing for them to follow, which unsurprisingly drew another wave of envy from the crowd. Yi Li interjected hurriedly, wait. Did Nini give you the tickets? Tian Xin was momentarily taken aback, thinking that since she had come personally, the tickets hardly seemed to matter anymore. But she didn't question why he wanted them at that moment, simply handing them over to Yi Li. Yi Li took them, said a quick thanks, and walked over to Ling Ling. Hey senior, take a look at this. Panicking yet? Seeing Zhu Yurun's face in your mind. Feeling like smashing the confession stage. Haha, he strutted around Ling Ling like a nouveau riche, flaunting the tickets in his hand. He tormented her for a moment before leaving, not wanting Ling Ling to have a mental breakdown before the confession show. Indeed, Ling Ling was already on the verge of collapse. The mere thought of Zhu Yurun's terrifyingly rotund physique and his black pig-like skin made her want to die. She shouldn't have made that bet with Yi Li. Sis Ling, are we still going to watch? Her friend asked tentatively. Of course we are. The tickets are already bought. But what about the confession? Don't bring that up. I refuse to do it, and what can she do about it? Seeing Yi Li enter the venue ahead of them, Qin Yang and Qi Xiao felt helpless. They exchanged a glance and simultaneously let out a wry smile. The girl they once knew was flying further and further away. The gap between them, no, it was a chasm now, seemed impossible to bridge. Tian Xin led Yi Li's group straight to the backstage passage, explaining that Tian Nini was already waiting. Unfortunately, only Yi Li and Weiner could go. Xia Jinjin Xiao He and Mo Qingxue had to stay behind. When Yi Li asked why, Tian Xin replied that she didn't trust them. Yi Li was speechless at that, but he understood and didn't press the issue. Forcing it would only cause trouble for Tian Nini. Make sure you take tons of photos. And remember to get her autograph for me. Mo Qingxue had snapped out of her excitement, though she was burning with curiosity about how Yi Li knew Tian Nini. But given the circumstances, she had to suppress her questions, only reminding her about the autograph. Yeah, sure. Weiner and I will find you guys in a bit. Take care of them for me, buddy. Chao He nodded bashfully. Tian Xin was utterly confused by the exchange, and as she looked at Chao He's nod, her eyes changed, giving him a thorough appraising once-over. She found the whole situation quite intriguing. Not bad. He had potential to be a charming male idol. The backstage prep room was spacious, and the long, wide corridor walls were plastered with Tian Nini's posters. Her fiery look was so different that Yi Li almost didn't recognize her. Below the posters was written Nini. Tian Nini, and below that I'm waiting for her, along with the location in the northern city and the number of tour dates. Some entertainment reporters likely connected to local media spotted Tian Xin and rushed over like madmen, bombarding her with questions. These people had ties to the local entertainment press and had been tipped off, so they had snuck into the backstage area early, hoping to capture some explosive headlines. However, Tian Xin had plenty of crowd control around her, so they couldn't get close. Yi Li noticed that Weiner seemed quite repulsed by the situation, so she instinctively moved to shield her. The reporters, seeing that Tian Xin was ignoring them, and keenly noticing Yi Li's protective gesture, turned their attention to her. Excuse me, miss, what is your connection to this concert? Are you perhaps with Nini? Yi Li couldn't hear the rest of their questions as they had just entered the true backstage dressing room. As the door opened, a fragrant figure pounced towards her, and Tian Nini's soft, coquettish voice echoed in her ears. I've missed you so much. Yi Li suddenly sensed a deep negativity from her, something akin to grievance and suppression. She dropped her usual cocky attitude and asked with concern, What's wrong? Feeling down? I don't know. I just miss you terribly. I miss the little moments, the silly laughter, the shy blushes, the carefree times. Her voice trembled slightly. Yi Li felt once again that Nini seemed to have an ocean of sorrow she couldn't vent, and it cast a shadow over her own mood. Weiner, I missed you too. Come here, let me hug you. Tian Xin, her eyes lowered, quietly stepped out and closed the door behind her. Caught off guard, Weiner was pulled into the hug, her chin resting on Tian Nini's shoulder as if being held in a gentle headlock. She was startled at first, but then her eyes curved into a happy smile. Tian Nini looked exceptionally beautiful today. Dressed in a strappy mermaid-style performance gown and high heels, she was already slightly taller than Yi Li and Weiner, and the difference was even more pronounced now. The three of them chatted affectionately for a long while. Then out of the blue, Tian Nini told Yi Li to go to the makeup room, saying his clothes were too casual. Weiner couldn't escape either and was dragged along with her. As if she had given prior instructions, the makeup artist wasn't surprised at all. She cheerfully invited Yi Li and Weiner to sit down, and then began what seemed like a major transformation project. Throughout this period, Tian Nini never left, brazenly demanding that Yi Li compose on the spot. She recorded the lyrics and musical notation as he created. Yi Li inwardly resisted, but considering that Tian Nini might be preparing some kind of surprise, he didn't want to hold her back. The makeup artist, however, was left speechless by him. Why? Perhaps the system's mastery of all instruments had reorganized his memory, causing his recall of songs from the greats of Earth to become chaotic. He kept striking dramatic poses, as if to say stop. Each time he gestured, the carefully applied makeup would be ruined. This happened repeatedly until the makeup artist was visibly irritated. But soon enough Yili recalled a vast array of melodies, joyful, melancholic, explosive, and cute, covering the full spectrum. Tian Nini's smile throughout the process was eerily strange, almost spine-chilling. Yili asked her several times what she was planning, but she remained silent. She then left, and didn't return for a long time. When she came back, Yili and Weiner had been forcibly dressed in specially tailored outfits. Yili was utterly exasperated. Was a full makeover really necessary for a concert? After another round of preparations, when Yili and Weiner emerged from the dressing room, Tian Nini could only marvel at their perfection. Yili was now clad in a stylish, modernized short cheongsam dress, cinched at the waist with a flared skirt that ended above the knee. It was distinctly Chinese and youthful. The color scheme was festive, a striking black and red combination adorned with intricate vine-like woven cords that, despite their complexity, looked perfectly coherent. Her hair was also transformed. The high ponytail was gone, replaced by a princess braid. To Yili's dismay, she was also crowned with a glittering tiara. What are you trying to do? I just wanted to see how you sing. Why are you torturing me? Tian Nini just chuckled, then turned her gaze to Weiner. Compared to Yili's festive look, Weiner's attire was more gothic. She wore a nearly identical black cheongsam dress, but in a pure solid black. Interestingly, her hairstyle was completely different, styled into two buns on either side of her head. While changing, Yili almost wished they could swap, because she felt her current look made her resemble a certain mythical creature. Then came the dreaded part, the high heels, which were even higher than the ones she had worn for the class meeting. Yili inwardly cursed, feeling unsteady and lightheaded. Walking was a challenge, and she had to resist the urge to grab onto something for support. However, she had to admit she felt a surge of confidence. As the clock neared 4, fans began to stream into the venue. Yili and Weiner were escorted out by Tian Xin, likely for early seating. Of course, Mo Qingxue and the others weren't forgotten. Why did you change outfits? Who knows, she's got bats in the belfry. But you look amazing. Anyone would think you were the star of tonight's show. Mo Qingxue said, running her hands over Yili's dress. Xia Jinjin simply hugged Yili as they walked, also captivated by her beauty. She looked quite dashing. As soon as they entered the venue, the crowd collectively gasped. The sheer scale was overwhelming. Xiaohe, who seemed to suffer from mild claustrophobia, staggered, as if about to faint. The number of people was immense. With 90,000 seats plus the stage set up in the elliptical center, the actual crowd size was staggering. Nearly 110,000. It was a true sea of people, incredibly noisy, making one's head buzz. Yili and her group were seated in the front row, just a few steps from the stage. As they settled into their seats, everyone was swept up in the exciting atmosphere. Weiner had initially planned to buy 3 glow sticks, but ended up buying a large bundle, so everyone had several. Yili craned her neck to look around, not for any particular reason, but just to tease Ling Ling. Unfortunately, all she could see were heads. The concert was scheduled to start at 4, but there was a warm-up period. As evening approached, and the sky began to darken, the superstar finally appeared. Who am I? As she playfully extended the microphone to the audience. A thunderous collective roar followed. 90. In that instant, Yili felt the very strands of her hair vibrate with the sound. If I love her so much. Mo Qingxue exclaimed, stomping her feet in excitement, her eyes glued to Tian Nini. As if anyone here doesn't. Dressed up all fancy, just waiting to be on camera. It's so annoying, people like you. You know this is Nini's show, yet you deliberately dress up like you're the main act. Do you really think you're that beautiful? A few beautiful women seated nearby, seemingly annoyed by Yili's group's stunning appearance, made snide remarks. Those who could afford front row seats were certainly wealthy, and their willingness to offend others openly suggested they had strong backgrounds. Yili glanced at them. People like this existed everywhere. Getting upset over them would be exhausting. She decided to ignore them, treating their words as background noise. Seeing that Yili didn't respond, the woman felt bored, but deliberately pulled at her skirt, as if Yili were somehow dirty. How could she act like that? Mo Qingxue glared at her. Why bother with her? Let's just watch the show. If she keeps it up, we'll deal with her later. Hello everyone, I'm so glad to see you all again. Showing proper etiquette, Tian Nini began with a bow of gratitude. This sent the fans into a frenzy of excited screams. Well, I know you're all eager to hear my new songs, so I won't ramble on. Let's begin. The music began to play softly. The first song was Uninhabited Island, a piece filled with a profound sense of loneliness. It was clear that Tian Nini had mastered the essence of the song, performing with deep immersion and conveying a particularly sorrowful atmosphere. 16 cameras captured her every angle, displayed on massive screens for the fans to see clearly. Many fans sang along, their voices joining hers in a powerful wave of sound. By the time she reached the 6th song, Rendada's Birds and Cicadas, Tian Nini's emotions seemed to break, and she finally couldn't hold back her tears. The fans shouted in concern, their anxiety palpable, wishing they could cry for her. Mo Qingxue and the others felt the same. Only Yili and Weiner watched her quietly. Tian Nini's sadness was so palpable, and the two who had spent so much time with her could truly feel it. This wasn't about the song or her performance, it was something deeper. Yili was puzzled. What was on this girl's mind? And why wouldn't she confide in him? Reflecting on this, Yili realized how little he truly knew about Tian Nini. Beyond some basic facts, he didn't even know which region she was from. He felt a pang of guilt. He had been insensitive and resolved to be more attentive to her in the future. Hell, I apologize for losing my composure. It's just that this song brings back so many memories. I'm deeply grateful to someone, she was the warm sunshine in my life. Without her, tears made Tian Nini seem fragile, swaying slightly. When she spoke of this person, her expression was a mixture of joy and sorrow. Her delicate face was a heartbreaking sight, eliciting sighs of sympathy from the audience. Are you all curious about how I managed to create an entire album in such a short time? She deliberately paused, leaving the crowd in suspense. Murmurs rippled through the audience. Yeah, why? Nini is talented, and all her songs are great, but this time feels truly different. Not only are they great, but they also have such beautiful imagery. Could she have collaborated with someone? Who could it be? They must be so talented. I'd love to meet them. The group of beautiful women nearby were also whispering. If they had known that the talented person they were talking about was sitting right next to them, their expressions would have been priceless. It's because there is someone who is so far superior to me in the realm of music, someone who has taught me so much. Tian Nini continued to build the suspense. Yi Li's expression changed drastically as a sense of foreboding washed over him. Who is it? The fans had emerged from the earlier melancholy, their anticipation now palpable as they chanted for the name. Wainer slowly turned her head, and as Yi Li met her gaze, his feeling of dread intensified. Tian Nini walked step by step toward the edge of the stage, winking at Yi Li as if to say surprise. Yi Li wanted to throttle her. He finally understood why Tian Nini had gone to such lengths to dress him up. This was her plan. As she walked, the heads of 110,000 people followed her in unison. Tian Nini, grinning again, fanned the flames. This person is practically invincible in music, effortlessly composing on the spot. Would you all like to meet them? The crowd erupted, shouting yes. Meanwhile, the director backstage was cursing furiously. What the hell is she doing? Is this some kind of joke? The backstage was all about perfecting the concert's overall effect, with camera switching being the most critical element, otherwise the visuals would suffer. This sudden turn of events left the director completely stunned. This wasn't part of the plan. Pull all cameras from 1 to 16 away, blur them. This kind of improvisation was pure chaos, and if it ruined the entire concert, his reputation as a director would be tarnished. If Tian Nini weren't so influential, he would have stormed onto the stage to demand an explanation. For now, he could only suppress his frustration. Outside the venue, the fans erupted as Tian Nini deliberately built up the anticipation. Their eyes followed her every move, and although it was too far to see who she was looking at, it didn't stop their excitement and admiration. For the renowned diva to admit someone surpassed her in music, that person must be a significant figure, at least a well-known name in the domestic music scene. Nini is heading our way. Could the person she mentioned be right here among us? The beautiful women seated near Yi Li excitedly covered their mouths with their hands, fidgeting restlessly. If not for the ushers, they might have rushed forward. Mo Qingxue and her group were equally thrilled, but they all instinctively turned their gaze towards Yi Li. Yi Li had already given them so many shocks, and after Tian Xian personally greeted her earlier, they learned from her words that she already knew Tian Nini. So with Tian Nini putting on this show, wasn't the person she meant none other than Yi Li? Hey, how many more secrets do you have that I don't know about? Mo Qingxue, seated to Yi Li's left, was both excited and numb. Of course, she also felt the pure hope of seeing her friend bask in glory. She wanted the world to envy Yi Li with a truly selfless wish. Yi Li forced a bitter smile. Heaven knows how fast his heart was racing. He was just an ordinary person, never having seen much of the world in this life or the past. Being singled out in such a grand setting was bound to set his nerves on edge. To make matters worse, he had to go on stage. The pressure mounted endlessly. Just then the system triggered a choice. 1. Go on stage and sing 5 songs with Tian Nini, receive a pair of sky-covering wings, 1,000 forgiveness points. 2. Additionally, sing 5 solo songs requiring a cheerful and playful style, receive metal field control, 2,000 forgiveness points. Note: metal field control has an effective range of 5 meters. Sky-covering wings can be summoned with a thought lasting no more than 3 minutes per use, with a 16-hour cooldown. Upgradable. Say what you will, Yi Li's obsession with wings was deeply ingrained. He had always wanted a pair. Ever since that night by Changing River, when he learned Yu Xiao had wings, had been envious. Now that this choice had appeared, he had no reason to refuse. Besides, refusing meant no choices for a year, which would extend his time as a woman by who knows how long. So even without Tian Nini's antics, Yi Li had to go up. This person is right here among you. She is. Tian Nini paused for effect once more, and the massive concert fell silent, everyone waiting for her answer. She is right in front of me. Tian Nini had just stopped, and aside from the ushers, she was barely 3 meters from Yi Li, facing her directly. Due to the temporarily blurred cameras, the hundreds of thousands of fans couldn't see who she was pointing at. But the fans in the front rows could see clearly that the person Tian Nini was pointing at was a young girl. Murmurs of surprise spread through part of the crowd, quickly followed by sounds of doubt and skepticism, mostly along the lines of, "Are you sure? How old is she? Is she really that talented?" The beautiful women around Yi Li were dumbfounded, their eyes wide as saucers. Without giving the crowd time to speculate further, Tianmini, her eyes fixed on Yi Li, invited. Amidst the vast crowd, fate brought us together. If not for meeting you, my life would be incomplete. Missy, would you join me on stage for a song? Her eyes sparkled with a smile as she recalled that day she met Yi Li with warm sunshine and gentle breezes, Yi Li standing by the beetle radiating beauty. Hundreds of thousands heard her words and frantically tried to recall famous people with the surname Yi. Some even began searching online, but while there were many with that name, none were prominent in music, and those who weren't well known. That settled it. Upon hearing the surname, Yi Mo Qingshu Xia Jinjin and Xiao He all confirmed that the person was indeed Yi Li. Oddly enough, their reactions were even more intense than Yi Li's, especially Xiao He, who started trembling with excitement. They loved watching their boss steal the show. It was pure entertainment. Only Weiner remained relatively composed, though she too felt a slight change as the occasion made their emotions different. Almost simultaneously, she and Mo Qingshu nudged Yi Li, signaling that Tianmini was waiting. Not just them, but even the fans were urging her on, their chants shifting from agree to miss Yi. The volume and intensity of the sound were the highest Yi Li had ever experienced. It wasn't that he didn't want to move, it was that his damn legs wouldn't obey him. Come on, someone help me up. That wretch Tianmini was secretly grinning, clearly noticing Yi Li's predicament. She suppressed her smile, and with the usher's help walked over to stand before Yi Li, extending a hand to pull him up. Throughout the process, everyone in the front rows watched intently, their expressions flushed with excitement. Couldn't you have given me a heads up? Yi Li stood up shakily with Tianmini's support. As they walked towards the stage, Tianmini chuckled. I wanted to surprise you. There was indeed a surprise, but no shortage of shock either. More importantly, Yi Li had no idea what the consequences would be. Would he be hounded by paparazzi? Would the whole school stare at him? Would he go viral online? That would spell the end of his peaceful days. As if reading his thoughts, Tianmini added, don't you realize that me publicly endorsing you is better than you auditioning for music schools? It saves you a lot of trouble, and you might even become an overnight sensation. That was true. Tianmini's move was essentially giving Yi Li a fan base. Yi Li sighed. He didn't need any of this. He never took his studies seriously, nor did he plan on a career as a singer. Whatever, let's just get through this first, and deal with the rest later. Priority was completing the choice. The lighting technician seemed to lack direction as the spotlight followed Tianmini and Yi Li all the way from the audience to the stage. Once they were on stage, the commotion began. Who is she? Never seen her before. She's pretty sure, but is she really as good as Nini says? No way, man. We just want to see Nini's concert, not some clown trying to buy fame. Such comments were in the minority, mainly because the director wasn't giving them a camera shot. But the students of the 56 schools, including Qin Yang, Qi Xiaoling, and others, were frozen when they saw the vaguely familiar figure on stage. The petite figure and the title Miss Yi made them all think of the same person instantly. And then all doubt vanished, replaced by a single overwhelming thought: I'm about to explode. Tianmini was a master at controlling the stage, smoothly transitioning from the lead to a supporting role, and even acting as a temporary host. She smiled at Yi Li and said formally, Miss Yi, everyone is eager to meet you. How about an introduction? This seemingly trivial act would bring glory to the 56 schools, making Yi Li's life at school even smoother. Yi Li didn't think that far ahead. He was no longer as nervous as before, having expected to be stared at by a sea of eyes. But with the bright lights, he could barely see the audience. Still, there was some lingering tension. His tongue even slipped as he quickly responded, Ada. My name is Yi Li, a student of the 56 schools. The 56 fans of the school anthem were on the verge of breaking down, unable to bear such torment. Was this Yi Li some kind of myth? How was she everywhere? The other fans were restless, saying all sorts of things, with some even declaring they were turning from fans to haters. But what the hell was the use of that? Tianmini and Yi Li couldn't hear them anyway. Besides, did they really care about one or two fans? If you didn't want to listen, then so be it. Backstage, the director was cursing up a storm, nearly smashing the equipment in his fury. Still, he didn't switch the camera feed. Tianmini also noticed the change on the screen, but she wasn't worried. She could guarantee that in a moment the director would be wildly excited, shouting and pointing a camera at Yi Li. I know you all have some doubts, but soon you'll fall in love with Miss Yi. With that, she took Yi Li's hand and gave the band a look. As the crowd stood in collective bewilderment, music flooded the entire venue. Dang, dang, dang. From the very start, it was painted with an air of mystery. This was followed by the melodious, yet dark sound of a violin. Then it was filled with various musical elements, the rhythm soaring with a ticking sound. Yi Li instantly got into the groove, even closing her eyes in enjoyment, letting her mind go blank. She really liked this song too. As if they were connected by a silent understanding, or perhaps passing rhythmic signals through their hands, it was Yi Li who sang first. In the alley of 1983, clear skies in December, the 7th chapter of the night, the typewriter continues to push on towards the next line that nears the truth. The mist from the stone pipe drifts towards the withered tree. That's right, this was Jay Cho's The 7th Chapter of the Night. Yili had the lyrics practically etched into her mind, knowing them, as well as the back of her hand, as she had loved them in her past life. This song was also on Tion Nini's album, and the fans had all heard it. Almost the instant Yili opened her mouth, hundreds of thousands of people fell completely silent. Besides the beautiful singing, they found it incredibly fitting, even more perfect than when Tion Nini sang it. This wasn't to say Tion Nini's singing wasn't good, but rather their personal styles differed. The director backstage was also stunned. That voice, that sense of rhythm, was simply impeccable. It was as if this song was originally meant to come from this young girl's mouth. Camera 2 pulled back a bit. Without knowing why he spoke. As the camera pulled back, two figures appeared on the screen, Tion Nini and Yili reflected in it. Upon seeing that petite figure, some people went crazy with hoots and hollers, probably otaku types who were into young girls. Like a butterfly effect, most of the crowd started singing along. Of course, getting even 50% of the lyrics right made you an expert. Quick, push camera 9 up to make it a bit softer. The director put on his headphones and started switching shots. On stage they had reached the chorus and Tion Nini began to sing. If evil is a gorgeous and cruel movement, I will personally write its finale. Yili rapped beside her, the two working together seamlessly, having practiced it countless times in the villa. Wow, what a cute girl, I'm a fan now, I want all her info. Me too. She seems so cool and aloof when singing, but she's got such a vibe. People were already starting to express their adoration. Mo Qingxue and the others were so excited they didn't know whether to sit or stand. Words like pride couldn't quite capture this feeling, it was simply overwhelming excitement. As the song ended, Yili realized her palms were sweaty, she was still quite nervous. And with the lights swaying, she gradually noticed. There were so many heads out there. Stay calm, don't pee. Tion Nini deliberately saved the remaining 5 songs from the album. Besides 7th chapter, there were Wings, Love Exists, and 4 others. Did you all enjoy it? As time went on, the album's songs were finished, and Tion Nini was also a bit out of breath. Her question was met with a terrifying response, a cacophony of voices, all saying they hadn't heard enough. But my songs are all done. How about listening to a song Miss Yi just wrote? Yes. Faces were flushed with excitement, their hearts pounding, completely smitten with the girl on stage. The key was her talent. Without it, this effect would have been impossible. If she had been tone deaf with a grating voice, the fans would have been demanding refunds. Tion Nini looked at Yili and winked, seemingly just as eager to hear the song she had written during the makeup session. Yili responded with her eyes, signaling that she was okay and could sing. Her mind wasn't on whether to sing or not, but on how to act cute. Damn, that was something she didn't know how to do. And it had to be a cheerful, upbeat song. The song itself wasn't a big problem. Half of the ones she had written for Tion Nini earlier were in a happy style. Should I have the band start? Tion Nini whispered, her expression also excited. The lights dimmed, apparently having coordinated with the band. The lighting technician, being sensible, was setting the mood. Yili stood on stage looking a bit nervous, but internally, she was still pondering the acting cute dilemma. Suddenly, she slapped her forehead, causing the fans to startle, and she yelled out, "That's it." Only after shouting did she realize the microphone was still in her hand. She then broke into a charming, sweet smile that made the men in the audience's hearts flutter and their throats go dry. It couldn't be helped. With her outfit and that beaming smile, she was stirring something deep and primal within them. After all, every hero loves a beauty, even a coward would. The reason for her sudden excitement was that Yili had realized something. She might not know how to act cute, but she had acting skills. As long as she seriously thought about that, wouldn't the feeling just come naturally? As if responding to her emotional shift, the music started playing right on cue. The song had a strong Tang Dynasty style and was interesting right from the beginning. Not just the fans, but even the band members were nodding their heads and tapping their feet. And on everyone's face was a relaxed smile. Yili steadied herself. As the intro began, she started to sing. "Big bull, wait a moment, let's have another game of Go. Last night, I caught a chill, it's not that my feet are weak." The sparrows chirp and fuss, annoying the mind. Old Wong from the East is also watching the game, laughing at my mediocrity. As soon as she opened her mouth, the whole venue went wow, because Yili had lowered her voice a bit. Not in a shout-singing way, mind you, not like those thunder styles. Rather, this song leaned towards a boyish tone. It was Shuangshan's little chess player. It was very interesting with playful lyrics. Combined with the acting scenarios, she had just thought of, she began to sway left and right. Her skirt hem rippled slightly, and her fair arms gestured in the air. Sometimes she'd put her hands behind her back with a feigned pout, other times she'd bend over to point. She was singing and acting out the little story within the lyrics all by herself. It indeed looked very cute and charming. The director was going crazy, apparently, also becoming a fan. His initial scrutinizing and doubtful gaze had transformed into one of surprise and awe. Zoom in, zoom in. Cameras 1, 7, 10, no, forget the ones in the audience, get them all on stage. Full body shots. Close-ups. Quick. And just like that, the control screens displayed various angles of Yili on stage. The poor girl seemed to have gotten a fright, as several guys carrying equipment circled around her, capturing her from all angles. High-angle shots, sprinting close-ups, shots blocking her face, they did it all. She visibly flinched on screen, but quickly regained her composure. The camera captured her youthful figure, perfectly catching even the finest details. On the big screen, you could even see her individual eyelashes. Some perverted cameraman kept the focus locked on Yi Li's earlobe, which was a rather alluring shot. Even the director couldn't bear to scold him because he liked it too. This concert had wide-reaching effects, and since it was live-streamed, this beautiful girl, Yi Li, instantly dominated the evening's internet headlines. The barrage of comments on major platforms were countless, with a surprising majority coming from female users. They probably really liked her. Even though they had come to watch Tian Nini, there was nothing wrong with becoming a fan of another. After that initial shock, Yi Li gradually calmed down. Everything has an adjustment period. This girl had a strong capacity for adaptation. By now, she had no nervousness left. However, whenever she looked back at the concert and saw her sweet charming self on screen, she always felt a little nauseous. Clever, brave, and full of vigor, I truly envy myself. Hula hoops are no problem. 2 backflips, and a salute. Across the land, I won't give up searching for the chocolate of weight loss. Round head, round brain, round belly, inside lies the essence of life. Let us sing a joyful song together. A concert that was not exactly sensational, yet somehow had come to an end. The closing song was the last one Yi Li had just sung, quite playful, and as for why he chose to sing it, he was rather puzzled himself. Alright, how much longer are you going to hug? In the lounge, Tian Nini was getting emotional again. This time Tian Xin had allowed Mo Qingxue, Xia Jinjin, Chao He, and the others inside, and they were all watching from the side. Apart from Mo Qingxue, everyone else was fairly clear-headed. I can't go back with you all, yet it's bound to be a long time before we see each other again. What's wrong with a little longer hug? You're always so stingy. Tian Nini pouted, and finally she planted a kiss right on Yi Li's cheek. Weiner subtly turned her cheek, and Tian Nini, catching on, instantly gave her a peck too. Are you really that busy? Short on money? How about you quit, and I'll support you from now on. Touching the warmth left on his face, Yi Li felt a bit sentimental too. After all, human nature is greedy. He didn't want Tian Nini to be run ragged. If it really came down to a lack of money, he could earn it. There were so many ways, not to mention the system. How hard could it be? Her eyes started to redden again, but this time, she didn't shed tears. Tian Nini shook her head, a flicker of darkness passing through her eyes before vanishing. I love music, it has nothing to do with money. There was another sentence she dared not say. I'm not free to do as I please. Those matters, and those people were not to be trifled with. If it brought trouble to Yi Li because of her knowing her nature, she would be so guilt-ridden she might waste away in sorrow. Tian. This was Mo Qingxue's voice. Ever since entering this lounge and getting close to Tian Nini, this girl hadn't been conscious for more than 3 seconds. Yi Li was speechless. Was it really that easy to faint? I've suddenly noticed a problem. I can understand you asking me to change clothes for the singing, but what was the point of Weiner changing outfits and doing her hair? Tian Nini looked embarrassed, a bit awkward. I originally planned for Weiner to play the piano, but I got so excited I forgot. Sorry, Weiner. It's fine, I don't like being watched by so many people anyway. The 3 of them chatted privately for a long time. Tian Nini was animated, then sneakily did something to Weiner and suddenly exclaimed, wow, really? It really does get bigger. Yi Li, what kind of hands do you have? Yi Li's face flushed. They were just regular hands, what else could they be? I'm warning you, when I'm not around you can't do those kinds of things with Weiner. Psycho. Yi Li rolled his eyes. He wished he could, but was that even possible? Xia Jinjin had been lurking nearby for a while. Seeing that their conversation was winding down, she carried Mo Qingxue over and squeezed in. Sorry, big star, could we take a photo with you? She really likes you, and of course I do too. She pointed at Mo Qingxue, who was still lost in her own world, and spoke with great difficulty. There was no helping it since Mo Qingxue weighed a little more than her. Sure, come on over. After waving goodbye, the group left. It was an unpleasant feeling again. Yi Li had almost walked out of the corridor, but feeling uneasy quickly turned back. In the lounge, Tian Nini was lying on the table, her shoulders shaking. He didn't need to guess to know she was crying again, but why on earth? Hearing the noise, Tian Nini quickly composed herself, stood up with a smile, looking a bit dazed. She tried to say something, but when she opened her mouth, it was all phlegm, showing how emotionally shattered she had been. Is there something on your mind you haven't told me? Tian Nini froze for a moment, then quickly put on a silly act. Wow, you noticed. Yi Li's heart skipped a beat. So there really was something. He stepped forward, his expression serious, his eyes clear. No matter what it is, I want you to tell me. I hate it when you're sad. Looking at that earnest face, Tian Nini almost said several times, Yi Li, save me, take me away. But she knew that would be childish, foolish, and irresponsible. She pretended to be silly, wailing loudly. My period cramps really hurt, Yi Li. Yi Li's face darkened, and his eyelids drooped slightly. He knew Tian Nini definitely had some secret, but if she wouldn't tell him, there was nothing he could do. The 3 commands could compel the truth, but it would be disrespectful. Without a very special reason, Yi Li wouldn't use it on family or friends. Forget it, no matter what it was, no one was allowed to hurt her. If someone did, he'd get them. He hugged this delicate yet boisterous girl for a while longer, then truly left this time. Weiner was waiting for him in the corridor, her eyes asking a question. Yi Li shook his head. I don't know, she won't say. Weiner said nothing, just reached out her small hand and pulled Yi Li along as they left. Becoming famous so suddenly inevitably meant being swarmed by media and fans. Good grief, what were all these things densely packed outside? Yili was about to crack. He knew this would happen. But there was no need to worry for now because Tion Xian was responsibly leading the way for them, and the overwhelming crowd control and security were quite effective. Once they got into Chao He's family car, the noise finally subsided. Yili let out a sigh. How was he supposed to live like this from now on? Was there any way to hide this face? He couldn't exactly wash his face with a bottle of sulfuric acid, could he? Ugh, that thought was too cruel. With so many people surging towards them, Chao He's driver was bewildered. Seizing the opportunity before they got completely blocked in, he quickly drove off. Yili asked him to take a longer route. The driver uncle didn't understand why, but figured since it was the young master's good friend's request, he didn't object. Just before they reached the villa, Mo Qingxue finally woke up, and her first question was a soul-searching one. Yili recounted how he had met and gotten to know Tian Nini. As for why he couldn't have told her earlier, the reason was still Weiner. Mo Qingxue thought it made sense. Weiner's identity was very special. After all, they couldn't just tell anyone where she lived, right? After arriving at the villa, Yili cautiously peered around, and only after confirming no one had followed did he get out of the car. Mo Qingxue naturally got out too. She had brought all her luggage, clearly planning to stay at the villa long term. Xia Jingjin also wanted to hang out with everyone, but her family apparently didn't allow it. As for Chao, he forget him. Without even letting him change his clothes, Yili led the two beauties into the villa. Chao, he thought to himself, brother, you're heartless. If he went home looking like this, his parents would probably think he had psychological issues. Uncle Chi, go to Chao Long, ego, I want to buy clothes. Yili stared blankly at Mo Qingxue, and Weiner utterly confused as to why after just taking a shower these two girls had become so chummy. Weiner wasn't like this before. Sigh, I don't get it, girls are the most confusing creatures. While the two were chatting away, Yili went to the backyard. After confirming no one could see him, he focused his mind. The air around him stirred, and faint streams of light began to appear, converging towards him. Yili's teeth chattered with excitement. He could clearly feel apart from his limbs a familiar, yet extremely unfamiliar sensation of control coming from his back. It was a pair of wings incredibly huge, each one probably 1.5 times his own height. The wings were a soft pinkish white with occasional pulses of blue light flowing through them. They didn't look solid like Yu Xiao's, but more like auroras. Light continuously flowed over their surface, dripped down, and then vanished. Apart from the color, which Yili wasn't too fond of, he absolutely loved everything else about them. These weren't just wings, this was a dream. What was he waiting for? Time to try them out. Fortunately, it was night, and the space between villas was large, so Yili wasn't worried about being seen. He gave a gentle flap, the wind roared, and he was airborne. Wow, this was a dreamy sight. It would be quite fitting to be called a fairy now. Dreamy it was, but this guy got too excited. He exceeded 3 minutes, let out a strange cry, and plunged straight down from a height of over 20 meters. That's right, his head went straight into the ground, a perfect headfirst dive. Weiner and the others heard the noise and rushed out to see what had happened. Seeing Yili hanging upside down, legs dangling in the air and head buried in the ground, they were scared out of their wits. They hurried over, shouting and pulling him out, which was quite a sight to behold. Luckily, Yili had a tough head. Apart from a face full of dirt, he wasn't hurt. Mo Qingxue was stunned while Weiner didn't seem to react much. Just after spitting out the mud from his mouth, Yili blurted out, "What? Doing yoga at a time like this?" Huh. Yili's inexplicable words left Mo Qingxue and Weiner utterly bewildered. I wasn't talking to you too. Yili waved his hand dismissively, only deepening their confusion. Plunging his head into the dirt was one thing, but now he was muttering nonsense. Yili patted the dirt off and rose to his feet. Just moments ago, the miraculous system had triggered another choice. 1. Practice yoga with Weiner and Mo Qingxue. Reward culinary mastery, 1,000 forgiveness points. 2. Cop a field during the yoga session. Reward alluring charm, 2,000 forgiveness points. Note: alluring charm means one's appearance becomes mesmerizing, allowing only those you choose to see your true visage, while others see a blurred facade. It's essentially like blocking someone on social media. But that's hardly the point, heavens. What in the world is copping a feel supposed to mean? How does one even do that? What if things get out of hand? This isn't a hidden reward, it's pure torment of one's desires, for crying out loud. Setting that aside, the ability itself was perfect. For the first time, Yili felt the system was spot on. This seemingly useless ability was absolutely perfect for the current situation. He had been racking his brain on how to avoid the fallout from the concert. Now he needn't worry anymore. He could guarantee that even if those entertainment reporters stood right in front of him, they wouldn't recognize him. Though he'd have to test it out first. He'd deal with that tomorrow. And what about that metal controlling ability he'd gotten earlier? For now, he needed to complete the 2 choices first. He'd initially planned to pick just one, but since he was already doing yoga, he might as well go all in and do both. It definitely wasn't, because he was eager to experience that particular sensation. How did you end up like this? When it came to gentleness, no one could match Mo Qingxue's tender care. In the span of a few moments, the girl had fetched a damp towel from the bathroom, and was now meticulously wiping Yili's face, even cleaning his nostrils and ears with incredible attention to detail. Yili blinked, seemingly lost in thought. Doing yoga was naturally fine, but how was he supposed to bring it up? He needed a valid reason. He couldn't just drag them into it out of the blue. Wayne or Qingxue, you two haven't eaten since noon, right? Oh right. I completely forgot while we were watching. Now that you mention it, I am feeling a bit hungry. Yili rolled his eyes. You weren't watching, you were unconscious. Wayner stayed silent, but her head nodded faster than Mo Kingsu's words came out. She was probably starving, but too shy to say anything. What a coincidence, I'm famished too. Qingxue, how about you cook? Yili knew how to cook, but he was incredibly lazy and wouldn't step into the kitchen unless he was on the verge of starvation. Besides, he needed a shower. He couldn't just walk around with mud caked in his hair. I know a little, but I'm not that good, Mo Qingxue said, deliberately being modest since she didn't know Wayner's tastes. It doesn't need to be great, just edible will do. I'm not picky, I just don't like scallions, garlic, or ginger. Go easy on the soy sauce too. And use as little salt as possible. More broth would be great for soaking rice. Also, I love meat. The more the better. I think there's a big goose in the fridge. How about you make goose stewed with pickled cabbage? And there should be some shrimp. How about braised? No, scratch that. Just stir-fry the shrimp with cashews, and also. The guy rattled off a long list of things he was supposedly not picky about, and even Mo Kingsu's famously good temper turned sour, a dark cloud forming over her head. Indeed, Yili was doing it on purpose. Let's leave it at that for now. We can add more if we're still hungry later. I'm off to shower. It was that time again. Yili couldn't help but sniffle. Hee slurp. Head faced this body many times, yet each time that strange feeling never diminished. It only grew stronger. Especially that indescribable throbbing that nearly made him lose control every time. The awkward part was he couldn't even think about it. The moment he did certain parts of him. It was so embarrassing. Wayner had said he was mature and sensitive, untouchable, and had even specially prepared several pairs of spare underwear for him. There were still plenty of them piled up in the washing machine. It wasn't really his fault though. It was mainly because Yili's female body was so sensitive, and with his male soul, and all those thoughts. That was unavoidable, right? This was indeed a punishment choice system. Why else would it deliberately assign him a body like this? Well, he couldn't really blame the system. This kind of situation was pretty common, especially for people at this stage of life. When one reaches physical maturity driven by hormones, having desires is completely normal. It's just that Yili kept mentally stimulating himself, which made his frequency much higher. He was constantly thinking, I can't break it, while simultaneously telling himself to hold on. This only created the opposite effect, resulting in him having to change his underwear quite frequently. He closed his eyes, letting the water temperature drop. Much better, though it was a bit chilly. Fragrant and fresh, he dressed without underwear and asked his companion for help drying his hair. Even during this time, Yili didn't miss a chance to take advantage of Wayner. Tell me if he wasn't the culprit, who was? The scoundrel sat on the chair, his slender wrist resting behind his back, occasionally reaching out to pinch Wayner's delicate legs, always targeting the most perfect spots. Wayner seemed to have gotten used to it. Sometimes she genuinely wondered if Yili was actually a guy, because how else could he be so mischievous? Although she found it thrilling, it also felt strange, and she always had the urge to do something about it. I feel like you've grown taller lately. Yili let out a soft exclamation. Really? Let's compare. With that, he stood up and faced Wayner, measuring their heights. Wayner was around 163 meters, though that wasn't fixed, of course. But Yili had previously been under 160 meters, and now, looking at their eye levels, he was only a finger's width shorter than Wayner. That growth spurt was impressive. At this rate, reaching 170 meters wouldn't be a problem at all. Wow, it's true. Let me go check my weight. Naturally, the fairy villa had a weighing scale, but those were all brought over by Wayner's guards. A rough-and-tumble soul like Yili would never have thought of such things. He stepped on the scale with bare feet, watching the numbers jump before settling. 44 kilograms. Not bad. All that effort to gain weight was paying off. Had put on 3 kilograms. Though he still didn't look particularly voluptuous, he had filled out just a little bit. For instance, his legs weren't as bony as before, no longer looking like they might snap at any moment. Of course, that was just the opinion of a rough guy like Yili. Though he wasn't much plumper now, he at least looked a bit more pleasant. His hands hadn't changed much. Opening and closing them, the bones and veins were still clearly visible, slender and elegant, quite pleasing to the eye. Who knew why he was so obsessed with gaining weight? Could he actually be worried about being blown away by a typhoon? Damn, was he paranoid? As for his face, well, never mind. It was still as beautiful as ever. Naturally gorgeous, nothing he could do about that. Dinner's ready, come eat. The three of them sat around the table eating, but Mo Qingxue kept staring at Yili with a strange look in her eyes. Especially at a certain part of his body, completely zoned out, her cheeks visibly flushing red. What an exhibitionist. After the meal, the three of them cleaned up together. Yili couldn't just do nothing all the time. Now came the important part. I ate too much, I'm so stuffed. Yili deliberately grumbled. Mo Qingxue suggested. I saw there's an artificial lake in front of the building. The scenery is pretty nice. How about we go for a walk to digest? It's late at night, maybe we shouldn't go out. How about we do some yoga to digest instead? Weiner and Mo Qingxue both turned to look at him slightly surprised. Since when did Yili know yoga? More importantly, they didn't really know it either. They only dabbled occasionally when the mood struck. But I don't know how. Weiner, what about you? I don't really know either. No time for it. That's no problem. There are plenty of tutorials online. We can just follow along. With that, Yili went to grab the tablet. Then, thinking better of it, he headed outside, probably to the garage to have Offlin fetch some yoga pants. In the villa's grand hall, the three fairy-like beauties changed into form-fitting attire and settled gracefully onto the carpet, their curves elegantly outlined. With no yoga mats available, the rug would have to suffice. It must be said the figures of these three celestial maidens were simply breathtaking, each possessing an innate natural allure. They all had that classic thigh gap, the hallmark of truly beautiful legs. Clad in snug yoga pants, the mere sight of them was enough to stir the imagination. Their upper halves needed no mention, sporting crop tops that bared their midriffs, revealing perfectly flat stomachs with not a single flaw or blemish in sight. Yili in particular stood out. Her waist was not only slender, but also hinted at the faint, tantalizing outline of abdominal muscles. That hurts. Be gentle, Weiner. Are you doing this on purpose? At that moment, Mo Qingxue sat with her back against the base of the sofa, facing Yili, their forelegs pressed against each other, while Weiner provided support from behind Yili. She pushed them closer and closer together, gradually coaxing them into a full split. Oddly enough, Yili's flexibility was quite poor, her bones seemingly much stiffer than Mo Qingxue's, causing her to grimace in pain. Mo Qingxue, on the other hand, felt the position was far too intimate. A wave of heat washed over her, and with Yili's breath so tantalizingly close, the blush on her cheeks refused to fade. Yili held her tightly, occasionally even sneaking a cheeky grope, eliciting a series of strange flustered sounds from Mo Qingxue. None of the trio were particularly familiar with yoga. They simply followed the video, mimicking the poses as they played. When Yili finished, Weiner took over, and then they switched again. Poor Mo Qingxue was tormented by their antics until she fell silent. They say silliness is contagious, and it seemed this sneaky groping was too. Influenced by Yili, Weiner also started to prank Mo Qingxue with sudden, unexpected touches. However, her target zones were quite peculiar. The armpits, the soft flesh of the waist, and even more mysterious areas. But her method differed from Yili's. This girl had a habit of blowing warm breath, and then playfully trying to nip with her teeth. This scene felt strangely familiar to Yili, as she was often subjected to Weiner's antics. The very sight made her shudder, and she was compelled to dash to the restroom to change her undergarments. When she returned, she spotted an empty mineral water bottle on the dining table, presumably left over from Mo Qingxue's drink earlier that day. A mischievous idea sprouted in her mind. Quietly turning her back, she tucked the empty bottle into her pants pocket. The visual was. Struggling to stifle her laughter, she stood boldly beside Weiner and Mo Qingxue with a prominent bulge. As the two women glanced over, their faces instantly turned pale. What is that? Yili, you. Mo Qingxue scrambled to her feet in a panic, backing away like a startled rabbit. She wasn't a naive schoolgirl. She knew certain things about boys. Could Yili actually be a man? Is that thing? Yili burst into laughter, holding her stomach, the large bulge wobbling back and forth. Weiner was initially stunned, but then rolled her eyes in boredom. Knowing it was just one of Yili's pranks, she reached over and pulled the water bottle out. Seeing it was just the bottle, Mo Qingxue's heart finally stopped racing. She glared at Yili with feigned anger. You scared me. I thought. As if unsure what else to say, she launched herself at Yili. She was likely still nursing her grudge over Yili kissing on lawn, and this was the perfect excuse to get back at her. And so Yili found herself silenced with a MMPH. She could have easily pushed them away, but she chose not to, thoroughly enjoying the attention. Weiner hesitated for a moment, then felt she'd be missing out if she didn't join. Like a sneaky cat, she too dipped in for a playful nibble. Whoa, this is too much. I can't handle this. Yili panicked, wriggling free and dashing up the stairs. The two women exchanged a glance as if gearing up for a major operation and nodded in unison before giving chase. Sounds of playful banter and pleas for mercy began to fill the air. Fortunately, it was all just playful teasing and innocent exploration, not anything truly scandalous. Eventually, all three were exhausted and lay on the bed, their faces flushed. Yili stared blankly at the ceiling, sighing inwardly. She longed to return to her male form. This prolonged charade was driving her crazy. The day's fatigue washed over them as they lay down. One moment Weiner and Mo Qingxue were still breathing heavily, the next their breaths had become slow and deep. Yili looked over. They were both fast asleep. She carefully draped a blanket over them, then slipped under her own, ready to sleep. But just then the system decided to cause trouble again. Ding, choice triggered. 1. Browse Fabwa to check online trends. Reward 2,000 forgiveness points. 2. Browse Fabwa and comment to secure the top comment spot. Reward 4,000 forgiveness points. Wow, the points are so high, but why is it only giving forgiveness points now? What about the special abilities and skills? Yili asked in confusion, but the system remained silent. Unable to make sense of it, she decided to ignore it. This system had always been temperamental. She pulled out her phone and logged into Fabwa. The moment she did, her scalp began to tingle. Line after line featured her own adorable, flawless, heavenly face. Indeed, the aftermath of the concert was beginning. Besides the video clips of her singing, there were numerous eye-catching headlines. For example, rare musical prodigy emerges from 56 schools in the northern city. The source of inspiration for Nine's new album turns out to be her. Stunning beauty performs on stage with Nine. Her voice is incredibly melodious. There were countless such posts, so many that Yeely couldn't see the end of them. Each video and post was a towering skyscraper of engagement, with likes, shares, and comments numbering in the tens of millions. And the numbers were still climbing, especially considering only 3 hours had passed. By tomorrow morning or afternoon, they'd likely be in the hundreds of millions. Yeely tapped on a video. For some reason, watching herself felt incredibly awkward. Unexpectedly, she stumbled upon Tion Nini's Weibo account. The star had personally reposted a video with the caption, "The place where you exist is always so sunny." Presumably unable to find Yeely's account, she had manually typed out a mention for Xiao Mingren, little celebrity. Yeely smiled faintly, only now truly grasping the immense scale of Tion Nini's influence. Her post already had hundreds of millions of likes, shares, and comments. Truly terrifying. The comments from netizens were mostly the same, filled with endless praise and questions about wanting to know Miss Yes account, and when she would debut. There were also malicious attacks and negative comments, but darkness was always the hobby of a small minority. Such people would never amount to much in life. After scrolling for a while, Yeely found no other topics. Everything was dominated by the concert. This odd feeling even overshadowed the fact that he was wearing a skirt. And it didn't end there. "Where is Xiaochuan? I should have picked him up too." Xinjing walked straight into the kitchen to help. Li Machuan stood at the kitchen door and heard his mother say, "I called him. He said he'd be here in a few." People posted all sorts of things, and braggarts were certainly not in short supply. She randomly clicked on a blogger whose username was clearly extraordinary, a big leg hair. Truly an odd choice, and the content he posted was, well, equally astonishing. The first post was text you could almost smell, asking, "What does it mean when my poop is forked? Am I about to die?" Good grief, a large group of netizens flamed him relentlessly in the comments. Even so, he hadn't deleted the post. Yeely frowned as she read it. What was this guy thinking? How could he be so shameless as to ask such a question? After thinking it over, Yeely decided to comment. But she realized her username wasn't suitable, so she changed it first before proceeding. "Classmate Xiao Yi, I think taking off the thong might help." After posting the comment, Yeely let out a laugh, feeling a bit embarrassed by her own joke. Haha, that train of thought was just too much. After stifling his laughter in the blanket for a while, Yeely poked his head out again to continue commenting. The internet was fast, but freshly posted comments still required a bit of a wait. Besides, this blogger with the thigh hair nickname probably had very few followers, so it would take a while before anything happened. Yeely also wasn't sure if his comment could secure the top spot, so he decided to hedge his bets by posting a few more. Scrolling through the vast sea of users, he randomly clicked on another blogger. This one's username left him baffled for a long moment. When he finally figured it out, all he could say was, "What the heck?" The name was craning neck to gaze at the hindquarters. Each one was more disgusting than the last. What were you trying to catch a glimpse of your own throat that way? Tapping on the profile, he saw the basic info and realized this blogger was actually a woman. Her first post was innocuous. Just a picture of stewed bone soup, caption, "Mom's taste." It should have been a heartwarming scene, but the caption sent chills down his spine. Yeely found it deeply unsettling. Those bones were enormous, and paired with that phrase, it made him wonder just how cruel this person could be. He didn't dare comment, afraid of attracting bad luck. Scrolling further down, his irritation grew until he couldn't hold it in anymore. The blogger was overly confident, which was fine, but there had to be a limit, right? She was remarkably overweight and constantly posted selfies, always in garishly bright clothes that couldn't even cover the rolls of flesh at her waist. What was truly excessive was that every caption basically said the same thing: "I'm heading out, ladies. Keep an eye on your boyfriends." Given her massive frame and that kind of statement, he couldn't resist commenting, "You're not planning to crush someone to death, are you?" Now he understood why she had chosen that username. Was she hoping to slim down eventually? Had misjudged her, hadn't he? Sorry about that. He went on to comment on over a dozen more bloggers before finally succumbing to exhaustion and going to sleep. "Head check tomorrow," Weatherhead claimed the top comment thrown. The next morning, Yeely woke up and sensed something was off. He felt remarkably light, didn't he? Usually his chest felt tight and heavy, so why was it so easy to breathe today? Opening his eyes, he realized Weiner had found a new love. Her paw was resting on Mo Qingxua. Sai, who could blame her when Kingsu's were bigger than his? Time for school. He roused the two girls, and they got ready to head out. They'd grabbed breakfast on the way since the fridge was empty. But just then the system decided to act up again. It had been triggering at an alarmingly high frequency these past 2 days, as if someone had hit the skip button. Ding, trigger selection. 1. I continue posting on the platform. Comics gain 200 forgiveness points. 2. Establish an integrated animation production company. Gain 600 forgiveness points. Once had processed the choices, Yeely was at a loss for words. System, old pal, could you at least consider my situation before offering these options? Starting a company requires massive resources. As for continuing to post on the platform, that was absolutely out of the question. Never again, not in a million years. He'd rather give up entirely than let others pick his bones clean. Not choosing wasn't an option and platform posting was off the table, so starting a company was the only path forward. Hey Wayner, do you know how to drive? The three had just closed the villa's front gate when they heard Yi Li's sudden question and looked at him in confusion. Wayner nodded. Yes. Oh well, I need to take a leave of absence today for some errands. Could you take Qingxue to school? He quickly waved his hand and added, never mind, let's just all go to school together. He was worried that someone might try to harm Wayner again, so he felt safer personally escorting her to school. With that in mind, he also thought about having a talk with Yu Xiao on this matter, planning to ask him when he had the chance. What's going on? Can't I come along? Yi Li didn't hide anything and told her about the animation company plan. Wayner already knew, but Mo Qingxue was in the dark, until she heard that Eureka 7 was drawn by Yi Li, and then she completely lost her composure. Yi Li, I'm slowly realizing that I've never truly understood you. She had meant to say estranged, but thought that might stir up negative feelings in Yi Li. I've never been one to express myself much, so I just didn't mention this little thing. But Qingxue, you can't go telling anyone about this, alright? The three chatted as they walked to school, and Wayner insisted on following him, but this time, Yi Li wouldn't allow it. He could afford to be a slacker himself, but he couldn't let Wayner neglect her studies, right? Besides, Wayner's dignity represented more than just herself. Yi Li understood how much was at stake. Will you come back at noon? Wayner asked. To be honest, I don't have a clear plan yet. Just stay in touch via phone, and don't wander off, alright? At lunchtime, if I have time, I'll bring you food. If not, you two can eat in the cafeteria. Wayner gave a soft "oh," clearly sulking about being left behind. She was so clingy. Mo Qingxue told him to stay safe, and pulled Wayner into the school. For the leave of absence, Yi Li had Mo Qingxue inform Xiaoman it shouldn't be an issue, since even the principal had no objections. He sat in the car for a moment, not leaving right away, his head throbbing with no clue where to start. Pulling out his phone, he checked the Shixian backend. Many readers had left messages eagerly awaiting his next work. There were plenty of private messages too. Yi Li skimmed through them, and saw that many genuinely loved his art style, showering him with the warmest praise. Seeing all this, Yi Li wasn't pleased. He was actually furious and cursed under his breath. Precisely because of this, he was even more determined to go through with it. Among the reader messages, there were also countless from editor Chue. Curious, he looked and found the guy expressing deep apologies, apparently hiding a lot of inside information to the point that had even lost his job now. Yi Li was baffled. What exactly had happened in between? Chue had left his Feishin account and phone number at the end, probably hoping that Yi Li would see it and truly feel his remorse. After thinking it over, Yi Li decided to call and find out what was going on. The phone rang for a long time before someone picked up, and the first thing he heard was a weary male voice. Hello, who's this? Is this Chue? It's Lang Lang. The line went silent for a long beat, then suddenly erupted with a strange shriek. Holy crap. Lang Lang's a girl. Yi Li facepalmed on his end. Had this guy never seen a girl before? No, I must have misheard. Lang Lang called me. That's impossible. No, absolutely not, and there's no way it's a girl. The guy kept muttering to himself for quite a while, and Yi Li, mindful of the phone bill, cut him off. You heard right, it's me, Jinj Lang Lang. After some thorough verification, Chue finally accepted reality, and it was plain to hear that he was over the moon, though for which reason exactly was hard to tell. Given all those apology messages you sent me, I'm curious. What happened between you and Shixian? At the mention of it, Chue got fired up and started rambling incoherently, saying things that made no sense at all. Yi Li couldn't make heads or tails of it. Alright, you're in Beishia, right? How about we meet up and talk? Yi Li wasn't particularly eager to meet a man, mainly because Chue was a manga editor and probably knew plenty of relevant people in the industry, right? If so, he could leverage that connection to poach some talent, which would make things much easier. Meet up. I'm in Beishia. Where you will be there right away. I'm in Sector 56. Is that convenient for you? If not, I can come to you. What a stroke of luck. I'm in Sector 56 too. Give me the address and I'll rush over right now. Yi Li also found it a remarkable coincidence and gave him the address of a dessert shop. The choice wasn't about the food. It was just quiet and spacious. At the Kuku Dian Dian dessert shop, a waitress asked Yi Li, who had already devoured 3 portions of crispy sesame balls, Miss, would you like anything else? Yi Li took a sip of sweet tea and waved a hand. Not for now. I need to digest a bit first. The waitress, surprised yet polite, smiled and walked away. Yi Li hadn't expected this random dessert shop to serve dim sum, and she couldn't resist eating a bit more. As for why the waitress hadn't recognized her from her internet fame last night, it was all thanks to the allure effect. Yi Li found this ability quite handy. With just a thought, she could make her face appear completely different to others. Not ugly, not exactly pretty, just passable, utterly devoid of any striking features. That's why the waitress hadn't recognized her. Of course, even without the allure effect, she might not have been recognized anyway, as fame on the internet is fleeting and not everyone follows such things. The shop was still quiet in the morning, with only a few customers coming and going. After waiting for a while, a slightly plump young man walked in. He looked straight at Yi Li, as she was the only girl in the shop. Lang Lang. Yi Li stood up, smiled, and extended her hand. It's me. Shuei was visibly excited, showering Yi with compliments on her beauty. That compliment was a bit of an exaggeration. Without wasting time, Yi asked, and Shuei answered quickly, clarifying what had happened after Symphony Poem concluded. It turned out someone had paid a hefty sum to buy the rights and produce an anime adaptation. The money had to go through Shixian, and the higher-ups, seeing a fat profit and feeling they were owed for supporting Lang Lang, decided to squeeze more out of the deal. That's why the price was kept ambiguous below 500, when in reality, it was worth much more. Symphony Poem had been popular since its release and was well known among fans. An anime adaptation would easily double the profits. So a high price was only natural. Shuei, being Lang Lang's editor, found it hard to say this and was reluctant to do so. But owing to his job, he eventually did. Yi, being sharp-witted, immediately understood the situation and reacted with anger, refusing to continue working on it. There was no response, and Shuei, frustrated by the scolding, couldn't help but express his belief that it wouldn't work out. When the higher-ups found out, they shifted the blame onto him. Shuei, a man of principle, couldn't take it anymore and quit on the spot. There's a limit to how much unethical behavior one can tolerate, and Shuei wouldn't cross that line. So from the next day until now, he had been unemployed. After hearing this, Yi silently approved, believing that good deeds are rewarded. If Shuei hadn't acted this way, Yi wouldn't have considered collaborating with him. Character is crucial. Thank you for being so honest about this. He'll be direct with you too. Besides asking about this, I have another matter I'd like to know if you're interested in. What is it? Yi then shared her plan to start an animation company. Shuei was stunned. Little sister, how old are you? Don't be ridiculous. But knowing Lang Lang's character from his comics, he didn't question her outright. Instead, he said, I do have some connections, but they'll need to see some solid backing to make a choice. His implication was clear: starting a company isn't a joke, and sufficient capital is crucial as it directly impacts the quality of the final product. Yi understood and nodded. That's actually my second question. Based on your knowledge of the industry, how much capital would we need to start a small company? For a fully integrated one. Shuei began counting on his fingers. Equipment, distribution channels, tech team, office space, art style, staff. It cost at least this much. He held up 5 fingers. Yi's heart skipped a beat. 50 million. That expensive? Can't we go simpler? Even a simple setup would cost around 400,000. Space in the North City is extremely expensive, and a good tech team. Wait, what did you say? For 100,000. Yi was astonished, realizing she had misunderstood. Yeah, that's the baseline. It could be lower, but the quality might suffer. Yi stretched out a dramatic hand and declared, He'll give you 5 million, no 10 million. Go buy a space and make sure the team is top-notch. She had always assumed anime production was exorbitantly expensive, but this was a pleasant surprise. Since she could afford it, Yi decided to just buy a place outright. It wouldn't be a loss anyway. Plus, with this budget, the quality would be top tier. No more initial One Piece style rough drawings in this world, right? Shuei remained silent, staring blankly at Yi, convinced she was boasting. You don't believe me? Yi then brought out the stacks of 10th Sanyu and Dragon coins. She had prepared thousands of crisp new bills. This was the money from Li's card. Yi, thinking she'd need a lot, had withdrawn it all. Shuei's eyes lit up instantly. My god, this girl is seriously loaded. He swallowed hard and nodded. Okay, I believe you. But there are still issues. What? 10 million might not be enough for the space. Also, for an animation company, we need a concept and the original manuscript. Don't worry about the manuscript, they'll handle that. If the space costs more, it'll add more money. After a lengthy discussion, they drove off together. They searched for a location and finally settled on one near Changhong Avenue in District 56. The area was full of office spaces and private buildings, but few were small in scale. They eventually contacted an owner through an agent. His single-story building was previously used for a coffee and dessert shop. For some reason, he had decided to quit and sell it, urgently planning to travel abroad. Both parties were straightforward, and the deal was closed at 25 million. Yi thought the location was excellent. It was a single-story space similar to a Starbucks with plenty of area and all necessary amenities nearby. The storefront faced the main road. When work got stressful, she could even sit outside with a coffee and ponder. What a great perk. To avoid complications, Yi registered the property under her younger sister's name and named the company Li Yao Dreamworks. It wasn't a big deal for now, but she could always expand in the future if she wanted. Hey, raise the remaining funds. Contact me if anything unexpected comes up. Yi handed 10 million to Shuei, who was visibly shaken, his eyes wide with disbelief. Lang Lang, you trust me this much? Yep. The devil is in the details, and I believe in you. Aren't you worried I might just run off? Yi smiled mysteriously. Even if you did, it wouldn't be a total loss. Spending 10 million to learn about someone's character is a fair deal. You get what I mean, right? Shuei nodded in agreement, and even clapped, finding the logic sound. Yi wasn't worried about that happening. She trusted Shuei to know the difference between a future with the company and a life on the run. Even if he did run, she could ask Yu to help find him. He couldn't just vanish into thin air. From now on, you're the general manager of DreamWorks. You'll only answer to the technical director's advice, and no one else can push you around. This combination of authority and trust deeply moved Shuei. He could only nod, a mix of sadness and gratitude welling up inside him, unable to find the right words. But he silently vowed he would never let Lang Lang down. They spent the rest of the afternoon discussing details over lunch, and before they knew it was evening. "They'll leave the rest to you then. Please handle the team and staff. Bye." With that she turned and left. Shui Zi smiled and shook his head. He was starting to like this boss personality. Alright, time to find some people. Yili got into her car, checked the time, and saw there was still a while before school let out. She decided to pick up Xiao Xiao from kindergarten. She also planned to visit her mother on the way. But just then her phone rang with an unfamiliar number. Yili hesitated for a moment before answering. "Miss Yi, are you alright?" Before she could even place the voice, she heard Yi Yao's frantic cries over the line. "Sis, brother Yu is dying. Don't come. Wah." Before Yi Yao could finish her sentence, a hand clamped over her mouth. Yi Li's body trembled slightly as she spoke coldly into the phone. "Who is this?" "Miss Yi, have you forgotten me so quickly? We met just a few days ago." Rao Bai. It was indeed Rao Bai. Ever since the incident with Qian Qian, that night Qin Helan had learned that Li Liao was not in the northern city and had immediately formed a plan. His goal was to swallow up Li Liao's sphere of influence, and he was already working on it in secret. Yu Xiao had sensed something amiss over the past couple of days. Amidst his frantic efforts to deal with the crisis, he hadn't forgotten the instructions Yi Li had given him days earlier. No matter how busy he was, he would always go to pick up Xiao Xiao. And today Rao Bai and his people finally made their move. They forcibly seized Li Liao's territories. It was unclear why the Qin family suddenly had so many more men, but without their leader, Li Liao's side quickly crumbled under the pressure. When Yu Xiao received the call from his subordinate, he ignored the situation entirely and rushed frantically to the kindergarten. Xiao Xiao's safety was paramount. But when he arrived, the kindergarten was eerily silent, completely empty, with only Yi Mu sitting on the ground, dazed and helpless. After learning in a few brief sentences that someone had taken Xiao Xiao, and Yi Yao, Yu Xiao was nearly driven to a frenzy. He had stationed many people there to guard them precisely because he feared something might happen before Li Liao's return. Even so, he hadn't received a single piece of warning. It was at this moment that Rao Bai called him, instructing him to come to the Fengxian building. That was Rao Bai's central base. The purpose of summoning Yu Xiao there was clear: it was a death trap. The crucial point was that Yu Xiao had no choice but to go. How could he abandon Xiao Xiao and Yi Yao, whose fates were unknown? The result brought Yu Xiao slight relief. Yi Yao was unharmed, just a bit disheveled. Xiao Xiao was the same. But his arrival was itself a part of Rao Bai's plan. With Xiao Xiao and Yi Yao as leverage, Yu Xiao could only submit to their control, his hands completely tied. He was beaten within an inch of his life. Even with 3 hostages in hand, Rao Bai felt it wasn't enough. He knew Li Liao's character and was well aware of his abilities. The final target was naturally Yi Li. "Haha, Miss Yi is indeed clever. I have a small matter that requires your presence, but I was worried you might decline, so I took the liberty of inviting your sister as well." "How is Yu Xiao?" "He seems fine, not dead yet." "And Xiao Xiao?" Surprisingly, Yi Li sounded very calm. "Although I need the little one, I won't harm her." "I Rao Bai." "And my mother?" "Oh, that was your mother. My apologies. My men might have been a bit impulsive and perhaps accidentally pushed her. She shouldn't be hurt, right?" He spoke casually, but in reality Yi Mu had been shoved over a dozen times. "You want me to come? Give me the location." Fengxian building, top floor. Yi Li's eyes turned icy cold. A smirk played on her lips. "Do you know what a dimensionality reduction strike is, eh?" Without giving the other party time to respond, she hung up and shot out like a bullet. On the way, she received a call from Aunt May, whose voice was choked with sobs as she recounted the whole ordeal. Of course, the story came from Yi Mu herself, who had been taken to the hospital again, this time for a lumbar strain. Yi Li told Aunt May not to worry and hung up. Knowing the full story, she breathed a slight sigh of relief. Her mother was safe, that was what mattered. But she was also furious. Since this Rao Bai character was asking for a beating, then a beating he would get, one that would cripple him. Although she didn't know the exact reasons, Yi Li could guess Rao Bai's motives. She had heard Yu Xiao mention some underground affairs before, and the name Rao Bai had come up. What was happening now was nothing more than a power struggle, using them as leverage against Li Liao. Meanwhile, Li Liao, returning from the southern frontier, was nearing the northern city. He had made such good time thanks to the governor, who had provided transport for part of the journey. He had then driven for days without closing his eyes. The journey had been fraught with danger, and he looked weary. Without fail, someone would launch a mysterious attack on him every 10 minutes. It was no exaggeration to say that he had been subjected to official checkpoints the entire way. Fortunately, he had his official identification, which made handling them less troublesome, but it cost him precious time. Li Liao had originally been rushing back to investigate those who had attacked Weiner. But unexpectedly, so many people had suddenly targeted him. He wasn't stupid, he could guess what was happening. Being attacked now with the clear purpose of delaying him could only mean one thing. That scumbag Rao Bai had made his move. Rao Bai meant nothing in Li Liao's eyes. The key issue was that Li Liao wanted to find out if Rao Bai was connected to that other matter, which was why he hadn't dealt with him yet. Was this attack now somehow related to that incident? With this suspicion in mind, Li Liao changed his approach from casual strikes to lethal force, fighting his way through. He even wore his secret identification openly. This ensured that the local officials from subordinate levels would no longer stop him for questioning. He was anxious, worried about his sister, and Yu Xiao. He was even more worried that Yili might get dragged into it. It wasn't quite a journey of hacking through thorns, but the scenes along the way were truly terrifying. He crushed almost everything in his path. He was approaching Zone 78, and Zone 56 was getting closer. It was then that Rao Bai called him. Li Liao's official identity was that of an underground boss in the northern city. Since they both operated in the underworld, occasional social interactions were inevitable. So it wasn't surprising that Rao Bai had his number. Location, Li Liao said directly. Rao Bai was taken aback on the other end, inexplicably furious. He hated Li Liao's attitude. Why does this man always look down on everyone no matter what happens? Since you already know the situation, why aren't you trying to appease me? Fuming with anger, Rao Bai spat out the location, thinking to himself, let's see if you can still be so arrogant later. Just as the call ended, a subordinate came running up from the stairwell. By good, there's a young lady coming up. Let her come up. Shortly after, Yi Li's head appeared from the stairwell. By now she had stopped her enchanting aura. She looked up at the rooftop. There was a table, a few chairs, and many people standing around. Yu Xiao lay on the ground, his head covered in blood. Xiao Xiao and Yi Yao were held down in chairs. Xiao Xiao was crying pitifully. Sister Xiao Xiao is scared. Why hasn't brother come yet? The two voices sounded almost simultaneously. Yi Yao held back her tears while Xiao Xiao cried and called out. Yi Li walked forward. Someone tried to block her, but she ignored them, reached out her slender arm, and threw a punch. The crisp sound of breaking bones made everyone's face change. The man was sent flying over 10 meters by Yi Li's punch, knocking down a crowd of people along the way. The scene was bizarre. Rao Bai was so shocked he stood up while Baya clenched his fists tightly. They knew Yi Li might be one of their kind, but they never expected the power of a single punch to be so terrifying. They could do it too, but certainly not with such ease. At the very least, there should be a moment to brace for impact, right? With a disdainful curl of her lips, ignoring the looks from those scumbags, Yi Li walked straight to Xiao Xiao and Yi Yao and pulled them up from their chairs. The scene was eerily familiar, and everyone was too intimidated to move. Not wanting the two little ones to see what came next, she led them behind the slanted stairwell that jutted out from the rooftop. Yi Yao, you stay crouched here with Xiao Xiao. He'll be right back. Don't peek. Sis. You. Yi Yao was shocked. After that scene, was that person still her sister? Sis actually has a secret. It's that I have super strength. I never told you or mom. You have to keep it a secret or mom will definitely think I'm a monster and not her real daughter. Yi Yao looked skeptical, but thought for a moment and gave an in agreement. Yi Li instructed her once more not to look, then walked back towards Rao Bai and the others. After their initial shock, Rao Bai's subordinates snapped out of it and drew their guns from their waists, all aiming at Yi Li. Rao Bai watched with a smirk, making no move to stop them. He wanted to see what Yi Li could possibly do now, even though it was shameful to bully a little girl like this. But Yi Li just scoffed. Then in a slow voice she said, Rao Bai, Baya, you two take care of these useless people. At his command, Rao Bai and Baya's eyes instantly glazed over like manipulated puppets. They mechanically turned to attack their own men. With the three commands, obedience was absolute. Rao Bai's subordinates were completely bewildered, unsure of where to even hold their weapons. After all, one wouldn't shoot their own boss, right? But they were just ordinary people, utterly unable to comprehend what was happening, why their two leaders were following that girl's orders. Yi Li stood watching from the side, her gaze growing increasingly suspicious. Rao Bai moved with incredible speed, leaving afterimages in his wake, and his strength was astonishing, clearly beyond human capability. A creator confirmed. Baya was the same, each punch like a clap of thunder, every strike caving in a man's chest. A sharp intake of breath. Brutal. Yi Li winced. Watching was a different feeling from doing. Soon Rao Bai's men were all down, unconscious or spitting blood. They were done for, their sternums shattered inward. Even a hospital would be too late now. The three commands could only compel one action at a time. After taking down their own men, Rao Bai and Baya snapped back to consciousness. Seeing the scene before them, they stared in disbelief. What had just happened? Why couldn't they remember any of it? Yi Li paid the two fools no mind, issuing another three commands. Rao Bai, Baya lied down on the ground for half an hour. Naturally they obeyed. Yi Li wasn't malicious by nature, but she would show no mercy to scum who bullied her family and friends. Picking up an iron stool, she systematically broke every bone in Rao Bai and Baya's bodies from head to toe. How dare you mess with me? Push my mom, grab my sister, hit Yu Xiao, and scare Xiao Xiao. With each strike, she muttered a grievance, the scene both chilling and bizarre. It was a stark and surreal contrast. A girl cold as ice yet with a slightly dazed and cute expression in a school uniform wielding an iron stool to do something most would fear for a lifetime. Suddenly the stairwell door was pushed open. The newcomer saw the scene, and Yi Li, turning to look back, frozen in place. Even the ever-calm Li Lu felt his heart skip a beat. Oh brotherly, when did you get back? Yi Li quickly put down the stool, offering a shy smile. Why the hell are you acting bashful, you beast? Li Lu, seemingly unable to process the jarring shift, choked on his own breath. Are you alright? He didn't know what else to say, asking a question he himself found idiotic. Did this junior sister of his look like she was in any danger? Sigh. Truly her father's daughter, just as terrifying. Fine, it's brother you who's hurt. Take a look at him first. They'll go blindfold Xiao Xiao, and my sister then well leave. She tore a strip of cloth from her jacket lining, walked over to Yi Yao and Xiao Xiao, and gently blindfolded them, while soothing their worries. Yi Yao, did you do as I said? No peeking. No, sister. What happened? Are we safe now? Why the blindfolds? Stop asking questions. This is adult business, kids shouldn't pry, or you'll have nightmares. There you go again. You're only 4 years older than me. That doesn't make you an adult. Holding Xiao Xiao, and leading Yi Yao, Yi Li looked at Li Lu. Yu Xiao seemed badly hurt, and was still unconscious. Li Lu carried him over. As he passed the prone forms of Rao Bai and Baya, he paused briefly, then ignored them. Let's go, junior sister. Yi Li was about to nod, but then looked at Li Lu in shock. Did she hear that right? Huh, junior sis. Damn it. Yi Li was losing it, mentally screaming. Brotherly, that's not cool. I treat you like a brother, and you're trying to get with me. And don't think I haven't heard that saying about senior and junior sisters. What's wrong? Li Lu noticed her expression. Yi Li glared at him, as if considering whether to use the 3 commands on him, and beat him up. But she decided against it. Junior sister, my ass, she snapped, feigning anger. Unexpectedly, Li Lu burst into laughter. Well, at least this reaction was fitting. It seemed even his smile depended on the context. It's hard to explain, but calling you that isn't wrong. Yi Li wouldn't let it go, pestering him as she held Xiao Xiao and pulled Yi Yao along. But Li Lu deftly changed the subject, as if testing the limits of her patience. Fine, she couldn't really attack him. She'd just have to endure it and not let it get to her. Yes, that would work. Yi Li asked curiously, Brotherly, are you a creator too? The word too was significant. Li Lu looked at her, a hint of internal conflict on his face, but he remained silent. Just curious. Yu Xiao is one, and I wonder if you guys are everywhere. Don't the 3 dragon lords care? A large territory is good, showing national strength, but it also has drawbacks like governance. Li Lu turned and continued walking, hesitating before speaking. The ones you've met are anomalies. Such people can't just appear among the common folk. The central authorities have their differences, but they are united in suppressing this. Besides, not all creators are evil, some are good. He glanced at Yi Li, who only reached his shoulder, making it clear he meant people like them. Honestly, Yi Li wasn't that curious about all this. She mainly wanted to know why Li Lu and Yu Xiao were in North City. Also, was every creator's bone structure like that? So she asked. Li Lu hesitated. For certain reasons, he felt it wouldn't be against the rules to let Yi Li know a bit more. No, each is different, but they all fear something. These things can be suppressed with materials, but it's more about the use of one's own abilities. Overusing them depletes your vital essence, leading to a shorter lifespan. As for Baya and Yu Xiao, they were former prisoners from Prison 79. Due to certain conditions within the prison, their bones were eroded by a kind of gas. Rao Bei's identity is still unclear. What? Brother Yu is an ex-con. Yes, he once stole an international treasure before reforming and joining our Lord's ranks as one of the 6 shadows. Yi Li found it all fascinating. Wasn't this like listening to a story? As they talked, they had already left the Fengshan building. Of course, Rao Bei's goons tried to stop them along the way, but Li Lu was like a human machine, clearing a path for Yi Li while carrying Yu Xiao. It was thrilling, and Yi Li enjoyed the show. Seizing an opportunity, she patted Yu Xiao. As they moved, she noticed the lackeys didn't have many weapons. Rao Bei wasn't doing so well for himself, huh? 10 minutes later, ignoring the strange looks from passers-by, they emerged onto the street. For some reason, Li Lu seemed to be deliberately keeping his distance from Yi Li. She didn't notice, preoccupied with a burning question. She really wanted to know what Li Lu was afraid of. It was a private matter, but her curiosity was overwhelming. So she asked, what are you afraid of? His tall, straight figure paused. Li Lu didn't turn around, his voice low as he uttered 2 words. Desire. Yi Li blinked, thinking a strand of hair was in her eye, and rubbed it away before bursting into laughter. Brotherly, you're pathetic. Huh? What are you gonna do with your life? Can't even touch a woman, what a miserable existence. Ignoring his grim expression, she let go of Yi Yao's hand, and slapped her thigh, laughing heartily. It was understandable. Maybe she felt she'd found a kindred spirit. Oh, Brotherly, you still haven't told me why you and brother you came to North City. The beetle couldn't accommodate so many people, but fortunately Li Liao also had a car. He placed Yu Xiao into the vehicle, then answered the question Yi Li had asked earlier. Someone high up is trying to pull strings to get people out of prison. The old dragon lord and our teacher suspect that someone might be plotting something. He seemed at a loss for how to articulate the matter, stumbling over his words. Which aspect? Yi Li asked. We don't have the specifics, but we're certain it's related to the creator's genes. People like us are exceptionally gifted, posing too great a threat, and the state's suppression can't guarantee absolute loyalty. At such times, some begin to feel uneasy. So they're looking to research and develop something from it. A strange expression flickered across Yi Li's face. He could almost guess what it was, something like superpowered serums, or the like. He thought to himself, don't tell me this is turning into some cliché story. The appearance of Baya and Rao Bai made us highly suspicious, which is why we came to the northern city to investigate. Have you found any leads? None at all. It seems Rao Bai's presence here is solely for amassing wealth. Yili found this topic headache-inducing and decided to drop it, shifting to another question instead. So was there a mastermind behind today's incident? He felt he had to get to the bottom of this, or else another incident like this might shatter his composure. It's the Qin family. Li Liao had already thoroughly investigated Ryobi's affairs, and the Qin family behind it was one of his primary targets. The Qin family. Yili's expression turned odd, a sense of familiarity creeping in. Why did his mind immediately jump to that irritating Qin Yang? Brotherly, come to think of it, I don't know which families hold real power in Northern City. Tell me about them. Hey, I know all about that. This wasn't said by Li Liao, but by Yu Xiao, who emerged from the car, his head still crusted with dried blood. Li Liao looked at him with surprise, then glanced at Yi Li and suddenly recalled how Yi Li had healed his little sister. That made sense of it all. Yu Xiao, also puzzled, rubbed his head, wondering why he couldn't feel any pain. He first called out Brother Liao, then looked at Yi Li and said, Northern City has three major families: first the Yin family, second the Qin family, and third the Mo family. In terms of power, the Yin family is the strongest, yet the most low-key, followed by the Mo family. The Qin family is already on the decline. The Mo family is a lineage of medical practitioners rarely involved in the underworld. They value their reputation for healing the world. Brother Liao and I have the most suspicions about the Mo family. Creator's genes, just hearing it one would think it's related to medicine. Yu Xiao's reasoning seemed plausible. The second suspect is the Qin family because as they gradually decline, they might be tempted to take desperate measures, gambling on a risky move to restore their former glory. As for the Yin family, they're an open book. Brother Liao and I know almost everything about them, and nothing seems suspicious. Yi Li made a dismissive gesture. He didn't care which family was researching those so-called creators' genes. He only wanted to know if the Yin and Qin families were the ones he suspected. He thought it was absurdly cliché. For some unknown reason, the names Lan and Qin Yang automatically popped into his head when he heard these family names. So he quickly asked, Brother Yu, do you know if the Yin family has a girl named Lan? Yu Xiao was busy finding something to wipe his face. Without any hesitation, he nodded. Then, curious, he asked Yi Li, Little sister, do you know the Yin family's young lady? Alright, you go to school 56, I remember she does too. Yu Xiao slapped his forehead, dropping one bombshell after another, and continued. And that guy, the Qin family's young master, who's also the Yin family's young lad's fiancé. You're all schoolmates, right? Yi Li's body tilted, 1,000 unspoken complaints swirling in his mind. He finally understood why Niz was always at odds with him, why she would always look at him with such a cold, piercing gaze. It all made sense now. So these two were an engaged couple, and that pest Qin Yang had a thing for Yi Li. Naturally, as the fiancé, and Lan would be displeased. And when displeased, she'd definitely target him. Yi Li slapped his forehead repeatedly. He should have realized this sooner. Now that he understood, he only felt incredibly wronged. No, I must find an opportunity to make Lan apologize to me, and that Qin Yang kid needs a beating. This is infuriating. What's wrong? Has someone bullied you, little sister? Seeing Yi Li silent with a strange expression, Yu Xiao immediately rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront the bully. Li Liao subtly shook his head, thinking Yu Xiao was trying to teach a fish to swim. Yi Li bullied. He didn't believe it. Waving his hand, Yi Li asked Li Liao, since the Qin family is behind all this, Brother Li, what are your plans? Are we just going to let it slide after what happened to my mom and sister? Though not stated explicitly, Li Liao understood Yi Li's meaning. Indeed, Yi Li didn't want any lingering threats. As for Qin Yang, who cares about him? If it weren't for him, Lan wouldn't have targeted him. The situation is still unclear for now. Let's wait a bit. I promise the moment there's a lead, he'll get justice for you. Yi Li was quite reluctant, but since it involved national security and public safety, he decided to be patient. The group got into the car and headed to the hospital where Yes' mother was staying. As for the mess at the Fengxian building, Li Liao said not to worry, seemingly having a plan. After all, although he held an underground official title, his true allegiance was to the state, wielding considerable hidden power. Handling the aftermath of the Fengxian building incident was a trivial matter for him. Upon arriving at the hospital, Yi Li learned his mother's ward number from Aunt May, and they all went there. As for why Li Liao and Yu Xiao had tagged along, he was puzzled, but didn't ask. What if they were genuinely there to visit? It would be awkward to question their goodwill. When the door opened, his mother's typical woebegone expression, resembling a tragic character, came into view. Yi Li felt helpless. His mother was perfect in every way except for one thing. When faced with trouble, she became exceedingly sorrowful, grieving both heart and mind. Yi Li called out Mom, and Aunt Mei Zhang Tong Qian and his mother all turned to look. After a round of concerned inquiries, and seeing that Yi Yao and Xiao Xiao were safe, the merciless interrogation began. Li, what exactly does that fat guy do? If you don't explain everything today, I'm going to be really angry. The fat guy naturally referred to Yu Xiao. Yes, mother knew who Yu Xiao was. Yi Li had once explained that he was Xiao Xiao's other brother, wisely omitting his underground connections. She had no doubts about him being a brother given how dotingly Yu Xiao treated Xiao Xiao, which was plain for all to see. But with such a major incident today, even involving Yi Yao being taken, it was only natural for his mother to start having other thoughts. She even began to dislike Xiao Xiao, no longer wanting any connection to her. It's only human nature. A mother would give up anything to ensure her own child's safety. Yi Li felt ashamed, sighing internally that he had caused his mother more worry. Yu Xiao was embarrassed, his simple grin losing its charm. Aunt Mei and Zhang Tong also stared at Yu Xiao with questioning, clearly angry expressions. Just as Yi Li was about to break the awkward silence and figure out how to explain things to his mother, Li Liao spoke up. "I'd like to explain things to you in private." He looked at Yes' mother, who glanced at Yi Li with confusion, as if asking who this person was. After Yi Li explained that he was Xiao Xiao's biological brother, his mother nodded politely, though her expression remained stern. Upon hearing about a private explanation, Yi Li was puzzled, and so were the others. But Li Liao insisted, and everyone eventually filed out. Yi Li was the last to leave, closing the door behind him. In the instant the door clicked shut, he heard Li Liao utter a single word: "Master." Half an hour later, Yes' mother was beaming with joy, hugging Xiao Xiao and showering her with kisses, seemingly even more affectionate than before. She showed no sign of blaming Yu Xiao and was quite courteous in her manner. Yi Li watched with twitching eyelids, curious about what Li Lu had said to his mother. The shift in her attitude was too drastic. Taking advantage of his mother's distraction, he gently patted her on the back, then chatted with Aunt Mei and the others for a while before preparing to leave. But at that moment, Li Lu called him out of the hospital room. "What's the matter, brother Li?" Li Lu produced a small parcel and handed it to Yi Li. "Here are 3 small pills. They're very effective for replenishing blood. You can dissolve them in water or take them directly." These pills were the result of immense effort by his old friend, obtained only through Li Lu's persistent pleading. He had deliberately made them convenient to use, fearing Yi Li might find the preparation troublesome. There was actually a significant misunderstanding involved. When Yi Li had cured Xiao Xiao that day, Li Lu immediately believed Yi Li was also a creator. Of course, this was merely Li Lu's conjecture. Harboring this thought, combined with Yi Li's life-risking treatment of Xiao Xiao and witnessing him cough up blood, Li Lu naturally assumed that frequent use of abilities was draining Yi Li's vital essence. Thus, he resolved to obtain something nourishing and blood-replenishing for Yi Li. In reality, Yi Li had no need for such things at all. Looking at the small box in his hand, Yi Li's expression showed he had no use for it. Li Lu ignored this and said on his own, "If possible, try not to use your abilities anymore." With that, he called Yu Xiao, bid farewell to Yes' mother and the others, and left. Xiao Xiao was not taken away, seemingly destined to live with the Yi family for a while. Yi Li stared blankly at their retreating figures, his mind reeling with shock. He was deeply disturbed by the implication of Li Lu's words, his thoughts spiraling into wild speculation, mostly wondering if his miraculous healing abilities had been discovered. Wait. Unbeknownst to him, Li Lu had long since known about a certain aspect of his identity, though both men had misunderstood each other to some degree. After also saying goodbye to his mother and the others, Yi Li drove to school to pick up Weiner and Mo Qingxue. He was a little late, and Weiner and Mo Qingxue were already standing at the school gate. Upon seeing Yi Li drive up, the 2 girls got into the car. As soon as she was inside, Mo Qingxue began muttering with indignation. "I'm thinking of transferring schools. What kind of people are at this school? They have no bottom line, they never appreciate your good qualities, and all they do is focus on your flaws." Yi Li didn't understand at first, and asked what was wrong. So Mo Qingxue recounted the day's events at school. The cause stemmed from the concert. Yi Li's explosive performance had made him famous both online and across some campuses in the northern city. Logically, this should have brought honor to School 56. After all, having such a prodigious student should warrant adoration or at least some affection, right? But that wasn't the case. Yi Li's sensation had drawn the attention of a certain genius from School 1, causing the annual musical instrument competition to be moved up. As everyone knew, besides credits, there were many other forms of competition between schools. Musical instruments were among them, and were taken quite seriously. Every year-end, such friendly competitions were held, often attended by high-ranking officials. It was an event watched by the entire city. And the top prize almost always went to School 1, which was recognized as a haven for musical prodigies, effortlessly outshining students from all other districts in this regard. There was no use in feeling resentful, their skill was genuinely formidable. Yi Li's brilliance at the concert instantly made the prodigies of School 1 restless. Or perhaps jealous was a more fitting term. They believed Yi Li's singing was merely passable, and that his compositions were pre-prepared tricks to fool his fans. As for musical instruments, they claimed he knew nothing. They declared that School 1 had countless talented songwriters and wanted to test their mettle against the genius of School 56. This seemingly normal statement was actually laden with hidden meaning. Simply put, they were accusing Yi Li of deceiving his fans under Tian Nini's protection. If this were proven and Yi Li were an ordinary person, he wouldn't die, but had certainly suffer a fate worse than death. And Tian Nini would be so vilified she wouldn't dare show her face in public again. Such is the power of public opinion. Ultimately, all these claims from School 1 were just excuses to justify their jealousy. What the hell did fame have to do with musical instruments? They were just finding an excuse to bully others and gain honor in a field where Yi Li was a novice. To put it bluntly, there was some resentment, but the greater suspicion was their desire to step on someone's head to climb higher. Truly, a pig gets fat by being famous, but also gets slaughtered. There are both pros and cons. When School 56 learned they would face an early musical instrument challenge from School 1, the resentment within the school was palpable even from the school gate. Looking at the rankings, School 1 was no simple institution. Compared to School 56, they were 55 places apart, which in a sense represented a difference in class. It was harsh, but unavoidable. The same principle applied to why Blue Star placed so much importance on diplomas, abilities, and educational background. Then again, having been surpassed, and even looking up to School 1 for so many years, School 56 naturally harbored feelings of respect and admiration. Pathetically, they believed they couldn't compete with them in musical instruments and lacked even the courage to challenge them. School 56 wasn't alone in this thinking. Other universities felt the same way. So Yeely provoking a solo challenge from School 1 brought a pointed collective humiliation upon School 56. Ridiculously, instead of uniting against a common foe, they cowered and shifted the blame onto one person, maintaining their subservient attitude towards School 1. They're so thick-skinned. Didn't Principal Gao stop them? Yeely rolled his eyes, realizing shamelessness knows no bounds and exists everywhere. What's the use? Even if the principal publicly praised your talent, it wouldn't help. They're still saying all those things, and they're even asking him to expel you. Mo Qingxue was furious, pouting. Hearing this, Yeely felt slightly better and asked, "Does anyone in our class think I'm bringing trouble to the school?" Mo Qingxue nodded, then shook her head. Yeely understood immediately it was likely split down the middle. He then in a rather petty manner asked who said what. He was both straightforward and petty. "It was only human nature. Treat me as I treat you. Don't preach about campus camaraderie to me." Of course, he just mentally noted it and didn't plan to deliberately target those individuals. But if they ever came to him for help, they could forget it. He wouldn't be able to assist. Alright, let them come. It's not like I can run away, right? Yeely started his car Afin and headed to the supermarket to buy ingredients. How can you be so unconcerned? That's School 1. Mo Qingxue expressed her anxiety, clearly showing her own reverence for School 1. Scared? Let them come. Well, crush them and make them lose face. Yeely of course wasn't afraid. He had a trump card. The reason Head asked about Principal Gao's attitude was to decide if it was worth accepting School 1's challenge and making them lose face. If Principal Gao had also been blaming him, Yeely would have said goodbye and transferred schools, dragging Mo Qingxue, Weiner, Xia Jinjin Chao, he, and others along with him, just to spite the old fool. But Principal Gao was savvy and hadn't done that. Regardless of his true feelings, he was publicly defending Yeely. Since that was the case, Yeely decided to win glory for School 56 once more. I want to secretly steal a glance at her, pretending to admire a bottle of flowers. In the supermarket, the song that had exploded overnight was playing. In the electronics section, the LCD TV was showing Yeely's adorable and playful performance video, and quite a crowd had gathered around. Unexpectedly, it wasn't just young people, there were also elderly men and women. They were full of praise. "This girl has such spirit. Why haven't we seen her before? If I could have her as my grandson's wife, I'd thank my ancestors." Yeely and her companions happened to pass by this area. Mo Qingxue mentioned they were out of body lotion at home and wanted to see if the supermarket had a suitable brand. Little did they expect that everything along the way was about Yeely's performance last night. Outside the supermarket, on the streets, even internet celebrities live streaming by the roadside were following the trend with a series of songs. Honestly, Mo Qingxue was still very excited about this. Along the way, she couldn't help but smile with her eyes curved, and Weiner was the same. But strangely, they noticed that Yeely and those people who could be considered fans, as they brushed past them, they didn't recognize Yeely at all. This made them turn their heads, repeatedly looking at Yeely with shock and uncertainty. Could it be that she wasn't that famous yet? Little did they know that Yeely had gained a new ability, the power to confuse the masses. Once activated, no one could recognize her true form unless she willed it. "Why didn't they recognize you?" Mo Qingxue asked, deeply puzzled. "Didn't you see I specifically wore a bucket hat?" Yeely made an excuse. Indeed, when they had gone back earlier, she had deliberately changed into wide-leg pants, a rainbow-colored strappy top, with chaotic stitches, and an exaggerated bucket hat. Of course, this wouldn't fool anyone else. It was just to give Mo Qingxue and Weiner a plausible explanation. "But even so, your figure and temperament. Oh, come on. Do you really want me to be recognized? Then we won't be able to shop in peace. Let's drop it, or we really won't be able to leave." From initial probing to understanding to familiarity, and even, she liked this version of Yeely. As for Yeely's own inner monologue, as time passed, she had gradually immersed herself in the role of Yeely the girl. Seeing her own cute and silly antics along the way felt awkward and vaguely gave her a feeling. From initial probing to understanding to familiarity, and even, she liked this version of Yeely. As for Yeely's own inner monologue, as time passed, she had gradually immersed herself in the role of Yeely the girl. Seeing her own cute and silly antics along the way felt awkward and vaguely gave her a feeling akin to being pregnant. Goosebumps all over. Went home, ate, bathed, and it was time for the thrilling yet torturous ritual. Yeely really wanted to know if girls, no refined girls, really needed to apply body lotion. It was fun, sure, and exciting, but damn, it was so uncomfortable. Ever since she started living with Wayner and Tianini, she was forced to apply it every few days. Skipping it wasn't an option. Tianini's mouth was incredibly persuasive. If Yili ever resisted, she'd be ridiculed for not being a proper girl. Yili would stay stiff as a board enduring the soft touches of Wayner and Mo Qingxue throughout the process. As she was applying it, Wayner shot. Yili, a glare, plopped down on the edge of the bed and raised her hand in exasperation. You haven't even touched there yet, and you're already reacting. With that, she went to fetch Yili some underwear. Mo Qingxue's cheeks burned like fire. She let out a shy yuck and pulled Yili up from the bed to change the sheets. Yili went to face the wall in self-reflection. This guy actually felt embarrassed too, his ears turning a terrifying shade of red as he turned away. It really wasn't his fault. He didn't want to react this way all the time. Why so rough? You're so annoying. As the saying goes, fortunes change. This time, it was Mo Qingxue's turn to get the lotion applied. Yili chuckled wickedly, her hands finding treasure, stirring up a storm. Mo Qingxue expressed her displeasure, but her temperature kept rising. The three had different interests. Afterwards, Mo Qingxue read a book. Wayner played the piano for a bit, then she lay on the bed beside Yili, staring blankly at the tablet in Yili's hands. She asked, "What's this character's name?" Yili replied, "Luffy. He's a goofy, straightforward, yet tear-jerking guy. He's the essence. Is he the protagonist of your next anime?" Wayner had already asked about the integrated animation company on the way back. Yili naturally shared everything without reservation. There was nothing to hide. Yeah, there are a few others. He'll introduce them to you one by one. Why does he wear a straw hat? Wayner was curious. It was different from the world she knew. Faith. It's a tremendous power. Regarding One Piece, Yili pondered deeply and decided to respect the original work. She had thought about adapting it into a Mountain King story, but felt it would lose much of its passion, and some scenes would lose their most precious elements if set on land. After much deliberation, she decided to incorporate elements and strip away the deeper cultural nuances. If released with a fantasy twist, it should work. Also, she would simplify the complex plots to make it easier for the general audience to understand. Shueisha was already contacting people. The Liao Dream Factory could open anytime, but work efficiency was uncertain. Yili had to prepare in advance. She drew late into the night. Wayner and Mo Qingxue had long since curled up together and fallen asleep. It wasn't until the early hours of the morning that Yili finished the first draft of the story and the main plotline. Unable to stay awake any longer, she fell asleep. Of course, she squeezed in between Mo Qingxue and Wayner, sleeping with an arm around each. The warm glow of the desk lamp illuminated the three beauties, their hair messy, each with a unique charm, drifting into dreams with relaxed or pouting expressions. It was a picture painted with secrets and beauty. In the morning, Yili was awakened by the enticing aroma of breakfast. They had bought a lot of ingredients last night, and Mo Qingxue had taken over the role of head chef from Tianini. There was no need to eat out for breakfast. Wayner, Qingxue, do you two have any more stockings? Yili poked her head out of the bathroom while brushing her teeth, asking with a gloomy expression. She was rough on stockings. The last pair had gotten a run in them yesterday, without her even noticing when. Let me go check. Wayner said, her eyes still a bit sleepy, and went upstairs to look. After a short while, she came back shaking her head, holding a new pair of stockings. This is all we have. The school wouldn't allow this kind, right? Yili grabbed them, waving her hand to signal it was fine. She didn't care. Without them, she felt uncomfortable all over. How to describe this feeling? Yili didn't know how others felt, but for her it was as uncomfortable as being buried. Like the lack of security without wearing safety shorts. It was simply a matter of habit. Not wearing them felt wrong. As she put them on, Yili felt a sense of shame. She realized she had never worn thigh highs that reached just at the top of her thighs. Her fair skin against the black stockings created a tempting contrast. Her already long legs looked even longer because of it. She thought it wasn't safe enough, so she found a pair of safety shorts to wear underneath. Wayner watched stunned, and gave her a thumbs up, as if to say, aren't you hot? Yili didn't care. Since she was in a female body, now she had to take necessary precautions. The three of them got ready, ate, and went to school. Since they were at school, Yili didn't activate her confusion ability. There was no need, as everyone already knew she was a student there. Disguising herself was pointless. Yili would eventually have to face the teachers and students. What would be the point of putting on a strange face? But who would have thought? The moment she entered the school gate, she was instantly surrounded by a crowd. It was a massive swarm, and it was still growing. However, these upperclassmen and underclassmen weren't there to praise Yili, they were there to accuse her. Some went as far as hurling obscenities. Get out of school, 56. You're not welcome here. Yeah, we don't want students who bring trouble to our school. We refuse to be associated with your kind. We don't want to be humiliated by school one. Don't think you're anything special just because you've salvaged school, no. 50 SIXS honor a few times. Let me tell you, Yili, I don't like your songs at all. I don't know what tricks you use to get 90 to pave the way for you, but do you think that's something to be proud of? Your unscrupulous methods are clear to everyone. Please leave this place. We consider you a disgrace to school now. 56, oh, not a hero. The harsh faces of the crowd truly stung Yili. He thought he could endure it, believed his thick skin could handle it. But when it actually happened, he realized he had overestimated himself. He recognized the instigator at once. It was none other than Yao Bilian, who had refused to lend him money. Then came Ling Ling and her group, followed by some male students, and the rest were just blind followers or opportunists. He laughed, bitterly shaking his head, and decided in his heart that he would no longer stay at school now. 56. It wasn't worth it, these little brats were too much. But before he left, he had to slap the faces that needed slapping and make those who would regret it do so. Otherwise, he would feel extremely unsatisfied. Everyone quiet. It seemed as if the school leaders had anticipated this scene. They pushed through the crowd angrily. Lao Gao's gesture was warm. He immediately shielded Yi Li. His expression was stern, his eyes accusatory as he surveyed the crowd inside and out. What right do any of you have to criticize student Yi? With your rabble-rousing nature, you're not even 1/10th of him. He's young, yet brimming with talent. What about you? All day long scheming and envying, not even the courage to face reality. Are you still young people? Huh? You talk about being ashamed to be in the same school, but have any of you ever brought glory to the school? How many times has student Yi done it? Compose a tune for me to hear. Write a song for me to appreciate. Hold a concert for 100,000 people for me to see. Bring back morale single-handedly for me to witness. Hit 3 consecutive three-pointers to win the school competition glory. Show me, damn it. Lao Gao was so excited he was spitting everywhere, his voice louder than Yi Li had ever heard. His heart felt a little warm, but also ridiculous. In this vast campus, after all his contributions to honor, only the school leaders had stepped forward. Even his class teacher Chiu Man hadn't stepped up. Ridiculous, utterly ridiculous. Lao Gao's appearance and reprimand silenced the crowd that had gathered in the center of the school. Some were jolted awake, others remained disdainful, and some even sneered, casting looks at Lao Gao, as if accusing him of favoritism. To be honest, Lao Gao was also deeply hurt. These students were beyond worthless. If it weren't for the sake of the next generation, he would have expelled them all. Damn pathetic bunch. However, this reprimand only brought a brief moment of silence. The accusations returned. Yes, Yi Li has indeed done things that benefit school now. 56, but that doesn't offset the challenge from school now. One specifically targeting us. School no? One is full of musical prodigies. Oh, we can't handle them. Can Yi Li outshine them all? If not, then school no. 56 will be ridiculed by others, and well be humiliated. So I demand that Yi Li be expelled in advance. Expel. 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 The crowd chanted along with the cry, their voices so loud they could be heard throughout the campus. Chao Haxiao and Jin Jin also squeezed in, shielding Yi Li, glaring at those disgusting faces. It seemed they tried to argue back, but it was useless. Their voices were too soft. Damn it, these little brats were so blatantly excessive without even a pretense of reason, unanimously demanding Yi Li's expulsion. Mo Qingxue heard all this, saw the faces of these people, and cried in grievance. She felt heartache for Yi Li, felt he was being undervalued, and realized all her past efforts were in vain. Weiner was radiating cold fury, her small chest heaving violently. She was clearly about to explode. The protests grew even louder, and Lao Gao could no longer contain them. Yi Li lowered his head slightly, a shadow covering his brow, masking the dark, sinister expression on his face. The cries of expulsion continued as he slowly raised his arm, and the crowd that was hounding him cooperatively fell silent. People are like that, blindly following, going with the flow, watching the spectacle. As long as a few lead the silence, even those who don't understand what's happening stop shouting. At the front stood several senior girls, sneering at Yi Li. One of them spoke. What? Any more excuses? If you still care about school now. 56, then stop hurting it. How infuriating. What did she mean by still? When had Yi Li ever harmed school now? 56. It was all fabricated by these brats. Yi Li didn't explain anything, nor did he look at the crowd. He simply uttered 6 words, I will satisfy you. Then he stepped forward, resolved that if anyone dared to block his way, he would barge straight through, regardless of consequences. But he didn't know how intimidating his aura was at that moment. Invisible, yet palpable to everyone. They all felt that it was best not to cross him, or the consequences would be dire. Even Lao Gao was startled. He reached out a hand, then withdrew it, and moved aside first. A chain reaction, without understanding why everyone made way. Meanwhile, murmurs continued. What does he mean by satisfy us? Is he agreeing? Probably. Since the whole school rejects him, how thick-skinned must he be to not leave? I couldn't stay anyway. Oh, I have my dignity. Then why is he still going into the school, heading toward the classroom? Who knows? Let's wait and see. If he's really that shameless, we'll go to the classroom and insult him. On the way to the classroom, Yi Li asked Mo Qingxue when school now. One plan to come. Mo Qingxue said this Thursday. That meant 3 days left. Yi Li frowned. He didn't want to wait. 3 days was too long. He couldn't bear to wait another moment. Just as he was pondering how to speed things up, Lao Gao arrived. Child, I'd like to talk with you. Lao Gao cherished talent and genuinely liked Yi Li. He worried about the psychological impact on her and wanted to offer some guidance. Yi Li paused, thought for a moment, and followed Lao Gao to the office. I'm sorry you've been wronged, but I promise you we'll give you a satisfactory answer. Those kids are just immature. You're so smart, don't take it to heart. I believe you can handle it right. As for the challenge from school, no. 1. It's nothing. Well accepted, a losing is no big deal. I don't think this matter is your fault. Few teachers would be willing to say such comforting words to a student. As Principal Lao Gao's responsibilities were heavy and his words in a sense were already quite selfless. But they also reflected the attitude of an elder. Yili smiled, sincerely grateful for his words, and even felt a little touched. As the saying goes, when the whole world is against you, I still believe in you. Though it might not be perfectly fitting here, the sentiment was there. Yili didn't say much, but asked Lao Gao a question. He said, "What is the meaning of human existence?" Lao Gao was momentarily stunned, probably not expecting such a philosophical question. He hastily replied, "The preciousness of life, the continuation of civilization, the value of wisdom." Lao Gao spoke at length about the meaning and views of life philosophy. Very correct, very bright. Yili nodded in acknowledgement, but said something Lao Gao didn't understand. Actually, there's no meaning. If you insist on one, it's simply to survive, to find a reason to keep living. And between the two, you need a pivot. This pivot is broad, but when condensed it boils down to just one meaning. Yili didn't elaborate on what that meaning was. Perhaps he wanted to see if old Gao could figure it out. Maybe it was a test for old Gao. If he got it right, then Yili would stay, not wasting his earnest advice. Unfortunately, he didn't. "Thank you for your support, Principal, but I've decided to leave School 56. Old Gao's face changed drastically. He sprang up from his chair, eager to stop her, but Yili raised a hand to cut him off. "My mind is made up. It's not about you, Principal, nor about School 56. I just feel this isn't the campus I envisioned, so." He shrugged, his gaze dropping. "There's no need to persuade me further. If you still value the honor I've brought to School 56, then respect my choice." Old Gao seemed to deflate, looking somewhat defeated. His bowl-cut hairstyle, resembling an ice rink in the middle with wire fences on the sides, swayed slightly. It seemed to silently say, "No use trying to keep her, save your breath." He nodded heavily, and the big man's eyes reddened. He opened his broad chest and embraced the dazzling girl before him. Yili smiled, her eyes narrowing into slits, not refusing. "Also, I have a request." "Speak." Not wanting Yili to see his vulnerable side, old Gao turned away, hands on his hips, his voice trembling slightly. "I will take Weiner Qingxua Jinjin Chao He, and also in my personal capacity accept the challenge from School 1A before I leave. AG. Read. Also, I hope you can expedite the challenge date in the name of School 56. Old Gao spun around, staring at Yili in disbelief. Yili clearly intended to shoulder the challenge alone, not giving School 56 a chance to be humiliated. Old Gao could understand and knew her intentions. But why expedite the challenge? Wasn't she afraid of those prodigies from School 1? What old Gao thought was just his thought. In reality, Yili didn't want to bring any more glory to School 56. The reason for hastening the challenge was that she didn't want to stay a minute longer. This echoed the question she had asked old Gao. The so-called pillar of support held but one meaning: happiness. Since there was no happiness for her here, why should she endure the misery and the taunts of those brats? What a joke. Damn it, this isn't a TV drama, why should she? Fine. How soon? Facing this student, old Gao felt an involuntary fondness, willing to grant her requests as long as she wouldn't do anything rash. Tomorrow. Closing the office door, Yili walked out. That matter was settled. Next she had to deal with the little problems with Lingling Qin Yang and Enlon. But just as she reached the stairwell, she saw Enlon leaning against the wall, seemingly waiting for her on purpose. Yili thought she was also there to mock her, and a surge of anger flared up inside. Fine, Enlon. I haven't even blamed you for your past deeds, and you dare to take this chance to sneer. Do you think I have no temper? Unexpectedly, Enlon avoided her gaze and said, "Can you ignore them?" The anger abruptly extinguished, leaving Yili stunned. What the heck? What's going on? After a long silence, Enlon glanced sideways, then quickly lowered her head. She spoke again. "I overheard your conversation with the principal. Can you not leave?" It seemed to take great effort for her to say this, her voice strained. "Also, I want to apologize for everything I did to you before. I know I was unreasonable, and I shouldn't have taken my anger out on you." She didn't specify what anger she meant, but Yili had already learned the details from Yu Xiao, so he understood what Enlon was referring to. But that wasn't the point. The point was why so sudden. Why, he blurted out instinctively. Whether Enlon understood his why, or what it referred to, she just shook her head. Her neat bangs swayed with the motion. "Anyway, I've thought it through and seen things clearly. I shouldn't have blamed you. Please forgive me. If you're still upset, I can. She wanted to say, "I could let you kiss me a few more times, just don't be angry anymore." But how could she say that out loud? Yili was utterly bewildered. Damn, does this girl have multiple personalities? Ding, choice triggered. At that moment, the magical system triggered another magical choice. 1. Cabot and forcefully kiss Enlon for 30 seconds. Gain 2,000 forgiveness points. 2. Chest Dawn and forcefully kiss Enlon for 1 minute. Gain 6,000 forgiveness points. Hearing this choice, Yili's mouth twitched. Why? Why did this choice only target Enlon? He strongly suspected the system was doing it on purpose, making it impossible for him to hold a grudge against her. And what the heck is a Chest Dawn? I'll forget it, let's do the Cabot first. Hey system, I'll pick option 1 first. We'll talk about the second one later. The system stayed silent, which seemed to indicate approval. So Yili reached out and kabadoned Lan. She flinched for the first time, not daring to meet his eyes. But she didn't seem to resist either. Gazing at her delicate rosy lips, Yili pursed his own and gently pressed them against hers. In the end, feelings between people are always muddled. Changes, joys and sorrows can happen in an instant. Once is a novelty, twice is familiar. Lan was drawn by some mysterious emotion, and many of her views had changed. Perhaps it was because Yili's skill was too great, or perhaps she was conquered by his straightforward and domineering personality. Or maybe the man she thought she could rely on wasn't dependable. In short, it was complicated. After 30 seconds, both of them were blushing as they looked at each other. Yili asked curiously, "Why don't you want to hit me anymore?" Lan averted her gaze, silent. Her personality was very similar to Wayner's, but the difference was that Wayner would speak her heart. Lan wouldn't, nor would she reveal her truest thoughts. "I don't blame you anymore." They were very close enough to feel each other's alluring breath. She gave a slight nod, and Lan hummed softly in response. The grievances between them were in the end tangled with many other reasons. Lan's actions had been annoying, but in a way she was also protecting herself. If the roles were reversed, Yili would probably have done even worse than her. Since there was no real hatred, and he had falsely accused her of being a lesbian, and she had offered a sincere apology, Yili felt it was best not to hold a grudge. But there was one person he definitely couldn't forgive. However, that could wait. He still hadn't figured out this chest-on thing. He asked Lan sheepishly, do you know what a chest-on is?" He genuinely didn't know, had never heard of it before. Lan's hand trembled, and her face paled. Her standard oval face stiffened slightly, and she suspected Yili knew she had been watching some niche Hong Kong anime lately. It's worth mentioning that in the niche Hong Kong anime scene there are pure stories of sisterly love. You can't see that kind of thing in other anime. And in these pure sisterly love stories, the chest-on is the most frequent trope, so Lan understood. Thinking of those slightly thrilling scenes, Lan stared at Yili and asked seriously, "You want to experience it?" At some point, the things she had once detested had quietly stopped being detestable. Yili was about to nod awkwardly, but before he could, he saw Lan suddenly switch positions with him, lean and swiftly hook her leg around his, and push him down to the floor. Of course, Yili resisted during this process, but when he realized Lan just wanted him on the ground, he went along with it. Then Yili saw the girl press herself onto him, and her hand placed itself on his. What the heck, he was the one being dominated. In the stairwell, two girls stood face to face on different steps. Yili kept his eyes open, feeling the so-called heartbeat sensation. Truly extraordinary, yet the grip was painfully uncomfortable. Lan appeared as steady as a rock, but the lashes of her closed eyes trembled incessantly, betraying a heart in utter chaos. Both were slender and graceful, radiating exceptional charm. Lan stood above her, legs braced apart in a stance that mirrored anime depictions to perfection. Clearly she had fantasized about this. Yili meanwhile experienced firsthand what Tian Nini had once felt on the sofa. This made him realize he had long known how to do this. Sighing, he thought, "I've been dominated. What a blow to my manly pride." After a long moment they parted. Perhaps due to inexperience, a faint trace of something clung to Lan's lips, which she hastily wiped away with her sleeve. "So can you stay, eh?" Blushing and lowering her gaze, she maintained her composed facade. Yili also wiped his mouth. For some reason, every time he kissed Lan, he felt especially exhilarated. It wasn't that he wasn't excited with Wayner and the others, but the sensation was distinctly different. Perhaps the difference lay in the dynamic of dominance or a sense of possession. When Lan brought up the matter, Yili shook his head seriously. "Why?" she asked. After what seemed like a long hesitation, she reached out and pulled him to his feet. "It doesn't feel right, not at all. So I have to leave." Yili studied her quietly. Perhaps because he had grown slightly taller, he could now look at her at eye level. Lan said nothing more, hesitated, then turned and walked away. Suddenly she stopped and asked, "Which school do you plan to attend?" Yili smiled. "Well, they'll see if any school can give me the answers I'm looking for. You'll come too, right?" She remained silent, but Yili clearly saw her waist-length straight hair give a slight upward lift, her silent nod of agreement. She had agreed. Unfortunately, after school that day, Yili never saw Lan again, only catching fragments of news about her family. When the class bell rang, Yili returned to the classroom, shutting out the scorn and mockery of his classmates, closing his eyes to their contempt. Enduring until the bell rang, he went alone to the senior building, appearing at the door of class 32. The journey was a gauntlet of jeers and taunts, harsh words pressing in from all sides. The abuse was vile, and Yili nearly lost his composure several times, but he reasoned he couldn't just punch everyone. There were at least 100 of them. His sudden appearance caused a stir throughout the senior building. Qin Yang naturally knew and saw him. In the past, wherever Yili appeared, Qin Yang would gaze at him with tender affection, even if he didn't approach. But today, after everything that had happened with Yili standing right at his classroom door, Qin Yang deliberately kept his head down, pretending not to see him. Indeed, some truths only reveal themselves through experience. Speaking of which, hadn't Qin Yang once seemed like the perfect boyfriend archetype, silently devoted? And now, how shameless. Now you come looking for the senior for help. Weren't you so aloof before? Yi Li's sudden appearance led everyone to assume he was seeking Qin Yang's protection. After all, with Qin Yang's background, reputation, handsome looks, and status among his admirers, if he truly wanted to shield Yi Li, his influence would carry some weight. While it might not fully quell the storm, many, especially the girls, would at least refrain from verbal attacks out of respect for him. But Qin Yang did no such thing. Just as Yi Li was about to call him out, he heard someone hurling insults at him. Turning, he saw. What a coincidence. It was Ling Ling. She had conveniently jumped out on her own, saving him the trouble of seeking her out. What was her full name again? Yi Li slapped his forehead. He genuinely didn't know. I'd have to ask Mo Qingxue later. Senior, it seems you haven't fulfilled your end of the bargain. No need to bark now. He'll come find you next period. With that, he strode into class 32. Since Qin Yang wouldn't come out, he'd call him out with 3 words. Ling Ling's face turned pale, knowing exactly what he meant. It was precisely for this reason she had fervently stirred up hostility against him. She hoped to bury the bet beneath the chaos and escape having to confess to Zhu Yuran. But she underestimated Yi Li. Such an amusing affair, especially at a time like this, only made him more determined. As Yi Li entered the classroom, Qin Yang emerged from the back, standing in the aisle holding a chair. His demeanor seemed off, a bizarre, dazed vacancy. The crowd watched in confusion while Yi Li slipped away. Why witness the bloody spectacle to come? He was a delicate fairy after all. After he left, the onlookers watched Qin Yang brutalize himself, smashing his head, then his knees, then slamming the chair into his own feet. Throughout it all, he made not a single sound, moving with a zombie-like eeriness. Those who witnessed it felt a chill creep down their spines. Panic erupted. People screamed, rushed to restrain him, and scrambled to notify the school nurse. It was utter chaos. During the break, Yi Li had been seen in various places around campus. Some who witnessed his movements gathered, waiting for his return to hurl abuse at him. Growing impatient, the crowd began exchanging insults about him, recounting his deeds with sneers and derision. The words were so vile, perhaps by sheer coincidence, that Qi Xiao overheard them. He charged into the crowd without a second thought, seizing one person and beating him mercilessly. The commotion drew multiple teachers, and it took a full 10 minutes, and 3 male teachers, to pry Qi Xiao away. A pack of beasts. Qi Xiao, restrained, was red-faced and wide-eyed, his breath ragged. He cursed himself for not having more hands. Then he could have hit more people. Similar scenes unfolded elsewhere, such as in class 25. He had tried his utmost to restrain himself, but the things being said were too vicious. He couldn't bear to hear his big brother insulted like this. In his eyes, Yi Li had done nothing wrong. He had been fighting for School 56 all along. Why weren't people grateful? Why were they so quick to distance themselves with such hostility? He couldn't take it anymore. So, transforming into a tiger, no, a bulldog, he lashed onto one boy and refused to let go. Unlike Qi Xiao, he took heavy damage, cornered and beaten into a corner by his classmates. Even with blood streaming from his nose and his eyes swollen, nearly shut, his jaw remained clamped in a death grip. The teachers eventually intervened to break it up. In what seemed like a mere instant, the entire School 56 descended into chaos and turmoil. Fortunately, such incidents were few and the damage was contained. Then Old Gao timely released a statement. Yi Li would accept School 1's challenge in his personal capacity. And afterward, he would voluntarily leave the school. This news instantly silenced School 56. If Yi Li was acting on his own, then even if he were humiliated, it had nothing to do with them. But the real point was that everyone knew Yi Li would be leaving. With this announcement, whether intentionally or not, people seemed to lose their reason to keep cursing him. After all, their goals were only to avoid being implicated and drive Yi Li out of School 56. The match against School 1 has been moved to tomorrow. I want no more reckless behavior. Anyone caught making disparaging remarks will be punished for disrupting campus order, and severe cases will result in expulsion. Old Gao's voice echoed through every classroom and corner of the campus. Every student in School 56 heard it, and the relentless murmurs of condemnation abruptly ceased. Yi Li heard it too, but paid it little mind. Upon returning to class, his first question to Mo Qingxue was, "What's Ling Ling's full name?" Mo Qingxue replied, "I think her surname is Sure." Yi Li suddenly understood. No wonder no one called her by her full name. Well, now that he knew, he'd make her confess to Zhu Yuran next period. Another class ended, and Yi Li found Ling Ling. "Senior, it's time to confess to Zhu Yuran, right?" Although this bet wasn't public, can schools really keep secrets? It had already spread like wildfire the night of the game. Seeing Yi Li heading towards Ling Ling's class, many people followed. Some guessed what she was about to do, while others were curious how Yi Li dared to accept School No. 1's challenge on her own. This time there was no noisy chatter, but the disdainful looks remained. Among those following, Zhu Yuran was there too. He looked excited, licking his thick lips, lost in thought. What confession? I know nothing about it. Ling Ling, surrounded by her friends, stubbornly denied it. Yi Li knew this would happen. Not bothering to argue, she gave 3 crisp commands, and Ling Ling walked towards the confession platform on her own. The platform wasn't officially named by the school, but it was the heart of its legend. When people repeatedly do the same thing in one place, that place is bound to become famous. At the very center of School No. 50 SIX's campus stood the dragon soaring stone platform, over 6 meters tall. Upon it rested a slanted four-cornered stone slab engraved with the names of the nation's celebrated figures. Youth craves grand heart-striking romance, and high school is often the prologue to love stories. Declaring one's feelings here seemed to carry a certain weight of proof. As Ling Ling moved, the bewildered onlookers followed in a daze, while Yili leaned against the corridor railing watching calmly. Ling Ling climbed the stone steps of the platform and shouted at the top of her lungs, "Zhu Yuruan, I like you, I want to have your babies." Everyone was petrified, eyes wide in utter shock, stunned beyond words. Who was Zhu Yuruan? The typical dark, fat, and lecherous type, always bothering girls. Who would confess to someone like him? But an even greater shock was coming. Right after her confession, as Zhu Yuruan was getting excited, Ling Ling ran down with a thud and leaped into his arms, unleashing a flurry of loud smacking kisses. The scene, the intensity, the saliva, the big fat lips. It made Yi Li's skin crawl. She quickly slipped away, too blinding for the eyes. Not bothering to enjoy the horrified expressions of the onlookers or the gagging, Yi Li returned to her class. She gathered. No, wait, what's the word? Called over Wainer Qingxue Jinjin, and, "Hey, where's Chao He?" Standing at the back door of class 25, Yi Li didn't see Chao He. Mo Qingxue recounted how Chao He had defended her honor, adding at the end, "He's in the infirmary." "All right, let's go to the infirmary." Yi Li noted this, but didn't think about how to repay him. It wasn't like she could offer her hand in marriage. Nonsense. But class is about to start. Does that even matter? Yi Li looked at the three girls. Wainer, of course, had no objections, as she was Yi Li's shadow, agreeable to anything. Mo Qingxue also supported Yi Li. Today's collective condemnation of Yi Li by School No. 56 made her wish she had divine powers to beat up everyone who had insulted her friend. Xia Jinjin blinked. She loved excitement, and of course loved being excited with Yi Li and the others. "I've said it before, I'm going to be the goddess bestie. Forget class. I don't want to study at this school anyway." With that, the four girls marched briskly to the infirmary and saw Chao He, his face bruised and swollen. Ignoring the school nurse's protests, they grabbed Chao He and walked right out of School No. 56. Everything that needed to be done was done now. They just had to wait for tomorrow to dominate and wipe the smug looks off everyone's faces. The only thing left to handle was hearing what Mo Qingxue and the others thought. "You all know I'm leaving School No. 56. I want to hear your thoughts." Yi Li didn't say she could take them with her. She wanted to leave room, or rather respect their decisions. "Wherever big sister goes, I go. He'll even quit school if I have to." Chao He's voice was muffled, looking both pitiful and comical. His family was wealthy, studying, or achieving success didn't really matter to him. Yi Li nodded and looked at Mo Qingxue. "I said yesterday I wanted to transfer. This school is too cold-blooded." Yi Li nodded again, skipped Wainer, and looked at Xia Jinjin. "I don't care. You guys are the only ones I'm close to. If you leave, I won't be happy here either." Can Uncle Xia agree to that? From her memory, Xia Jinjin's father always wore a smiling face. Though he seemed approachable, he gave off a relaxed yet serious vibe. It was said that this Uncle Xia was terrifyingly devoted to music and was himself a renowned, Swana master. Yi Li just wanted to say, "Oh my god," because in her feeling, no matter what style of Swana music it was, it always gave her a sense of ethereal drift, as if ascending to bliss. It was incredibly mystical. Since Xia Jinjin came from a family of musicians, they were surely strict with her. Before, this might have been a problem, but "Goddess, after your concert was so awesome, my dad saw it too. He said you're the epitome of genius and told me to stick close to you." "Well, that settled it. No problem then. Since that's settled, let's head back to the villa." Yi Li gestured for them to get in the car. "But transferring schools isn't that easy," Mo Qingxue said, ever the careful one considering the complexities. "That's exactly why I'm going back to the villa." Yi Li wasn't worried about transferring. She believed that after tomorrow's explosive showdown, many schools would be eager to have her. It wasn't vanity, but confidence. She had an advantage. She wasn't thinking about being recruited, but about choosing. For instance, among the many schools in the northern city, which ones had good reputations, good atmospheres, and students of good character. Character can't be easily categorized, but it's definitely related to the school's ethos. Near Vermilion 1 gets stained red. That's the idea. The beetle was a bit small, but they managed to squeeze in. Poor Chao, he had to curl up in the footwell of the back seat. No choice, he was the only guy. And just after Yi Li and the others left school following Old Gao's announcement to move up the challenge. Within just over 20 minutes, the news had spread to almost all the major high schools in the northern city and reached the ears of the relevant officials. School No. 1 naturally got the news and expressed their willingness to move it up. As an annual event, moving it up didn't change its nature, it just made it more prominent. Of course, being singled out by School No. 1 was bound to attract attention. Even the prefect and various leaders began making arrangements upon hearing the news. Why? No reason. This was an annual affair, an arrangement from higher-ups needing no justification. They simply needed to report briefly and cooperate with the event. The same news also started spreading on various forums. When it was confirmed that the challenged person was Miss Yi from the concert, fans who loved Yi Li's singing clamored to descend upon District 56. That probably wasn't realistic. Tomorrow, under the control of the relevant authorities, it would be hard for anyone other than the corresponding students and staff to get in. Of course the media reporters who paid would be a different story. In short, the sudden challenge from school no. One had already caused a significant stir, and everyone knew there would be a big spectacle tomorrow. Back at the villa, they gathered around the dining table analyzing their opponent's strength. Though he had an edge, it was still beneficial to understand the situation beforehand. She's the one named Jishu. She's said to be the student at school one who masters the most musical instruments hailing from Punlai. A photo of a beautiful young woman was displayed on the tablet introduced by Mo Qingxue. Yili stared at the picture admiring her beauty. Yet he couldn't help but wonder why she had chosen to study in the northern city. In the Dragon Kingdom, Punlai was akin to the capital of Huaxia, anyone from there was a big shot. At the very least, they were descendants of influential figures, and typically wouldn't choose to develop in smaller places. But exceptions existed, just like why a tycoon always preferred wearing cloth shoes. Yili admitted he couldn't fathom that joy. How many instruments can she play? Mo Qingxue shook her head. Not sure, but at least a dozen or more. Damn, with skills like that, why hasn't she graduated and joined a music academy? Mo Qingxue shrugged, expressing her own confusion. Maybe she wants a full graduation. Yili hummed nonchalantly, feeling no pressure. A dozen or so was a piece of cake. They then moved on to ask about the reputations of various schools. After some discussion, the five concluded that excluding schools 1 and 56, 8 other schools had good reputations. It wasn't that the others were bad, but these were more outstanding or consistently maintained their standards. Yili decided to figure out the details tomorrow. He also felt like he had lost something. What was it? He pondered for a long time, leaning on the table, and realized it was the number 56. Yes, that number was lost along with the last shred of familiarity his soul held. Perhaps disliking this slightly melancholic feeling or seeking an outlet, he suddenly burst into song. 56 ethnic groups, 56 flowers, 56 brothers and sisters are one family. Wainer and the others blinked, feeling that Yili seemed inexplicably sorrowful at that moment. And what song was this? Soon after, Xia Jinjin and Chao He left, saying they needed to discuss transferring schools with their families. Yili and the others saw them to the door. As for Chao He's injury, Yili secretly administered another palm strike. Chao He's face visibly healed, and he yelped in surprise. The others were also astonished, and Yili feigned surprise as well, not to cover anything up. It was because he remembered something. He had forgotten to make the second choice in that chest-thumping event. Yili stomped his foot in frustration, cursing at the wasted forgiveness points. Time flew by. It was noon, then dark. Mo Qingxue prepared dinner, and the three ate and chatted. However, it seemed that aside from Yili, Wainer and Qingxue weren't in the best spirits. It was because that prodigy Jishu was so formidable. They were certain Yili couldn't win tomorrow. Losing meant humiliation, and humiliation made them unhappy. Why did you agree and even move up the time? Mo Qingxue pouted. Yili could have easily ignored the matter, but it concerned Tian Nini's reputation. If he backed out, Tian Nini would definitely face backlash. Yili naturally wouldn't let that happen. Hey, don't worry. Who am I? I'm always awesome, and these young punks don't faze me. Trust me, I'll be fine. Mo Qingxue giggled, then chided. But you only know piano and flute. School 1 is sending so many people, how will you handle them alone? Yili scratched his head. He had never revealed his mastery of all instruments, and it was hard to explain, so he simply said, actually, I'm versatile. I can handle it. Just wait and see me shine tomorrow. It was the truth, but Mo Qingxue and Wainer didn't take it seriously, thinking they'd just accompany him and face the challenge together. Later, Tian Nini called, offering her support, but Yili declined. She agreed, realizing the situation was complex. Her presence might turn a non-issue into a real problem. Still, she was a bit worried and said she was just a phone call away and would be watching the live stream. Live stream? That was crucial. Yili thought about the event tomorrow, wondering if the media would be there. Whatever had, just bulldoze his way through. After their usual nightly routine, the three went to sleep. The next morning, they prepared to head to School 56. I wonder where it'll be held. Yili muttered. Wainer and Qingxue both shook their heads, indicating they weren't sure either. Just as they were about to leave the villa and get into a fin, the system stirred again. Ding, choice triggered. 1. Wild outfit to wow the crowd. Accept the challenge. Receive 1 ability transfer chance. 1 into 0 forgiveness points. 2. Han-style fresh look. To accept the challenge, receive power control. 6 over 0 forgiveness points. This probably referred to clothing style. Yili could understand the Han-style fresh look, but what on earth was a wild outfit? Did he have to go hunting? Well, that wasn't the point. The key was the highest forgiveness points ever offered. 10,000 wow. Hey system, can I choose both Han style and something else? And what's ability transfer? You can choose, but host won't have time to change clothes. Ability transfer means you can transfer one of your abilities to someone else, but you will lose that ability permanently. Yili grimaced. It seemed he had to choose option 1. Then he thought the ability transfer sounded cool. He could give his abilities to others. Could he give some to Wainer too? I choose 1. How do I get the wild outfit? The system replied, ask a Fen. Qingxue, Wainer, wait for me here on the sofa, don't come out. He'll call you when I'm ready. What are you doing? The two asked, puzzled. Yili didn't answer, dashed out, and entered the garage. A Fen, wild outfit, quick. He was worried about being late for the challenge and being accused of cowardice. Yes, master. Please choose a style. Several outfit options appeared on the central screen, and Yili finally understood what wild meant. It was the hip-hop style, so to speak. This one. Then Finn's bizarre operation began. Tentacles, wardrobe, makeup, all happening simultaneously. The key was that Yili was yelping in pain throughout the whole process, which was strange considering he couldn't pinpoint where it hurt. 15 minutes later, Yili emerged. He was fully transformed, and indeed very wild. First, his striking hairstyle, dreadlocks. So that's why he was yelling in pain. His once silky black hair was now a mass of little tufts cascading down his back and held together by a metallic-looking hair clip. It was still in a ponytail, but the vibe was completely different. Moreover, the ends were dyed in colors other than black, a vibrant purple blending into blue and red, exuding wild energy. Underneath, he wore a base layer topped with a 7/8 sleeve t-shirt in a Starry Night pattern. Hey Race the Kicker. The shirt had a print of Yili himself rolling his eyes. The shirt was long, reaching just below his hips, paired with shorts and a pair of matte black suede Martin boots. This instantly created a striking layered look, making him appear even taller. And another key point on his right thigh, visible for all to see, was a black lace leg garter. Yili cursed under his breath. Although it looked good, it was seriously alternative. He had also heard a certain story about this which made him feel even more uneasy. It was said to symbolize a courtesan, implying that even the wildest woman wasn't completely naked. Can I take it off, system? No, it must be wild. You're such a troll. Alright, he couldn't take it off, so head, just embrace it as a fashion accessory. Mo Qingxue and Weiner both brightened at the sight of Yili. Under the vast clear sky, the word dashing struck them like a bolt of lightning. Handsome. But why is he dressed like that? Weiner was the first to speak. How could Yili explain? He couldn't exactly say. The system made him go wild. Let's go, let's go. The three got into the car and headed for School 56. As they neared the main road before the school gates, they were stunned. Where was the road? Why were there only patrol convoys everywhere? And so many people outside. They were still flooding in. It might be because of the commotion and also because of you. It's normal to have this many people. Mo Qingxue analyzed briefly. At the moment, the 200 meters leading to School 50 SIXS gates were completely sealed off, the road nearly at a standstill. Patrol convoys were stationed on both sides 200 meters out to keep out the uninvited. In the middle of the road within that perimeter, seating had been set up and many had already taken their seats. Presumably they were school leaders from the northern city, including those from School 1. It seemed the challenge venue was set here. Yili and his companions got out of the car. Many sharp-eyed onlookers, or paparazzi, immediately spotted the girl radiating wild energy. A closer look and they thought, wow, isn't that Miss Yi? Wow. Miss Yi, I love you so much, I came all the way from out of town. A shout and all eyes turned. In an instant, Yili and the others were surrounded. Passionate words filled the air, some fans screaming at the top of their lungs to show their adoration for Yili. Yili had a headache. What to do? They couldn't get through. Miss Yi, could I have a photo with you? I really like you. My whole family of 3 came to see you, will definitely support you. At that moment, a young woman who looked like a beautiful mother pushed through the crowd with her little boy in tow. Faced with her enthusiastic face, Yili felt even more awkward, not knowing what to say. So he asked, you came empty-handed? Weiner and Qingxue chuckled, knowing he was up to his old tricks again. The beautiful mother was taken aback, then looked embarrassed and apologized. I left in a hurry, didn't bring a gift. Yili laughed heartily, took the phone from the beautiful mother's hand, held her little boy, and took a photo. Thank you so much, Miss Yi. Thank you too, big sister, the little boy said in a soft, waxy voice. Yili put on a stern face which scared the little boy into confusion, making him think this big sister was quite fierce. Call me Annie, not big sister. Amidst the laughter, as if they'd gotten word that Yili had arrived, Old Gao and a group of patrol officers walked over. You're here. Come with me. Old Gao called out a greeting, then shielded Yili and the others as they went inside. The beautiful mother called out from behind, Miss Yi, I believe you can do it right. Yesterday's events were no longer a secret. Many knew the reason and what School 1 meant. They also understood clearly what would happen if Yili lost. Thank you for your trouble, Principal. Yili said gratefully. Once inside, Yili took in everything. Besides the dense crowd and the central seating, music stages had been erected on both sides of the road. On them rested instruments, some gleaming, some ancient. Thank you for your trouble, Principal. Yili said gratefully. Once inside, Yili took in everything. Besides the dense crowd and the central seating, music stages had been erected on both sides of the road. On them rested instruments, some gleaming, some ancient. The prefect knew that the governor's daughter was at School 56, but the governor had instructed them not to disturb her. Now that he saw her in person, he couldn't pretend not to. He hurried over to greet her. Miss Shangwan, are you well? The prefect, surnamed Zhang, looked very thin and was about 40-something years old. Weiner nodded. She was always like this around strangers, quiet and reserved. Prefect Zhang wasn't embarrassed. He said a few words on his own before turning his gaze to Yili. Young lady, you're doing well. I've heard a lot about you lately. Quite impressive. But you should be more low-key. Otherwise, why would something like today happen? He didn't say it explicitly, but his instinctive head shake and lip curl showed his disapproval. In other words, where did this humiliation come from? Weiner lowered her eyes, thinking that if he knew who Yili's father was, he wouldn't dare say such things, even if his life depended on it. Yili didn't take the words to heart. Let him talk, he'd regret it soon enough. Still, he showed respect to the northern city leaders, saying nothing and just offering a polite smile. Since everyone is here, let's begin. Since the prefect was present, he naturally took the lead. Yili walked towards the music stage designated for School 56, with Weiner and Qing Shue following behind. Chao He and Xia Jingjin saw them, and came over as well. Strangely, on School 56's side, not a single student from the school was there, they all stood far away. But School 1 side was crowded, and some School 56 students were even there. How could they tell? Because of the different uniforms. It seemed these former schoolmates were trying to curry favor with School 1. You actually dared to come. Overestimating yourself? You dressed up like some freak show thinking this is a concert. Yili, just admit defeat. Even if you don't represent School 56 anymore, we were still schoolmates once. If you give up, senior sister Ing will go easy on you. The sycophants began their verbal assault, trying to win favor with the big shots from School 1. Yili didn't want to look, but he was curious about this Ing Jishu, wondering what kind of person could attract so many devoted fans. He couldn't help but turn his head. In the seating area below School 1 stage, a girl in a white school uniform was quietly observing him. The girl's expression carried a hint of arrogance as she was surrounded by a crowd. She was clearly the one called Ing Jishu. So you're Yili. She suddenly stood up and took a few steps in his direction. Yili gave a non-committal grunt. Ing Jishu sneered silently and continued, I've heard of you since the day the governor praised your piano playing. Normally you wouldn't be worth my attention, but your actions are disgraceful, and I want to wake you up. What? Disgraceful? Yili really wanted to know what had done to be called disgraceful. As if to clarify, or perhaps to be blatantly provocative, Ing Jishu continued, you have no real talent, yet you use underhanded tricks to gain fame, and you even dare to label it as music. That in my eyes is disgraceful. This so-called creative genius, this live composition, it's all packaged with shameless methods. She was smart enough not to say piano genius, because that would be insulting the governor too. Yili quickly interrupted, cut the crap. Come on, don't you just want to prove you're better than me? Then let's do it. Stop being so annoyingly long-winded. Targeting him from the start for no reason. Who's the bride now? Yili chuckled. This Ing Jishu was just trying to find some psychological comfort for herself. Yili wasn't stupid, he could see her intention to step on him to elevate herself. He was simply backed into a corner and had to accept the challenge. On the other hand, he was also annoyed by the views of the School 56 students and wanted to wipe the smugness off their faces. Otherwise, why would he bother competing with a girl like her? Ing Jishu suddenly fell silent. She had prepared a lot of words, but Yili's single sentence choked her into speechlessness. Since you insist on this, don't blame me. She turned and added one more line. Yili's temper flared, barely contained. Damn, this Ing Jishu was really something else. The rules of the challenge were simple, or rather not fair at all. Yili as a single individual had to withstand the musical onslaught of 18 students from the other school. If he couldn't play even one instrument, he would lose. After all, he had accepted the challenge in his own name. Moreover, during the live performance, neither side could make more than 3 mistakes, or they would lose. The determination of these mistakes was of course left to the music professors brought by Magistrate Zhang. No matter how one looked at it, Yili was at a disadvantage. He only had 3 chances to err, while the opposing side had 54, and they took turns. Yili, however, was indifferent. Fairness was never part of the equation. Magistrate Zhang stood between the two parties, detailing the rules. After finishing, he held up a large placard for both sides to see. The placard bore the word guitar, signifying that the first round would be a guitar duel. Seeing it was guitar, the opposing school began to discuss who would step up. Yili had only himself, though Weiner and the others cheered him on from behind the stage. He needed no consultation. But according to the rules, he had to first write out a musical score to give to the music professors so they could verify whether the piece was an original composition and if any mistakes were made. Yili pondered for a moment, sifting through the myriad songs in his mind, and chose one that wasn't originally written for guitar. Tablature paper was provided nearby, he just needed to fill it out. The process of jotting down notes was a bit tedious and took some time. It wasn't difficult though. With the vast repository of scores in his memory, he could easily replicate it. Once done, he had Chao He hand it to the music professors. While he was writing, a stir began to ripple through the crowd. They were astonished that he could actually write a score. Hadn't they heard, he only knew the flute and piano. The opposing school was doing the same. Then a young man stepped forward. He shot Yili a contemptuous, provocative glare. Fearing the guy might spout some arrogant nonsense, Yili quickly signaled that he understood and urged him to start. The young man let out a snort. And then he began to play. The rhythm was fast and infectious. Yili tried to appreciate it, though he couldn't quite grasp the nuances. He just thought it sounded good with a certain flair. The audience nodded along, seemingly impressed. But as the performance continued, one of the music professors, an older woman, marked a cross on her illuminated board. A mistake had been made. The young man frowned briefly but quickly steadied himself. Soon the piece concluded. The audience applauded. The officials also nodded and clapped, deeming it a solid performance despite the error. The student from the opposing school made one mistake, but it's still commendable, Magistrate Zhang praised. As the young man left the stage, Jishu shot him a glare. Noticing her displeasure, another female student quickly said, "Senior, it's fine. They say Yili only knows the flute and piano. A tiny slip from our senior is nothing." "Yes, senioring that Yili only knows a bit of piano." The students from the other school chimed in. Jishu cast them a look that said, "Do you really expect me to believe that?" She had been watching Yili write the score earlier. If he could compose a score, how could he not play the guitar? Jishu rubbed her fingers thoughtfully. It seemed Yili knew more than just piano and flute. But it didn't matter. Today he was destined to lose. After the young man exited, the magistrate timely reminded, "Student Yi, your turn." The stage held many instruments, including a guitar. Yili nodded, picked one up, and sat on a chair. His small frame, cradling the large guitar, looked almost comical. Everyone watched, waiting for his performance, but he remained motionless. It seemed he didn't know where to begin. Murmurs began to spread. Surveillance drones hovered overhead, capturing his every move. Viewers of the live stream frowned in unison. Seriously, could he only write the score? Was it all a sham, a setup with Tian Nini? Then why bother writing a score? For laughs. The opposing school had braced themselves to accept that Yili could play guitar, but his current hesitation left them baffled. The students from the other school quickly began to stir the pot, spouting nonsense about how Yili definitely couldn't play guitar. In truth, Yili was equally bewildered. Logically, with his mastery of all instruments, the guitar should have been included. But why did he feel no familiarity with it at all? System, don't mess with me. This isn't funny. The system ignored him. Yili began to panic. With so many eyes on him, if he couldn't play, it would be utterly humiliating. What was going on? His inner turmoil was intense. His outward demeanor showed it too, and the crowd began to shake their heads in disappointment. The officials who had high hopes lowered their heads in speechless frustration. The system remained silent, and Yili in a fluster fumbled with the guitar, nearly dropping it. Luckily, his quick reflexes caught it with his feet. At this, the crowd burst into laughter, including the onlookers who had come specifically to watch the spectacle. The opposing school joined in, utterly confused whether Yili truly had talent or could merely write a score. For the first time, Yili blushed publicly, feeling utterly embarrassed. He quickly picked up the guitar, and in his haste held it the wrong way. And that's when the familiarity hit him. Oh, this feeling, yes. This was it. Familiar and mystical. It was the same sensation Head had with the piano, and it made him itch to play. He was puzzled. Why hadn't he felt this moments ago? He glanced down and understood. He muttered to the system, "Damn it, tell me the truth. Did you copy this memory from some left-hand person?" The system ignored him. Seeing him fumble and adjust the guitar, the audience thought they had overestimated him. Weren't they just watching a joke unfold? Weiner and the others were tense, and Xiao, he nearly stepped in several times to help. But he knew that wouldn't do. Yet seeing his big brother suddenly calm down, he relaxed. The crowd also noticed Yili had stopped his clowning and waited for his performance, still highly skeptical. They couldn't figure out if he actually knew how to play. Yili looked up, his face no longer flushed. He declared loudly, "This match or challenge represents only myself. It has nothing to do with the 56th school." Though old Gao had already made this clear, Yili wanted to say it himself. The officials were slightly taken aback, but only slightly. The students from the 56th school, on the other hand, were more than happy to distance themselves from him. With that, Yili began to play. And once again, everyone was caught off guard. He actually knew how. If he knew how, why all the theatrics? Were they being toyed with? The melody began, slow, lingering, as if deliberately building up. The audience gradually fell silent, drawn in by his playing. They listened and watched quietly as the guitar's sound carried far through the microphone. Yili had briefly considered the vast array of guitar pieces in his mind, famous ones, technically challenging ones, emotionally powerful ones. He chose none of them because he wanted something with meaning, something with feeling. So he thought of Angela Chang's Cocoon Breaking. Though it lacked other instruments as an opening, a solo guitar rendition had its own unique charm, pure and clear. The piece was fiery, and with Yili's deliberately quickened tempo, the atmosphere in the venue ignited. He played while tapping his foot to the beat, his hands moving fluidly, a captivating sight. The audience watching and listening couldn't help but tap along. They were all astonished. So he really could play? The 56th school was the most shocked. They knew his skills well. When had he learned guitar? Someone noticed Zishu's grim expression and said, "Senior Yili definitely couldn't play guitar before. I can vouch for that. Yeah, we all know. I was in his class. He only knew flute and piano. Maybe he just learned this last night. You saw how he couldn't even hold the guitar properly at first." Jishu rolled her eyes and turned away, unwilling to listen to these sycophants. The guitar melody continued, carrying a palpable, scorching energy that stirred the blood of all who heard it. It seemed to unveil a vast, boundless, and wondrous world within the composition. Their love and friendship bonds and passion and exhilarating moments of righteous vengeance held sway. Especially when Yili reached the climax of the chord progression, everyone involuntarily nodded their heads, as if, in that world, they had slain their enemies or lifted the crimson bridal veil, their hearts brimming with excitement. Though beautiful, it still felt like something was missing. If Yili had hummed along with the rhythm, it would have stunned the crowd even more. A jingle. It ended. Yi Li stood up, placed the guitar back, and felt a sense of satisfaction. The music professor might not have glanced at the sheet music, but at least there were no crosses. No crosses meant Yi Li had made no mistakes. Applause slowly rose, accompanied by cheers from the fans. Jishu joined in, seemingly acknowledging that Yi Li had played well, and the composition was quite beautiful. She certainly wouldn't let Yi Li win, but she wasn't afraid of his temporary triumph. She believed that Yi Li's guitar skill was just a fluke. With so many instruments ahead, could he keep surprising? Jishu doubted it. If Yi Li were truly that talented, word would have spread. Not everyone was as gifted as she was. Today she would make it clear that among the younger generation of instrumentalists, she was the best. Senior just got lucky, she won't manage the next one. Exactly, she only knows this one piece. She must have practiced it at home and happened to use it. Facing the flattery from School 56, Jishu secretly despised them, but she understood why they sided with her instead of Yi Li. School 56. This student Yi also performed well with no mistakes, better than the boy from School 1. After the applause, Zhang Fuyin asked the music professor, who confirmed that Yi Li had made no errors. Hearing this, Mo Qingshu's Ya Jinjin and Xiao He cheered excitedly. Weiner did not join the cheering. What's there to be proud of? Just a fluke. She'll definitely lose next round. The School 56 students expressed their dissatisfaction, throwing in a sharp remark. Yi Li shook his head, not even deigning to glance at them. Alright, quiet down. Next round, drum set. Zhang Fuyin raised the sign again, feeling a bit odd, like a ring girl. The drum set performance was not an impromptu composition, it had been arranged earlier to accompany a dance track. Possibly influenced by the guitar round's outcome, Zhang Fuyin let Yi Li start first. When he heard the background dance music, Yi Li was stunned. This. How could this tune resemble a new storm has arrived? How can we stand still? Is it you? Yi Li was utterly lost in thought, even though it was only the instrumental version. But it really had a strong vibe. Yi Li looked at the sheet music and began to play along with the rhythm, moving and striking. This time there were no unexpected mishaps like with the guitar. He didn't need to decipher the score, a single glance allowed his mind to automatically interpret it, and with an innate familiarity, playing was effortless. The cheat was simply unreasonable. His feet moved, his head swayed, his braids swung, and his sense of rhythm was formidable. Moreover, he twirled the drumsticks with flair, clearly a seasoned player. The way he pursed his lips, however, drove the male viewers of the livestream wild. In a certain room, a boy frantically zoomed in on his phone with 2 fingers enlarging Yi Li's mouth, then leaned in to kiss the screen. If Yi Li ever saw that, he would surely put an end to him. Once again he finished without a mistake. Yi Li took the tissue Mo Qingshu handed him and wiped the sweat from his forehead. His repeated success delighted the fans who had gathered in the northern city, earning continuous applause. The officials also smiled, gently clapping their hands slowly. Zishu's expression had turned blank, a hint of gloom settling in. As for the School 56 alumni, they had stopped their jibes, and many even began to consider supporting Yi Li. But that was just a fleeting thought. No matter how impressive Yi Li was, he only knew guitar and drums. Surely he couldn't handle the rest. After Yi Li finished, a girl from School 1 stepped up. She looked quite cool, likely a specialized drummer with a unique style. Unsurprisingly, she made no mistakes, and the round ended in a draw. Excellent. Next up, violin. Zhang Fuyin seemed to only know the word excellent. After saying it, he let School 1 begin. Naturally, the sheet music had to be written during this time. Yi Li did the same, and perhaps finding it troublesome, he hastily scribbled down Flight of the Bumblebee. Indeed, this piece could be performed not only on piano and violin, but also on many other instruments. However, solo renditions differed. School 1 prepared their piece, and a boy stepped up to play. Chin resting on the chin wrist, he drew the bow. As a prodigy from School 1, his violin skills were masterful. The melody was prolonged, melancholic, and carried a dark, tense feel. The audience frowned not because it was unpleasant, but because it drew them in. The music ceased and applause rose again. The music professor confirmed no mistakes. Yet this did not ease the tension at School 1, because Yi Li had just written another piece. That meant he still knew how to play. This time, before Zhang Fuyin could give the signal, Yi Li began his display after the boy stepped down. His fair chin rested on the chin wrist, left hand pressing the strings, right hand lightly holding the bow. A short, urgent note was drawn from the violin. From the very first note, it captured everyone's attention. The piece was already somewhat famous, and its reappearance was instantly familiar. Especially for School 56, the moment Flight of the Bumblebee was played, countless images flashed in their minds. For some reason, they suddenly felt a pang of regret. Was it truly shameful to be in the same school as a genius like Yi Li? The chaotic yet rhythmic violin music silenced the onlookers, their mouths agape and eyes wide. Yi Li's left hand danced with incredible speed, as if 4 little sprites were darting across the strings, creating an illusion of ethereal movement. What amazed them even more was the rosin flying off the bow, revealing the terrifying speed demanded by the piece. At the critical moment, the bow swept through the air, and Yi Li's little finger plucked the strings, producing a few notes that connected into a unique rhythm. This was the essence of performing Flight of the Bumblebee on the violin. Yi Li's single-handed technique made the fans erupt with cheers. The applause began before the piece even ended. Zhang Fuyin, Gao Tuzi, the music professors, and everyone in the audience joined in the ovation. They didn't want to lose their composure, but they were simply too excited. Finally, Yili ended the piece with a swift flourish. Before Mo Qingxue and the others could cheer, he suddenly sneezed. The sneeze came out with a twist, leaving everyone stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter. Yili rubbed his nose and put the violin down with annoyance. He decided he wouldn't play it again unless absolutely necessary. The rosin was too irritating and he had endured it for too long. Yili, you're amazing. Big bro is so adorable. Goddess, are you even human? You can do everything. These three voices belonged to Chao Hexia Jin and Mo Qingxue, of course. As for Weiner, she stayed silent, but her eyes sparkled with a gentle smile as she watched Yili. Yili waved her hand, dismissively indicating it was nothing special. After another round of applause, Zhang Bukuo for once didn't utter his usual "not bad." I didn't expect you to be such a genius. I'm very impressed by you. Yili just smiled without a word. Weiner, upon hearing this, thought to herself, does he think his approval matters? Ing Zishu's expression turned utterly impassive. She addressed the gathered students. I'll take over from here myself. She had initially looked down on Yili, planning to win through sheer overwhelming force without even trying. But she never expected the events unfolding before her to deviate so drastically from her expectations. If she continued to hold back, who knew what the outcome would be? So Ing Zishu decided to secure a decisive victory herself. She refused to believe that Yili was truly proficient in everything. After her declaration, the students from school know. One had no reaction. They simply thought, you're the boss, whatever you say goes. We wouldn't dare complain. Zhang Bukuo raised his sign again. Next round, son. Son. Yili was slightly surprised. How classical. Although neither side had made a mistake in the previous round, the audience's reaction had clearly shown who excelled. So this time Yili would start. Speaking of Sun music, Yili did have a favorite piece. In her previous life, she enjoyed listening to Xinxia romance stories, but only one had left an indelible mark on her memory. Not to mention the story's thrilling and soul-stirring plot. Just the part involving the female lead and the second male lead had moved Yili to tears, filling her with profound sadness. It was because that particular scene was accompanied by a poignant Sun melody. Deep Valley Orchid. It wasn't that she liked it per se, Yili never favored sadness. But the way the music perfectly synced with that pivotal moment had etched it into her heart. Without another word, she picked up the Sun and began to play. Seemingly accustomed to her directness, the crowd cooperatively fell silent. However, the drones buzzing overhead were getting a bit annoying. The long, mellow sound of the Sun spread like ripples on water, gentle and slow. It wasn't that Yili's playing possessed some magical power, but the melody itself could instantly evoke a flood of thoughts and imagery. The prelude seemed to unveil the story within the music, causing everyone to unconsciously close their eyes, listening and pondering. Lost in thought, they seemed to see a series of still, yet vivid pictures in their minds. There stood a man in blue robes with handsome features and long ink-black hair. He sat by a small lake that mirrored the starry sky, holding a wine flask, his expression steeped in sorrow. His deep star-like eyes quietly watched the couple on the opposite shore, showing neither regret nor resentment. As the saying goes, as long as you are happy, watching over you from beyond the mortal realm is a fulfilling kind of happiness for me. Redeeming you, rejecting you, accepting you, nurturing you. All were within my own wishes. But I never anticipated you would fall in love with me. That lies beyond my desires. The mortal world has its rules, and as your master, I must adhere to the path of ethics. I could give you everything except for this ethereal, immortal romance, which is even more elusive than the great Tao itself. Seeing you achieve success in both love and cultivation, your master is now on the verge of breaking through the void. For the path ahead, take care, my disciple. The Sun's melody gradually ceased. The final scene the audience envisioned was the man in blue stepping into the void, ascending a vine of immortality. Just as he was about to tear through the firmament, his eyes seemed to traverse time and space, casting one last indulgent glance at her. After that final look, all mortal concerns faded away. While that wasn't nice at all, it was so sad it made me cry. Before the others could react, Jean wailed loudly, even rushing onto the stage to give Yili a smack, as if demanding compensation for her tears. Yili scratched her head, thinking it was quite satisfying to let everyone experience the feelings she had back then. Bravo! In the silence, a sudden shout made everyone jump. It was Zhang Bukuo striding over with a swagger, clapping as he walked until he stood before Yili. Excellent! This world has made me forget so much, even the fear of life and death. Young lady, your music can move us to sorrow, and that is truly precious. Yili's face was stiff, expressionless. After a moment's thought, she forced a smile. Zhang Bukuo asked, do tell us, what is the name of this piece? Yili didn't hide it. Deep Valley Orchid. Zhang Bukuo muttered a few words to himself, seeming to find the name a perfect fit for the music. With no mistakes made, the conclusion was clear, and inevitably applause erupted once more. Those watching the live stream were equally stirred, some already recording the performance to keep. Next, it was Ing Zishu's turn to take the stage personally. Her skill was clearly profound. It was difficult to notice any unevenness in her breathing. Her piece was pleasant to the ear, but somehow it just didn't inspire the same flight of fancy. Compared to Yi Li's performance, Zishu's felt bland and unremarkable. As her piece ended, her face was as cold as frost, almost bearing the words, "Don't mess with me." Another round of survival of the fittest. Subsequently, the two sides competed repeatedly, using every instrument available. Unsurprisingly, with her mastery over all instruments, Yi Li performed with effortless grace, earning continuous cheers and admiration from the crowd. They couldn't help but marvel. This Miss Yi was simply a prodigy, an anomaly. On the side of school No. 56, whether intentional or not, their students had slowly been gathering closer. At first it was just a few, but as Yi Li successfully countered each of Zishu's moves, they all moved to stand behind her. They even blocked the music stage area, and the space for 200 meters behind was densely packed with people. Yi Li pretended not to notice, but Mo Qingxua, Jin and Xiao He were so furious they could barely contain themselves, wishing they could lower their standards and spit in disgust. But in the end they managed to hold back. Old Gao was secretly wiping tears in a corner. Having a student like Yi Li filled him with pride. At the same time, he could clearly see her personality, stubborn as a mule. Once she made a decision, there was no talking her out of it. What use was it for those students to switch sides now? They were just waiting to have their faces slapped. Xiao Man was also filled with shame. She lowered her head and slipped away from the crowd, unable to face anyone, even beginning to doubt whether she was cut out to be a teacher. All the instrument competitions were now over, yet Yi Li hadn't stepped down as everyone expected. Zishu was even more frustrated, repeating in her mind, "It's all fake, all a trick. There's no way Yi Li is better than me." She refused to accept it. She had to win this challenge, otherwise the one being laughed at wouldn't be Yi Li, but her, and the entire school No. 1. Indeed, so many people ganging up on one person and still getting thoroughly beaten was genuinely embarrassing. Now she was no longer thinking about trampling Yi Li to elevate herself, but desperately trying to save face. Speaking of being laughed at, it had already begun. People around were whispering and murmuring. Even without mentioning names, it felt to Zishu like it was all directed at her. Unable to bear it, she jumped onto the stage like a cornered animal, pointing at Yi Li and shouting, "Even if you're good with instruments, can you match me in songwriting and singing?" How people lose their judgment when enraged. Yi Li had already held concerts. How could her singing skills be questionable? Clearly she realized this too, but the words were already out like water spilled. One of her companions thought, "I so don't know this person." "Oh, and what do you propose?" Yi Li raised an eyebrow, looking at her from afar. "I challenge you to a battle of on-the-spot songwriting, composing, and singing." Yi Li shrugged, indicating she didn't mind. Zhang Bukuo seemed hesitant. Logically, this contest should have ended with Yi Li's personal victory, with no reason for further rounds. Yet for some unknown reason, he was quite eager to see if Yi Li could bring more surprises. He looked at the leaders and music professors from various schools, seeking their opinion. Surprisingly, they were unanimous in their response. They all looked quite expectant. Since that was the case, let it be. Creating lyrics, composing music, and singing would certainly require a band, but there was no need to worry. With such a complete assembly of talent on both sides, a rough band could easily be put together after a quick discussion. And it would be more than sufficient. It didn't need to be too professional. Yi Li's side had no issues either, as she didn't need help from school No. 56. Xiao He, Jin, Mo Qingxua, and Weiner were more than enough. They had a piano, a drum set, and a xiao, but they lacked a synthesizer. As for Jin, well, she wasn't really suited for the trumpet. Old Gao personally stepped in to take the necessary position for Yi Li, while Yi Li filled in wherever needed. Since she was versatile, they could easily switch roles. All day everyone was engrossed in this competition, skipping lunch. The afternoon's match between the two sides left everyone utterly amused. That Miss Yi was incredibly talented, and also quite infuriating. Zishu wrote the actor, and Yi Li performed Wandering the Capital. Watching an actor perform, essentially calling her an actress. Zishu wrote My Life is Glory, and Yi Li sang Shameless, insulting her again. Zishu wrote Delicate and Dazzling, and Yi Li sang Ugly Freak. Yes, still insulting her. Zishu was almost exploding with rage. Several times, she turned her back, stomping her feet in frustration. Why did Yi Li know everything? Why were her songs and melodies so perfectly matched? And why did they have to carry such a sarcastic edge? Seeing she had no advantage again, and unwilling to lose, Zishu decided to take a different tack. "You think you can create anything, Yi Li? Can you do it in Korean?" Zishu had systematically studied Korean and had practiced it for a while. She was confident in creating a song in Korean. So she put in great effort to write lyrics and compose a tune, producing a Korean song. It was actually quite pleasant to listen to, especially when Zishu switched between her chest and head voice. It sounded almost heavenly. Yi Li blinked. She couldn't understand it, but in this world there was no island nation. Such a convoluted language without the usual rolled Rs. That must be New Kid on the Block, always touching my belly. So it's Korean. Yi Li had identified the target, guessing it was right. The key clue was that she understood the phrase appa appa gugu. Since it was Korean, she'd just have to play along. Yi Li made a gesture, presumably accessing relevant information on this subject. Soon she found some, but none seemed particularly interesting. In the end, she chose an upbeat, light-hearted one. Just as Zishu finished singing and looked at her provocatively. Yili ignored her, busy writing the music. With a few swift strokes of the pen, the piece was done, and she placed it in front of old Gao and the others. Looking at the music, several of them frowned. What is this? Seems a bit quirky. Does it all need electronic synthesis? That wasn't a problem because the piece was quite simple. Old Gao could almost handle it alone, and if not, Yili was there to help. Let's begin, Yili said. Old Gao started to play. As the melody began, Yili started to sing. Gao ji bo and gon jie, Gao ji bo do gon jie. Gao ji bo she gon jie and I gon jie ta shua gon jie. Gobo do Gao ji ge wei wa shua gong, duo gon jie you duo gon jie you duo gon jie. This whimsical melody served as the perfect curtain closer to the duel, and the crowd joyfully swayed their heads to Yili's rhythm. Even the aerial drones bobbed about in the sky, piloted by some unknown, yet undeniably talented individual. Yili joined in the laughter after his performance, for the song was indeed delightfully amusing. He hadn't chosen this tune for comedic effect, it was simply the only one he knew, for understanding music did not equate to fluency in Korean. He had picked up Coco Ball from his girlfriend humming it in his past life. The duel had no officially declared victor, but what further proof was needed? Yili had single-handedly challenged School No. 1 and executed flawlessly. That was undeniable proof. Amidst the jubilation, everyone raised 2 thumbs up to Yili, especially the young patrol officers, whose infectious smiles spoke volumes. Witnessing this, Ingjishu knew it was over. Both her own reputation and that of School No. 1 were utterly ruined. She collapsed onto the music stage in despair, yet the girl hailed as a musical prodigy now drew no attention whatsoever. Even the teachers from her own school ignored her completely, exchanging brief pleasantries with Magistrate Zhang before departing. The duel had brought them nothing but disgrace. Meanwhile, School No. 56 was celebrating, and the looks they cast at Yili no longer held the contempt they had shown just a day earlier. They might as well have tattooed the word admiration across their faces. School No. 56 is no worse than School No. 1. We have our own genius. That's right. The moment Goddess Yi played the piano, I knew she was a genius. I was right all along. From now on, we take pride in Goddess Yi, and no one gets to bully her. These voices rang out loud and numerous, yet only School No. 56 joined in the collective cheer, leaving everyone else feeling profoundly awkward. Forget the past incidents, but even when the duel began, none of you seemed to support Miss Yi, did you? Now you're putting on this show. Are you entertaining yourselves? Xia Jinjin and Mo Qingxua walked over to Yi Li, glaring coldly at their former schoolmates, their ears burning red with anger. These people are absolutely detestable and utterly shameless. Weiner stood on Yi Li's right, her usually aloof demeanor showing a subtle shift. Her right hand twitched restlessly, as if contemplating something. Chao He, regardless of what others thought, was a young man after all, and his impulsiveness was barely contained. Hearing the voices of his former schoolmates, he couldn't hold back and immediately got into a heated argument with a portion of the crowd. The gist of their exchange was mostly about not embellishing themselves with borrowed glory. However, the students from School No. 56 paid no mind to the strange looks from those outside the patrol vehicles. They simply believed that since Yi Li was one of them, her immense glory and attention would surely rub off on them too. From now on, wherever they went, merely mentioning that they attended the same school as Yi Li would earn them envy. As such, once Yi Li fully rose to prominence, they too could reap substantial benefits, at least under the banner of School No. 56. Magistrate Zhang was aware of the minor upheaval at School No. 56 the previous day, and witnessing these children's behavior now, he was at a loss for words to describe it. He had observed the entire sequence of events today, from their initial rejection and mockery of Yi Li to their current defense and promotion of her. He could only sum it up in 2 words: shameless. So young yet so adept at currying favor with the influential. It seemed School No. 56 would need strict reforms. These rotten apples needed serious re-education. As Magistrate Zhang pondered this, he failed to realize that his initial assessment of Yi Li was no different from those students of School No. 56. The moment this thought struck him, he suddenly understood that the label of shameless could very well apply to himself as well. Fortunately for him, these thoughts were private. He quickly composed himself and gestured for everyone to quiet down. The magistrate held considerable authority, or so it appeared on the surface. Seeing him ready to speak, everyone naturally complied. Miss Yi, I heard that yesterday you mentioned leaving School No. 56. Is that statement true? Did those words indeed come from your own mouth? Magistrate Zhang hadn't intended to interfere, but that was before he witnessed her performance. Yi Li's exceptional display had compelled him to inquire. Should his superiors learn of this, and he had remained silent, he would certainly face a reprimand. Ultimately, this was only happening because Yi Li had performed so brilliantly, otherwise this question would never have been raised. However, that was only one reason. Secondly, Magistrate Zhang wished to offer a favor. If Yi Li truly didn't want to stay at School No. 56, he could act as a matchmaker, introducing her to another school through his recommendation. Magistrate Yi Li never said such a thing. We don't know anything about it. She's a student of School No. 56. Yes, Magistrate, why would you ask such a thing? We are Yi Li's classmates, and we don't want her to leave School No. 56. The moment Magistrate Zhang finished speaking, he was met with a chorus of objections from the students of School No. 56. Truly the young know no fear with no regard for the consequences of challenging a magistrate. What's all this noise? Have you no respect for your elders? Old Gao immediately reprimanded them. Inwardly he was deeply distressed, but he knew that Yi Li's words from yesterday could not be taken back, so he had refrained from saying anything to persuade her to stay. It wasn't that he didn't want to retain her, but rather he understood what it felt like to be ostracized by the collective. Without exaggeration, if he had faced such a situation 30 or 40 years ago, he would have left without hesitation, and no one could have persuaded him otherwise. In fact, after deep contemplation last night, and seeing Yi Li's talents on display today, he wholeheartedly supported her decision to leave. School No. 56 truly didn't deserve her. After the reprimand, the students from School No. 56 quieted down somewhat, though murmurs about not letting Yi Li leave could still be heard. Magistrate Zhang looked at Yi Li. The surrounding crowd also watched her, and the fans watching the live stream were equally concerned, silently chanting in their hearts, "Leave, leave, leave." Though they weren't clear on the details of what had transpired, by piecing together snippets from the forums, a vague picture began to form. They could roughly glean the general situation. Under the weight of all those gazes, Yi Li nodded and said, "Yes, staying here makes me feel itchy." The moment the words left her mouth, a strange silence fell over the crowd. Then School No. 56 erupted into chaos, with everyone saying their piece. Some accused her of forgetting her roots, of abandoning her schoolmates upon gaining success, spouting such drivel. A few expressed shame, but they were few indeed. Ultimately, these students only wanted to see the outcome they desired, demanding that she bend to their will. "You people are utterly shameless. Damn it, I've had enough of you all. You were the ones who ostracized her, the ones who verbally attacked her. You're the same ones now pleading for her to stay, and you're also the ones twisting the truth. Xia Jinjin must have been blind to have come to School No. 56. It's so filthy." Xia Jinjin couldn't bear to listen any longer, cursing and gesturing wildly. Mo Qingxue also felt the urge to curse, but was too reserved to do so in front of such a large crowd. However, Xia Jinjin's outburst served as a release for her pent-up frustration as well. Magistrate Zhang let out a few sighs, gesturing for silence, while casting a stern, reproachful look at Xia Jinjin. Seeing her pout and fall silent, he turned his attention back to Yi Li. "So are there any schools you have in mind?" At this question, a look of anticipation appeared on the faces of the gathered school principals. Surely no school would refuse a student like Yi Li. If she were to achieve greatness in the future, the school she attended would gain immense prestige, even if not a lasting place in history. And if she didn't succeed, they wouldn't lose anything either. Yi Li nodded. "Yes, School No. 33. He didn't voice his thoughts on happiness, nor did he dwell on the question he had almost asked moments before. He had suddenly realized that happiness wasn't defined by the words of others, and even if it were, that definition couldn't truly represent it. Simply put, it was something one had to determine for oneself, so asking was ultimately meaningless. If things became unpleasant, he could just leave again, following his sense of happiness. It wasn't as if he absolutely had to attend school.